Strong women and weak men reverse narratives. Those who are not fond of such themes may kindly steer clear. Be good. Call me sister. Sister, it's hot. The night was thick outside, and the bright moonlight poured into the room, illuminating the two indistinct figures within. In the interplay of light and shadow, the woman's exquisite silhouette emerged, her lush hair cascading down like dark clouds unfurling in the night. Su Wanqing was heavily intoxicated in the dim light. He vaguely discerned the woman's blurred visage and the dangerously tender lure by his ear, the night of indulgence. Ding, ding, ding. In his dreams, Su Wanqing was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. The headache from his hangover rendered his tone somewhat irritable. Spit it out quickly. Don't disturb my sleep. In response, a roar of discontent erupted from the phone. I shall. You're being utterly inconsiderate. Last night, the guys were still reveling, and you snuck away without a word. What happened to the welcome back party? Have you returned from abroad and looked down upon your brothers? Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Su Wanqing, still groggy, turned over, only to suddenly pause. Something felt amiss. Where were his clothes? Realizing this, Su Wanqing hastily pulled back the covers to take a glance. What the hell? Su Wanqing bolted upright, scanning the unfamiliar room. A hotel. How did he end up in a hotel? Wasn't he at the bar? This was bad. He had blacked out. He could not recall anything from last night. All he remembered was that it was his first day back in the country. Having just disembarked from the plane, he was dragged into the bar by a bunch of childhood friends. After 3 years of being away, the excitement of reuniting with familiar faces led him to drink more than he should have. Later, in urgent need of a restroom, he encountered a kind-hearted woman who pointed him in the right direction. Then Inan ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, I've been played." Chung Fong was momentarily taken aback. "Si Xiao, you didn't go home? Where are you?" "How the hell would I know? They'll send you my location, you figure out." Fury surged within him. Accidentally glancing at the bed that resembled a tempest's aftermath, along with the scattered, torn clothes on the floor, he internally cursed the beast, hastily adding, "Get me a new set of clothes delivered, quickly." After hanging up, Su Wanqing tossed aside the covers and was about to get out of bed when his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark red stain on the sheets. A sudden realization struck him, and he froze, swiftly wrapping himself in the blanket and jumping to the floor to search around, and contraceptive. This was it. He couldn't possibly be a father, could he? Knock, knock, knock. An hour later, upon hearing a knock at the door, Su Wanqing, clad in a bathrobe, opened it. Before he could utter a word, a man with a slick-back hairstyle and flamboyant attire, resembling a peacock about to display its plumage, charged into the room. Who? Which woman has dragged our pristine Si Xiao down from his pedestal? Gazing at the shredded clothes on the floor, Chung Fong stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell? This is outrageous. The face of Su Wanqing flushed with alternating hues of red and white, creating a captivating display. Stop searching, she has long since fled. Fled? Chung Fong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Performing a good deed without seeking recognition, what a hero. Did you catch a glimpse of her appearance? I was too inebriated to remember. With a composed demeanor, Su Wanqing abruptly snatched the clothing bag from Chung Fong's grasp, shaking out the garments and donning them before his eyes. Immediately review the hotel surveillance. We must identify that woman. It was merely a one-night stand. There's no need to take it seriously. Chung Fong dismissed, having encountered similar situations many times before. Everyone plays the field, and besides, us men rarely end up at a disadvantage. Nonsense, Su Wanqing bellowed, then, in a lowered tone, added, I didn't use protection. Although he had never engaged with a woman in that manner, he still possessed a basic understanding of common sense, that a honey trap. Good grief, Si Xiao, this is a conspiracy. Upon hearing this, Chung Fong realized the gravity of the situation. One-night stands come with their own set of rules, and anything that defies logic must be considered a scheme. If one day a secret child were to emerge from the Si family, with the outdated and rigid mindset of old Master Si, Su Wanqing's legs would surely be broken. The hotel and bar surveillance footage had been tampered with, erasing all traces of the woman, leaving no clues to be uncovered. Thus, aside from the woman herself, no one knew what had transpired the previous night. Even Su Wanqing, the main party involved, was in a haze aside from the remnants on his body. He truly remembered nothing. That Si Xiao, are you certain you didn't drink too much and encounter a ghost? Chung Fong produced a cigarette, inhaling its scent without any intention of lighting it, as Heinen had a fear of fire, a psychological scar from his childhood, and as a good friend, Chang Feng naturally wouldn't exploit his vulnerabilities. Furrowing his brows, Sinan gritted his teeth, declaring, whether human or specter, I shall unearth her. This matter must remain confidential. Understood. Rest assured. Chang Feng fervently nodded. Just after escorting Sinan home, he eagerly retrieved his phone to share this astonishing secret within his circle of friends. Puffed. Young Master C was bedded, and the woman made her escape. Neither her identity nor her nature was discerned. Keep it under wraps. Whoever leaks this is a fool. Fool, call me Grandpa. Chang Feng muttered, damn a bunch of fools. Daddy, Mommy, I'm back. In a discreet yet elegant private villa, Sinan entered with exuberant enthusiasm. Have you been abroad for just 3 years that you can no longer speak Chinese? At the sound, Sinan looked up to see a man in a sharply tailored suit seated on a black leather sofa, around 50 years old, with a chiseled jawline that commanded respect. Without anger. Not far away sat a young woman, her chestnut, seaweed-like curls cascading casually down her back, her features striking and radiant. As Heinen paused for a moment, he recognized the man as father, the notoriously stern old Master C. The woman, while somewhat unfamiliar, evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Father, with outsiders present, Sinan approached the sofa and seated himself, calling out in an orderly manner. Chan regarded his younger son with a serious and stern gaze, yet a hint of affection stirred within his eyes. Miss Gu, please forgive my son's lack of decorum. He has just returned from abroad and is still adjusting. Gu Wei Yin observed Sinan's fair and handsome countenance, radiating a youthful, sunlit aura, and a knowing smile graced her lips. 3 years had passed, and he had matured. However, the essence of his presence remained unchanged, still imbued with a faint hint of milk sweetness. She found it delightful. Chapter 2. The Alliance Father. Who is that woman? After Gu Weiyin departed, Sinanji could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question. His impression of Gu Weiyin was somewhat vague. Perhaps he had encountered her before, but the memories eluded him. He merely wished to fathom what discussions transpired between this youthful woman and his father. If her intentions were to become his stepmother, he would vehemently oppose such an idea. Moreover, his biological mother was still alive, the daughter of Gu Jingchuan from the Gu Corporation. Gu Jingchuan. Sinanji rifled through his recollections of the notable events in Yun City over recent years. Had he not passed away 3 years prior? Si Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. It was precisely because Gu Jingchuan had died that Gu Weiyin, upon taking the reins of the Gu Corporation, not only preserved its market value, but remarkably saw it nearly double within 3 years. This was truly the most alarming aspect. Sinanji glanced at Si Chen, inquiring, "What did she come to see you for?" 3 days hence, the Gu Corporation will host a charity gala. She came to deliver an invitation, Si Chen replied. Officially. It was merely to extend an invitation, yet the underlying implication was a desire to collaborate with the Si family, born into a business family. Sinanji was well aware of such subtleties. Si Chen watched the distant Rolls-Royce, his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged moment, he returned his gaze to his somewhat troublesome son. This woman is not to be underestimated. Endeavor to limit your interactions with her. Sinanji was perplexed. If they recognized her complexity, why pursue a collaboration? Father. Business is business, and personal relations are personal relations. In the commercial realm, it is imperative not to conflate the two. Oh. Sinanji followed Si Chen into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa with a dramatic flair. In the absence of outsiders, he felt considerably more at ease. Si Chen glanced back, unable to resist the urge to lecture once more. Your posture is appalling, and you return home without any sense of propriety, merely gallivanting about outside. How did our Si family produce such a wayward son? Sinanji, already in a foul mood, found himself further irked by this admonishment upon his return home. Was I consulted when you decided to have me? He retorted. You little rascal. Si Chen's heart momentarily skipped a beat, nearly causing the teacup in his hand to slip and crash into Sinanji. Reluctantly, he placed it heavily on the table instead. After all, the teacup was a purchased item. Breaking it would only incur unnecessary expenses. Sinanji, though he enjoyed some verbal sparring, was not truly reckless enough to provoke Si Chen's ire. He pouted, then straightened himself, casually grabbing a carton of milk from the table, opening it, and taking a hearty swig. Beside him, Si Chen could hardly suppress his disapproval. A young man like you, perpetually clutching a carton of milk, what does it say about you? Look at your elder brother and sister. Do you not feel any embarrassment? At times, he truly questioned whether his youngest son's obsession with milk stemmed from a lack of breastfeeding in his infancy, leading to some psychological deficiency that had persisted throughout the years. Drinking other beverages is one thing, but he has an inexplicable fondness for milk, reminiscent of a child who is yet to be weaned. After finishing a bottle, Sinan extended his tongue to lick the remnants of milk clinging to his lips, teasingly remarking, "Indeed, you have a grown son and a daughter, a complete set. How successful. I am merely a bonus from a top-up." "What do you mean by a bonus?" At that moment, an elegant woman entered the room. She appeared to be around 40, adorned in a light blue fitted cheapao, clutching an exquisite small handbag, exuding poise and sophistication. In truth, Jiang Qingyun, who had given birth to 3 children, was nearing 60. Yet her impeccable self-care rendered her appearance significantly younger than her actual age. Sinan squinted and smiled, promptly rising to embrace Jiang Qingyun warmly. "Mom, I've missed you terribly." Jiang Qingyun affectionately ruffled Sinan's hair, her eyes brimming with affection. "Oh, my dear son, you have finally returned. I've missed you too." "Mom, Dad is being unreasonable. He won't even let me have milk." Jiang Qingyun cast a sidelong glance at Si Chen and chuckled. "Don't mind your father. You have your mother. Knowing you were coming back, I arranged for 2 little heifers to be brought to the backyard, so you can drink as much as you wish." "Mom, you truly are my real mother. Let me tell you, I cannot give up this milk." Sinan released Jiang Qingyun and turned back to the sofa. He quickly realized that this couple was eager to summon him back merely to ensure he wouldn't have it easy. Indeed, Si Chen raised his teacup and took a sip. "Speaking leisurely, you will accompany me to the charity gala in 3 days. There will certainly be many socialites there. See if anyone catches your fancy. And make haste to marry." Sinan's expression faltered. He was well aware of the nature of such charity galas. While they claimed to be charitable, they were essentially a means for the upper class to mingle and forge connections. An arranged marriage? The mere thought enraged Sinan. "My older brother and sister are not yet married. It is hardly my turn. At only 20, with his life just beginning. How could he allow an arranged marriage to hinder his prospects?" Si Chen placed his teacup down, his demeanor unyielding. "Your brother excels in management. Having completed dual degrees abroad 8 years ago, your sister holds a doctorate in finance and manages the company's financial affairs. And you? During your years abroad, what accomplishments have you achieved?" Sinan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being the youngest son, he had not faced strict discipline from Si Chen and Jiang Qingyun. Coupled with the fact that he had narrowly escaped death years ago, this led him to live rather recklessly. "I have no interest in company affairs. But you cannot compel me into an arranged marriage to solidify the Si family's standing in Yun City. I refuse." Si Chen's expression darkened, his tone brooking no dissent. "In business, collaboration among the strong is paramount. As a member of the Si family, this is a path you must take, irrespective of your agreement." The conversation on his first day home ended on a sour note. Upon returning to his room, Sinan's phone buzzed. It was an image. In the image, a woman stands with her back to the camera, adorned in a black long dress that accentuates her voluptuous figure, resembling a celestial beauty. However, her face remains obscured. Beneath her, a man squints with dreamy eyes. Sinan's breath catches. It is indeed that woman. Was last night's encounter recorded on video? Soon. Several lines of text appear on his phone. "If you wish to acquire the video, it will cost 10 million. Alternatively, meet me at the VIP rooftop of the private club tonight, if you comprehend." Is this a threat? Damn it. A honey trap has landed on my head. Seeking death. Sinan gritted his teeth, changed his attire, and angrily drove out of the underground garage in a sleek black sports car. The VIP rooftop of the private club? He was determined to uncover which audacious scoundrel dared to scheme against him. "Hello, Cheng Fang. Gather a few people and wait for me downstairs at the private club. That woman from last night has resurfaced." Chapter 3: Encounter with the sister-in-law. Upon returning to the country, a series of distressing events besieged Sinan, plunging his mood into disarray. Gripping the steering wheel of his sports car tightly, he endeavored to quell the tumult of irritation within him. Suddenly, the traffic light ahead turned red. As Sinan pressed the brake, the car jolted violently, causing him to momentarily lift from his seat. His head nearly collided with the windshield. "Damn. How can someone rear-end me while moving so slowly? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" "My apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Please, do not be angry." As Sinan furiously exited the vehicle, a balding man in his 40s rushed up behind him, bowing and apologizing profusely, rendering Sinan's pent-up ire somewhat awkward to unleash. "Do you even know how to drive?" Sinan bellowed, striding to inspect the damage. The rear of his sports car had been considerably crumpled. The trunk lid popped open. Behind him stood a black Rolls-Royce, its front end also slightly dented. However, being a high-end model, it fared better than his supercar. With pressing matters to attend to regarding the woman from the previous night, CNN was in no mood for this triviality. Are we settling this publicly or privately? Hurry up. Can you afford to waste my time? Please hold on a moment, the driver said, approaching the rear window of the Rolls-Royce, seemingly seeking the occupant's consent. The door then swung open, revealing a woman stepping out. CNN looked up and recognized her instantly. Gu Weiyan, the very woman who had personally delivered an invitation to the Xi family. This morning, he had deemed her somewhat cold and unappealing. Yet now, upon closer inspection, she truly possessed remarkable beauty. Her chestnut curls cascaded casually down her back, her features were exquisitely defined, and her ensemble of black trousers and long coat exuded both elegance and casualness. The commanding presence she emanated radiated a raw, fierce beauty. Let us settle this privately, Gu Weiyan remarked, glancing at the damage with an unfazed demeanor, seemingly unaware of CNN's identity. The vehicle will be repaired, and I will cover all losses. Do you have any other demands? None, CNN replied, retrieving his phone from the car in apparent haste. Have it fixed and delivered to Jinghe Bay. Jinghe Bay? As CNN turned to leave, Gu Weiyan queried, Are you CNN, the youngest son of the Xi family? Miss Gu has an impressive memory. CNN forced a smile, recognizing that she was a prominent figure in Yun City, and perhaps a future business partner of the Xi family. Thus, it was prudent not to be discourteous. The car accident was a minor inconvenience, but offending this woman was not a wise course of action. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Please handle the repairs. There are no taxis here. Where are you headed? To express my apologies. I can offer you a ride. CNN scanned the vicinity before glancing at his watch. There was still time before evening. You should be able to manage. No need. I'll have a friend come pick me up. Before CNN could pick up his phone to call Cheng Fong, a Bentley swiftly approached from a distance. The driver quickly exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the door. Gu miss. Gu Weiyan glanced at CNN, slightly tilting her head. Get in. I shall give you a ride. CNN hesitated momentarily, although he was curious as to why the car had arrived so promptly. He felt that refusing again would be impolite, so he followed Gu Weiyan into the car. As he inhaled the faint scent of milk wafting from her, a subtle smile graced Gu Weiyan's lips. Today, CNN wore a simple t-shirt paired with tailored casual trousers, his feet adorned in white sneakers, and with his clean, handsome face, he radiated a vibrant, sunny aura. Gu Weiyan's eyes shimmered with fervent admiration, though her expression remained tranquil, betraying no emotion. I saw you 3 years ago at the auction, she remarked. I remember, it was Si Yin who brought you. I have a profound impression of you. She recalled how he had trailed behind Si Yin, his youthful visage strikingly clean and handsome. At that moment, she had caught a whiff of the delightful milk scent, reminiscent of the fragrance enveloping them now. Closing her eyes, Gu Weiyan inhaled deeply. No one knew that her obsession with the scent had reached an almost alarming intensity. You know my elder brother? CNN exclaimed, his eyes widening, followed by a swift mental leap. If his elder brother were to ally with the Gu family, it would solidify the Xi family's standing in Yuncheng, granting him freedom. Considering the prospect of a marriage alliance, CNN was determined to sell Si Yin. What do you think of my elder brother? Gu Weiyan cast a glance at CNN, immediately discerning his intentions. He is exceptional and remarkably talented. CNN's eyes sparkled with hope. There's potential. Si Yin was 28 this year, and according to his father, this Miss Gu was 23. Possessing outstanding abilities, she was undoubtedly an ideal candidate to be a daughter-in-law of the Xi family. Moreover, age differences in men were inconsequential. They tended to be more considerate. Indeed, my elder brother is truly impressive, with an exceptionally good temperament. He has never lost his temper with those around him. Also, he has maintained his integrity, having lived over 20 years without a woman by his side. His capabilities are formidable. Under his leadership, the company has gone public, and its stock price has multiplied several times. Furthermore, he is a genuine catch. As CNN spoke about Si Yin, he seemed to have an endless stream of praise. Fearing that Gu Weiyan might not find him appealing, Gu Weiyan watched CNN's sparkling eyes and his incessant chatter, feeling an overwhelming urge to pull him into her embrace and give him a playful bite. However, since this opportunity had presented itself, she decided to make the most of it. I have heard of Si Yin. He possesses considerable masculine charm. CNN smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. As they were about to exit the car, Sinan took the initiative to save Gu Weiyan's contact information. In his heart, she had already become his prospective sister-in-law, and his words and actions grew increasingly familiar. I have heard that the Gu family is to host a charity gala in 3 days, and my elder brother will certainly attend. Even if he hesitates, I shall insist he goes. It is imperative. With a gentle smile, Gu Weiyan welcomed. You are also welcome to join. I shall go, Sinan replied decisively. After all, he must play matchmaker for Si Yin. How could this intermediary be absent? May I call you Sister Yin? Sinan inquired tentatively, seeking to bridge the distance between them. Sister is delightful, Gu Weiyan responded with a smile. You must call me that every day. The more he said it, the more her excitement grew. Observing the joy radiating from Gu Weiyan, Sinan felt a surge of exhilaration within him. After alighting from the vehicle, Sinan momentarily retreated back inside to tell Gu Weiyan, Sister, your smile is truly captivating. With that, he hurriedly exited again, striding towards Changfang. His previously suppressed spirits now lifted considerably. Watching Sinan's exuberant demeanor, Gu Weiyan's smile deepened. Little one, let us see how you escape from Sister's grasp. Chapter 4. Deceived. The incident regarding the video was merely a ruse. When Sinan burst into the club accompanied by his entourage, he found himself utterly deceived. Damn it, I've been played, he exclaimed, slamming his fist against the door in frustration, just as a notification pinged on his phone. Next time, come alone, or pay 20 million. What the hell? An increase of 10 million in a single day. Does the C family have a money printing press? Sinan glanced apprehensively at his companions. A sense of inexplicable dread creeping over him. How did that woman know he had brought people with him? Was every move he made under her watchful gaze? He had just returned to the country and had not offended anyone. Who could be orchestrating this against him? What's wrong? Changfang asked, taking a look at Sinan's phone. Damn, she really has the audacity to demand such an outrageous sum. Irritated, Sinan snatched the phone back and waved his hand dismissively at the others. Thank you for your hard work. You all can head back now. The group, comprised of Changfang's subordinates, were unfamiliar to Sinan, who had spent years abroad. They turned to leave only after Changfang gave the signal. If it were up to me, I would just pay to avert disaster. 20 million ISNT, an amount the C family cannot afford. Sinan gritted his teeth. Even if he called the police, everyone would know, and he wouldn't let that woman take advantage of him. It was one thing to sleep with him without compensation, but to blackmail him? When had Sinan ever been so humiliated? He vowed not to rest until he dragged that woman into the light. No sooner had he finished speaking than another message arrived on his phone. Call the police, and I will back up the video in 1,000 copies. The first will be sent to Si Chen tomorrow, at the top floor of the Baishui Mountain Villa. Come alone, or pay 30 million. Sinan felt a jolt of shock, nearly throwing his phone in outrage. He glanced at the corridor surveillance camera, the realization dawning upon him, and he raised his middle finger towards the camera, cursing vehemently, You vile creature. I will make you pay. Meanwhile, in a Bentley parked downstairs, Gu Weiyan observed Sinan's furious expression through her computer screen, a smirk playing on her lips. Little one, I'm waiting for you to make your move. After exiting the club, Sinan declined Changfang's invitation to drink, his mind troubled. All he wanted was to return home and have some milk. I'm not going. I'm annoyed. I'm going home. All right, I'll drive you, Changfang said, not insisting. Just as he opened the car door, a series of honks sounded nearby. Beep, beep, beep. Sinan looked up to see Gu Weiyan's Bentley. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned against the car door and told Changfang, You head back first. We can discuss tomorrow's matters later. Closing the door behind him, Sinan strode towards the Bentley. Troubles seemed to pile one upon another. Resolving at least one issue would be a relief. Since he could not handle this situation, he would focus on settling the matter of the engagement first. Why the long face? What has happened? As soon as he got into the car, Gu Weiyan handed him a bottle of milk. The same brand that had been on the C family's table and in Sinan's hands 3 years prior. Without a second thought, he opened the cap and took a large swig, completely off guard. His future sister-in-law could never harm him. Feeling vexed, By the way, what brings you here? I work nearby and feared it might be inconvenient for you to return home, so I came over once I finished my tasks. After all, I cannot neglect the fact that I collided with your vehicle, both morally and ethically. Gu Weiyan closed her laptop and turned to Sinan, asking what troubled him. If your elder brother cannot resolve it, I am more than willing to assist you. Upon hearing this, Sinan's conviction strengthened. This woman and his elder brother were undoubtedly destined for each other. If they did not unite, it would be a cosmic injustice. It's nothing. I can handle it myself, Sinan replied, gazing out the window, feeling an inexplicable warmth towards this future sister-in-law, who said the Miss Gu was cold and unfeeling. Her loyalty and spontaneity indicated that old man Si had misjudged her. After a moment of silence, Gu Weiyan suddenly suggested, "It's getting late, and I haven't had dinner yet. Why don't we dine together? I shall drive you back afterward." Sinan initially intended to decline, but then had a sudden inspiration. "Sure, I'll call my brother to see if he has finished. He is a wealthy bachelor, inherently inclined to spend money. Let us treat him today." Gu Weiyan furrowed her brow slightly but refrained from interrupting Sinan's actions. This lad was still somewhat unfamiliar to her, and she did not wish to startle him. Given the strength of the Si family, it would be unwise for her to act too overtly, such as resorting to kidnapping, although she had a strong desire to take him away immediately. The moment was not right. When the call connected, Si Yin was engaged in a video conference in his office. The company was currently operating a highly significant project with considerable profits, and he had been busy for several consecutive days because of it. Seeing Sinan's call, he raised his hand to interrupt the meeting. "Brother, are you done? I'm treating you to dinner." Si Yin chuckled, his expression devoid of the seriousness typical of someone in a position of authority. "You've been back for 2 days, and now you remember your brother? I've been a bit occupied these past few days. Besides those few friends of yours, what else could you be busy with?" Sinan frowned. "Don't insult my friends." All right, Si Yin replied, rubbing his temples to alleviate his fatigue. "Is it that your allowance has run short? I'll transfer some to you. Just wait until I finish this project and return home. Don't bother me for the next couple of days." Just as Sinan was about to say something further, he heard the busy tone on his phone. Moments later, a message alert chimed in. It was a money transfer with a note attached, 100,000 for 2 days of peace. Sinan curled his lip and unhesitatingly accepted the transfer. The wealthy bachelor had plenty of money. Why not take advantage of it? During the call, a Bentley had already pulled up in front of an elegant Western restaurant. "Will your brother come?" Gu Weiyan asked, feigning ignorance. "He is still busy," Sinan lamented, regretting the missed opportunity for mutual understanding. However, he reassured himself that there would be future chances. If he successfully arranged this union, he would not only escape the pressure of arranged marriages from old man Si, but also gain the dual affection of his brother and sister-in-law. Just the thought of it thrilled him. "We've arrived. Let us go inside." Upon hearing this, Sinan glanced out of the car window, feeling somewhat trapped in a dilemma. In truth, he had not wished to attend. The prospect of dining with his future sister-in-law, in the absence of Si Yin, struck him as rather peculiar. Yet, having arrived at the entrance, to refuse further would be decidedly impolite. The ambience of the restaurant was exquisite, tranquil, and tasteful. Not far away, a violinist played melodies that perfectly suited the romantic setting. It was undeniably an ideal place for amorous encounters. Nevertheless, Sinan remained composed, harboring no improper thoughts about his future sister-in-law. "I have a penchant for steak, hence my choice of this venue. I hope you don't mind," he remarked. "Not at all," Sinan replied, shaking his head. During a brief exchange between Gu Weiyan and the waiter, he discreetly captured a photograph of Gu Weiyan's profile. It must be said, a beauty is indeed a beauty. Her features were flawless from every angle. Long eyelashes, a prominent nose, and subtly upturned lips, her profile was simply stunning. Sinan scrolled through his phone, contemplating sending the image to Si Yin, but suddenly recalled his brother's request not to disturb him. Embarrassed, he quickly retracted the picture. "Shall we indulge in some wine?" Gu Weiyan cast a meaningful glance at Sinan. "I have 2 bottles of red wine here. Such a splendid atmosphere would certainly enhance the festivities." Chapter 5. Taking advantage of the situation, reflecting on the first day of his return to the country. Sinan recalled how he had let himself be led astray by alcohol, falling victim to manipulation and extortion. With a firm resolve, he declined the offer to drink any further. "I must return home shortly. If my father catches a whiff of alcohol on me, I shall surely face his reprimand." Gu Weiyan did not press him, inquiring softly, "Are you truly afraid of your father?" "It is not fear," he replied, "but rather a desire to avoid conflict. At my age, provoking him could lead to serious health issues, and that would be troublesome." Gu Weiyan's expression became slightly somber as she contemplated Sinan's perspective. Indeed, one should cherish their loved ones while they are still present, for once they are lost, it becomes impossible to express gratitude, just as with her father, who would never return. "I heard from your father that you have spent the past 3 years abroad. What prompted your departure?" "In my youth, I was impulsive and ill-informed," Sinan admitted, scratching his head. Yet, he did not feel embarrassed discussing the past. It was a matter of justice. I may have acted excessively, but I was not in the wrong. For years ago, while still in high school, I encountered bullying at school and, in a moment of rashness, I confronted the ringleader quite forcefully. His family had some influence, and they pursued the matter relentlessly for half a year. Eventually, my father, weary of the trouble, sent me abroad. Gu Weiyan was unaware of this incident. She had first met Sinan 3 years prior at an auction, shortly after his departure. Were you alone in that confrontation? Not entirely, but I bore the brunt of the consequences, as it was my decision to intervene. Gu Weiyan smiled. You possess a strong sense of justice and loyalty. I believe so, Sinan replied, pleased to find someone who appreciated his values. But my father disagrees. He often remarks that I am too impulsive to achieve anything worthwhile. He euphemistically calls it bravery without strategy and unkindly suggests that I have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Listening to Sinan's humorous remarks, Gu Weiyan could not help but laugh. Previously, she had only seen him as a handsome and clean-cut young man, akin to a blank canvas. She had not anticipated that he possessed such an intriguing character. Upholding justice is commendable. In the future, pursue whatever you desire. If your family fails to understand you, I shall support you. Her words were sincere. Perhaps 3 years ago, she could not have uttered such a sentiment, but now, she was ready to stand by him in all his decisions. This was also why she had been drawn to him from the start, yet had refrained from intruding upon his life until now, as the timing had finally felt right. Sinan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such warmth and loyalty from his future sister-in-law. If Siyan did not marry her, it would be an injustice. Their meal was remarkably pleasant, characterized by Sinan's humor and straightforwardness, which resonated with Gu Weiyan's appreciation for his values. Unbeknownst to them, the bond between them had deepened significantly. Upon returning home, Ce Chun and Jiang Qingyun had already retreated to their rooms for the night, and the servants had all gone to rest. Yet the lights in the living room remained aglow. At this moment, a beautiful and gentle woman, tall and slender, was seated on the sofa. Appearing to be in her 20s, her long black hair was elegantly styled into a bun, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. However, unbeknownst to others, Sinan was well aware that the woman's seemingly refined demeanor was merely a facade. Her nature was quite fiery, especially towards her adorable, pitiable, and endearing younger brother. She was utterly ruthless, akin to a fierce predator. Recognizing that he had landed himself in trouble today, Sinan approached with a sense of trepidation and enveloped Siran in a warm embrace. Sister, I'm finally back. You must have missed me terribly. Siran chuckled softly, playfully pushing him away, causing Sinan to plop down onto the sofa. Spare me the theatrics. Did you take my sports car for a joyride? Sinan weakly nodded in response. The truth was, it wasn't entirely his fault. Although their family was affluent, their possessions were limited, prioritizing quality over quantity. Therefore, regardless of their value, each person only had one vehicle, with no extras to spare. Having just returned from abroad, Sinan had yet to procure a car of his own, and Siren happened to be away on a business trip, leaving her sports car idle in the garage, which Sinan had thus utilized. Where's the car? He stammered. Oh, it's being repaired. Being repaired? Siran's eyes widened as she pinched Sinan's arm, the pretense of her sophistication evaporating instantly. Great. You managed to wreck it within a day. What else in this house can you possibly ruin? It wasn't my fault. I was rear-ended. Sinan protested, flashing a sheepish grin as he rubbed his arm. It was someone else's fault, not mine. The repairs are free. Quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Siran retorted, her frustration mounting. That sports car was a brand new model she had acquired just last year, and she had cherished it dearly. Little did she expect that this boy, having returned merely 2 days ago, would already have caused such havoc. Sinan, feeling a pang of guilt, exclaimed, Dad said he would buy me a new one tomorrow. How about I give you the new one in exchange? Upon hearing this, Siran was even more incensed. She leaned down and grasped Sinan by the neck, gritting her teeth as she shouted, My sports car is a limited edition Ferrari that has long been discontinued. Do you think you can replace it with an identical one? Cough cough. Sinan fell back onto the sofa, playfully tussling with Siran. Mom, help. Your daughter has gone rabid. You little rascal. How dare you call me a dog? Just wait until I choke you. Sister, calm down. I haven't had my rabies vaccine. As they frolicked, the collar of Sinan's t-shirt slipped, revealing a faint pink mark. Siran, with keen eyes, tugged at the collar, noticing more such marks beneath. Her eyes narrowed. At just 20, you dare to emulate those unscrupulous men in their pursuits of women. Dad, your son. Sinan's heart raced. and he sprang up from the sofa, swiftly covering Si Ran's mouth. Regardless of who was pursuing whom, within the confines of the family's upbringing, any association with women was deemed improper, and the repercussions were invariably the same. Should this matter come to the attention of the old man Si, his wrath would surely result in a broken leg. Sister, have mercy. My brother has merely committed a transgression that any man across the globe might fall prey to. Impulses arise from the heart, and one struggles to contain them. You lack understanding of a man's affairs. Humph. Si Ran wrenched her hand away from Si Nan, scoffing. Eldest brother would never act so foolishly. It is you, my dear boy, who possesses both the mind of a thief and the audacity to match. Indeed, I was mistaken. Sister, please show leniency. This matter must remain concealed from the old man. Otherwise, who shall attend to your needs in the future? A month. Si Nan gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. That wretched woman, taking advantage of the flames, deal struck. Now that is more acceptable, Si Ran replied, straightening her posture while gesturing at her shoulder. Here. Give it a good thump. In a place unseen by Si Ran, Si Nan discreetly mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, then resignedly began to pound her shoulder with precisely the right amount of force. Sister, yesterday on my way home, I overheard a secret, one that pertains to you. Are you curious to know? Chapter 6. Strike first to avoid harm. What secret? In a moment of mischief, Si Nan smirked, recalling his conversation with his parents from the previous evening. As he returned home, he had overheard them discussing Si Ran. Si Ran turned her head. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping her. What had they said? Clearing his throat, Si Nan exaggeratedly recounted the words of Si Ichin to Si Ran. They mentioned that you are no longer a child. It is time to seek a suitor and not linger at home indefinitely. In 3 days, the Gu family will host a charity gala where numerous business elites are expected to attend. They intend for you to engage in a marriage alliance. Furthermore, they asserted that this is a path that must be taken as a member of the Si family, leaving you no room for dissent. Si Ran's expression changed. She could not escape her fate, no matter how hard she tried. Ultimately, the destiny of a marriage alliance awaited her. Yet, she was only 24 and did not wish to marry so soon. Moreover, she had already 3 days. Si Ran suddenly rose, grabbing her bag from the sofa, ready to leave. Just before exiting, she turned back and issued a warning to Si Nan. My parents are still unaware of my return. You better keep your mouth shut. If you dare to spill, I will tell Dad about your escapades with women. Si Nan suppressed a laugh, tightly sealing his lips as he nodded. If there are any updates from Mom and Dad, inform me promptly. Si Nan nodded again, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Si Ran tapped his forehead lightly, saying, I'll deal with you when I return. Si Ran was dispatched on a business trip again, estimated to last 4 days, conveniently coinciding with the charity gala hosted by the Gu family. However, only Si Nan was privy to the underlying intricacies. With one less threat looming, Si Nan felt an overwhelming sense of joy, nearly forgetting that a woman was still extorting him. The following day, Si Nan, armed with the black card gifted by Si Ichin, acquired a George Patton battle sword, touted as the most formidable off-road vehicle, costing just under 4 million. He had contemplated this vehicle for quite some time. The price was neither exorbitant nor trivial, perfectly suited for him. After completing the paperwork, he drove his desired car along the smooth highway, his spirits soaring. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the car's system. Si Nan's hand trembled, causing the vehicle to sway slightly. He had developed a reflexive response to such sounds. Seizing the moment while waiting at a red light, he glanced at his phone. Another image awaited him. Once again, it featured a woman with her back to the camera, her identity obscured. Yet this time, the man beneath her had completely shed his upper garments, and his trousers were in disarray, caught in an indecorous position, eliciting vivid imaginations. Damn, tonight at the top-floor club of Bihue Mountain Villa, come alone, or pay 40 million. Staring at the message on his phone, a furious blaze ignited in Si Nan's eyes, threatening to consume him. He had just returned to the country, having offended no one, and he could not fathom who was behind this. Could it be? Damn it, 3 years have passed, and this affair is still unresolved? The incessant beeping of horns echoed as the green light remained illuminated for an eternity, and the vehicles behind grew increasingly impatient. In a fit of frustration, Si Nan slammed his fist against the steering wheel. What are you honking for? If you have the guts, sir, over my head. As the luxury car resumed its journey, Si Nan's mood plummeted to an all-time low. What was he to do? The woman had been monitoring his every move, and locating help seemed impossible. Calling the police? But what if she became enraged and disseminated the video widely? The Xi family would face utter disgrace in Yun City. 40 million? How audacious. Humph. Tonight he would inform that woman that he possessed not a single cent. That evening, Sinan donned a crisp white shirt, discreetly concealing a folding knife within his sleeve. For the sake of precaution, he devised a dual plan. He instructed Chung Fong to wait outside the villa with a group of men, ready to storm in if he failed to emerge within an hour. This matter required swift resolution. The longer it lingered, the greater the peril. Are you certain you can handle this alone? Outside the villa, Ching Fong gazed at the lush scenery, his heart heavy with concern. Sinan adjusted his sleeve. Exuding an air of fearlessness, he had never backed down from a fight. Regardless of whether someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes, he would fight with all his might. Rest assured, wait for my signal. Once I'm inside, I'll send you my location. If I Haven Tea come out in an hour, then you can come in. Be careful, Chung Fong replied, brimming with righteous indignation. Once we catch that woman, we'll make her pay. Sinan patted his shoulder reassuringly before striding towards the villa. Chung Fong glanced at his watch, anxious not to miss a moment. He was deeply invested in Sinan's plight, particularly since 4 years ago. He had been the fiercest fighter, yet all the blame had fallen upon Sinan. Upon entering the top-floor VIP lounge, Sinan retrieved his phone and sent a message to the enigmatic woman. I have arrived. Which room? Mere seconds passed before a reply materialized. Devoid of inquiries about his solitude, whether he was being followed, or if the police had been alerted, it seemed she was acutely aware of his every action. You are quite obedient. Turn left, go straight, then right, the innermost room. The code is 3322, armed with the precise location. Sinan promptly forwarded the message to Chung Fong. Following the directions, he swiftly arrived at the designated room, standing at the threshold. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door as instructed. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a pitch-black interior, illuminated only by faint rays of light filtering through the window. Sinan hesitated momentarily, gripping the folding knife tightly in his palm as he stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him. Sinan froze, swiftly turning to brace himself, but the darkness of the room rendered him momentarily disoriented. As he acclimatized, he discerned a figure slowly approaching him through the dim light. Damn it! How dare you mess with me? You're courting death! Sinan roared, not granting his opponent a moment's reprieve as he swung the folding knife in his grasp. He understood well the adage that the first to strike prevails, while the latter suffers the consequences. In the darkness, Gu Weiyin smirked, meeting the glinting blade head-on. With a swift motion, she seized his wrist, while her other hand deftly produced a miniature syringe, delivering a quick jab to his waist. Moments later, Sinan's body slumped, and Gu Weiyin seized the opportunity to wrest the knife from his grip, tossing him onto the bed with a fluid motion. Within the span of a minute, she had firmly established her dominance. Sinan felt a wave of weakness wash over him, yet his mind remained alert. He watched, wide-eyed, as a shadow gradually approached the bedside and then climbed atop him, a sense of panic swelling within. Who are you? We have no acquaintance. Why are you plotting against me? Chapter 7. Gu Weiyin's injury. Gu Weiyin possessed extraordinary night vision. Even the faintest glimmer of light seeping through the window allowed her to discern Sinan's features with clarity, including the panic reflected in his eyes. However, Sinan found himself at a disadvantage in this regard. Gazing at the shadow before him, he could ascertain only that it was a person, but little else was visible. A soft chuckle escaped Gu Weiyin's lips, followed by a moment of silence. The game was still in progress, and she could not reveal her identity just yet. Sinan, upon hearing her laughter, felt a surge of anger. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you this, if you want money, you can forget it. The faint scent of milk lingered in the air. Gu Weiyin lowered her head and greedily inhaled, as if addicted. What a foolish child, she thought. For all she desired was to freely indulge in the aroma that enveloped him, reminiscing about the magic of that night. Who on earth are you? If I have a grudge against you, you better say it outright. Is this game amusing to you? He spat, laced with profanity. Gu Weiyin's brow furrowed slightly, and in a punishing manner, she kissed Sinan, her lips pressing against his as if to consume him whole. Her disdain for vulgarity compelled her to correct this flaw in him. Unaccustomed to intimate encounters with women, Sinan found himself gasping for breath, his face reddening to the roots of his ears. Who could have imagined that the notoriously unruly young master of the Xi family would be so innocent? As he finally caught his breath, Sinan exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" Just as the words left his mouth, Gu Weiyin playfully bit down on his collarbone, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. "This isn't over," he protested, feeling her teeth graze his waist and then his backside. "Get off me," You pervert. Sinan was far from submissive. He would not yield easily. Had he been the kind to give in, he would never have ended up sent abroad. He loathed being passive, especially in a situation where he could do nothing but endure her whims. All he could wish for was for the hour to pass swiftly, for Chengfang to arrive and rescue him. At that moment, he vowed to dismantle this pervert piece by piece and drag her to an underground establishment, forcing her into servitude. Time stretched on, though Sinan's fatigue began to ebb. As he regained a modicum of strength, he contemplated retaliating against her. Yet, Gu Weiyin halted her actions, rising to her feet. She gently pinched his cheek before departing through the door. Sinan glared at her retreating figure. His teeth clenched in rage. You wretched woman, once I catch you, I will ensure your demise. After a brief moment of respite, he felt capable of slight movement. Struggling, he managed to dress himself. As he attempted to rise from the bed, his legs trembled, nearly collapsing beneath him. Determined to locate her quickly, he steadied himself against the wall and opened the door, stepping into the brightly lit corridor. Squinting against the brightness, he gradually adjusted. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there were still 10 minutes remaining until the hour was up. He intended to retrieve his phone to call Chengfang, only to discover it was missing. Gu Weiyin had stealthily taken his phone when he left. Mr. Gu, the project proposal is complete, encompassing 10 distinct plans for your review. As Sinan descended in the elevator and reached the ground floor, a familiar figure approached, flanked by 2 impeccably dressed gentlemen, who appeared to be high-ranking executives. Sinan. Gu Weiyin stood at the elevator's entrance, gazing at the occupants with a hint of surprise. What brings you here? Sinan smirked, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to cry in his sister-in-law's embrace. Yet he restrained himself, understanding the boundaries of their relationship. Gu Weiyin handed the proposal to the vice president beside her, instructing, You both go ahead and rest. I have some matters to attend to. The 2 vice presidents nodded and took another elevator upstairs. Sinan, still feeling the lingering effects of the medication, moved sluggishly. Observing this, Gu Weiyin stepped forward and offered her support. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? No, I'm fine. I just need a moment, Sinan replied, touched by Gu Weiyin's concern. Her kindness before even entering the door solidified his admiration for her as his future sister-in-law. Sister, what brings you here? I came for a meeting. This estate is well equipped, allowing employees to unwind post-discussion. Sinan nodded, appreciating her thoughtfulness as a boss. Realizing why the Gu Corporation flourished so remarkably. An hour passed. Chengfang, noticing Sinan had not emerged from the estate, charged in with his team. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Gu Weiyin supporting Sinan as they exited the elevator. It's her, isn't it? Damn it, that conniving witch. Daring to scheme against my brother. Chengfang seethed, clenching his teeth as he advanced, drawing out a pair of nunchaku concealed at his lower back. And with a swift motion, he swung them at her. Regardless of gender, anyone who dared to harm Sinan was an enemy, and he would not hesitate to retaliate. Stop. It's not her. Sinan, alarmed, attempted to intervene, but as he stumbled forward, Gu Weiyin had already pulled in behind her and raised her arm in defense. With a resounding thud, the nunchaku struck Gu Weiyin's arm. Ah! She gasped in pain, instinctively stepping back, colliding with Sinan, and they both fell to the ground in a tumble. The events unfolded with such rapidity that Sinan was caught off guard. Sister, are you all right? He struggled to reach her side, anxiously assessing her condition. That blow would surely lead to injury, and as he rolled up her sleeve, her arm was visibly swollen. Chengfang, you fool, did I authorize you to act? Employees who had arrived slightly late, upon witnessing Gu Weiyin injured, rushed to assist her. You're hurt. Quickly, to the hospital. Gu Weiyin, suppressing her pain, cast a glance at Sinan. Today, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation for this matter. Chapter 8. Finally found her, is it not her? Chengfang scratched his head in confusion, inexplicably recalling the shredded garments from that day in the hotel. With such beauty, she certainly did not resemble that brute. You're in trouble now, he thought, noticing Sinan's movements were still somewhat uncoordinated as he struggled to rise from the ground. Hurry up and help me up. Chengfang assisted Sinan to his feet, his gaze sweeping from head to toe. What happened to you? Did you get beaten again? Have you seen that woman clearly this time? Sinan ignored him, instead focusing on the direction in which Gu Weiyin had departed, feeling a mix of guilt and anxiety. Quick, take me to the hospital. After a lengthy journey, the effects of the medication within Sinan had finally dissipated, and by the time they exited the vehicle, he was already lively and animated. He hurried to catch up with Gu Weiyin, assisting her with some examinations. Fortunately, her arm was merely swollen and not broken. Sister, I am sorry. Gu Weiyin glanced at Xinan before instructing a nearby staff member, "You all may return now. Let Deputy General Chen decide on the proposal. I need a few days to rest. Let him conduct the meeting, and after it concludes, you should all relax at the villa. All expenses will be deducted from my personal account." "Understood, General Gu. Moreover, do not disclose this incident to anyone. I do not wish to hear any rumors." "Yes, rest assured, General Gu. We will head back now." "All right." As Gu Weiyin spoke, Xinan kept his head lowered, his right foot unconsciously tapping the ground, resembling a child who had misbehaved. "Take me home." "Oh." Upon receiving the command, Xinan immediately followed suit. This situation was his fault. Cheng Fang had only acted out of concern, leading to the misunderstanding. Therefore, after Cheng Fang had taken him to the hospital, he sent him back to avoid further angering Gu Weiyin. If she were to be upset, let it be directed at him, whether through reprimand or scolding. He would accept it all. "Is this a new car?" Gu Weiyin observed the interior of the vehicle from the passenger seat, noting its impressive spaciousness. "Yes, I just picked it up this morning." Xinan felt a flutter of unease as Gu Weiyin did not mention the earlier incident. After a moment of silence, Gu Weiyin suddenly turned to Xinan and asked, "Now, tell me, what exactly happened today? Why did your friend attack me without reason? Provide me with a plausible explanation, and for your sake, I may choose not to pursue the matter further." Xinan's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, his knuckles turning pale. He was uncertain how to respond. If Gu Weiyin were to learn of his connection with that woman, would she deem the men of the Xi family as unworthy, thus rejecting his elder brother and refusing to consider a union with the Xi family or ending their partnership? Whatever decision she made would result in considerable losses for both him and the Xi family. Gu Weiyin glanced down at her swollen arm and softly remarked, "Your friend has maliciously harmed me and will face legal consequences, regardless of the physical injuries I have suffered or the emotional distress, as well as the economic impact on Gu Corporation during my recovery. The Cheng family cannot afford such burdens." The expression on Xinan's face faltered, his fingers gripping the steering wheel turning pale. Gu Weiyin spoke the truth. The Cheng family had only recently experienced rapid development. Thus, in the eyes of the elite society of Yun City, they were at best a third-rate family, hardly on the same level as the Gu family. If Gu Weiyin truly sought to hold grudges, the Cheng family could only face the consequences. "So, have you thought about how to articulate this?" Gu Weiyin timely reminded, noticing Xinan's lingering hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Xinan steeled his resolve. He decided to cast caution to the wind. Let it be whatever it may. Subsequently, he recounted the events of the past few days to Gu Weiyin in detail. She listened quietly, her demeanor calm. "So, you slept with that woman, and now she is threatening you?" Xinan retorted, his face flushed. "It's not that I slept with that woman. Rather, she slept with me." "Is there a distinction?" "Of course there is." Xinan suddenly recalled something and hastily added, "This matter concerns my personal conduct. It has nothing to do with my elder brother. He is quite upright and in good mental and physical health. Why not discuss this with your family? Let them assist you in resolving it?" Gu Weiyin interrupted Xinan, expressing no interest in Xiyan. The person she had initially been drawn to was the clean and handsome young man standing behind him. Sometimes, emotions unfold in such a manner that once they take root, even a fleeting moment feels eternal. 3 years had passed, and that young boy had matured, while she had ascended to great heights. The timing was impeccable. How could I dare to inform them? Xinan felt a twinge of grievance. You may see my father as a respectable figure, but his thoughts are quite antiquated. To him, engaging in promiscuity before marriage signifies moral decay. Even if I were manipulated, he would argue that one hand cannot clap alone. That flies do not land on an unblemished egg. If he were to learn of this, he would break my legs. Gu Weiyan's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated the strict upbringing of the Xi family. However, this realization confirmed a fact for her. Despite his mischievousness, this young man had undoubtedly never been involved with any woman before her. She was his first and would undoubtedly be his last. From now on, with her presence, she would ensure that no other woman would encroach upon his life. Turn right ahead, back to Shui Mountain Villa. Xinan glanced at her. Your arm is injured. Do you still intend to return to work? Gu Weiyan's tone was calm, revealing no concealment of her thoughts. I am here to help you solve this issue. Since we have crossed paths, I cannot stand idly by. Xinan was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. The intersection is here. Why aren't you turning? Huh. Oh. At her words, Xinan snapped back to reality, promptly signaling a right turn and steering the car towards Shui Mountain Villa. Gu Weiyan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her expression poised. Do you think I wouldn't help you? Sinan blinked, and to be honest, he truly did not anticipate that Gu Weiyin would choose to assist him. It was unexpected. Sinan turned his head to glance at Gu Weiyin. And under the glow of the street lamp, her gentle brows and eyes, along with her serene and unique aura, resembled that of a celestial being from the heavens. The more he looked, the more he found this woman before him to be both beautiful and approachable. In the future, she would undoubtedly become the best sister-in-law in the world. Upon returning to Bai Shui Mountain Villa, Gu Weiyin immediately sought out someone to employ technical means to restore the tampered surveillance footage. As he watched the woman appear on the monitor, Sinan gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to leap into the screen and annihilate that detestable woman. Damn it, he had finally found her. Chapter 9. The tricky video in the surveillance footage. The woman possessed a tall and alluring figure, accentuated by a sleek black dress, reminiscent of the lady in the photographs on Sinan's phone. Regrettably, in her effort to conceal her identity, she donned a mask and a wide-brimmed black knit hat, obscuring her visage entirely from Sinan's view. Damn it, that wretched woman. Once I catch her, I shall teach her a lesson about propriety. Mind your language. Gu Weiyin interjected, her brow slightly furrowed. I do not appreciate such words. Sinan was taken aback, a tinge of embarrassment washing over him. Oh, my apologies. I've grown accustomed to speaking that way. I shall amend my behavior. In truth, his family maintained a commendable moral standard, particularly his elder brother, who was always courteous. Gu Weiyin, seated before the surveillance monitor, turned her gaze towards Sinan. Today, you have already had direct contact with that woman, and you were sober. Did you impart any wisdom to her? Sinan's unfinished words caught in his throat, his face reddening at an observable rate. He would never confess that rather than educating the woman, he had been schooled by her instead. This woman is cunning. She tricked me. So, you were outsmarted yet again. Gu Weiyin observed Sinan's flushed cheeks with an air of amusement, feigning ignorance. The footage shows that you spent 40 minutes in the room together. What transpired during that time? At this, Sinan's face grew even warmer. Discussing such matters was beyond his capacity. And nothing much, we just chatted about life, explored some thoughts. His stammering elicited a faint smile from Gu Weiyin. Suddenly, Sinan's eyes lit up, and he pointed exultantly. Sister, look. That woman tossed my phone into the flower pot outside. Wait for me, I'll retrieve it. As he hurriedly dashed away, Gu Weiyin's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of deep amusement. How shy he is after just a few kisses. I wonder how much more bashful he will become in the future. I find myself quite eager. The phone was retrieved, yet the woman remained elusive, leaving Sinan with a sense of disappointment as the threat lingered. Gu Weiyin exited the surveillance room, offering gentle reassurances. Do not worry. I will assist you in this matter and ensure your family remains unaware. It's getting late. You should return home. I will inform you of any developments. A warmth spread through Sinan's heart, and he silently praised, Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. Thank you, sister. Rest assured. I will also do everything in my power regarding you and my elder brother. Gu Weiyin's expression shifted slightly. You cheeky boy. I merely wish to be close to you, and yet you push me towards another. I shall remember this slight. Dingling. In the early hours of the following day, as the first light of dawn broke, Sinan remained ensnared in a nightmare, wrestling with that woman. Suddenly, he jolted awake, startled by the notification sound from his phone. Damn. Ugh, that wretched woman. Why can't she just disappear? Emerging from his cocoon of blankets, he irritably grabbed his phone to check. The matter has been resolved. Gu Weiyin. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Sinan abruptly sat upright, glancing uncertainly at the message on his phone. Resolved? Has that woman been located? How was she found? With a cascade of questions swirling in his mind, Sinan promptly dialed Gu Weiyin's number. Hello, the owner is injured and currently recuperating. Please leave a message. Sinan set down his phone, a warm surge flowing through his heart and radiating to his limbs. His sister-in-law was truly remarkable. Even in her injured state, she was so attentive to his matters, resolving the issue with such alacrity. She must have been busy all night. With this thought in mind, Sinan hastily rose from his bed, conducted a quick wash, and descended the stairs. He could not allow Gu Weiyin to bear the burden alone. He needed to bring warmth to his sister-in-law and allow her to experience the affection of the Si family. Downstairs, the servants were already awake and bustling about. Upon seeing Sinan descend, they were momentarily taken aback. Had the sun risen in the west today? The young master of the Si family, known for his love of sleeping in, had risen unusually early. Uncle Wu, please prepare a bit more for breakfast. Add some extra red dates to the 8 treasure porridge. Aunt Lu, could you help me find 2 large thermos containers? I have a use for them. As dawn broke, Sinan could hardly contain his excitement as he carried 2 sizable thermos containers and drove his beloved vehicle towards Baishui Villa. In the guest room, Gu Weiyin watched as the red dot on the locator drew nearer to Baishui Villa, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her fish had already taken the bait. Knock, knock, knock. 10 minutes later, the door echoed, and Gu Weiyin opened it, her expression slightly fatigued. Sinan, what brings you here? I've come to deliver breakfast, Sinan replied, lifting the thermos container slightly. And I brought a gift for Siyan. My elder brother sent me. Gu Weiyin chuckled. Come in. Sinan surveyed the room, noting the awkwardness of a solitary male in the presence of his future sister-in-law. Perhaps I should wait for you in the tea room. Gu Weiyin regarded Sinan with profound eyes, concealing a trace of inscrutable emotion. What are you afraid of? A clean conscience casts no shadows. Besides, I have a rather delicate matter that requires your attention. A delicate matter? Sinan's heart raced, his legs acting faster than his thoughts as he stepped into the room. Sister, you found that woman, didn't you? Where is she? What does she look like? I haven't seen her. I merely arranged for someone to locate her through various channels. She was quite cautious, and it took considerable effort. Sinan felt a twinge of curiosity. How was the situation handled? Gu Weiyin casually leaned against the sofa, deliberately applying some ointment for bruises to her swollen arm in plain sight of Sinan. Naturally, we resolved it with money. You gave her money? Sinan exclaimed, his voice rising uncontrollably. Doesn't that mean she got off easy? What else would you suggest? Gu Weiyin cast a sidelong glance at Sinan. Do you wish to sleep with her instead? She was indeed looking forward to it, though she feared that this young man might uncover her identity, leading to conflict or even causing him to distance himself from her. The color drained from Sinan's face, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. So, how much did you give her? Let's settle on 20 million. 20 million? Sinan's eyes widened in astonishment. In his childhood, during his abduction, he had not paid a single cent as ransom. Now, having been schemed against, he was expected to pay that woman a staggering sum. The more he contemplated, the more suffocated he felt. However, this matter was being handled by Gu Weiyin, who genuinely wished to assist him, regardless of her motives. He had no right to cast blame. What about the video? Is it coming over? Gu Weiyin opened her laptop on the desk, turning it towards Sinan and gesturing with her chin. I've already had it assessed. There are no backups. Upon seeing the live-stream video residing on Gu Weiyin's computer, an ominous premonition surged within Sinan. So, you didn't watch it, did you? I did. The situation was quite intense. Chapter 10. Where did the sister-in-law come from? Sinan felt a profound impact on his worldview upon witnessing a live-streaming video featuring his future sister-in-law and his younger uncle. With his head bowed and cheeks flushed, he glanced at the video. It was not that he had a penchant for such content. Rather, he was merely curious to ascertain the appearance of the woman who dared to extort him. He was determined to ensure she would pay dearly for her audacity. However, the video was disappointingly brief. Sinan observed for a moment and realized it concluded before any garments were removed, leaving him to ponder whether Gu Weiyin had been deceived. The subsequent content had been entirely erased, and Gu Weiyin spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if her motivations were rooted solely in favor of Sinan. Such material posed a potential risk. Once viewed, it ought to be deleted. Deleted? Sinan felt no suspicion, merely a simmering frustration. Did you at least get a good look at what she looks like? Just as you saw, she was turned away from the camera the entire time. I did not catch a glimpse of her features, Gu Weiyin replied, casting a meaningful glance at Sinan, raising an eyebrow and adding, although your expression was quite captivating. Coughing lightly, Sinan's face instantly turned crimson, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Well, about that matter. That incident is behind us. You need not worry about that woman threatening you any longer. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter confidential. I will not breathe a word to you, dear brother. Thank you. Sinan felt a twinge of disappointment. The loss felt rather significant, and he struggled to swallow his indignation. Yet, before Gu Weiyin, he kept his emotions in check. After deleting the video, he closed his laptop and set the breakfast from the thermos neatly on the table. Sister, I will certainly find a way to repay you. It may just take a little time. Although their family was not lacking in finances, this situation was particularly delicate, and he wished to resolve it independently, even though it may pose some economic difficulties. Gu Weiyin, observing Sinan's blissfully oblivious demeanor, one who had been taken advantage of yet still counted the thief's money, found him increasingly endearing. This foolish boy would likely suffer greatly without her protection in the future. No need. It's merely 20 million, a trivial matter. This breakfast is a fair exchange. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was almost moved to tears, nearly bursting with gratitude. He recalled how, in his eagerness to provide warmth to his sister-in-law that morning, he had neglected to relieve himself of his discomfort. There was no time for further expressions of thanks, and he quickly stood up. "Sister, please eat first. I have matters to attend to. I must return now. All right, be careful on the way. Rest assured, my elder brother will certainly attend the charity gala. I will handle your affairs." As Su Wanqing departed, laughing carefree, Gu Weiyan's gaze turned slightly cold. That little rascal would soon find himself crying every day once she had him under her thumb. In the past few days, Su Wanqing had been exceedingly busy. Su Wanqing had returned home for 3 or 4 days without catching a glimpse of him. The charity gala hosted by the Gu family was set for tomorrow, a splendid opportunity for high society ladies and young elites to connect and engage. In an effort to unite Su Wanqing and Gu Weiyan, Su Wanqing was truly anxious. One evening, as Su Wanqing parked his car downstairs at the company, he noticed a man stepping out, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, with an attractive visage, exuding an air of elegance and charm. "Big brother," Su Wanqing called out, striding over and enveloping Su Wanqing in a warm embrace. "I've missed you so much." Su Wanqing chuckled, giving Su Wanqing a pat on the back, noting that after several months apart, he had grown sturdier. "Of course," Su Wanqing replied, lifting his arm to showcase the biceps concealed beneath his clothing, proudly declaring, "I've been working out regularly. Look, am I not impressive? Now, I could take on 2 of you in a fight." Su Wanqing, somewhat speechless, remarked, "You're 20 now, yet you still talk about fighting every day. When will you mature?" Su Wanqing lowered his arm and pouted. "Who told you and sister to bully me when we were younger? A gentleman's revenge is never too late." "That's incorrect. It's about affection through playful roughhousing," Su Wanqing retorted, raising his foot as if to kick, but Su Wanqing had already sprinted away. "Not this trick again. Can't you come up with something new?" Su Wanqing chuckled, pulling out a bottle of milk from his pocket and tossing it to Su Wanqing. The motion was casual and natural, albeit somewhat incongruous with his demeanor. Su Wanqing caught it, astonished. "How did you know I would come?" "Mom called me earlier." Su Wanqing beckoned for Su Wanqing to come closer. "Considering you haven't caused any trouble in the past 6 months, let me treat you to a meal." "What are we eating?" "Sichuan cuisine." The Sichuan restaurant next to the company had just opened in the past few days and had gained popularity among influencers. Knowing Su Wanqing's fondness for lively atmospheres, Su Wanqing had reserved a table in advance. Under normal circumstances, he would not have chosen to dine there. "Brother, let us have a drink." With the heavy burden lifted from his heart, Su Wanqing felt elated, suddenly struck by a craving for alcohol. Alcohol muddles the mind. "Best to refrain," Su Wanqing replied earnestly. "I still have work to finish, and there's a meeting to attend after dinner." Su Wanqing pouted. "If I'm not drinking, then I'll stick to milk." "Guess who I saw recently?" Su Wanqing asked mysteriously. "Who?" "I saw sister-in-law." At this, Su Wanqing, who was usually calm and collected, nearly spat out his tea. Sister-in-law? Could it be that the girlfriend he had been discreetly seeing has been discovered by the family? That shouldn't be possible. He had been so careful. How would this kid know? "What nonsense are you spouting? Where did you find a sister-in-law?" "You'll see soon enough," Su Wanqing said, pulling out his phone to show Su Wanqing a profile shot of Gu Weiyan taken a couple of days prior, preemptively giving him a heads up. "Brother, look at this woman. Isn't she beautiful?" Su Wanqing took the phone and glanced at it. Gu Weiyan? At a French restaurant? How could she be dining with Xiaonan? In a bid to enhance Gu Weiyan's impression in Su Wanqing's mind, Su Wanqing spared no effort in showering her with praise. She is exceptionally kind-hearted, loyal, and possesses a striking beauty. Moreover, she is acquainted with you, and most importantly, she harbors feelings for you. Su Wanqing, puzzled, inquired. "How do you know?" Su Wanqing replied, "She said it herself, praising your excellence and masculine charm." "Brother, you cannot imagine the brightness in her eyes when she speaks of you." Su Wanqing maintained a calm demeanor, yet turmoil brewed within him. Something was amiss. There was definitely a hidden agenda. Gu Weiyan, renowned in the business world as the cold-faced demon, was known for her decisive and ruthless methods, surpassing even Gu Jingchuan from years past. What man would dare approach such a woman? If she were unwilling, who could possibly share a meal with her at the same table? And yet, it was at a French restaurant under the guise of romance. "How did you come to know her?" Su Wanqing asked. "You need not concern yourself with that." Su Wanqing leaned forward. "Tomorrow, the Gu family is hosting a charity gala. Brother, this is an excellent opportunity. You must seize this remarkable woman. Furthermore, this aligns with Father's wishes." I overheard a conversation between him and mother upon my return home. They said, "You're already 28. It's time to find a wife. As a member of the C family, a strategic union is the only path, and your consent is irrelevant." Sinan spoke with a sense of gravity. As long as he wasn't the one entering a union, he would take advantage of the situation. Sinan's expression darkened slightly, yet he harbored no suspicion regarding Sinan's words. As the eldest in the family, if a union was indeed necessary to solidify the C family's position in Yun City, he would be the first to comply. However, he was unwilling. He desired his own love, and his destiny must be in his own hands. Observing Sinan and recalling his appearance with Gu Weiyan at the restaurant, Sinan suddenly comprehended the situation. How could a woman with such a frigid demeanor easily descend from her pedestal? The only explanation was that she had taken a liking to this young man. Yet, this young man seemed oblivious to her affections and even sought to play matchmaker. After a moment of silence, Sinan suddenly smiled. "Very well, I shall attend the charity gala tomorrow." Sinan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's settled. Chapter 11. Celebrations. Knock, knock, knock. "Miss, the charity gala is about to commence." "Understood," Gu Weiyan replied indifferently upon hearing the knocking. In the dimly lit room, a projection screen, nearly the size of an entire wall, vividly displayed a video. Within the frame, a handsome young man had his hands bound to a bed. His fair complexion flushed slightly due to intoxication. His breathing was somewhat erratic, and his beautifully toned body trembled slightly, with his elongated neck arching upward, revealing an alluring Adam's apple. On that very Adam's apple rested the crimson lips of a woman. "Be good. Tell sister, do you desire this?" "Yes," came a voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing, resonating through the room, imbued with a fatal allure. "Sister, give it to me." Nestled on a black leather sofa, Gu Weiyan gently swirled the contents of her wine glass, her dark eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment under the light. After 3 long years, she was finally poised to ensnare her prey. This time, she intended to hold this man firmly within her grasp, ensuring he could never escape. Watching the man in the video succumb to desire, Gu Weiyan curled her lips into a smile, downing the red wine in her glass. The slightly astringent liquid slid down her throat, suppressing the intense yearning within her. Setting down the glass, she turned off the video, then rose and stepped out of the room. This video was her treasured possession, something no one could covet. Of course, if her little darling wished to see it, she wouldn't mind sharing, as long as he wasn't upset. The venue for this charity gala was a luxurious hotel owned by the Gu family. As night fell, soothing melodies floated through the lavish banquet hall, a space where wealth and power intertwined. Beneath the exquisite crystal chandeliers, elegantly attired men raised their glasses, engaging in laughter and conversation. The women, adorned in resplendent attire, whispered in clusters, their beauty captivating. In a corner of the banquet hall, Sinan lounged on a sofa, idly fiddling with his phone. Dressed casually in a white t-shirt and distressed jeans, his long legs crossed in a fashionable, yet effortlessly noble manner. He was clearly a young master raised amidst affluence. Though his attire clashed with the gala's opulence, his exquisitely refined face was enough to make one overlook everything else. To be candid, he held little interest in the dazzling socialites of the evening. If not for the need to facilitate a connection between his elder brother and Gu Weiyan, he would have seized any opportunity to slip away. "Look at that young man over there, so youthful and handsome. How come I've never seen him before? Are you smitten? Who would he be drawn to a wealthy and attractive gentleman? I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Why not just ask him? He looks young enough to still be a virgin." A few women nearby had noticed Sinan and had begun to gossip. While they frequently attended such galas, this was Sinan's first experience. In his youth, he lacked opportunities and later spent over 3 years abroad, making it unsurprising that they did not recognize him. However, his unfamiliarity coupled with his striking appearance attracted numerous individuals eager to extend an olive branch. After all, those who frequent such places are either affluent or influential, and establishing connections could prove advantageous. Perhaps one might even ensnare a lucrative partnership, a union between businesses leading to mutual prosperity. A few women exchanged glances, intending to approach him, only to notice 2 men had joined Sinan's side. "Oh, isn't that heiress? The lost soul has finally returned home." Upon hearing the commotion, Sinan lifted his gaze, his brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Wenming, Qin Sherxiu. It seemed fate had conspired to bring together these adversaries once more. Jiang Wenming stepped forward, seating himself beside Sinan and playfully patting his shoulder, exuding a camaraderie that only they 3 could perceive amidst the palpable tension. "So, Sierra Shao, how has life as a turtle retreating abroad treated you?" Sinan twirled his phone in his hand, offering a brief smile. Had this occurred 4 years prior, such provocation would have elicited a far different reaction from him. Yet, maturity had bestowed upon him a sense of restraint. To lash out impulsively is no different from the behavior of a dog. Not bad, lacking neither sustenance nor attire. It was quite the opportunity to immerse myself in foreign cultures. I owe you my gratitude for that. However, I do wonder if your injury has healed properly. If not, I can certainly cover some medical expenses. In the midst of his words, Sinan deliberately cast a glance beneath Jiang Wenming, his intentions unmistakable. Jiang Wenming, observing Sinan's gleeful demeanor, could not conceal the fury simmering in his eyes. Do not revel too soon. Do not think that years spent abroad have absolved you of this matter. Let me assure you, our grudge remains unresolved. Just you wait. At your service, Sinan replied. Raising an eyebrow and clinking his champagne glass with Jiang Wenming, I have a thick skin. I fear not the bite of a rabid dog. You. Jiang Wenming clenched his jaw, malice evident in his gaze, silently vowing to see how long Sinan could maintain his arrogance. Sinan chuckled, appending his champagne glass in a single gulp. He had anticipated the trouble Jiang Wenming would bring upon his return. After all, having wounded his pride, Jiang, with his vengeful nature, would not let it slide. Yet, Sinan had never feared anyone throughout his life. He had been bold in the past, and remained undaunted now. However, given Jiang Wenming's demeanor, it appeared he had only just learned of Sinan's return, suggesting that the woman who had attempted to extort him was not linked to Jiang. Who could it be? Aside from his enmity with Jiang Wenming, he had not wronged anyone else. Who was orchestrating this behind the scenes? Seated nearby on the sofa, Qin Shirshu, who had come alongside Jiang Wenming, remained silent. He was well aware of the rivalry between Sinan and Jiang Wenming. To speak fairly, the fault did not lie with Sinan. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to Jiang Wenming for his reckless audacity in provoking the wrong individual. Otherwise, the second young master of the Xi family would not resort to such severe measures. Qin Shirshu raised his glass towards Sinan, acknowledging him with a gesture. Although he shared a close camaraderie with Jiang Wenming, he chose not to involve himself in this matter. Past altercations could be excused as mere childish impulsiveness, given their youth. However, 4 years have elapsed, and they have matured. Any thoughts of confrontation must now take into account the interests of their families. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for the moment. With that, Qin Shirshu patted Jiang Wenming on the shoulder, signaling him to remain composed, before making his way towards a group of well-dressed individuals nearby. Humph, Jiang Wenming, with a solemn expression, cast a glance at Sinan and said through gritted teeth, "The future is long. We shall see how this unfolds." Chapter 12. Emotional mentor. When Gu Weiyan arrived at the banquet hall, the charity gala was already in full swing. With Gu Haiwen presiding over the event, she felt assured that no one would seize the opportunity to criticize her demeanor. Besides, she had never been particularly fond of such gatherings. Her presence was solely to encounter someone she wished to see. As Gu Weiyan entered, her gaze swept across the room until it settled on Sinan, who sat alone in a corner. Just as she contemplated approaching him, Gu Haiwen, holding a champagne glass, approached with a young man of average appearance, exuding a refined elegance, following closely behind. "Uncle." Gu Weiyan greeted him with a nonchalant expression, her tone devoid of any warmth. Gu Haiwen chuckled softly, appearing to be in high spirits. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, he radiated a scholarly charm and confidence, as if he were the true master of the Gu family. "Yin Yin, you've finally come to your senses. You should participate in such occasions more often. There are numerous business veterans here, and engaging with them would greatly benefit our family's development. Wouldn't you agree?" With Gu Haiwen present, the Gu family would not falter. Gu Weiyan offered a brief compliment. "I have matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself for a moment." "Don't be hasty," Gu Haiwen replied with a smile. "You seldom attend these gatherings, and many here are unfamiliar to you. Today, I have the time to introduce you. This is Xie Jingyun, the eldest son of your uncle Xie's family, a top student in finance, just like you. You two should converse and exchange insights. The business world is akin to a battlefield, and one cannot afford to operate in isolation." "Miss Gu, a pleasure to meet you." Xie Jingyun stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Gu Weiyan for a fleeting moment. Their paths had never crossed, and his only knowledge of her stemmed from media portrayals. He had long heard of her formidable abilities and striking beauty. Now that he beheld her, he was indeed captivated, though her cool demeanor left him somewhat hesitant. Gu Weiyan cast a cold glance his way, her tone frosty. "For business matters, Please contact my assistant directly. As for personal relations, that is unnecessary. She understood Gu Haiwen's intentions all too well. The calculating glint in Xie Jingyun's eyes mirrored that of Gu Haiwen, which she found unappealing. She preferred the clean-cut charm of Si Nan. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Gu Haiwen had not anticipated such a blunt rejection from Gu Weiyan. Ha ha, he laughed, patting Xie Jingyun on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart, young Xie. Yin Yin is simply straightforward. Once you get to know her better, it will all make sense. Xie Jingyun smiled politely. Uncle Gu, I understand. Please excuse me. I see a few seniors over there, and I must greet them. Very well, let us go together. Sinan sat in the corner, feeling somewhat bored. After several rounds of games, his phone was nearly drained of battery from his incessant play. Sian, effortlessly navigating the gala, was engrossed in conversations and laughter, leaving little time to attend to him. Yet, Gu Weiyan had not even cast a shadow. Could it be that she had not intended to come at all? Was it possible that she held no feelings for Sian? Sinan sighed. Just as he lifted his gaze, a familiar figure appeared on the staircase. He contemplated rising to greet her when his phone buzzed. Second floor tea room, 666. Sinan's eyes brightened, and he swiftly approached Sian, whispering a reminder. Brother, it's about time to wrap up. We must attend to the important matters. Sian nodded, raising his champagne glass toward the impeccably dressed gentleman before him. My apologies, I have some matters to attend to. I shall host you another day, and we can converse at the table. Mr. C is too kind. The men exchanged knowing smiles. One of the elder gentlemen, glancing at Sinan, inquired, And who might this be? This is my younger brother, Sinan. Sian replied with a warm smile, his demeanor humble and courteous. He has just returned from abroad. A young lad unfamiliar with the customs, my apologies for his rudeness. Not at all. With Master C's personal guidance and your elder brother's encouragement, this young master is destined to be exceptional, with an unlimited future ahead. Flattery will get you nowhere, Si Yin replied. You continue your conversation. I shall step away for a moment. Such compliments were to be taken with a grain of salt, a blend of sincerity and pretense. For each person has their own measure. As the saying goes, the business world is akin to a battlefield. One misstep could lead to a downfall, and at that moment, flattery would transform into mockery. In truth, he did not relish these insincere praises, yet there was no alternative. As the eldest son, he bore a greater share of responsibility. The more he contributed, the more his family could enjoy a life of ease. Unlike the Na'vi young man before him, blissfully unburdened, with no worries about food or clothing, nor the pressures of the business. At times, Sian genuinely envied Sinan, finding a secluded corner. Sinan waved his phone before Sian's eyes, his excitement palpable. Brother, she has arrived, in the tea room on the second floor. Oh, Sian nodded. And then? And then? Sinan pressed eagerly. You must go meet her. I tell you, brother, I have already paved the way. That woman is truly remarkable. You must take this seriously. Remarkable, Sian chuckled, resembling a wily fox. What if she finds me unworthy? Be confident. Sinan transformed into a minter of emotions, giving Sian a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Currently, she is inclined toward you. This situation favors you. Moreover, a strong woman fears a persistent suitor. If you are diligent and devoted, you will surely bring her into our family. Ah, the strong woman fears the persistent suitor. You seem quite knowledgeable. Sian laughed. So when do you plan to find yourself a girlfriend? You are already 28 and show no urgency. Why should I be in a rush? Sinan replied earnestly. I intend to focus on my career first, and once I achieve success, then I shall consider marriage. Sian scoffed lightly. What kind of career could you possibly have? I, Sinan, found myself momentarily choked, admonishing you for peering through the door crack. Very well, it was a slip of the tongue on my part. I shall ascend now to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Miss Gu. However, as Sian turned away, Sinan, filled with exasperation, reminded him. Are you truly going to approach her empty-handed? For a first meeting, have you not prepared even a modest gift? With that, Sinan turned back, retrieved a bouquet of flowers he had prepared in advance from the sofa, and thrust it into Sian's arms. No wonder at the age of 28, you remain unmarried. Without my strategic planning, you might very well be destined for a lifetime of solitude. Reflecting on this, Sian glanced down at the flowers in his embrace and suddenly recalled something. By the way, next week is Father S' birthday. What do you intend to gift him? I must remind you, do not spend extravagantly. Father detests wastefulness above all. Sinan, ever carefree, harbored not a single secret in his heart. I plan to present him with an urn, the one he designed himself. Chapter 13. Mixed doubles allow me to emphasize that I, Gu Weiyan, hold the spirit of contract in the highest regard and hope that you will honor our agreement. Rest assured, Miss Gu, in less than half an hour. Xian emerged from the tea room empty-handed. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Xinan's heart. Was it so soon? Could it be that the conversation had not gone well and had fallen through? How did it go? Quite well, Xian replied with a meaningful smile. We hit it off splendidly. Xinan exhaled in relief, as long as Xian could unite with the Gu family. Old Xi would not pressure him into a business marriage, at least not for the next few years. If you hit it off so well, why not chat a bit longer? Brother, I must advise you, as a man, we cannot rush these things. Xian disregarded the insinuation in his words, simply reaching for his coat and donning it with a casual elegance. Mother just called to say that father has been asleep for the entire day and has yet to awaken. I am concerned there may be an issue. We must return quickly to check on him. A wave of panic swept over Xinan. He was caught. I have a few matters to attend to. You go ahead. Father is young and healthy. He should be fine. Xian narrowed his eyes, a gut feeling telling him that something was amiss with this boy. Speak candidly or face the consequences. Will you confess willingly, or shall I have to beat it out of you? Xinan shuddered slightly. The pressure of blood ties still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. This man was nothing like the boisterous Xi Ran. When it came to discipline, there was no room for negotiation. I am merely considering your future, not wanting you to miss out on a wonderful woman. Father has stated that you can only choose one. After all, it's merely a business matter. Having both parties involved would only be a waste of resources. Xian stated solemnly, and what follows? Xinan cast a cautious glance at him, stammering. Thus I placed a sleeping pill in Father's teacup. Didn't he mention that his sleep has not been restful lately? I thought I would lend him a hand. Upon hearing this, Xian's expression darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xinan, then seized him by the collar, dragging him out of the banquet hall. Brother, please remain calm. In the dead of night, within the Jinghe Bay Villa, a small figure darted about the room, evading various projectiles hurled in his direction. It began as a one-on-one duel, then escalated to mixed doubles, and ultimately to a three-way skirmish. To make matters worse, Xi Ran, with her thunderous voice, returned from her business trip just in time to hear about the fracas involving her younger brother. She stormed in, brandishing a feather duster as her weapon of choice. In the courtyard, the servants exchanged glances, shaking their heads in sympathy. Poor young master, one misstep, and he found himself in a brawl, taking on 4 adversaries alone. A sleepless night ensued in his room. Xinan found himself in a state of discomfort, unable to sit, lie down, or even rest his head. Every part of him ached. Indeed, he was the one who had received the short end of the stick. No one felt sorry for him. Nevertheless, it was fortunate he had resolved the matter between Xian and Gu Weiyan. This beating was worth it. Otherwise, 2 million. If Gu Weiyan could not enter the Xi family, he would have to repay her, and where would he procure such a sum? However, if Gu Weiyan were to become his sister-in-law, the situation would be entirely different. After all, they would be family, and the distinction between you and me would vanish. Just as Xinan finally managed to find a comfortable position, ready to drift into slumber, the door to the room was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Xinan instinctively jolted, wondering if knocking had become a lost art. Had the household rules slipped into oblivion? Little rascal, Xiran muttered in frustration, but upon seeing Xinan's pitiful demeanor, she found it hard to chastise him further. It's time to eat, Xiran announced as she entered the room, bearing a tray laden with a sumptuous breakfast, featuring a delightful array of over a dozen dishes. Each portion for one. Xinan tugged at the blanket, having shed his sleepwear the previous night due to discomfort. Please step outside. I'm not dressed, he protested. Oh, so you are shy now? What happened to your boldness when you used to run about the house in the nude as a child? Xiran teased. That's entirely different, he retorted. Well, whether or not you choose to wear clothes is of no concern to me, Xiran replied, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she held out a piece of egg pancake towards Xinan's lips. Now, as the sole exquisite flower in this household, may I personally feed you today? Xinan, swathed in the blanket, sat up with a huff. If you're a flower, then even the cows would hesitate to relieve themselves. Don't think that by trying to please me, I will forgive you. Are you not finished yet? Xiran poked Xinan gently on the forehead. If you don't act foolishly, will Mom and Dad punish you? Will my brother and I lay a hand on you? Perhaps you should reflect on your actions. Xinan shot her a glare, but refrained from further argument. While he acknowledged his wrongdoing, that old man was excessively stubborn and unyielding. Once he set his mind to something, not even 8 horses could drag him back. If he hadn't resorted to such tactics to hinder his progress, how would his elder brother have the opportunity to attend the charity gala? If Xian didn't go, what about Gu Weiyin? He had promised her. He couldn't simply go back on his word. Xiren sighed, despite their quarrels. She still had to care for her younger brother. I personally prepared this breakfast. Could you at least do me the courtesy of tasting a few bites? Xian cast a glance at the tray and bluntly pointed out, isn't this breakfast from Longxing Zhai outside? With your culinary skills, even boiling water is a challenge. You truly know how to embellish your own image. Eat it or not, I'm not spoiling you, Xiren replied, turning to leave with the tray. Dad said you're not allowed out for 3 days. You'll starve for 3 days, and there won't be any food for you at home. As the enticing aroma wafted further away, Xian promptly relinquished his pride. After all, man is but iron, and food is steel. One meal missed brings discomfort. He had eaten the previous night, and with those people chasing him, he had burned through too much energy. He was truly hungry. I will eat, dear sister. Who is as enchanting as the brightest stars, and as captivating as a rare gem. Please turn around, and behold your pitiful brother, who is in dire need of your food. Xiren chuckled and turned back. Want to eat? Say it again. The beauty that could make fish sink in swans alight. The one who could overshadow the moon and make flowers shy. As Xian momentarily lost his composure, he sheepishly admitted his hunger, feeling the inevitable response from his body. Oh dear, don't go, sister. There's no breakfast left. With a twinge of discomfort, Xian donned his clothes and ventured downstairs in search of sustenance. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a breakfast platter in the living room, seizing a piece of egg pancake and hastily devouring it. Once satisfied, he remembered to check on Xiran's room, as he relied on her for meals in the coming days. Otherwise, that old man might truly starve him for 3 days. In her chamber, Xiran was seated at her vanity, engaged in her basic skincare routine before applying makeup. Sister, my beloved sister, Xian playfully approached, gently pinching her shoulder with practiced ease that tugged at the heartstrings. Noticing her indifference, he decided to deploy his secret weapon, for this woman adored secrets. Can you guess why I insisted that elder brother attend the charity gala yesterday? Xiran remained silent. It is because I have found him a sister-in-law. Chapter 14. The full Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Upon hearing this, Xiran's interest was piqued. However, a moment's reflection led her to feel that something was amiss. Did you arrange this for my elder brother? Has he consented? Of course he has, Xian replied, feeling a swell of pride at having facilitated a beautiful union. They had conversed the previous evening, and her brother was quite pleased. Xiran glanced at Xian through the smooth surface of the mirror, pondering. Which young lady is it? Is she of an appropriate match? Gu Weiyin, the daughter of Gu Jingchuan, is certainly a suitable match. Gu Weiyin? Xiran was taken aback. As a prominent figure in the business world, she was well acquainted with Gu Weiyin. That woman was known for her icy demeanor and ruthless tactics. She had even disregarded her own uncle, Gu Huaiwen. Would she truly lower herself to engage with a man? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Moreover, her elder brother had always been averse to business alliances, meticulously scheduling his days as if in silent resistance to such arrangements. Would he really initiate a relationship with Gu Weiyin? Xiran was perplexed. How do you know Gu Weiyin? By chance, Xian answered cautiously. The last time your sports car was damaged, it was her doing. We had a couple of encounters afterward, and I found her to be quite decent. So I introduced her to my brother. I never expected it to lead to this. Just think, if my brother marries Gu Weiyin, it would solidify our family's position in Yunqing, and father would no longer pressure us into arranged marriages. It would be a win-win situation, wouldn't it? Xiran remained skeptical. Given her understanding of her brother, he was not one to easily compromise on matters of marriage. And she certainly wouldn't compromise. Thus, I will find a way to arrange lunch for you. After finishing her makeup, Xiran picked up her Hermes bag and headed to the company. She needed to unravel this mystery and discern what Xian was truly up to. Today, there were not many matters to attend to regarding Xian. Allowing for a more relaxed schedule, the company had recently completed a significant project, enabling him to defer some less critical tasks. This was a rare occurrence compared to the past. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xiran entered the office just in time to hear Xian on the phone. His deep, magnetic voice warm and inviting. Instinctively, she sensed that the person on the other end was a woman. Could it be Gu Weiyin? Xiran settled into the chair at the desk, waiting for Xian to finish his call before she spoke. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Xian nodded nonchalantly. He and Xiran shared similar thoughts, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. Is it Gu Weiyin? Xiran inquired, her curiosity evident. Si Yan set his phone down, chuckling softly, realizing that he could hardly keep secrets from her. It had leaked out rather swiftly. Si Ran was confused by Si Yan's expression. If he had indeed accepted a business alliance, what grounds did she have to oppose it? If this arrangement fell through, she would be next in line. So, what Si Yan said is true. You truly intend to pursue a union with the Gu family. Noticing Si Ran's eager demeanor, Si Yan narrowed his eyes, likely piecing together the situation. Have you found a boyfriend? Moreover, is the family not engaged in commerce? The status is not on the same level as the Si family? Si Ran lowered his head, substituting silence for a response. Brother, is social compatibility truly that significant? Si Yan lightly tapped his fingers on the table a few times. If our father deems it important, then it is of consequence. In our Si family, someone must make a sacrifice. This is the nature of business. A single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle of sticks remains strong. Reflecting on Si Yan's sacrifice, Si Ran felt a warmth in his eyes. So, you and Gu Yin, not me, but Xiaonan, Si Yan chuckled, revealing no intention of concealing the truth from Si Ran. 3 years ago, I attended an auction with Xiaonan and encountered Gu Yin. She took a liking to him, and I only learned of this last night. Si Ran was momentarily stunned, then wore an expression akin to a cherished cabbage being prodded by a pig. 3 years ago, Xiaonan was merely 17. How could she dare to covet such a young cabbage? Has it truly been 3 years? Si Yan found himself at a loss for words. When it came to reprimanding that boy, she showed no restraint. Yet now, upon hearing that he was to have a girlfriend, she was suddenly anxious. Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. After Xiaonan returned to the country, they met again. From my observations, Xiaonan does not seem averse to her. Perhaps they should explore this further. Si Ran raised an eyebrow. Brother, but that is Gu Yin. She is clearly not an easy woman to deal with. Are you not concerned about Xiaonan's suffering? Si Yan scoffed. That foolish boy lacks a certain common sense. His impulsive nature means he will encounter difficulties regardless of whom he associates with. Si Ran pondered for a moment and nodded. That assessment is quite accurate and practical. I suggest we put a stop to this. Si Yan shook his head, expressing his helplessness, and after a moment, continued. I believe that if he truly can be with Gu Yin, it would be fitting. With her capabilities, protecting him would be effortless. Moreover, you know that this boy, despite weighing 100 pounds, possesses a rebellious spirit. If he were to cause trouble in the future, there would be someone to help us manage it. This way, our brotherly bond would remain unaffected, and let them bicker as they please. It would afford us some peace. Si Ran contemplated this and found it quite reasonable. However, considering the Gu family's foundation, would Gu Yin truly marry into the Si family? I believe she would be more inclined to seek a marriage alliance. Then let that young man marry into their family. Si Yan's eyes gleamed with a mischievous intent towards his younger brother. As the maternal family, we must secure a dowry. Regardless of whether it is a marriage or betrothal, the Si family shall not suffer losses. Si Ran contemplated once more, then nodded vigorously, the sadness in his eyes having vanished. Since someone must make a sacrifice in the family, let it be the younger brother. After all, that boy is rather naive. No, I must give him a call. When the call connected, Si Nan was nestled under the covers, asleep. What is it? Nan, what would you like to eat for lunch? Si Ran's voice was imbued with warmth, so gentle it could almost be squeezed for water. Order whatever you desire, and I shall surely fulfill your wishes. As Si Nan listened to the voice emanating from his phone, a shiver coursed through his body. Have you lost your mind? How about a royal feast? Si Ran continued unabated, stating, for the next 3 days, I shall arrange for you a lavish banquet featuring 108 exquisite dishes. It is settled. After ending the call, Si Ran let out a languid sigh. A royal feast cannot possibly compensate for the debt of affection I owe my brother. Brother, I feel as though you are a sinner. Si Yan? To Si Nan. The royal feast was merely a trivial matter until 15 dishes were laid out in a sumptuous array before him. It was only then that he belatedly pinched his own thigh. Ouch, that hurts. It is over. This world has gone mad. Even the weasel is offering New Year greetings to the chicken. Chapter 15. The incarnation of an after-sales servant. Come here. Help me deliver this bouquet to Miss Gu. Just as the 3-day confinement period had ended, Si Nan, still nursing his morning grumpiness, received his first assignment from Si Yan. Why don't you go yourself? Are you the one seeking a wife, or am I? I arranged the introduction. After-sales service is not my responsibility. Si Yan, having finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth with a napkin. The company is too busy. I simply do not have the time. Nestling on the sofa with a glass of milk, Sinan unscrewed the cap and took a sip. I don't have the time either. I still need to prepare a birthday gift for Dad. Before he could finish his refusal, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, Sinan's eyes sparkled. Delivering a bouquet? It's no big deal. Rest assured. I've got this, Mr. C. In the future, feel free to assign any errands to me. As the saying goes, nothing in this world is insurmountable. No problem cannot be resolved with a simple transfer of funds. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient payment. With a cheerful grin, Sinan accepted a transfer of 100,000, picked up the bouquet from the table, and dashed out in his so-called most powerful off-road vehicle, the George Patton battle sword. Hey, sister, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Gu Weiyin sat at her desk, the vibrant voice of the young man on the phone bringing a smile to her lips. Siyan has not disappointed me. The location has already been sent to your phone, she informed him before hanging up. Sinan glanced at the coordinates and let out a delighted whistle. The Gu Corporation was situated in the most bustling commercial district of Yun City, a place where many aspiring individuals struggle for a foothold amidst the fierce competition. However, for someone like Sinan, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, the hardships of life remained an alien concept. Excuse me. May I inquire on which floor Miss Gu Weiyin is located? The receptionist, just starting her shift and preoccupied with applying light makeup, turned upon hearing the voice, her eyes widening in surprise. Before her stood a remarkably handsome man, tall, at least 6 feet, his features exquisitely sculpted as if chiseled by divine hands. Dressed in a simple yet stylish casual outfit that accentuated his perfect physique, his jet black hair framed a pair of bright, youthful eyes. The slight upward curve of his lips was simply enchanting. Realizing her momentary daze, the receptionist pointed upstairs, stammering, "Yes, she is on the top floor. Thank you." As Sinan, bouquet in hand, passed the reception desk, the young woman suddenly called out, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" An appointment? How tedious. Unfamiliar with company policies, having never visited the office before, and even neglecting his own family's business, Sinan turned back, and the receptionist promptly set aside her makeup tools, adopting a polite tone. "If not, I will need to call the secretary to obtain permission for you to go up." "All right, thank you." As soon as the words left her lips, the intercom at the reception desk rang, announcing the arrival of Mr. C. He was to be directed to the exclusive elevator reserved for the president, which would take him directly to the top floor. "Understood, secretary." After hanging up the phone, the young lady looked up at Sinan and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" "C." "Very well, you may proceed. The elevator at the far end of the corridor will take you straight to the top floor." "Thank you." As she watched Sinan's tall and perfect silhouette disappear, the young lady couldn't help but cover her burning cheeks, thinking how handsome he was. Upon reaching the top floor, Sinan followed a capable-looking woman dressed in a professional suit directly into Gu Weiyin's office. Inside, Gu Weiyin was seated at her desk, engrossed in her computer while sketching something on paper, seemingly deep in thought. "Sister." Sinan approached her, presenting a bouquet of flowers. "These are from my elder brother." Gu Weiyin accepted the flowers with a smile and playfully asked, "Why didn't your brother come?" With Sinan acting as an invisible support, Sinan felt much more relaxed around Gu Weiyin, especially since they would soon be family. "He has business matters to attend to." Sinan casually replied while taking a seat, his eyes sweeping over the luxurious office, feeling quite pleased. Gu Weiyin placed the flowers on her desk, briefly glancing at Sinan's light, gray leisure suit. She couldn't help but think how charming her little puppy looked in anything he wore. "You certainly heed your brother's words." Sinan chuckled, thinking that as long as the money was right, it was all that mattered. Yet, what came to his lips was, "For the sake of your love and career, I would gladly do anything." "Is that so?" Gu Weiyin smiled enigmatically. "I hope you can keep your word." Sinan, admiring the view outside the window, failed to notice the cunning glint in Gu Weiyin's eyes. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he found an excuse to leave her office. As soon as he stepped off the elevator, CN's call came through. "Miss Gu is heading to the lumber market. I'm worried about her going alone. You should accompany her." Sinan halted mid-step, indignantly retorting, "I've already said that after-sales service is not my responsibility. Do you think I have nothing better to do?" "Oh, never mind then." A sigh came from the other end of the line. Finding the right person is truly difficult. But if a woman isn't around, feelings may fade. Perhaps your brother is destined to be a bachelor. The responsibility of continuing the C family lineage now falls on you. A few days ago, I even spotted a suitable girl for you at the charity gala. Sinan's heart skipped a beat, and he gritted his teeth. "I refuse. This is the last time. You can pursue your own life from now on. Let us see how it goes, Xian replied lightly before hanging up. With no other choice, Sinan turned back. He could not allow Si Yin and Gu Wei Yin to part ways, nor did he wish to enter a commercial marriage. Investing his future happiness in a patchwork relationship. Why have you returned? Gu Wei Yin, just as she was about to step out with her coat in hand, encountered Sinan, who had turned back. With remarkable perceptiveness, Sinan took the coat from her, continuously expressing his gratitude for Si Yan's thoughtful gesture. My brother asked me to accompany you to the lumber market. He is concerned for your safety when you're alone. He cares about you, he stated earnestly. Gu Wei Yin smiled subtly and replied with a hint of depth. How considerate of him. Please extend my thanks to your brother upon your return. It is my duty. Sinan responded. Chapter 16. A sister's wild ride. The route to the lumber market is often congested, hence we cannot drive today. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Sinan gazed at the imposing black heavyweight motorcycle, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Sister, can you ride a motorcycle? Gu Wei Yin chuckled. One could say that I engage in any exhilarating sport. As Sinan bestowed her with an admiring glance, the smile on Gu Wei Yin's lips deepened. Do you have a license? Sinan shook his head. Not yet. My father insists that street racing is for the reckless, deeming it too perilous for me. Realizing his slip, he quickly added, except for you. Gu Wei Yin stepped closer with a playful demeanor, causing Sinan to instinctively retreat, landing squarely on the motorcycle's rear seat. As he beheld her striking visage draw near, his throat involuntarily constricted, and his heart raced uncontrollably. What is she up to? Surely, she wouldn't harm me for my slip of the tongue? Gu Wei Yin halted at a relatively safe distance, her gaze captivating as she teased. Do you wish to be wild? Sinan, suddenly enlightened, nodded eagerly. Yes. Then, I shall lead you into madness. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed Gu Wei Yin had placed a helmet into his hands. Rising, he watched as she elegantly swung her long legs over the motorcycle. Her black haute couture attire blending seamlessly with the motorcycle, exuding an aura of supremacy akin to the mightiest ruler. His heart raced once again, out of control. A chill washed over Sinan. What was he thinking? She is to be his future sister-in-law. Get on. Obediently, Sinan settled behind Gu Wei Yin, donning the helmet and snapping the visor shut. Soon, her voice reached his ears. Hold on tight. Feeling somewhat awkward, he glanced at her slender waist, uncertain where to place his hands. Suddenly, the motorcycle jolted, emitting a thunderous roar. As it surged forward, Sinan instinctively wrapped his arms around Gu Wei Yin's waist. Driven by a desire to shield her from harm, for riding a motorcycle is undeniably perilous for a girl. He felt it his duty to protect his brother's wife. Yes, that was it. Gu Wei Yin sensed the grip around her waist tighten, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. It is only in moments of danger that one's instincts truly awaken. Indeed, the road ahead was congested, each honk echoing the urgency of the drivers. The heavyweight motorcycle glided along the road, akin to a cheetah racing across the fields, while Sinan reveled in the exhilarating rush as the trees whizzed past. Undeniably, the speed and thrill bestowed by the motorcycle were unmatched by his formidable off-road vehicle. Upon returning home, he would pursue a motorcycle license. He too wished to exude a wild charisma like Gu Wei Yin. No, he aspired to surpass her in audacity. He would awaken the primal desires within him, becoming the cheetah of the fields and the eagle of the skies. Beautiful thoughts echoed repeatedly in Sinan's mind until they ultimately transformed into fervent passion. The motorcycle journey was smooth and unimpeded, and soon they arrived at the lumber market. This market was vast, boasting a plethora of wood varieties that encompassed nearly 90% of the species found throughout the nation. Sinan's plan for the day was to complete the arrangements for the memorial service and then explore the lumber market. A significant part of his agreement to accompany Gu Wei Yin was indeed his own desire to visit. As Sinan accompanied Gu Wei Yin on a brief tour, he mentally eliminated nearly all the types of wood they encountered. Cherry wood exhibited excessive color variation and was prone to chipping, making it unsuitable for crafting urns. White oak lacked stability and was susceptible to warping. Pass. Hard maple had significant shrinkage issues. Pass. Water birch was vulnerable to insect infestation and deformation. Pass. As they continued their search, Sinan's heart grew increasingly despondent. Could it be that in such an expansive market, there was no premium quality wood to be found? Amidst their perusal, Sinan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Golden-threaded Namu? Noble and elegant, with exquisite grain. It was impervious to decay for millennia and resistant to insects, an ideal material for crafting an urn. Sinan, filled with exhilaration, surveyed the modestly weighted piece of wood, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Weiyin's voice emerged from behind him. This piece of wood is excellent. I'll take it. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's demeanor brightened instantly, and he began to enthusiastically introduce the wood. This young lady truly has an eye for quality. This piece is authentic 300-year-old golden-threaded nanmu, impervious to decay and resistant to pests. Just look at its condition. It was only recently retrieved from the river. Since all the pieces are sold separately, this is the last remaining fragment in the entire market. Truly a rare find. Gu Weiyin nodded in agreement, declaring her intent to purchase it. Please have it packaged and delivered to the Gu Corporation headquarters. The shopkeeper, grinning broadly, promised, certainly. I will ensure it is taken care of. Watching the prized wood he had hoped to acquire slip away right before his eyes, Sinan felt a pang of disappointment. He had longed to find a piece of exceptional wood to craft and earn for his father. After all, one only has one opportunity in life. And when it comes to such matters, compromise was not an option he wished to entertain. With the elder's birthday fast approaching, time was of the essence. The wood has been purchased. Let us depart, Sinan said, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surroundings. Perhaps we should explore further. I, too, desire a piece of wood. Gu Weiyin tucked the receipt the shopkeeper had handed her into her bag and replied, Didn't the shopkeeper clarify? This market has only this one piece of nama left. If you're interested, you might consider visiting other markets. I recall there is a large lumber market in Lin Yang. I can take you there another day, but not in the next couple of days, as I have commitments. On the way back, Sinan found himself hesitating multiple times to voice his thoughts. Once they returned to the company, he could no longer contain himself. Sister, what do you intend to do with the wood you purchased? Gu Weiyin placed her handbag on the table and lifted the cup of coffee prepared by her secretary, taking a sip. I have heard that the rare and ancient wood, known for its resilience against decay and its ability to ward off evil, is ideal for crafting bracelets, which I envision as a form of employee benefit to inspire morale. Oh, Sinan paused momentarily, then cautiously remarked, In truth, the finest material for such bracelets is agarwood. Gu Weiyin replied, That is far too expensive. Earning a living these days is no simple task, thus, it is prudent to save where possible. Sinan, maintaining a composed demeanor, accepted the milk Gu Weiyin offered. Twisting off the cap before taking a sip, after a brief pause, she carefully suggested, Rosewood would suffice. If that is not an option, there are also green sandalwood and old mountain sandalwood. Gu Weiyin regarded Sinan, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Are you implying that you wish for me to relinquish the rare and precious dark gold and silk namu wood to you? Sinan blinked cautiously, but, is that permissible? A glint of shrewdness flashed in Gu Weiyin's eyes, and what would I gain in return? Chapter 17, Only Business. No emotions, I can offer you double the price. Sinan declared, laying down his bottom line. No one rises early without profit. Who would engage in a venture devoid of benefits? Just like him, seeking compensated services for joy and happiness. Gu Weiyin smiled lazily, reclining in her chair. Her cascading waves of hair brushing softly against her shoulders, swaying gently. Do you think I care about money? Sinan was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, she was indifferent. 20 million could be given away without a flicker of her eyelid, expecting nothing in return. Such a sister-in-law was unparalleled in both heaven and earth. In that case, let me have this piece of golden silk namu, and I will find a larger one to return to you. How does that sound? The smile on Gu Weiyin's face deepened, her typically cool demeanor transforming into a gentle, soft cloud, uniquely tender towards Sinan. For me, size is irrelevant. Anything beyond my budget is merely waste. I do not require so much. Sinan. He had always perceived Gu Weiyin as reasonable and easy to converse with. Yet today, he was met with a closed door. Perhaps this piece of wood truly held great significance for her. Never mind. A gentleman does not seize another's beauty. Just as Sinan contemplated conceding, Gu Weiyin suddenly spoke. I can relinquish this piece of golden silk namu to you, but I have a condition. Sinan was taken aback by the swift turn of events. What condition? A flicker of mischievousness danced in Gu Weiyin's eyes. Be my subordinate and guarantee your availability whenever I require assistance. Not a problem, Sinan replied succinctly. Wasn't it merely about providing warmth to his sister-in-law? Even if he were to refrain from coming, there would be errands entrusted to him by Si Yin. Gu Weiyin found no surprise in his response. Her little puppy was too innocent, too easily manipulated. A mere hint of sweetness would lead him to willingly leap into her trap. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her gaze turned icy. No, from now on, she must keep a closer watch on him to prevent him from being lured away by a mere candy. What do you need the golden silk namu for? My father's birthday is next week, and I wish to present him with a gift. Gu Weiyan raised an intrigued eyebrow. What gift? She was aware that Sinan had been searching for suitable wood lately, and she was curious about his intentions. Sinan smiled mysteriously. You will find out when the time comes. His noble profession was not something everyone could guess. Sinan's unguarded smile illuminated his clean, handsome face, radiating a brightness akin to the summer sun, melting away the long-accumulated ice within Gu Weiyan's heart. Gu Weiyan gazed at Sinan, her eyes filled with unabashed fervor. However, this foolish boy had yet to mature in the matters of love, unable to perceive the affection hidden deep within her gaze. I heard you have been studying design abroad? Design and sculpture, Sinan added. What a delightful coincidence. The company is currently in search of a seasoned designer. If you are interested, I encourage you to give it a try. The remuneration is quite generous. After a brief pause, Gu Weiyan continued. I am aware of your company's substantial heritage, yet dreams must intertwine with reality to truly shine. The Xi family primarily focuses on finance and real estate. Lacking any projects in design development, I can offer you this platform. Sinan scratched his head. You might find my design proposals unsuitable. I find myself rather curious. What exactly do you design? Gu Weiyan inquired further. Sinan leaned forward, his captivating eyes brimming with pride and confidence. Ernst. Gu Weiyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing why Sinan found it difficult to articulate Sinan's interests. She understood the allure of niche professions. The more obscure the vocation, the greater the need for affirmation. This, too, was an effective means to bridge the gap between two hearts. That's a commendable profession, quite imaginative and bold. Sinan's eye sparkled. Sister, you truly have an eye for talent, far superior to my elder brother, who only knows how to discourage me. With a smile, Gu Weiyan queried, what led you to choose the design of urns as your profession? Sinan's eyes gleamed. Do you not think it a joyous thing to choose a satisfactory resting place for oneself while still alive? Gu Weiyan paused for a moment, then glanced at the somber golden namu wood in the corner. So, you wish to gift your father an urn? This Navi young man was remarkably transparent. It took only a few words to unearth the secret nestled within his heart. Sister, you are incredibly astute. My brother is fortunate to have you. He must have earned it in his past life. In the next moment, Gu Weiyan's expression darkened as she gazed at Sinan's lightly tinted lips, wishing to leap forward and take a bite. I will generously provide the golden namu wood, and you may use that room over there. Starting tomorrow, you will work here. Sinan glanced at the room separated by a vast glass wall, feeling somewhat bashful. Is that appropriate? It would be rather awkward for future siblings-in-law to share a space. A lone man and woman. Gu Weiyan straightened up, opened her laptop, her tone resolute and commanding. In my view, all things associated with money must be put to good use. Thus, I shall supervise you to prevent waste of such fine materials. She added. This is also your elder brother's wish. He asked me to oversee you, and that is that. Objections are futile. Brother, did you really enlist Gu Weiyan to supervise me? She hasn't even stepped through the door yet. What gives her the right to manage me? As Sinan exited the Gu family company, he immediately took to his phone, venting his frustration. It's not her supervising you. It's you watching over her, Sinan gently advised. After all, she hasn't entered yet, and I worry about other men appearing in her vicinity. Keep an eye on her, lest our C family's daughter-in-law stray into another's home. The words spoken by Sinan were rather ambiguous. Every phrase and sentence refrained from mentioning that Gu Weiyan was to be his future wife, yet somehow led Sinan to believe that Gu Weiyan was indeed his spouse. Sinan felt a twinge of irritation. He had merely made a connection, yet he had not anticipated the multitude of subsequent complications. Had he known this would unfold, he would have refrained from acting as a matchmaker. Let that old man Sinan remain a bachelor for life. I find myself in a predicament, as I am exceedingly busy at the company and cannot spare the time. How about this? There is a real estate seminar next week. You attend, and I shall pursue romance. Upon hearing this, Sinan swallowed his initial refusal. He had never studied business management and was utterly clueless about commercial matters, particularly in real estate. Additional services would incur extra fees. Otherwise, it was a non-starter. 50,000. Are you jesting? One international black gold card. Deal. After hanging up the phone, Sinan whistled in delight, the weight in his heart dissipating like mist, even breaking into a cheerful tune. The international black gold card, as its name suggests, could be used in every nation, as long as there was no credit limit. He could swipe it at will as much as he desired. La la la. La la la. Focusing solely on business without entanglements of the heart was simply exhilarating. Chapter 18. There must be a conspiracy when Sinan returned to Jinghebei. Aside from the 2 drivers and the servants, there were several chefs clad in white uniforms in the kitchen. Nan, come here. I've hired chefs from Sanwei restaurant just for you. From now on, we'll only prepare the dishes you love. Are you happy? Upon seeing Sinan enter, Siren transformed from her previously combative demeanor to one of gentle warmth, her expression soft enough to evoke unease in Sinan, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. In the past 3 days, he had endured a lavish feast of 108 dishes, and today, she had even summoned chefs from Sanwei restaurant. What on earth did this woman intend? There must be a conspiracy at play. Where are Mom and Dad? Siran sighed deeply. Dad couldn't bear to see you suffer a heart attack, so he took Mom to France for a couple of years. Sinan scoffed. At his age, he's still quite the romantic. Seated at the dining table, Sinan glanced at the 10 beautifully presented dishes, then turned to Siran with a serious expression. Sister, tell me the truth. Have you been diagnosed with some terminal illness? Don't be afraid. Even if it means selling the house, we will give you a grand farewell. In the past, such words would have earned him a sharp slap from Siran. But today, she merely smiled, sending a chill down his spine. Thinking of the cherished little sister they had all nurtured, soon to be married off, Siran felt a twinge of reluctance. I really will miss you when you get married. Married? Is that what this is about? Sinan replied bluntly. It's about time you settled down. You're in your 20s and still clinging to the family home. If you keep this up, you'll end up an old maid. Besides, being single isn't just about being unattractive. There's also the fear of aging. Even if you still possess charm, once your prime has passed, no one will want you. In the next moment, Siran's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing as her fists clenched, making a cracking sound. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Sister, what's wrong? Is it a toothache? Siran gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Seeing you makes all my pain disappear. Is it true that I can cure ailments? As Sinan happily enjoyed his meal, Siran's previously grim expression softened slightly. How blissfully ignorant he was. As long as there was food and drink, he had no cares in the world. Unlike her, who had to clandestinely navigate a secret romance just to find a boyfriend. You should marry soon. Once this boy enters the Gu family, I can finally bring my boyfriend into the light. Just after finishing their meal, Sinan's phone rang. He glanced down and hastily grabbed 2 napkins to wipe his mouth before rushing to his room, moving with a sense of mystery akin to a thief. Have you figured it out? On the other end was his childhood friend, Qin Mu, an intern in the Criminal Investigation Department. Yet to be officially appointed, but with a promising future ahead. Knowing that Sinan had faced a setback, Qin Mu wasted no time in teasing him. He discovered that it was a woman, wild as your description suggested. Sinan's expression darkened. How could she dare to call him when she had uncovered nothing? Could she not at least make an effort to assist him? Qin Mu chuckled lightly. Don't be so hasty. To which Sinan retorted. Is it not natural to feel urgency when one is bitten by a dog? For some time, he had been tormented by the woman who had seduced him and extorted 20 million from him. It was a matter that rendered him unable to eat or sleep, haunted by dreams of her biting him. Sinan clenched his jaw, determined to make that wretched woman return every penny of the 20 million, and then to bring her to ruin. Qin Mu, hesitant, refrained from reminding him that if he were indeed capable of outsmarting her, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. The current clues were scant. The surveillance footage from the bar and hotel was irretrievable. And as for the video you mentioned, it was recorded by a private camera, thus impossible to trace. Perhaps we could begin our investigation through your social connections. Reflect on whom you may have offended. Only then can we follow the leads to uncover the truth. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. I cannot dive deep. I don't know whom I may have wronged. Was it merely that I once bested Jiang Wenming? Sinan pondered aloud. Do you think that scoundrel is behind this? Qin Mu fell silent for a moment. Recalling his involvement in the incident and understanding the animosity between Sinan and Jiang Wenming, conclusions without evidence are mere speculations. However, I can keep an eye out for you. This matter cannot be resolved in a day or two. Let us not dwell too much on it. Tonight, we shall indulge ourselves. I have a task the day you return to the country, so I missed you. I'll call a few friends to unwind. All right, Sinan said generously. Tonight, I shall treat you all. Let us drink to our heart's content. That evening, before heading to the designated restaurant, Sinan made a quick stop at his company to retrieve the black gold card from Siyan. As he was leaving, Siyan gave him a meaningful reminder. Spend wisely. I know, stop nagging. Sinan had chosen the most renowned Chinese restaurant in Yun City, Sanwei Zhai, famed for its exclusivity. The ambience and cuisine were sure to please the tastes of wealthy young gentlemen like themselves. Last time, he had left prematurely without fully enjoying the evening. Today, his companions were determined to keep him in check. As Sinan stepped inside, he had yet to ascertain the number of attendees at the table when Fang stood up and shouted. As Sinan moved toward the main seat, he laughed and replied, "Rest assured, I shall bring you down before I leave." At that moment, beside the main seat, sat a woman, Lu Bingbing. However, her view was obstructed by those around her, and Sinan, standing at the entrance, had not noticed her. Lu Bingbing's cheeks flushed slightly. After 3 years, Sinan had matured significantly and was even more handsome than before. Qin Mu stole a glance at Lu Bingbing, then patted the shoulder of the person next to him, urging him to move in. He stood up and waved at Sinan. "Sinan, take a seat beside me. Let us reminisce fondly." As Sinan approached, Qin Mu affectionately draped his arm over his shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie. "It has been 3 years since we last met, and you have certainly grown more refined." Sinan chuckled heartily, remarking, "With your eloquence, you shall surely lead a life of simplicity and sincerity. You, my friend, cannot bear to see your companion flourish, can you? Your fortune lies in your own hands. I have yet to find my own voice." After exchanging playful banter, Sinan settled down, his gaze sweeping across the dining table, only to suddenly pause in surprise. Goodness, who was so inconsiderate as to bring a woman while drinking? Sinan, it has indeed been a long time. Chapter 19. This woman bullies me. Sinan nodded slightly, his gaze lingering for but a fleeting moment before shifting towards Qin Mai. Lu Bingbing felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She had envisioned their reunion countless times, yet she was taken aback by his unwillingness to even spare her a glance. For years prior, he had fought for her. Sinan sat to the right of Qin Mai, placing a distance of 2 seats between himself and Lu Bingbing. "Why is there still a woman here?" Qin Mai succinctly explained. "When we arrived, she happened to be at the door of the private room. Everyone knows she is the woman under your protection, Xiao. Who would dare to stop her? I reckon she is here to rekindle old flames, having caught wind of your presence." Sinan was at a loss for words. "What old flames? Who is she?" Observing Sinan's puzzled expression, Qin Mai chuckled helplessly. It seemed that the events from years ago had stirred such a ruckus that he failed to grasp who the catalyst was. Fortunately, he had been concerned about his brother's feelings, which now appeared to be unnecessary. Even if the two were to be close, no spark would ignite between them. Who knows where this wild woman emerged from? Let us ignore her and enjoy our drinks. As they spoke, the door swung open, and a server entered, bearing exquisite dishes and fine wines, elegantly arranging them upon the table. Lu Bingbing's eyes widened in astonishment. Since leaving school, she had been tirelessly striving for a better life, acutely aware of the challenges faced by those at the bottom of society. Thus, she had worked diligently to earn money. Yet all her efforts over the past 2 years paled in comparison to the lavish meal enjoyed by these wealthy heirs. The stark reality and the vast generational divide jolted Lu Bingbing into a sobering clarity. And her gaze towards Sinan was now infused with an insatiable yearning, not merely for him, but for the privileges and superior background he represented. As the evening progressed, Sinan had clearly imbibed more than he could handle, his complexion flushed and his body swaying unsteadily. "You all continue drinking. I need to step outside for a moment." "You brat, don't tell me you're planning to sneak away again." "Let me tell you," Fang, unsteadily rising with a drunken demeanor, pointed at those seated at the table with the bottle in hand. "Grandpa has spoken. Today, whoever dares to exit this door first is a grandson." Damn it. Although Sinan had drunk quite a bit, he was still coherent enough to recognize his parents. At Fang's words, his intoxication flared, and he stumbled over, ready to confront him. "Grandson, brothers, let us take him down." With a shout from Sinan, several individuals surged forward, pinning Fang to his seat and delivering a flurry of playful blows. "Damn it, with Grandpa here, who dares to cause trouble?" Once outside the room, Sinan, swaying, found the restroom to relieve himself. Having just washed his hands and stepping towards the door, he unexpectedly collided with a woman. Her softness and elasticity caused him to stumble back uncontrollably. Lu Bingbing, with keen perception, stepped forward to entwine her arm around Sinan's. But as soon as she touched him, he forcefully shrugged her off, as though she were some unsightly refuse. Lu Bingbing forced a smile and said, "Sinan, you've had too much to drink. Let me take you home." "Who are you?" Sinan, inebriated, glanced at Lu Bingbing. A woman? In his hazy state, Sinan was abruptly reminded of the woman he encountered on his first day back in the country at a bar. "Come on, little one, let me take you home." Yet, she ended up bringing him to her bed. Damn it, I finally found you. Sinan's expression darkened as he seized Lu Bingbing by the neck, pushing her against the wall behind her. Damn it, you wretched woman, you've finally shown yourself. If you don't return my 20 million intact today, I swear I'll end you. Lu Bingbing's breath hitched, the intense sensation of suffocation instantly draining the color from her face. Sinan, it's me, I'm Lu Bingbing. She grasped his wrist tightly, attempting to calm him down, but she overestimated her significance in Sinan's eyes. She believed that his willingness to fight for her 4 years ago stemmed from affection, which is why she sought out his whereabouts and waited here, hoping to rekindle their past romance. However, during the 2 hours spent in the room, Sinan's gaze had not lingered on her for even a second. She was unwilling to accept this. After all, they once. You filthy whore. When there is a path to paradise, you do not walk it, yet you dare to seek death by scheming against me. Sinan, intoxicated and filled with rage, no longer cared for the tender feelings he once had. In his eyes, even Lu Bingbing's tears would be nothing more than crocodile tears. Let go, Sinan. Lu Bingbing managed to utter a few words, her once beautiful face now pale, as fearful tears streamed down her cheeks. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation had deprived her brain of oxygen, causing her vision to blur. She even thought she saw her deceased great-grandmother beckoning to her. In that moment, on the brink of death, Lu Bingbing regretted her decision to provoke Sinan. For years ago, he had the power to ruin Jiang Wanming, proving he was never a benevolent soul. His heart was cold, cleverly hidden beneath a facade of innocence and charm. Just as Lu Bingbing's consciousness began to fade, the bathroom door was forcefully swung open. Observing Lu Bingbing's grip on Sinan's wrist, Gu Weiyin's previously indifferent gaze darkened instantly. She yanked Lu Bingbing's hand away and then seized Sinan's wrist, pulling his hand from Lu Bingbing's throat. Let go. Do you wish to commit murder? Don't stop me. If she dares to scheme against me, I will end her today. Sinan's furious gaze was fixed on Lu Bingbing, wishing nothing more than to obliterate her. Lu Bingbing gasped for breath, her mouth opening wide as she coughed violently, her body slowly sliding down the wall to the ground. She truly could not fathom how she had offended Sinan to the extent that he wished for her demise. Wretched woman, Sinan thought bitterly. Having plotted against me and extorted me, if I don't teach this woman a lesson today, I might as well write my name backward. As Sinan prepared to grasp Lu Bingbing by the throat once more, Gu Weiyin swiftly pulled him back, her other hand delivering a sharp twist to his backside. A sudden surge of agony coursed through him, prompting Sinan to let out a yelp, nearly launching himself off the ground. Are you awake now? Gu Weiyin inquired, grasping Sinan's chin to compel his gaze to meet hers as she enunciated each word carefully. Sinan, still in a daze, stared at Gu Weiyin for a while before suddenly pouting. Sister, this woman is bullying me. Lu Bingbing, perplexed, was it she who had lost her senses? Or was it the world that had gone awry? Observing Sinan's confused demeanor as he playfully acted like a child towards her, Gu Weiyin felt a rush of warmth within her heart. Be good and come home with your sister, all right? From now on, this side of you shall be reserved solely for me. Chapter 20, A Midnight Rescue in the Dimly Lit Room. Gu Weiyin coaxed Sinan into drinking a cup of milk. After he fell into a deep slumber, she leaned down and gently kissed him. The slumbering figure remained oblivious to her tender gesture. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Sinan lay sprawled on the pillow, lost in a profound sleep. His dark, soft hair framed his face, while the quilt barely covered his waist, concealing some marks on his back. Nearby, Gu Weiyin leaned against the headboard, gazing at her handiwork with a faint smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she bent down and placed a gentle kiss on Sinan's cheek. The warmth of her touch brushed against his skin, causing his eyelashes to flutter, yet he remained unawakened. An hour later, Sinan awoke. Bewildered as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and his own unclad body, a look of confusion etched on his face. Had he truly gotten intoxicated and allowed some woman to toy with him? He lifted the quilt to inspect himself and sighed with relief. He was clean, and the bed was tidy. Yet, where were his clothes? This place was not a hotel. It resembled a room belonging to someone. Noticing a set of fresh clothes by the bedside, Sinan hastily donned them and made his way out the door. Downstairs, Gu Weiyin sat leisurely on the sofa, savoring her coffee. Awake? She inquired, her mood buoyant as she regarded Sinan's youthful and handsome visage. You drank too much last night and caused a scene at the restaurant. I happened to pass by and brought you back with me. Caused a scene? Sinan scratched his head, puzzled. He prided himself on his ability to hold his liquor. How could he have acted foolishly? You don't remember? Gu Weiyin's expression momentarily turned cold at the thought of Lu Bingbing, who had deliberately tried to seduce Sinan. When I arrived, I saw you choking a woman, almost to the point of suffocation. I've already inquired. Her name is Lu Bingbing. What is your relationship with her? Lu Bingbing? Sinan racked his brain, but could not recall her at all. He was not lying to Gu Weiyin. There was no need for deceit. He genuinely had no impression of Lu Bingbing. During high school, though he had received countless love letters, he had never developed feelings for any girl. As for the fighting incident, it was merely Jiang Wenming's audacity that had provoked the confrontation, as he dared to corner a girl in the restroom and bully her. Damn it, I, Jiang Wenming, have pursued you for so long. How dare you send a love letter to that pretty boy Sinan? Aside from his looks, what does he have that I lack? You like him, don't you? Today, I'll show you whether he will come to your rescue. Si Xiao? Pfft, I, Jiang Wenming, could easily take him down with a single finger. That day, he happened to be passing by the restroom with Cheng Fong and Qin Mu when they inadvertently overheard the entire exchange. Though not typically one to meddle, he could no longer tolerate Jiang Wenming's arrogance and impulsively decided to teach him a lesson. As for the girl who had been bullied, she had fled during the scuffle, and he hadn't even caught a glimpse of her. Gu Weiyin understood that Sinan was not lying and thus chose not to dwell on the matter any further. A woman who couldn't even be considered a rival did not warrant her attention. After washing up and having breakfast, she decided to settle the bill at Sanwei restaurant, as they had all indulged excessively the previous night, leaving her no choice but to guarantee the payment for him. A quarter of an hour later, Sinan sat at the table, hesitating to speak. Sister, about my clothes from last night. Who removed them? You were quite a last night. It was Butler Lu who helped you out, she replied. Standing nearby, Butler Lu was perplexed. Had he truly forgotten? Or was it simply a sign of aging and waning memory? Thank you, Uncle Lu, Sinan exclaimed. Butler Lu looked at this exceptionally handsome and polite young man and chuckled. Young Master C is too courteous. After finishing their meal, Sinan took Gu Weiyin's car to Sanwei restaurant. Hello, your total expenditure yesterday was 238,000. Sinan generously produced his black gold card and swiped it. Moments later, the server apologized. I'm sorry, sir, but your card balance is insufficient. Sinan raised an eyebrow, incredulous. What are you joking about? This is a black gold card with a limit of 50 million. How could the balance be insufficient? I'm truly sorry, sir, but there is genuinely no balance left. If you don't believe me, you may try elsewhere. Sinan, feeling helpless, glanced at his phone. He was not someone who would press a service worker unfairly. However, the glaring 145,000 balance displayed on his screen left him feeling rather embarrassed. He then turned to Gu Weiyin, his eyes pleading, and smiled sheepishly. Sister, I'm in a bit of a bind. Gu Weiyin smiled, then turned to the server and commanded, complimentary. Understood, Ms. Gu. I will inform everyone that from now on, whenever Mr. C visits, all expenses will be waived. Certainly, Ms. Gu. Sinan was momentarily dumbfounded. Sister, what about Sanwei restaurant? It's mine. Upon exiting the restaurant, Sinan promptly called the customer service number for his black gold card. Hello, sir. Indeed, the card has a limit of 50 million, but currently, the spending limit has been locked. Sinan gritted his teeth. How much is it locked at? 10,000. Only 10,000? Sinan hung up the phone, leaned back in his seat, and pouted in a pitiful manner. That's insufficient for even 2 days of living expenses. Ugh, my brother is such a scoundrel. How could he deceive me? Realizing he had neglected to use the cash of 50,000 he had on hand, and instead opted for a card with a mere 10,000 limit, Sinan felt immensely cheated. Suddenly, he straightened up, squinting with indignation. Expecting free labor without spending a dime. How audacious. From today on, I'm resigning from this after-sales service. Gu Weiyin watched him, her heart melting at Sinan's adorable demeanor. The spending limit had been her suggestion. Only by cutting off his financial resources could she draw closer to him. When Sinan received a call, he was in the midst of a meeting and spoke with a somewhat indifferent tone. If you desire financial gain, begin today by learning management under my guidance at the company and finance from your sister. Once you are capable of standing on your own, I shall promptly elevate your limit to 10 million. Should you fail to meet this expectation, our discussion shall be at an end. I am presently quite occupied and cannot attend to your affairs. If you find yourself short of funds, seek a loan from Miss Gu, settling accounts at the month's end. If your vehicle is out of fuel, refrain from returning home and stay at Miss Gu's residence. After all, we shall soon be one family, so do not hesitate. With that, he abruptly ended the call with a sharp click. Listening to the beeping sound emanating from her phone, Sinan curled her lips in disdain. Life has become unbearable. Within that household, I am merely an afterthought, and no one extends any compassion towards me. Gu Weiyin suppressed a laugh, reaching out to pat Sinan's head. How unfortunate. Do not fear. Your sister will support you from now on. Woo-woo, sister, you are truly wonderful. Far better than that wretched man. Gu Weiyin smiled softly. You are already much better than that wretched man. Meanwhile, in the midst of a meeting, the diligent worker Si Yin unexpectedly sneezed twice. Has he caught a cold? Chapter 21. A rare blush having acquired the tools necessary for his carving. Sinan set off in his remarkably stylish and powerful off-road vehicle towards Gu Weiyin's company. There was little left for him to cherish at home. In search of tranquility, his parents had retreated to France, his elder sister occasionally succumbed to her whims, and his elder brother was both callous and unfeeling. Thus, he resolved to take refuge with Gu Weiyin for a few days. He intended to assert his stance to his family. He would not relinquish his dreams, nor would he acquiesce to their plans for him to join the family business. As for Gu Weiyin, she was supportive of his aspirations, not only offering him precious golden sandalwood, but also providing him with an office space. A sister-in-law like a mother, she was even more caring than his own mother. Gu Weiyin's office was spacious, divided by a large glass wall into two distinct workspaces. Within the studio, there was also a lounge where one could rest after labor. However, she had never taken a break there before. Now that there was an additional presence in her office, it seemed only fitting to utilize the resting area. The thought of being able to embrace her little puppy for a kiss or a gentle caress, whenever he felt weary from work, filled Gu Weiyin with renewed energy. At that moment, the handsome and innocent figure standing at the doorway remained blissfully unaware that since the very first day he returned to the country, he had already walked into a den of wolves. Sis, am I disturbing you? He inquired. Not at all, Gu Weiyin replied with a smile. The glass wall has been soundproofed. You can work without concern. Feeling relieved, Sinan placed his toolbox inside the office and also transported a hefty piece of dark wood weighing over 20 pounds into the room. Gu Weiyin observed the busy figure through the glass wall, a gentle smile perpetually gracing her lips, a blend of joy, happiness, and a delightful thrill at finally having her little puppy close. The first to sense the shift in Gu Weiyin's aura was her assistant, Lin Yang, the secretary general of Gu's company. A 30-year-old woman with fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. Despite her age, she possessed an enviable charm and remarkable prowess. President Gu, here are the proposals from those designers. Please take a look. Gu Weiyin discreetly withdrew her gaze from Sinan, letting out a barely audible sigh, as if in resignation. This troublesome president truly felt overwhelmed by the myriad of issues at hand. Glancing briefly at the design drafts, she remarked, not bad. Lin Yang was somewhat taken aback, for Gu Weiyin was notoriously stringent regarding company designs. New designers typically had to revise their drafts 3 or 4 times before earning her approval. Shouldn't we inform them to revise? She asked. Revise what? It's quite good, Gu Weiyin responded, placing the design draft on her desk. Her usually indifferent demeanor exhibited an unprecedented softness, akin to a gentle spring breeze, evoking an involuntary sense of comfort in those who beheld her. Newcomers deserved nurturing. The company provided a platform for them to showcase their talents, allowing for a degree of leniency in errors. Yet it did not imply that the company would tolerate repeated mistakes. You instructed the design department to remain vigilant, allowing them to transition to permanent positions only when their error rate falls within the company's stipulated range. Understood, Lin Yang nodded. For a newcomer, this was indeed an unprecedented privilege. Director Gu, it is already 11 o'clock. How shall we arrange today's lunch? Lin Yang's gaze drifted towards the young and handsome man behind the glass wall, feeling somewhat apprehensive about Gu Weiyin's intentions. It is worth noting that aside from Gu Weiyin, no one else holds the privilege to work within the confines of the president's office. Since its establishment, that office had remained vacant for 2 years, and he was the first to occupy it, making it evident that their relationship was far from ordinary. Nevertheless, this young man was undeniably striking, radiant, and charming, with a dazzling smile and an enviable physique. If only she were a few years younger. Gu Weiyin sensed Lin Yang's momentary distraction, his expression cooling, and his aura instantly reverted to its previous state of frosty indifference, capable of freezing a bull in its tracks. Lin Yang felt a chill run down her spine, unable to suppress a shiver. Was he really that petty? Couldn't she even steal another glance? Notify Sanwei Zhai to prepare several signature dishes daily for delivery. I intend to dine in the office from now on. Certainly, Director Gu, I will make the arrangements immediately, Lin Yu replied hurriedly, braving Gu Weiyin's piercing gaze as she exited the office. The following day, the president's assistant was replaced by a man. Alongside the 5 elegant and poised female secretaries outside the office, all of whom were exchanged for men, sturdy, straight men, devoid of any possibility of deviation. Oh, why has everyone outside changed? Gu Weiyin inquired nonchalantly. They've collectively gone home to have children. Sinan, have you completed your design draft? Sinan nodded. Having already sketched the preliminary design, with only some details left to refine today, the thought of his first product, post-graduation from design school, nearing completion filled Sinan with excitement. He could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Had it been Si Yin and Si Ran, they might have already tossed his design draft and his collection of sculpting tools out the door. However, Gu Weiyin was different. She supported him and even shared his anticipation for the debut of his creation. Very well done. Gu Weiyin sincerely praised him. She genuinely believed Sinan was exceptional, particularly captivated by his serious demeanor while working and the charming furrow of his brow when deep in thought. It reminded her of that night when he was lost in desire, his hands bound to the bed. Gu Weiyin's gaze drifted to Sinan's wrists. His waist was slender, with well-defined abdominal muscles, clearly a result of regular exercise. Her eyes slowly traversed down his torso. Quite impressive, and his posterior, both firm and pert, was undeniably appealing. Sister, suddenly, a pair of long, fair hands with distinct joints waved in front of Gu Weiyin. What is wrong with you? Gu Weiyin cleared her throat softly, a rare blush gracing her aged cheeks. In a while, I must attend a meeting at the subsidiary. If you require anything, feel free to approach the secretary outside. Oh, Sinan nodded. Sister, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling feverish? Cough. I'm perfectly fine. Gu Weiyin replied as she stood to organize the documents needed for the meeting. Perhaps it's just the sudden chill in the weather. I'm not quite acclimated. You go about your business, and I'll return to have lunch with you. Sinan was about to protest that it was unnecessary for her to return specifically. But Gu Weiyin had already donned her coat and exited the room. In the next moment, the newly hired male assistant entered, collecting the documents from the table as he departed. Sinan suddenly grasped the burdens borne by her elder brother. It was apparent that holding a position of authority came with its own set of hardships. Even in moments of illness, one could not afford to rest. Chapter 22. The rival appears after 2 hours of diligent work. The intricate details of the design were finally completed, but a more significant dilemma loomed ahead. He had forgotten to purchase paint. Sinan smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting the lapse in his memory over such a crucial matter. Observing that time was still on his side, he seized his phone and exited the office. Sinan possessed a peculiar habit. Once the design was perfected, he would refrain from making further alterations, believing that this approach would yield a more efficient sculpting process. At that moment, at the reception on the first floor, a well-dressed gentleman with an air of refinement held a lavish bouquet of flowers, calmly regarding a poised young woman before him. This man was Xie Jingyun, whom Gu Huaiwen had deliberately introduced to Gu Weiyin. At the charity gala, he had been captivated by Gu Weiyin's enchanting and aloof demeanor. She resembled a white lotus on a snow-capped mountain, proud and pure, evoking a sense of reverence. In the past few days, he had consulted professionals and learned that women like Gu Weiyin, who exude an air of cold indifference, seldom approach men easily. However, should they find themselves emotionally stirred, their ardor could be as intense as fire. Furthermore, such women are remarkably loyal. Once they commit to someone, their resolve remains unyielding. Aware that Gu Weiyin was unattached, Xie Jingyun was eager to advance his intentions. The young woman looked at the flowers in Xie Jingyun's hands, her expression wavering. Sir, please do not put us in a difficult position. The company has regulations. It would be best if you communicated with our general manager before visiting. Xie Jingyun's expression darkened. If he had Gu Weiyin's contact information, he wouldn't be facing such hurdles. Even Gu Huaiwen needed to go through an assistant to reach her. When will your general manager return? We are not certain. The general manager's schedule is coordinated by a professional assistant, or you may contact the assistant directly. Secretary Lin's phone is unreachable. Oh, Secretary Lin has been assigned to the subsidiary, the young woman explained with a polite smile. Currently, Assistant Fong is by the general manager's side. Xie Jingyun felt a sense of helplessness. Just as he contemplated leaving, a young man emerged from the elevator. He looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Jingyun's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that the youngest son of his family's rival, the Si family? What was he doing at Gu's company? Young Master Si. As Sinan crossed the reception area, he was approached by a striking gentleman. Instantly, he was drawn to the refined figure before him, an elegant rogue, perhaps. However, the flowers in his hands were indeed impressive. Sinan paused. "Do you know me?" Xie Jingyun stepped forward and extended his hand. "I was also present at the charity gala that day. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you." Sinan glanced down momentarily, expressing his discomfort with the customary handshake of successful individuals. It was well known that young Master C was not one to adhere to trivial formalities, and upon this encounter, it was evident that he was a person of straightforward disposition. Xie Jingyun retracted his hand with a smile. Years spent in the commercial arena had instilled in him an ability to maintain composure in the face of any challenge. "Let us forego the flattery, for it does not sit well with me." Sinan could hardly tolerate the insincerity prevalent in the business world, and this aversion was precisely why he refrained from joining any company. To pay compliments to someone was akin to a death sentence for him. Xie Jingyun did not take offense at Sinan's demeanor. After all, a young master raised amidst wealth had his own audacity. "What brings you here, young Master C? Does your presence relate to General Gu?" Sinan raised an eyebrow, unable to conceal his disdain for Xie Jingyun's pretentious demeanor. "Are you seeking me for something?" "Oh, I am here to discuss an important matter with General Gu, but I am uncertain of her return." Xie Jingyun posed a probing question, hoping that if Sinan were aware of Gu Weiyan's whereabouts, it might indicate a closer relationship between them, warranting further investigation. "Why would I know? I am not a parasite residing in her abdomen." Sinan cast a glance at the flowers in Xie Jingyun's hand. "Are you attempting to court her?" Xie Jingyun, unaware of the connection between Sinan and Gu Weiyan, hesitated to respond hastily. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Sinan seized the flowers from his grasp. Turning to leave, "I shall accept these on her behalf. You may depart now." Xie Jingyun found himself momentarily flabbergasted by Sinan's audacious maneuver. Had he truly aged at 25, unable to keep pace with the ideals of the younger generation? Young Master C. Xie Jingyun quickly followed, his mind racing. "Those are my flowers." "Sir, you cannot ascend without an appointment," the receptionist managed to exclaim just as Xie Jingyun squeezed into the elevator at the last moment. It was only because of Gu Weiyan that he would behave in such a manner. Otherwise, witnessing this refined elite acting so undignified would be a disservice to his image. "What brings you here?" Just as Sinan intended to press the elevator button, Xie Jingyun blocked him. "Young Master C, let's remain calm. We are kindred spirits in business. My brother and I have dealings. We are not strangers." "Who the hell considers you a kindred spirit?" Sinan scoffed internally. What a farce. He dared vie for his brother's affections, assuming that this professional relationship expert was merely idle. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor without a pause. Instead, Jingyun surmised that this must be Gu Weiyan's private elevator. What is the nature of this young man's relationship with her? If it were romantic? Impossible. Xie Jingyun immediately dismissed the notion. How could such a cold and aloof woman as Gu Weiyan possibly be attracted to a mere boy? Apart from his handsome visage, he appeared utterly lacking in merit. Upon exiting the elevator, Xie Jingyun beheld several male secretaries diligently engaged in their work, momentarily questioning whether he had arrived at the correct destination. Was it not said that Gu Weiyan had little interest in men, having never dated anyone at the age of 23? Yet, here were these male secretaries. Could it be that he had been misinformed? A female CEO with male secretaries? Was this not akin to the scenario of male CEOs and female secretaries? What if, by some unfortunate misstep, they inadvertently crossed boundaries? As he observed Sinan stride into the office without a backward glance, Xie Jingyun was about to follow when he was abruptly halted by one of the male secretaries nearby. I apologize, sir, but without the permission of President Gu, no one is allowed to enter the office. Xie Jingyun, bewildered by this series of events, found himself stumped and posed an unintelligent question. Then how can he enter? The male secretary replied, Was my explanation unclear? Without President Gu's permission, no one may enter, so those who do, naturally have her consent. With an air of business acumen, it was perplexing that he could not grasp such a simple matter. Inside the office, Sinan sat comfortably in Gu Weiyan's designated seat, leisurely retrieving his phone and dialing a familiar number. Hello, President C. I have some good news for you. Your rival has appeared. You now have two choices. 1. Do nothing and risk losing your wife. 2. Pay to avert disaster and ensure your safety. Chapter 23. The Emperor is not in a hurry. Yet the eunuch is Yen coldly uttered, You handle it yourself, and abruptly hung up the phone. Frustrated, Sinan angrily tossed his phone onto the table. Not a penny would be spent, yet he expected assistance in fending off romantic advances. Absurd. realizing his slip of the tongue. Sinan quickly clasped his hands together and bowed towards the west. Mother, I unintentionally offended. When others are angry, you must not be. Calmness is key. After a moment of mental reconciliation with his mother, Sinan squinted his eyes and muttered through gritted teeth. Indeed, the emperor is not in a hurry. Yet the eunuch is anxious. I shall not concern myself. After all, it is not his wife at stake. After stewing in his vexation for a while, Sinan grabbed a bouquet of flowers from the table and retreated to his office. By the time Gu Weiyin returned to the company after her meeting, it was already noon. Upon seeing Xie Jingyun waiting outside her office, a shadow fell over her eyes. Was Mr. Xie being a tad too presumptuous by intruding into another's company? Miss Gu, Xie Jingyun said with a smile, undeterred by her frosty demeanor. If he wished to pursue Gu Weiyin, he needed to possess the courage to match her spirit. I heard from Uncle Gu that you have made some notable achievements in the venture capital field. As a finance student myself, I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Gu Weiyin cast a cold glance at Xie Jingyun, her gaze piercing and assertive. If you have inquiries, direct them to my assistant. I, Gu Weiyin, do not require personal favors, nor do I appreciate you attempting to gauge my intellect through your actions. Rejected with indifference. Xie Jingyun felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. A woman of such character only served to ignite a man's desire for conquest. Miss Gu, please do not misunderstand. Just then, the elevator dinged. A person clad in a restaurant uniform stepped out, the name Sandwich prominently displayed on the attire. President Gu. The dishes are ready, prepared under the supervision of the head chef as per your instructions. Very well, Gu Weiyin replied, glancing at the thermal food container. Then instructed her assistant, take it inside. Yes, President Gu, the male assistant replied, taking the food container, opening the office door, and setting up a folding dining table to arrange the dishes meticulously on its surface. Xie Jingyun peered through the crack of the door. Judging by the quantity of food it could easily serve for, could it be that besides Xi's young master, there were others in the office? If not, then they would be alone together. Though Xie Jingyun considered himself not overly curious, he now found himself fervently seeking an answer. You may leave now, Gu Weiyin said curtly, issuing an unmistakable dismissal. Let me warn you once more. Do not presume that having Gu Huaiwen strategizing for you grants you the right to speculate on my actions. Should this occur again, you will bear the consequences. As he watched Gu Weiyin's resolute figure retreat, Xie Jingyun quickly interjected, Miss Gu, I've left something in your office. Gu Weiyin paused momentarily, her piercing gaze directed at the secretary beside her. This gentleman had yet to enter the office, prompting the secretary to rise immediately and offer an explanation. He certainly did not wish to be dismissed on his first day. The high salary at Gu Corporation was something others could only aspire to. Xie Jingyun stepped forward, embodying the spirit of resilience, one who rises stronger after each defeat. The secretary, realizing the situation, remarked that Mr. C had indeed descended earlier and returned with a bouquet in hand. Xie Jingyun's expression brightened. That bouquet belongs to me. It is intended for Miss Gu. Young Master C accepted it on your behalf, stating he would pass it to you. Will Miss Gu accept it? Gu Weiyin furrowed her brows and stepped into the office. Xie Jingyun followed closely behind, entering without waiting for the secretary to stop him. As he peered through the glass window into the office, fury ignited within his eyes. The carefully selected flowers he had chosen in the morning now stood as mere decorations, starkly out of place in their elegant wrapping. Gu Weiyin entered, observing Xin and focused intently on some task, her sharp demeanor softening instantly. What are you doing? Hearing her voice, Xin looked up, his brows lifting in a warm smile. I am mixing colors. It will be finished shortly. Gu Weiyin cast a glance at the scattered petals on the table and inquired, where did these flowers come from? You brought them, Xin replied, nodding towards the stoic Xie Jingyun at the door. I forgot to buy paint today and was about to head downstairs when he delivered the flowers. I figured if they were going to be discarded, I might as well put them to good use. You certainly understand the principle of utilizing resources effectively. That shows progress. Gu Weiyin seized the opportunity to affirm Xinan's thoughts. Standing between the two offices, Xie Jingyun suddenly felt as though he had been played for a fool. His anger simmering within. Was young Master C's behavior not a bit underhanded? Xinan chuckled, but before he could respond, Gu Weiyin instructed, Assistant Fong, transfer 1,000 yuan to Mr. Xie. I purchased this bouquet. Turning back to Xinan, she added gently, are the petals sufficient? If not, have the assistant buy more. They are enough. I won't need so many. I have already mixed the colors, and I can begin the finishing touches shortly. Then let us wash our hands and have lunch. Today's dishes are personally prepared by the head chef, guaranteed to suit your tastes. As Xie Jingyun observed Gu Weiyan's tenderness, so unlike her earlier demeanor, he began to form a conclusion. Undeniably, in terms of family background, they were a suitable match, yet in terms of age and experience, was this young man truly a fit for her? Sinan stood up, wiping his hands with the wet wipes Gu Weiyan had offered, casting a provocative glance at Xie Jingyun. As Miss Gu's guardian, I must remind you. She is my brother's. You have no chance. My brother? Xie Jingyun's expression grew somewhat grim. If it were merely that brash young lad, he could certainly contend. After all, the youth's naivety rendered him oblivious to the intricacies of manipulation, making him far easier to handle. However, when it came to Xie, in terms of capability, wealth, and strategy, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Sinan tossed the wet wipes into the trash bin, offering Xie Jingyun a faint smile, a gesture signifying his departure without further ado. Xie Jingyun cast a glance at Sinan, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze before he turned and exited the office. Observing Xie Jingyun's dejected demeanor brought Sinan great delight, though he lamented one thing. Having shielded sister-in-law Si from romantic advances, his elder brother remained unwilling to compensate him. Without his assistance, that miserly, heartless man would be destined to remain a bachelor for life. Alas, why must the fate of our young master Si be so filled with hardship? Chapter 24. The Blind Girl for Sinan. Creating design sketches and executing the carving work was a task he could accomplish effortlessly. From a young age, he had harbored a passion for carving, often taking up a chisel to craft small trinkets. Although it was merely a hobby, his early creations were far from perfect. It wasn't until he grew older that he delved into more advanced sculpting techniques. Eventually, while studying abroad, he surreptitiously abandoned the business management program that Si Chen had arranged for him, dedicating himself to design and carving. Consequently, his dismal grades in business management provoked Si Chen's ire, leading him to be summoned back from overseas. After 4 days of relentless labor, the golden silk Nanmu urn was finally complete. Gazing at the handcrafted masterpiece, rooted in the essence of traditional Chinese aesthetics, Sinan felt a profound sense of accomplishment and clapped his hands in delight. Perfection. He was determined to surprise his father at tomorrow's birthday banquet, eager to show him that his youngest son was also a source of pride. Imagining the look of contentment in Si Chen's eyes the following day, Sinan smiled as shards of sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow upon him, reminiscent of a delicate lens-filtered light. One could even catch a glimpse of his charming little tiger teeth peeking from the corners of his lips. Carefully wrapping the urn, Sinan glanced out the glass window. At that moment, Gu Weiyan was still diligently engrossed in her work. She appeared genuinely busy, hardly leaving the office except for meetings, and even during meals. She merely took a few bites at her desk. Although the dishes from Sanwei Zhai were quite delectable, realizing it was still early, Sinan hesitated to disturb her and settled back down. Observing the leftover scraps of golden silk Nanmu wood on the table, inspiration suddenly struck him, prompting him to retrieve his carving tools once more. As night descended, the automatic lights flickered on, and by the time Gu Weiyan finished her tasks, the sky was adorned with a blanket of stars. It was already 8 o'clock. Time was fleeting, and rest was in order. Hearing a sound, Sinan looked up and met Gu Weiyan's intense gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. Why did he always feel this peculiar sensation? Subtle, yet indescribable. Almost finished. Sinan quickly averted his eyes and hastened his movements. Moments later, he presented a finely crafted hand-carved bracelet before Gu Weiyan. Sister, this is for you. For me? Gu Weiyan was taken aback, accepting the bracelet with curiosity. The beads, though not particularly large, were smooth and clearly polished with great care. As Sinan organized his tools back into the toolbox, he offered a brief explanation. I noticed there were some leftover scraps, and it seemed a waste to discard them. So I made this bracelet. It's a bit rough around the edges, but if you don't like it, I can craft a better one when I have superior materials. This is wonderful. I love it. Gu Weiyan replied. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that each bead bore intricate symbols, resembling characters from Buddhist scriptures. What are these characters? The 6-syllable mantra, Sinan explained, also known as the 6-character formula, symbolizes peace and smooth sailing. Gu Weiyan smiled as she adorned her wrist with a bracelet, casting a meaningful glance at Sinan. Do you think my love will flourish? Of course, Sinan replied, the light in his eyes igniting a deep yearning within Gu Weiyan, who suppressed the urge to pull him into her embrace and planned a fervent kiss upon him. I'll owe you one, and when the time comes, I shall repay it tenfold. Rest assured, with me around, everything will be fine. Sinan added, inappropriately patting his chest. From now on, you shall be our family's rightful lady of the house. In an instant, Gu Weiyan's expression darkened. A fleeting tenderness in her gaze swiftly replaced by an abyss of depth. Were it not for the untimely moment, she would have seized him and bitten him fiercely. Humph. I'll hold that against you and return the favor later. The chilling atmosphere around her made Sinan shiver, an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that he had misspoken? After a moment's thought, he added, Sister, don't worry. When you marry my elder brother, I promise to present you with an extravagant gift. With a somewhat chilling tone, Gu Weiyan squeezed out a few words. Good. I look forward to it. Sinan couldn't help but shudder. Why did he feel increasingly cold? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Was the office haunted? Sister, it's getting late. Let us hurry and leave. Once outside the office, Sinan felt warmth returning to his body. In Jinghe Bay, in order to share a reunion dinner with his children on his birthday, Siyichen had returned from France a day in advance with Jiang Qingyun. Sinan came home late, and, noticing the dim lights in the room, chose not to disturb them. Early the next morning, the servants in the villa began their bustling preparations. Siyichen valued family gatherings. Thus, every year his birthday was celebrated at home, exclusively with their immediate family. Those distant relatives hoping to curry favor with the Si family on this occasion were turned away at the door. The principle was clear. No gifts, no obligations. Dad, happy birthday. Father, happy birthday. As noon approached, Si Yin and Si Ran deliberately canceled their later appointments to rush home from the company. Observing his remarkably accomplished eldest son, Si Yichen felt a deep sense of pride. Elegant and refined, mature and composed, possessing formidable capabilities while adeptly navigating the business world. He never sought the limelight, yet effectively safeguarded the company's interests. Among his children, Si Yin was his most splendid creation. Of course, his daughter was not lacking either. Her meticulous management of the company's finances had alleviated much of his burden. Yet, her standards were excessively high. None of the promising young men he introduced piqued her interest. What exactly was she seeking? I heard the recent bidding conference was a tremendous success. You all must have put in considerable effort behind the scenes, Si Ran remarked as he settled beside Si Yichen, linking his arm with his father's. Eldest brother works the hardest, often toiling late into the night just to surprise you on your birthday. Father, with such a wonderful son, aren't you delighted? With a chuckle, Si Yichen gently patted Si Ran's hand, proclaiming, My daughter is certainly remarkable. You are both the pride of your father. However, his expression suddenly turned serious as he furrowed his brow. Where is that little rascal? Has he not yet risen? After spending so much to send him abroad, all we have to show for it after these years are a few empty promises. How can he still have the audacity to sleep in? Ran, please summon him down. He is not at home. I saw him leave early this morning in his car. Sensing his father's rising ire, Si Ran quickly placed a reassuring hand on Si Yichen's chest. Do not be upset. Father, children grow up and must forge their own paths. Xiaonan is already 20. It is time for him to have his own thoughts. Perhaps once he finds a girlfriend, he will settle down. A girlfriend? Si Yichen retorted without reservation. What a waste of time. He causes trouble and engages in fights, yet when he stirs up trouble, he does not take responsibility. Are the girls blind to such faults that they would be interested in him? Si Yin and Si Ren exchanged knowing glances and smiled, thinking to themselves, indeed. There seems to be one who is blind. Chapter 25, The Gift Dad, Mom, I'm back. Early in the morning, Sinan drove to the market to select a gift box that matched the dimensions of the urn, then retrieve the urn from Gu Weiyan's company. However, he was caught in an unprecedented traffic jam, making it quite a challenge to return home just in time to celebrate Si Yichen's birthday. Daddy, happy birthday. Sinan placed the gift box on the table and quickly walked over to the sofa, enveloping Si Yichen in a warm embrace. Si Yichen stiffened momentarily. His previously simmering anger instantly transformed into a gentle warmth, not of fury, but of affection. The children have grown up. Aside from their childhood days when they would leap into his arms for a hug, it had been many years since he had experienced such a gesture. Si Yin, ever composed, would never indulge in such displays of affection, while Si Ran, being a young lady, had developed a sense of boundaries as she matured. Only his younger son, with a carefree spirit and disregard for formalities, expressed his feelings openly without reservation. Little did he know how desperately he yearned for his children to embrace him upon his return, especially on the first day back home when he hugged Jiang Qingyun. Today, he finally received that warmth. Si Yichen patted Sinan's back, his eyes glistening with happiness. Good son, you've grown up. Observing the tender scene of father and son, Siran teasingly remarked, "Dad, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. Have you changed your tune so quickly? Don't you have any principles left?" Sian shot Siran a helpless glance, but thankfully, Sinan, being his usual boisterous self, took no offense. The moment of familial warmth could last a little longer, as chaos was sure to ensue shortly. Despite their prestigious status in Yun City, the Si family boasted a lively and joyous atmosphere, all thanks to this simple-minded, delightful boy. "Dad, I've prepared a birthday gift for you, made by my own hands." Sinan turned to fetch the urn, but Sian interrupted him, suggesting, "Let us wait until after dinner." "Why?" Sinan queried. "Because your mother has worked hard cooking." Finally, the last dish, wine-braised clams, was ready when Jiang Qingyun emerged from the kitchen, beaming as she glanced at the family in the living room. "Children, Lao Si, come and eat." Upon seeing Jiang Qingyun in her apron, Sinan sprang to his feet, taking 2 large strides towards her, his eyes sweeping over the dining table. "Mom, did you make all of this?" "Indeed, I cooked today. Are you happy?" Sinan was taken aback, having received no prior notice that the family's cook was on leave today. Otherwise, he would have filled his stomach outside before returning home. This was a disaster. He knew he wouldn't be able to enjoy the meal. He vividly recalled a time in his childhood when the housekeeper was away, and his mother prepared a dish of scallions and clams, resulting in 3 days of stomach troubles for him. That experience remained etched in his memory, as he had feared. The steamed bass was fishy, the clam steamed egg was bitter, and the chestnut chicken was devoid of salt, lotus root, and spare rib soup. An unrelenting assault on the senses. The most exasperating part was the boiled shrimp, which had not even been deveined. Sinan managed to endure 2 bites without spewing it forth. Observing the others, each bore an expression of silent suffering. Yet, Jiang Qingyun proudly encouraged everyone, urging them to eat, proclaiming that wastefulness was shameful and we must heed the national call to participate in the Clean Plate campaign. Sinan forced a smile. "Mom, do you have someone else on the side? You little rascal, what are you saying?" At that moment, 4 pairs of chopsticks clattered toward him. Sinan leaped aside. "Ah, you're all ganging up on me. I refuse to eat this meal. If you don't eat, you'll go hungry," Jiang Qingyun retorted, reclaiming her chopsticks with indignation. "Let us not mind him. We shall eat." Siran, this little brat, so clever that he might as well have a tail. Si Chen gazed at the overflowing plate before him, his lips twitching. Having a wife with a dulled sense of taste yet a passion for culinary arts is truly a burden. "Dad, this is a gift for you." After the meal, Sian produced a small bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table before Si Chen. Jiang Qingyun glanced at it, increasingly recognizing it. "Son, what does it mean for you to gift your father a heart-saving pill?" Wishing Dad longevity. Si Chen, however, found no offense in it. "Ah, splendid. Spending the least to accomplish the most is indeed the hallmark of a successful businessman." Dad misunderstood. "I merely feared your heart might not withstand it." Meanwhile, Siren reached for an item resembling a knee brace from the sofa. "Dad, this is a gift from your daughter, a heat therapy knee device infused with herbal ingredients. Effective for your chronic leg pain." Si Chen accepted it, chuckling, "Ah, how thoughtful of my daughter." In the next moment, all eyes turned curiously toward Sinan. With a mysterious smile, he believed that only something crafted by his own hands could truly convey his heartfelt sentiments. He carefully retrieved a wooden box from its packaging and placed it on the table before Si Chen. "Dad, this is for you. Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountain." Jiang Qingyun leaned forward, her gaze lingering on the exquisitely crafted wooden box. "Old Si, I can't shake the feeling that this box looks somewhat familiar. It resembles the urn used for your father's burial." Merely a fleeting thought. She would never fathom that the little rascal actually brought back an urn as a gift. The material was commendable, and the craftsmanship exhibited a certain skill. Si Chen objectively assessed his thoughts. As a businessman, he naturally valued items of worth. The wooden artifact before him, in terms of both material and craftsmanship, could indeed be deemed superior. Receiving the praise, Sinan felt an immense sense of pride. "Dad, I crafted this with my own hands. And the design was also drawn by me. It is truly a one-of-a-kind masterpiece." "Very well," Si Chen nodded in satisfaction. "It is indeed rare to achieve such a level of accomplishment merely out of a hobby." Hee, as long as you enjoy it." Sinan gradually retracted his body. He dared not reveal that during his years abroad, he studied sculpture and design. Jiang Qingyun increasingly felt something was amiss. "Son, what is it that you are creating?" "An urn." Chapter 26. The consequences of kidnapping. The material was dark golden silk nanmu, imperishable for a millennium, upon which I had intricately carved dragon patterns, symbolizing prosperity and enduring blessings for future generations. Xinan explained patiently, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xichen almost gasped for breath upon hearing this. Noticing the situation, Xian immediately produced a quick-acting heart-saving pill and administered several to Xichen. "Father, please do not be agitated. The little rascal." Xichen took a moment to compose himself, tremblingly pointing at Xinan, wanting to scold him but at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally recalled a phrase that had circulated widely online recently. "Are you the monkey that was invited as a savior? You are utterly incompetent, the champion of annoyance. Presenting an urn for a birthday gift, was that not akin to cursing him for being an old fool?" Xichen clutched his chest and stood up, shouting towards the servants in the distance. "Where is my whip? Bring it to me. Today, I shall thrash this unfilial wretch." Upon hearing this, Xinan instantly exploded in indignation. "What have I done wrong? I generously crafted a gift for you, and now I am to receive a beating? At this age? How could one live a year worse than the last, becoming increasingly unreasonable?" Xichen was momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. He realized that this younger son was indeed his nemesis, born solely to infuriate him. The servant stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Observing Jiang Qingyan giving her a knowing glance, the servant understood and promptly exited the parlor, distancing herself from this contentious scene. Realizing he could not rely on the whip, Xichen gritted his teeth, drew the belt from his waist, tugged at his trousers with one hand, and swung the belt with the other. Xinan, seeing this, swiftly embraced the urn he had painstakingly crafted, kicked the table, and with a deft leap, landed neatly on the opposite side. His movements were remarkably practiced, revealing that he had endured his share of beatings growing up. "You little rascal, stop right there," Xinan retorted. "Am I supposed to stand here and take a beating? I'm not foolish." "Old Si, do not lose your temper." Jiang Qingyun, concerned for her son, quickly grasped Xichen's arm, gently patting his chest to help him regain his composure. She then turned her gaze sharply towards Xinan. "You little rascal, look at what you've done to your father. Why don't you dispose of this ominous thing?" Xinan huffed, cradling the urn protectively. "What is so ominous about it? Have you not heard of fortune arising from a coffin? In this modern age, why should we fear the sight of a coffin? Do you not think it a blessing to choose one's final resting place while still alive? I truly cannot comprehend your antiquated mindset. Do not impose your beliefs upon me. I shall keep it for myself." In contrast to the rigid conservatism of the older generation, Xiran's thoughts were considerably more progressive. "I find this gift quite creative, father. Many young people in our country now select their urns in advance. It is a trend. To choose one's most satisfactory resting place while still living is indeed a rare opportunity." Xinan nodded in agreement. "Sister, I have just realized how discerning you are. When your birthday comes, I shall gift you one as well." Xiran felt a twinge of anticipation as he prepared to sketch his design. "No problem." He flashed an okay gesture. And before turning away, he couldn't help but haughtily huff at Xichen, old fossil. Beside them, Xiyin sighed. "What a tumultuous birthday this has become. Dad, aren't you familiar with that kid? Once he learns something good, he can't wait to show it off. In truth, Xiaonan harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to present you with what he perceives as the finest gift. While we may struggle to comprehend his thought process, we cannot overlook his heartfelt filial piety." "Can we?" "Humph, is that filial piety? It feels more like a scheme to drive me to distraction." With Xinan's mischief momentarily quelled, and the gentle reassurances from Xiran and Xiyin, Xichen's mood gradually settled. After a while, he found himself reminiscing about the exquisite golden silk Nanwood box. Setting aside the term urn, the material and craftsmanship were indeed commendable. He was somewhat surprised that the young rascal possessed a measure of skill. If only he could channel such diligence into business, he would surely have a promising future. Much like his elder brother. Alas, this lad's heart was not set on the company, nor did he harbor any interest in management. That evening, Xichun sat alone in the study, deliberately checking a forum on his computer, discovering that urns were not necessarily considered inauspicious. On the contrary, many young people praise such avant-garde choices. Could it be that he was truly aging, unable to keep pace with the times? He shut his laptop, closed his eyes, and sat in silence for a moment before rising. Knock, 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 bang. Having just finished his shower, Xinan emerged from the bathroom, still damp and unclothed, only to find someone pushing the door open. Alarmed, he instinctively clasped his hands over himself. "Dad, why didn't you knock?" "I knocked 3 times. Xichen replied. dressed in a light gray silk pajama set. His gaze scanning the room until it landed on the somber golden silk Nan would earn displayed on the table. "Hand me that box." "What for?" Nan sidled to the bedside, quickly wrapping himself in a blanket. "If you don't like it, you can refuse it. This is the fruit of 5 sleepless days of labor. If you throw it away, don't blame me if I run away from home." Ignoring him, Chen walked directly to the table and picked up the box. After a full afternoon of mental preparation, the box now appeared increasingly appealing. With its authentic ancient design, the golden silk Nan would exhibited a typical cloud pattern, and as he drew closer, he could even catch a whiff of a subtle fruity aroma. To his knowledge, this type of wood was renowned for being impervious to decay and insect damage for a millennium. "Quite nice," Chen thought generously. As he prepared to leave, he couldn't resist glancing back at Nan and said, "Make another one for your mother, exactly the same." Nan was taken aback for a moment, then let out a scoff, amused by the romantic notion of her father, who even insisted on a couple's design for the urn. "Dad, did you win Mom's heart with such romance back in the day, allowing her to remain utterly devoted to you all these years?" Chen fell silent for a brief moment, unusually setting aside his long-held seriousness to crack a joke. "Your father relied on his looks, along with a heart that beats with fervor." This quip was something he had recently learned online. He realized that if his thoughts did not keep pace with the times, he would struggle to connect with today's youth. Nan tightened her grip on the blanket, swallowing hard. "Dad, have you been possessed?" How could he utter such words? It was utterly bewildering. After finishing the urn, Nan naturally had no reason to linger in Gu Wei Yan's office any longer, indulging in food and drink. As she glanced at the empty room beside her, Gu Wei Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed she would need to explore other avenues. She had to swiftly secure that young man to prevent any prolonged complications. Picking up her phone, Gu Wei Yan dialed a special number. "Has everything been clarified?" A deep, steady voice responded from the other end. For years prior, the young Master C had gotten into a fight with Jiang Wenming, the son of Jiang Tongzhou. At school, the conflict stemmed from Jiang Wenming's infatuation with a female classmate, who had, however, sent a love letter to the young Master C. Jiang Wenming felt humiliated and, in a fit of rage, cornered the girl in the restroom with malicious intent, only to be interrupted by the young Master C, leading to a brawl. The young Master C emerged unscathed, but Jiang Wenming suffered a severe injury. Consequently, the Jiang family had caused considerable trouble for the young Master C. Eventually, Chen sent him abroad to avoid the fallout, and he returned home just 10 days ago. The Jiang family? Gu Weiyan's gaze turned icy. She was well aware of Jiang Tongzhou's nature, cunning and treacherous, a typical bully who preyed on the weak. It seemed the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Jiang Wenming was no better. Nan was pure-hearted and straightforward, lacking the guile to navigate such treachery. If she were to encounter Jiang Wenming, she feared she would not stand a chance. "Miss, we've uncovered another matter." "Speak." The young Master C was kidnapped at the age of 7. The kidnappers demanded a ransom of 50 million. While Chen was raising the funds, the young Master C secretly stole a lighter from the kidnappers and set a fire, nearly losing his life in the process. 2 kidnappers died, 1 was injured, and the surviving one is currently serving time in prison. Due to good behavior, he has received 2 opportunities for reduced sentencing, with his release date uncertain. Gu Weiyan was taken aback. Arson was a desperate act of mutual destruction. She had not anticipated that beneath Nan's pristine exterior lay a heart capable of such ruthlessness. No wonder he had been so troubled by extortion and blackmail. A shiver ran through Gu Weiyan as she pondered the implications. If he were to discover that the woman who had taken advantage of him was her, how would he react? Perhaps by that time, it would come down to a contest of who was more merciless. Chapter 27. The need for protection. Gu Weiyan languidly reclined against the back of her chair, her wrist resting on the table as her fingers idly tapped. She gazed at the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist, a smile subtly gracing her lips. This was the first gift bestowed upon her by her little puppy, an item of immeasurable value. After a moment of silence, Gu Weiyan suddenly inquired, "Where is Cixi at this moment?" On the other end of the line. There was a brief pause before the response came, "At the base." "Recall him," Gu Weiyan commanded, her gaze shifting away as her eyes deepened with significance. "There is an important mission. The C family values loyalty and integrity, indifferent to external circumstances. Thus, for many years, Chen had never prioritized security. However, times have changed. Nan is to be with her henceforth, and he must not be without protection. Cixi, with his quick wit and adept skills, was exceptionally capable and could act swiftly and decisively. With him by Nan's side, she could proceed with her tasks with peace of mind. Understood, miss. After the call ended, Assistant Fong knocked and entered. Director Gu, the itinerary for your trip abroad has been arranged for tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Very well. Today, the chairman of Guangyao Company wishes to invite you for dinner to discuss subsequent matters concerning the mountainous area outside the city. Should we decline? Assistant Fong, having recently joined the team, was uncertain of Gu Weiyan's working style and, reluctantly, took the risk of being reprimanded to inquire. Fortunately, although Gu Weiyan was somewhat aloof, she was not unreasonable and was willing to provide him the opportunity for mutual understanding. From now on, all banquets should be cancelled. We rely on our strength, not on the social niceties of banquets. Yes, Director Gu, I understand. As the assistant turned to leave, Gu Weiyan suddenly seemed to conceive a new idea and called out to him. Wait, there is no need to cancel tonight's banquet. Inform Guangyao Company that I shall attend punctually. Understood, Director Gu. Although Assistant Fong was somewhat taken aback, he did not hesitate. The first rule of employment, the boss is always right. If the boss is wrong, all conclusions should refer to the first rule. With the evening's agenda settled, Gu Weiyan promptly picked up her phone to call Nan. On the other end, the sound was somewhat chaotic, as if he were engrossed in a game, followed by the announcement of game over. Once the noise subsided, Gu Weiyan straightforwardly asked, How is your tolerance for alcohol? Nan set down the gaming controller, his expression devoid of disappointment from his loss. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, conquering the world with my prowess, with no match in sight, he boasted, exuding an air of bravado. Sister, why do you ask this? Gu Weiyan got straight to the point. There is a banquet tonight, and you shall accompany me. I have a business trip tomorrow and cannot drink. You must drink in my stead. Drink on your behalf. Why not contact my elder brother for such a task? It is rather peculiar for a mere uncle to shield his sister-in-law from alcohol. What if things take a turn for the worse? No. Am I that kind of person? My character is impeccable. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Is this small favor too much to ask? Gu Weiyan waited leisurely for Nan's decision, convinced that he would acquiesce, given her understanding of him. Her little pup was always one to appreciate kindness. No, sister. Do not misunderstand, Nan said, momentarily hesitating, contemplating whether to check if his elder brother had time, yet fearing that Gu Weiyan might misinterpret it as an excuse. After all, she had assisted him greatly during this period, leaving him with no valid reason to decline. I'll inform the chauffeur at home to pick me up later. There's no need. You are working for me, and it is my duty to ensure your transport. It's settled then. I will pick you up at 6 this evening. After hanging up, Nan reclined on the lazy sofa in the game room, gazing at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, lost in thought. Was it possible that Gu Weiyan sought him out a tad too often? In his recollection, after their brief encounter at the charity gala, she had not arranged another meeting with Yan. Yet, she treated him exceptionally well, as if he could summon the wind or rain at will. Furthermore, Yan seemed rather indifferent towards this relationship, hiring him as a mere errand boy for even the simplest tasks. Reflecting on it now, it appeared that both parties were somewhat off-kilter. Upon hearing the roar of an engine outside, Yan sprang up and dashed out, managing to intercept his brother's car just as Yan was about to leave. Elder brother, how is your relationship with Gu Weiyan progressing? Before rolling down the window, Yan swiftly extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Following that incident years ago, Yan had developed an unconscious fear of fire, which meant that their household was devoid of any open flames, including smoking. Quite smoothly, why do you ask? Yan peered through the window at Yan's expression. Then why haven't you gone on a date? Have you had dinner together? Watched a movie? He pressed. Elder brother, do you even know how to pursue a girl? Yan chuckled. How should one pursue? Take the initiative. Yan transformed into a relationship expert, guiding him step by step toward the realm of romance. Oh, Yan nodded. What constitutes taking the initiative? Yan sighed, furrowing his brow. This man was beyond help, devoid of any romantic instincts. It felt as though he was more exhausted than Yan himself when it came to matters of the heart. This evening, Miss Gu has a gathering and needs someone to help her fend off drinks. You should go. It's a splendid opportunity to make an impression. All right, Yan replied, already unfastening his seatbelt to disembark. There's an international real estate conference tonight. You can attend, and I shall accompany Miss Gu for drinks. Yan initially thought his brother had finally seen the light, only to discover there was more to the story. Wait, he pressed, firmly gripping the car door. What about Dad? Father has already stepped back from management and does not handle internal affairs. And what about my sister? Your elder sister majors in finance. She has no knowledge of real estate matters. Then what can I contribute? Can I postpone it? He questioned. Is earning money more important, or is marrying a wife? What do you think? Si Yin tugged at Si Nan's collar, remarking on his latest fiddle and outfit, priced at 88,000, questioning whether he was merely showing off. Si Nan, momentarily taken aback, retorted that his suit cost 300,000. That's why I prefer not to be ostentatious, he replied. Si Yin then wrenched Si Nan's hand away, pressed the accelerator, and advised him to enjoy his time with Miss Gu. If you drink too much, don't bother coming home. It would be embarrassing. I'll explain things to our parents. As he watched the luxurious cars speed away, Si Nan kicked in frustration, muttering, enjoy your bachelorhood. Chapter 28. Another night of excessive drinking at 6 o'clock in the evening. Gu Weiyin arrived punctually at the entrance of Jinghe Bay. Her mode of transportation was a sleek black Maybach, which certainly commanded attention. However, she was alone, without a chauffeur. As Xin Yang settled into the passenger seat, Gu Weiyin handed her a bottle of milk. Have a sip first. Drinking on an empty stomach can be harsh on your stomach. Xin Yang obediently accepted the bottle, twisting off the cap and taking a couple of swigs. Today, he was dressed rather formally in a white shirt and black trousers, simple yet enhancing his clean and handsome appearance. His overall demeanor exuded a touch of maturity. The banquet was set at a renowned vegetarian restaurant on the outskirts of the city, and it took over an hour to reach their destination. In the private room, besides several middle-aged men clad in suits, there sat an elderly gentleman in elegant attire, exuding a serene composure, reminiscent of a monk. Haha. I am a humble believer in Buddhism, hence my choice of a vegetarian venue. I hope Miss Gu does not mind. The speaker was a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, radiating the charm of a business elite. Not at all. Indulging in vegetarian fare is greatly beneficial for one's health, Gu Weiyin replied with polite banter, though internally she felt a sense of disdain. In this day and age, many elites from political and business circles claim to be followers of Buddhism or faith, as if overnight they had transformed into herbivores. Yet, it was evident to the discerning eye that this was merely a fade. How could wolves accustomed to meat willingly lay down their arms and achieve enlightenment? They merely sought to attract more sheep. Gu Weiyin turned her gaze back to the elderly gentleman. I have heard Master Mingkong possesses profound knowledge of Buddhist teachings. I hope to seek your guidance on certain matters. Amit Ba, Master Mingkong replied, placing one hand over his chest and offering a simple bow. All desires stem from attachment. Without desire, one is pure. Should the esteemed lady find time, I invite you to the temple for meditation. Tranquility of mind arises from focused contemplation. Gu Weiyin smiled, recognizing that this abbot was not merely a figurehead. I appreciate your guidance, master. Nearby, the suited man chuckled lightly. Although today's fare is vegetarian, it does not preclude us from enjoying some drinks. I see Miss Gu has brought a driver. Shall we indulge freely this evening? I am the driver. Gu Weiyin replied with a smile. Though I am feeling unwell today, I cannot disregard Chairman Yuan's hospitality. I trust you one mind. Chairman Yuan? Haha, Miss Gu. You flatter us. Then let us drink as we please. Gu Weiyin remarked with a knowing tone. I just worry that Chairman Yuan might not be able to keep up. Haraha. Miss Gu, you are quite candid. Let us drink and converse. Xin Yang, seated beside Gu Weiyin, listened to their banter, feeling rather speechless. Indeed, the machinations of the business world, filled with deceit and flattery, were not suited for him. There were certain things he could never bring himself to articulate. Then let us drink. However, as the evening progressed, he noticed a rather serious issue. Gu Weiyin seemed rather incapable of refusing a drink. She welcomed every offer. Xin Yang contemplated warning her, but ultimately decided against it. Everyone has their own way of doing things. He was there merely to drink. That was that. After a night of revelry, Sinan found himself quite inebriated, to the extent that he had no recollection of how he exited the restaurant. Be good, dear. Let me assist you with your bath. In his hazy state, Sinan felt as though he had plunged into a warm spring, the soothing water gliding over his skin, instilling a sense of comfort. So comfortable was he that sleep beckoned, yet a gentle voice lingered in his ear, luring him deeper into a dreamy haze. You have been very obedient today. In the dimly lit room, a soft orange nightlight graced the bedside, illuminating the figure upon the bed. Gu Weiyin bent down to kiss the intoxicated individual, the aromas of alcohol and milk intertwining in the air. A night of passion ensued. The following morning, Sinan awoke to a dim and heavy atmosphere. A sliver of light pierced through the curtain's gap, casting a long shadow across the bed. He rubbed his forehead in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing headache brought on by the previous night's excess. Indeed, he had indulged far too much. Thankfully, it was not Gu Wei-yin who had succumbed to such a state. Had a woman been in his condition, she would undoubtedly have been taken advantage of while out in public. Amidst the strangeness of his surroundings, which bore a hint of familiarity, and the absence of clothing upon his body, Sinan felt remarkably composed. There was no need for conjecture. He was undoubtedly in Gu Wei-yan's residence. As for his attire, it was likely that the butler, Liu, had assisted in removing it. The scent of alcohol was faint, and he felt notably refreshed, indicating that he had indeed been bathed. However, the thought of a man in his 50s having assisted him in such a manner left Sinan feeling somewhat embarrassed. How overly courteous. After a brief respite, Sinan rose and drew back the heavy curtains. Instantly, the scorching sunlight flooded in, revealing his unclothed form and the myriad of red marks adorning his skin. A glance at his phone revealed it was already noon. Logically, he had rested for quite some time. Yet, why did he feel so utterly fatigued? His body ached, as if he had not slept at all and had instead run 300 kilometers throughout the night. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a gentle rapping at the door prompted Sinan to hastily wrap himself in a robe. Upon opening the door, he was met by the kind-faced butler. Liu, young Master C, lunch is prepared downstairs. Sinan scanned the corridor and inquired, what about Miss Gu? She has departed on a business trip, an early morning flight. Sinan paused, suddenly recalling that Gu Wei-yin had indeed mentioned her travel plans for today. All right, I understand. I shall freshen up first. 15 minutes later, Sinan took his seat at the dining table. The lunch spread was lavish, featuring a delightful balance of both meat and vegetables, ensuring a nutritious meal. The flavors were exquisite, surpassing even those prepared by the chef at his own home. After sipping some congee, Sinan turned his head to Liu. Uncle Liu, did I vomit last night? The butler chuckled in response. No, young Master C. You maintained impeccable decorum. Relieved, Sinan relaxed, adding, in the future, you need not assist me with bathing. I shall manage it myself once I awaken. Liu, the steward, remarked, good heavens. It seems you've had quite a bit to drink, completely oblivious to your surroundings. You were too kind, young Master C. After finishing his meal, and realizing that Gu Wei-yin was not at home, Sinan decided to indulge in a brief respite on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, the light outside had dimmed significantly. Upon hearing that Sinan was about to leave, the steward handed him a set of keys. Sinan, observing the familiar keys, inquired with curiosity, how did my car come to be here? This morning, young Master Sinan arranged for it to be brought over, fearing it would be inconvenient for you to return home. Sinan accepted the keys with a slight snort, acknowledging the gesture with a hint of appreciation. Young Master C, please drive safely. Indeed, perhaps it was the sudden overcast sky, but as night descended, the atmosphere grew heavy and stifling. Sinan drove out of Gu Wei-yin's villa and casually switched on the car's audio system to check the traffic conditions. Upon discovering that Songhua Street was congested, he promptly turned the steering wheel to the right, heading towards the moat, where traffic was sparse. He was eager to return home swiftly. Chapter 29. A crisis unfolds. Ming. It's that young man's car from the C family. He has emerged. As Sinan turned towards the city moat, a few pursuers closed in behind him. It was Jiang Wenming. Ever since learning of Sinan's return to the country, Jiang Wenming had been seeking an opportunity to teach him a lesson. After days of surveillance, today he finally seized the chance. Under the cover of a dark and windy night, when misdeeds are easily committed, he was determined to incapacitate Sinan and avenge past grievances. Follow him. Find a secluded spot to intercept him. Ming, this kid has been getting close to the Gu family these past few days. What is there to fear? Jiang Wenming's gaze was fixated on the car ahead, his eyes filled with malice. The Gu family was disunited. It was only a matter of time before they fell apart. That woman was already overwhelmed with her own troubles. How could she concern herself with anyone else? When the time came, we could simply cast him into the moat. Who would suspect us? The area by the moat was sparsely populated, and it would take a while to encounter another vehicle. Sinan glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing the tailing cars, and an unsettling feeling grew within him. It seemed these vehicles had been following him persistently. Suddenly, a jolt of intuition struck him. He slammed the accelerator down, and the off-road vehicle surged forward like a cheetah racing across the fields, accompanied by the roar of the engine. His instincts warned him that the pursuers were intent on reaching him. They're trying to escape. Accelerate. We must intercept him by the moat before he enters the city. Yes. Ming. Jiang Wenming's vehicle was a sleek black sports car, engineered for peak acceleration, while Sinan's formidable off-road vehicle could only showcase its strengths on rugged terrain. As he noticed the gap closing rapidly, Sinan gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other swiftly dialed Siyan's number. "Brother, help me. By the moat. Someone is trying to intercept me." A tremor of urgency struck Siyan. "Head towards the city. I'll send someone to assist you." Ending the call, Siyan quickly pressed a series of familiar numbers, hastening his pace as he issued commands. Biao, dispatch someone to the city moat to locate Sinan. He is being followed by a black off-road vehicle, license plate. Understood, young master C. Quickly, the second young master is in trouble. Follow me. By the moat, Sinan felt a surge of anxiety. While he was unafraid of confrontation, it was imperative that it be on equal footing, given the current situation. If they caught up to him, it would spell disaster. The vehicles raced down the highway, and it wasn't long before Jiang Wenming's sports car overtook Sinan's, forcing the off-road vehicle to a stop. In the next moment, 7 individuals emerged from their cars, each wielding a thick club. This was all premeditated. Orchestrated for the day, they could corner Sinan and bring him down. Inside the off-road vehicle, Sinan locked the doors, swiftly shifted to the back seat, reclined it, and discreetly reached for the trunk release. As he observed the figures closing in outside, his expression hardened, yet an unexpected calm settled within him. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text in English. It seems utterly futile. He fears not the brawl, yet if overpowered, he retreats. Fully aware of the truth. In such moments, only a fool would remain to confront head-on. "Curse be it," he commanded. "Get down." Outside the vehicle, Jiang Wenming tugged at the car door, finding it unyielding. With a forceful kick against the hood, he bellowed, "Smash it. Drag that scoundrel out." A thick club struck the car window, causing the SUV to tremble. As more clubs converged upon the side windows, Sinan seized the opportunity, swiftly opening the trunk and darting out from the rear. "Damn it! The kid is escaping. Quick, pursue him." By the time those outside reacted, Sinan had already dashed several meters away. "Curse it! Chase him down. Eliminate him." The wind howled in his ears as Sinan focused intently on the railing beside the moat, not daring to lose his concentration. Jiang Wenming had loathed him for more than a day or two. If he fell into his hands today, it would mean certain death. The railing loomed ever closer. With a resolute heart, Sinan grasped it with one hand and executed a graceful leap. Just as he was about to jump into the moat, a searing pain struck his back. A club had landed heavily upon him. Letting out a muffled groan, he plunged into the frigid water. Jiang Wenming peered over the railing, observing, "That scoundrel hasn't been thrown yet." He jumped in himself. "Brother Ming, do you think that kid will drown?" "I intend for him to drown. Just keep watch. As soon as he dares to surface, we'll throw down the clubs. If he doesn't drown, I'll ensure he is beaten to death." Coldness enveloped him, suffocation set in, and dizziness overwhelmed him. Sinan lay submerged, descending deeper, the impact of that strike causing his blood to surge. His mind spun even more violently as he hit the water. Moments later, he began to regain his senses. He swiftly waved his arms to stabilize himself and, relying on his adept swimming skills, he swam away in the depths. He dared not surface. Knowing Jiang Wenming's temperament, he might be waiting for him on the bridge. After several moments of swimming, as the air in his lungs dwindled, he emerged to the surface for a deep breath before quickly submerging once more. After a few exchanges of breath, he neared the bank of the moat. Just then, a sharp pain seized his calf, cramping. Through gritted teeth, Sinan endured the agony, holding his breath as he tilted his head back, gradually rising to the surface, adopting the most professional self-preservation pose. When he first learned to swim, he had sworn he would never need such a position, yet reality dealt him a harsh lesson. He could no longer swim. Now, he could only drift along with the current. Wherever he ended up would have to suffice. Fortunately, he had already swum a considerable distance, and being nightfall, he would remain undetected from afar. "Brother Ming, the kid hasn't resurfaced. He won't have been crushed to death. Will he? Humph. It's a pity I didn't get to cripple him myself before he died. Brother Ming, let us hurry and leave, if discovered. The C family is not one to offend. It is unwise to offend me. Yet here we are," Jiang Wenming scoffed. "Besides, it was he who leaped into the abyss. We did not lay a hand upon him. Even if the corpse were to surface, it bears no connection to us. Withdraw." Moments later, the vehicles encircling the off-road vehicle roared to life and vanished into the night sky. The distance from the city center to the outskirts was considerable, and by the time Siyan and Biaozi arrived, half an hour had elapsed, leaving only the battered remnants of the off-road vehicle by the moat. Siyan swiftly scanned the interior of the car, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Biaozi, take 2 individuals to investigate the surveillance footage. The rest shall accompany me to the riverbank. He was genuinely apprehensive about Sinan being abducted. That lad possessed an indomitable spirit, daring to confront kidnappers even at the tender age of 7. He shuddered to contemplate what Sinan might do if faced with abduction once more. Yet, an even graver fear loomed over him. What if Sinan were to be murdered and discarded? His swimming skills were commendable. If he had willingly plunged in, it would be one matter, but if... Sinan hesitated to entertain the thought. If Sinan were to meet with misfortune, how could he possibly explain it to his father? Meanwhile, abroad, Gu Weiyin had just concluded a series of tasks and had yet to acclimate to the time difference when her phone rang. The caller was Shi. The elite enforcer recently returned from the base. Having just arrived that evening, he raced to the moat's edge following the vehicle's tracking, only to discover that it was already too late. Miss, young Master C is in trouble. Chapter 30. Finally rescued upon receiving the news. Gu Weiyin immediately abandoned her work and boarded a private jet back from abroad that very night. From the moment she delved into Sinan's past, an overwhelming sense of foreboding had gripped her. Given Jiang Tozhou's treacherous and unscrupulous nature, characterized by his penchant for betrayal, it was only logical to surmise that his son would be equally despicable. Having suffered a significant loss in the past, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Although she had not witnessed the scene firsthand, her intuition strongly indicated that this incident was intricately linked to the Jiang father-son duo. Have you found him yet? Siyan was still searching by the moat when he received Gu Weiyin's call. He had dispatched personnel equipped with professional tools to dive beneath the moat for inspection. However, over 3 hours had elapsed, and there was still no sign of Sinan. Still nothing. What about the surveillance in that area? It has been sabotaged. This was clearly premeditated. Anxiety surged within Gu Weiyin, causing her tone to turn icy. Is your family's defense so feeble? Knowing full well there were potential dangers surrounding him, why didn't you assign a bodyguard beforehand? Must you wait until calamity strikes to act? Siyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I'll remember this, Gu Weiyin declared coldly. From this moment forward, Sinan's safety is my responsibility. Regardless of the means I employ, your family must not interfere. After a brief silence, Siyan contemplated Gu Weiyin's ruthless tactics, which often turned the tide in her favor. It was evident that her methods were not always above board. However, her genuine care for Sinan reassured him. She would not harm him. With her vigilant protection, Sinan's safety would be significantly enhanced. After all, this was the second occurrence of such a situation, and they could not afford a third. Very well. If he emerges unscathed this time, I will entrust his safety to you moving forward. Upon landing, Gu Weiyin made a beeline for the moat. She refused to believe that Sinan had met with an accident. Though the boy was somewhat mischievous, he was resourceful and adaptable. He understood the wisdom of fighting when possible and retreating when necessary, and he was acutely aware of the principle of mutual destruction if escape was not an option. She had faith that he had already devised an escape plan in the face of danger. Furthermore, the absence of blood or signs of struggle near the SUV indicated that he had likely managed to flee from the vehicle in advance. Standing at the railing of the moat, Gu Weiyin glanced down before dialing her phone. Deploy additional personnel to search along both banks of the moat. Be thorough and leave no corner unchecked. Understood, Miss. Black Hawk, the surveillance in the moat area has been damaged. Can you repair it? As long as the wiring isn't destroyed, I'll look into it and get back to you shortly. Black Panther. Investigate the whereabouts of Jiang Tongzhou and Jiang Wanming over the past few days. All right, please hold on. After making several consecutive phone calls, Gu Weiyin drove along the flow of the moat. At this moment, Sinan, who had been adrift in the river for nearly 3 hours, was shivering on the bank, hopping on his feet to stave off the cold. Since he had stopped at the shallow area, the cramp in his calf had eased. However, his attire was woefully inadequate. Before he decided to plunge into the water, he had already shed his heavier garments. Now, clad only in a flimsy shirt and having soaked for several hours, the biting chill of early winter's night breeze was unbearably harsh. Sinan glanced into the distance, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, devoid of even a street lamp, rendering everything unclear. He had no idea what sort of place he found himself in. Resigned, he could only trudge along the riverbank, uncertain of how long he walked. Eventually, he spotted a stretch of asphalt road faintly illuminated by the night. The presence of a road signified the possibility of a passing vehicle. A gust of frigid wind swept past, causing Sinan to shudder violently. His lips turned a ghastly shade of blue, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Once home, he vowed he would not spare Jiang Wanming for this ordeal. From this moment forth, they would be sworn enemies. He moved tremulously to the roadside. Yet not a single car passed by. Sitting on the verge, he leaned against a stone pillar, gazing up at the starry sky. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. His back ached fiercely from the blow he had received, feeling as though his bones had shattered. The howling wind and the penetrating cold had rapidly sapped the warmth from his body. His mind felt clouded, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet, he understood the peril of succumbing to sleep. If he did, he might never awaken. Time stretched on, and as his consciousness began to wane, he finally caught sight of a beam of headlights approaching from afar, growing ever closer. Sinan shivered, summoning every ounce of strength to extend his hand. The vehicle halted nearby, and against the light, he discerned a figure, anxious and indistinct, moving toward him. Sinan, Sinan. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he managed a weak smile. Sister. And then, the darkness consumed him, an endless void. Gu Weiyan, not daring to waste a moment, swiftly bent down and gathered Sinan's icy form into her arms, returning to the car. She felt immensely relieved, knowing Sinan well enough to understand he would not passively await rescue. Even more so, she was grateful to have found him in that critical moment. The warmth of the car enveloped them. Gu Weiyan laid Sinan on the back seat, quickly removing his damp clothing, now slightly frozen in the frigid air. She then grabbed her usual blanket, wrapping him tightly and cradling him close. It's all right, sister will take you home. In her embrace, Sinan's eyes remained tightly shut, his body burning like a furnace, offering her no response. Upon receiving the news that the compass had been located, Siyan let out a profound sigh of relief. He was well aware that the lad was fortunate and resilient, unlikely to encounter misfortune so easily. Now that the individual had been found, inform them to come up. Certainly. Chapter 31. I shall avenge myself. When Sinan awoke, 3 days had already elapsed. It was early winter, and after being submerged in water for several hours, the chill had seeped into his bones, leaving him feverish for days. Fortunately, the injury on his back was not severe. It was merely bruised and had not affected the bones. At last, you are awake. Upon hearing the voice, Sinan turned his head slightly, his pallor still faintly visible. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and amidst the halo of light, he seemed to perceive the woman from his dreams, approaching him with an ethereal glow. The two scenes intertwined, rendering Sinan somewhat dazed. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Weiyan leaned down, placing her hand on Sinan's forehead. The fever had subsided. The doctor had mentioned that as long as he regained consciousness, all would be well. Regaining his composure, Sinan glanced around the familiar room. Sister, how did I end up in your home? I thought you were on a business trip. I heard you were in trouble, so I rushed back. What of my elder brother? He recalled that prior to the incident, he had called Siyan. His brother should have been searching for him by now. Your brother is busy with matters at the company and, not wanting to worry your parents, left you here. Sinan exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed his parents were still unaware of the situation. It was better this way. They were aging and could not endure such distress. As he propped himself up with his arm to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his back, causing him to wince. Damn that Jiang Wenming. Gu Weiyan assisted him into a sitting position, placing a soft pillow at his back. Although the violent impact had not fractured any bones, muscle damage was inevitable. Was it indeed Jiang Wenming who orchestrated this? Fear not. I shall ensure you are avenged. I will take care of it myself. Sinan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke. This time, I will not let him escape unscathed. Gu Weiyan refrained from insisting further. Enacting revenge through another was a regretful affair. Thus, after confirming Jiang Wenming's involvement, she chose to delay her actions, waiting for Sinan to awaken and discern his sentiments. You must be famished after sleeping for several days. I have prepared some congee in the kitchen. Allow me to fetch it for you. All right. As he watched Gu Weiyan's retreating figure, an inexplicable warmth enveloped Sinan's heart. It felt comforting and reassuring. Perhaps, after spending so much time together, he had already regarded her as family. Meanwhile, Si Chen and Jiang Qingyun were oblivious to the events surrounding Sinan. Seeing that he had not returned home for several nights and his phone was turned off, they assumed he was indulging in the debauchery of the wayward youth. Where's that impudent boy? Idling away his days, neglecting the company as if the family fortune were conjured by the wind. If he does not return home within a day, he shall never see another penny from the Si family. Jiang Qingyun felt a twinge of discomfort. It is often said that one should treat all things equally, yet no one is perfect, and her internal balance slightly favored her younger son. Why are you so angry? Nan is still young. It's natural for him to be playful. She retorted. It is precisely because of your unbounded indulgence that he has become so unruly. Si Chen slammed his hand on the table, glancing at Xiao Yin and Xiao Ran. What makes him any better than them? What do you mean? Jiang Qingyan banged the table louder. Is it my fault that our son and daughter excel while Xiaonan is rebellious? They say a father bears responsibility for his children's upbringing. Shouldn't you reflect on your own shortcomings? Si Chen, rarely losing his temper, found it hard to restrain himself. A doting mother often spoils her child. If you must blame someone, blame your excessive kindness. He is my son, not some child who emerged from a crevice. If I do not care for him, who will? Is it you? When trouble arises, you send him abroad. And in the end, you cannot even protect your own son. Si Chen's expression darkened. I prioritize the greater good. As Si Ran stepped outside, she heard the commotion in the living room. What was the cause? It was merely that troublesome boy not returning home for several nights. Yet, she knew the truth. Si Yin had already relayed the entire story to her. The anxiety was palpable, and her heart ached uncontrollably. However, to spare her parents from worry, they had refrained from bringing him back. Besides, that woman, Gu Weiyan, had no intention of letting go. She was fiercely protective, as if Si Nin were her personal possession. Though the situation grew increasingly infuriating, she felt utterly powerless. After all, the woman was highly capable and had located Si Nin promptly. Mom and Dad, please calm down. Arguing only harms relationships. You wouldn't want chaos in our home, would you? Si Chen scoffed and took a sip from his teacup. What is that boy doing? Find a way to bring him back and tell him that if he does not return home, he can forget about spending any money from this family. After stating this, he cast a glance at Jiang Qingyun and Si Ran, adding, you are both forbidden from supporting him. Father, please calm your anger. Si Ran said as she approached the sofa, gently wrapping her arm around Si Chen's. Xiaonan is attending a friend's wedding as a groomsman. It's a bit far, and he probably won't be back for a week. He accidentally broke his phone before leaving, so he might have forgotten to buy a new one. He will be back in a few days, so don't worry, Dad. With Si Ran's comforting words, Si Chen's heart gradually settled. His concern was not merely about the boy's spending. He feared for his safety. It had not been easy for him to save his life years ago, and he felt a deep sense of care. Once he was reassured, Si Ran moved to sit beside Jiang Qingyun, offering a few words of comfort. Mom, at your age, why do you still have such a fiery temper? At my age? Are you implying that I am old? How could it be? Si Ran rested her head on Jiang Qingyun's shoulder and chuckled. My mother will forever be 18. You shall never grow old. Jiang Qingyun gently stroked Si Ran's hair. You have yet to settle your lifelong affairs. How could a mother bear to age? Look at the neighbor, little Lu. She had a son at just 23. And your Aunt Lin's daughter already found her match at 21. As for the third son of the Jiang family, he has changed 3 wives by the age of 22. Stop. Si Ran could no longer endure Jiang Qingyun's elaborate matchmaking. Better to be single than to settle for someone unworthy. You know just how fickle the Jiang family's son is. Do you truly wish for your daughter to marry into such a household? That is not what I meant, Jiang Qingyun retorted. What I meant to say is, I know, Mom, I'm going to be late for work. Anticipating what Jiang Qingyun was about to say, Si Ran swiftly grabbed her Chanel bag from the sofa and dashed out of the house. Oh, Xiaonan, do hurry and get married. My hopes of having grandchildren rest upon you. Chapter 32. An overbearing encounter. Brother Ming, this morning a corpse was discovered by the moat. Do you think it could be that young man from the Si family? Early in the day, Jiang Wenming was tirelessly engaged in a certain exercise at the hotel. However, this did not hinder him from answering the call. The frantic tone at such an early hour was met with indifference. Death was of no concern to him. Listen, if you don't want to face trouble, keep that doomsaying to yourself. He hung up the phone, and those behind him halted as well. Jiang Wenming furrowed his brow, urging them not to stop. Exhausted, he leaned against the headboard, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with a lighter. Have you dealt with that young man from the Si family? Xie Jingyun inhaled deeply, the thin smoke swirling around his face, masking the darkness in his eyes. Jiang Wenming sat up and produced a cigarette, igniting it from the glowing tip of Xie Jingyun's. Their actions were intimate, reminiscent of an indirect kiss. I've long desired to eliminate that young man. Had he not been hiding abroad, would I have allowed him to linger this long? Are you certain that corpse in the moat is indeed that young Si Nan? Is there any doubt? I witnessed him jump into the moat that night. Xie Jingyun fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling the way Gu Weiyan looked at Si Nan that evening, gentle and profound. That was love. He could not be mistaken. Furthermore, he had investigated over the past few days and found that Gu Weiyan had minimal interactions with Si Yan. Thus, The only explanation was that Gu Weiyin had genuinely taken a liking to that brash young man. If Sinan were truly dead, would he then have a chance? No one knew the thoughts swirling in Xie Jingyun's mind. In truth, he was bisexual, open to both genders. He was drawn to Gu Weiyin, not only for her impressive background and capabilities but also for her striking beauty, cold and proud. A single glance had pierced straight to his heart. As he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, Jiang Wenming's eyes sparkled with the thrill of revenge. Let's celebrate today. Xie Jingyun narrowed his eyes, his tone meaningful. Indeed, we should celebrate. After recuperating at Gu Weiyin's home for several days, Sinan's body had nearly healed, save for some lingering bruises on his back. As soon as he felt well, he was eager to return home, primarily because Gu Weiyin had been excessively attentive, feeding him meals with care, assisting him to the restroom to prevent falls. This made Sinan somewhat uncomfortable. More troubling was the inexplicable acceleration of his heartbeat whenever Gu Weiyin approached him. Sister, I have recovered and wish to return home today. If I stay much longer, I fear my parents might grow suspicious. Gu Weiyin's gaze dimmed ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Certainly, I have arranged for a personal bodyguard to accompany you closely starting today. A bodyguard? Sinan was taken aback. We don't need one at home. My father has always said that as long as one conducts oneself with integrity and walks the righteous path, divine protection will naturally follow. Moreover, our family has its own enforcers before Sinan could complete his thought. Gu Weiyin interjected. You were kidnapped at the age of 7 and nearly perished in a fire set by your captors. 4 years ago, you engaged in a fierce altercation with Jiang Wenming, which left you with a deep-seated vendetta. Just a few days ago, you were pursued and, in a desperate bid for survival, leapt into the moat, almost succumbing to the cold. Are these events merely the consequences of your misdeeds? Sinan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. I will be more cautious in the future. How will you exercise caution? Gu Weiyin countered. Can you foresee how Jiang Wenming might retaliate against you next? This matter is settled. Since your elder brother has entrusted you to me, I shall be wholly responsible for your safety. Furthermore, Gu Weiyin leaned in closer. Startled, Sinan quickly stepped back, colliding with the floor-to-ceiling window. Additionally, should you refuse my arrangement, I assure you, you will not be able to leave this villa at all. With both of them in close proximity, the subtle scent emanating from Gu Weiyin enveloped Sinan, causing his throat to involuntarily tighten. His heart, which had already been racing, now beat even more frantically. Sister, you are quite domineering, akin to a fierce female CEO from a drama. Do you like it? Gu Weiyin's intense gaze fell upon Sinan's strikingly handsome face. Marveling at the beauty that graced this world. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to tease him, to see him cry. A delicate tension lingered between them, making Sinan increasingly uncomfortable, as if his heart might leap from his throat. Come, allow me to introduce someone to you. At last, Gu Weiyin shifted, creating some distance between them. Sinan let out a gentle sigh of relief. What was wrong with him? How could he feel this way towards his sister-in-law? Upon descending the stairs, Sinan immediately spotted a young man in his 20s, clad in a casual gray outfit, standing in the living room. This individual was Cixi, Gu Weiyin's most elite enforcer. This is Cixi. From today onward, he will serve as your dedicated driver and bodyguard. Cixi regarded Sinan with a slight nod. Young Master C, greetings. Sinan offered a brief acknowledgement, finding his first impression of Cixi quite favorable. Perhaps it was due to his casual attire. But Cixi lacked the oppressive aura typical of a professional bodyguard or the imposing stature of an enforcer. Instead, he appeared clean-cut, with a slender and well-proportioned frame, resembling a friendly neighbor. All right, you may return home now. Oh, sister, I shall take my leave then. Gazing at the handsome and upright silhouette of Sinan, Gu Weiyin's eyes deepened with a hint of resolve. It seemed that she had to take a bold risk. She no longer wished to grant him the luxury of time to gradually accept her. From this moment forward, she yearned for them to be together every single day. Chapter 33. The Grim Reaper approaches as a dedicated driver and bodyguard. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Sushi swiftly made his way to the car, opening the rear door for Sinan. Young Master C, please get in. Sinan felt somewhat out of sorts. Accustomed to his solitary ways, he rarely utilized the family chauffeur. The sudden presence of another person, especially with such deference, left him momentarily disoriented. I'm not accustomed to sitting in the back seat. I usually drive myself. Since he will be my driver from now on, I shall sit in the front passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Sushi promptly closed the rear door and circled to the other side, opening the door to the front seat. Young Master C, please get in. Thank you. Sinan smiled. I am Nan. You may call me by my name. Sushi was momentarily taken aback, silently closing the door and taking his place at the wheel. During their initial encounter, he found it difficult to gauge Nan's character. Rumors suggested that the Si family had an extensive background. Yet he discerned no trace of arrogance in Nan, only a kind-hearted humility that seemed quite agreeable. As the vehicle departed from Gu Weiyan's villa, it swiftly merged onto the main road leading to the city, gliding smoothly and quickly. Feeling somewhat bored in the passenger seat, Nan sought conversation. Is Sushi your real name? What is your surname? Sushi's gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, his expression calm. I am an orphan, without a name or surname. When I was a child, I was kindly taken in by old Master Gu, who gave me the name Sushi. Oh, Nan paused. How old are you? Sushi contemplated for a moment, about 25, I suppose. I've been with the Gu family for nearly 20 years. They say I was around 5 or 6 when I arrived. I've heard you were quite skilled in combat? Nan's interest peaked. Just how skilled are you? Well, Sushi hesitated, unsure of how to quantify this. There is no real benchmark, so I can't say for certain. However, during training at the base, no one could surpass me. Even Miss Gu has fallen to my prowess. Miss Gu? Nan turned to look at Sushi, intrigued. Which Miss Gu? Gu Weiyan? Sushi appeared puzzled. Are there any other Miss Guyus? The Gu family has only one Miss Gu, doesn't it? Nan was taken aback. Are you implying that Gu Weiyan is quite formidable? Ah, Miss Gu's skills are indeed impressive. Nan thought to himself, oh dear, oh dear. If Gu Weiyan were to marry Si Yin in the future, wouldn't that lead to domestic disputes? The thought of Si Yin being thoroughly bested sent a fleeting pang of sympathy through Nan's heart for a mere 0.01 seconds. What about someone like me? How many of you could handle me? Sushi, understanding that Nan sought to test his capabilities, reluctantly responded with honesty to reassure him. About 30 or so. Nan felt inexplicably wounded. Was he really that feeble? In his school days, he was invincible among his peers. I only asked you to be honest. Not to be so brutally frank. In the future, try to embellish a bit. I won't hold it against you. Sushi smiled. He found Nan to be quite agreeable. Unpretentious and genuine, Nan lacked the arrogance often associated with wealthy young masters. Young Master Si. Are you heading directly back to Jinghebei? Just call me by my name, Nan reiterated, emphasizing their newfound camaraderie. Since we are now brothers, and you are a few years my senior, I shall call you Brother Shi. Brother Shi, Nan said, retrieving a bottle of soda from the car's trunk, unscrewing the cap and offering it to Sushi. Influenced by martial arts films, he felt an instinctive admiration for such formidable warriors. He recalled a childhood memory of attempting to practice pressure point techniques he had seen on screen, only to be chased down 3 streets by a stray dog after failing to immobilize it. Thankfully, he was swift of foot. Seeing Nan's straightforwardness, Sushi also dropped his pretense. Naturally optimistic and fond of humor, he would struggle to maintain a serious facade for long. Let us skip the formalities. Since Miss Gu has introduced me to you, you are my superior now. Just call me Shizi from now on. All right, Nan said, clinking their 2 soda bottles together. From this moment on, we are brothers. Cheers. After taking a few sips, Nan's phone buzzed. It was Jiang Wenming at the Haya bar, apparently throwing a birthday party and surrounded by numerous women. Understood, Nan replied, hanging up with a sardonic smile. No matter how many women he sought, it could not conceal the undeniable truth of his impotence. Let's go, Shizi. Today we shall deliver a gift. Upon arriving in the city, Nan parked the car and wandered through a flower shop. Sir, what flowers would you like? Chrysanthemums, but not fresh ones. The wilting ones are preferable. By the time they arrived at Haya Bar, the atmosphere was already at a fever pitch. Jiang Wenming lounged in a booth, one arm draped around a sultry and alluring woman, while his other embraced a pure and gentle girl. Upon closer inspection, one of his hands had slipped beneath the skirt of the woman on his right, causing her to blush as she grasped his hand tightly. Mingu, please, not here. What is there to fear? Jiang Wenming leaned in, kissing the woman's face, embodying the debauchery of a wealthy playboy. Everyone in the nightclub knew of his penchant for women, indulging in various forms of amusement without ever sleeping with them. He merely sought to numb others' perceptions, proving himself a normal man. Strip off that skirt. If you make me happy today, I'll take you shopping tomorrow. You can buy whatever your heart desires. The woman, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a peculiar object in Jiang Wenming's hand, felt a shiver run down her spine, her complexion paling instantly. She understood well that once he set his sights on a woman, leaving unscathed was a near impossibility. Yet, he was also remarkably generous after their encounters. He never hesitated to pay. For the sake of money, many women would willingly draw closer to him. Minggu, I can't today. Please, spare me. In a fit of rage, Jiang Wenming exclaimed, How dare you? The woman to his left discreetly shifted her position, seeking to avoid the potential fallout. Within their circle, who was unaware of Jiang Wenming's predilections? He had an undeniable preference for the innocent and pure. Yet, some chose to flaunt themselves, adorning themselves like naive little girls. A decision that was nothing short of self-destructive. No one could save them. Brother Ming, we are haunted. Just as Jiang Wenming fixated on the woman's short skirt. Contemplating his next move, a man beside him trembled, nearly collapsing to his knees. Get lost. If you dare to spoil my mood again, I will toss you into the river to feed the turtles. Brother Ming, you must look. That boy from the Sea family is here, seeking revenge. Chapter 34. Grievances have their roots. Ah, how lively it is. Jiang Wenming turned towards the sound, his face paling instantly. Sinan? He is still alive. Remarkably. He survived the plunge into the moat. This fellow truly possesses an iron constitution. Soon, however, Jiang Wenming's astonishment gave way to composure. The events of that fateful night were known only to Sinan and his few accomplices. Even if this brat were alive, what of it? Without evidence, the police would be powerless against him. Sinan, clutching a wilted bouquet of chrysanthemums, settled into a booth and cast a cursory glance at the woman kneeling on the floor. Oh, how extravagant. They are all sisters. Why the haste to turn against one another? Listening to the biting sarcasm in Sinan's words, Jiang Wenming's expression transformed. A mixture of black and white anger washing over him as he clenched his fists, causing his knuckles to crack ominously. Sinan, you ought not to be so audacious. Unable to temper his audacity, Sinan disdainfully tossed the wilted flowers towards Jiang Wenming. After all, we've been friends for years. Throwing a party without inviting me is rather inconsiderate. Since you didn't extend an invitation, I cannot refrain from offering my congratulations. Here is a gift of chrysanthemums for you. Take care to nurture them, lest they decay entirely. If they rot completely, you may miss out on a lifetime of enjoyment. Jiang Wenming's lips twitched in ire as he vented his frustration with a kick directed at the nearby woman. Get lost, all of you. Observing the women fleeing in disarray, Sinan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Indeed, money can bend the will, as long as the currency flows. Both body and dignity can be rendered trivial. The explosive music that had once reverberated through the air suddenly ceased, and the men and women who had been dancing in the club disappeared without a trace. In their place stood a group of unsavory men, their intentions unmistakably malevolent. Sinan clicked his tongue. It seemed he had dampened the spirits of the crowd. My apologies, my sincerest apologies. Cici, seated beside Sinan, appeared relaxed and at ease. These few men were no match for him. Jiang Wenming rose, kicking an empty bottle aside, and confronted Sinan with gritted teeth. You bastard. Not even the moat could drown you. Your life truly is tenacious. Sinan raised an eyebrow in feigned confusion. How do you know I fell into the moat? Is it connected to you? Did you orchestrate it? And if so, what of it? Jiang Wenming's mind was clouded by humiliation and fury. Without evidence, what could you possibly do to me? Sinan narrowed his eyes and smiled, producing a voice recorder from his pocket. Well, here we have it. There's a saying that goes, money may arrive late, but justice will not. You dare to toy with me? Jiang Wenming's expression shifted in alarm as he reached for the recorder, only to be met with a swift kick to the stomach from Cici, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Brother Ming, how dare you lay a hand on him? Let's take them down. In that moment, several fierce-looking henchmen surged forward, eager to engage. Cici cast a sidelong glance at them, casually snatching an empty wine bottle and hurling it with precision. The sound of it shattering against the head of the leading man echoed in the air, rendering him unconscious instantly. Advance further, and his fate will be yours. The footsteps of several men faltered momentarily. Damn it, shut the door, grab your weapons. Sinan and Cici remained seated on the sofa, unmoved. Before long, the men returned, each wielding a sturdy club over a meter long, as thick as a wrist. Jiang Wenming, clutching his abdomen, shakily rose to his feet. His gaze akin to that of a venomous snake, fixated on Sinan. Damn it, last time you were lucky. Today, I shall play with you to the end. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone, resting on the table, began to ring. Jiang Wenming glanced at the caller ID and felt a jolt of alarm. It was his father. Have you meddled with that boy from the Sea family again? As the call connected, Jiang Tongshou unleashed a torrent of accusations. How many times have I warned you not to touch him? The company is in disarray. The stock plummeted by billions overnight. If it continues like this, we'll be bankrupt by tomorrow. Dad, you wasteful fool. I call you father, and you better come back here immediately. The busy signal echoed in Jiang Wenming's ears, disbelief washing over him. Billions lost overnight? The Xi family had been utterly silent. It seemed they were merely biding their time. Were they intent on annihilating him? Jiang Wenming tossed his phone aside, the malice in his eyes unmasked. Very well, Sinan, you have guts. Always have. Even if you were to bear 8 at once, can you handle it? Sinan's gaze lingered meaningfully on Jiang Wenming. If you can't stand, lying down will suffice. Jiang Wenming's rage threatened to shatter his teeth. The debts of the past remained unsettled, and today, he would reckon both old and new accounts. If I suffer, you won't live either. What nonsense. Sinan scoffed. There's a reason for every grievance, and you should seek vengeance from the one who wronged you. I have no time to indulge you. Not you? Jiang Wenming retorted, recalling the chaotic brawl from years ago. In the heat of the fight, he had felt a sharp pain below. It was then that his manhood had been destroyed. Since that day, he had become a shadow of his former self. When confronting Sinan, he had never denied his belief that Sinan was responsible. If not you, then who? At that moment, the tightly shut door of the bar was flung open from the outside, and 2 figures stepped in. One was Cheng Fong, and the other was Qin Mu. Years ago, it was these 3 who had jointly assaulted Jiang Wenming and his lackeys. The battle had been fierce, 3 against 10. Your enemies have arrived. Sinan indicated towards the entrance with a nod. In preparation for this encounter, Cheng Fong had earlier procured a bouquet of withered chrysanthemums from a florist, intending to deliver a humiliation that would pierce to the very core. Hey, weren't there supposed to be a few girls? Where are they? Sinan smiled. They were chased off by young Master Jiang. Cheng Fong stepped forward, casting a glance at Jiang Wenming. Have you turned over a new leaf? The once formidable bully who cornered girls in the restroom has surprisingly renounced his violent ways and embraced a path of enlightenment. Truly, one has lived long enough to witness such a transformation. It is you, Jiang Wenming, who fixed his gaze upon Cheng Fong, suddenly recalling a particular phrase he had heard before his downfall. Damn it, how dare you bully a girl? I shall crush you. At that time, it was because Sinan consistently referred to himself as Little Master that Cheng Fong and Qin Mu became his loyal henchmen. Thus, Jiang Wenming had always been certain it was him. Yet, in retrospect, the voice seemed somewhat incongruous. Sinan clarified, I have already informed him. One must come to know certain truths, lest they depart this world with unresolved grievances. Cheng Fong, nonchalantly tossing the chrysanthemum he held onto the table, exclaimed, I wondered why such a significant matter arose without anyone seeking retribution for Little Master. It seems we have been pursuing the wrong individual. Damn it. Has your brain shattered as well? Jiang Wenming glared fiercely. Cheng Fong, are you courting death? Chapter 35. Bending to pick up soap enough. Stop being so obstinate. Qin Mu stood beside, revealing his credentials. Jiang Wenming, you are accused of attempted murder and inciting a brawl. Please accompany us. Jiang Wenming glanced at the document in Qin Mu's hand, a shiver coursing through him. Criminal investigation? Are you a police officer? Have the 3 of you conspired against me? It is indeed you, Sinan said, crossing his legs, exuding an innate air of superiority. Because of you, this had to happen. Moments later, as police officers in their caps filed in, the henchmen with clubs trembled, realizing it was too late to flee. Crouch down, hands on your head. Soon after, cold handcuffs were clasped around Jiang Wenming's wrists. Observing the indignation and resentment in Jiang's eyes, Sinan smirked and offered a reminder. Once inside, remember to bend down and pick up some soap for others. No need for thanks. Cheng Fong, after witnessing Jiang Wenming being led away by the police, still couldn't decipher Sinan's final remark. What does bending down to pick up soap mean? Sinan shot him a glance. Do you also wish to take a shortcut? Cheng Fong paused for a moment before suddenly realizing, haha, you really are something. Having resolved a significant nuisance, Sinan felt elated. Open the door. Let the festivities resume. Tonight, I shall revel to the fullest. Before long, the bar erupted into a cacophony once again. In the pulsating dance floor, Sinan swayed his slender waist, dancing closely with a voluptuous woman. She stood nearby, solemnly observing the surroundings. Young man, what are you doing standing there? Come dance with us. She's eyes widened, causing the woman beside him to shrink back in fright. I'm sorry for the interruption. In the next moment, Gu Weiyin, guided by her phone's GPS, arrived at the bar, intending to retrieve that disobedient little puppy after Sinan had his fill of drinks. Accompanying her was another woman, seemingly in her 20s, dressed in a chic Chanel ensemble. her golden hair cascading casually over her shoulders, both fashionable and vivacious. However, the binoculars she held felt somewhat out of place. The woman scanned the bar with her binoculars, quickly spotting the person she had been searching for. Gu Weiyin also noticed Si Nin dancing intimately with a sultry woman, her expression darkening. Just as she was about to approach, a gust of wind blew past her, and the golden-haired woman dashed toward the dance floor ahead of her. Nan Gij. Si Nin was lost in the rhythm when, amidst the lively music, a delicate and affected voice pierced through, sending shivers down his spine. The next moment, his arm was seized, pulling him away from the dance floor. "Who is this golden-haired lion? Who are you?" Once out of the dance floor, the woman steadied herself, tucking her long hair behind her ear, revealing a petite and exquisite face. "It's me, Ma Yi." Although it had been over 3 years since they last met, Sinan quickly recognized the woman before him. The Ma and Si families have been acquainted for generations, and since childhood, Ma Yi and Sinan, along with Cheng Fong and Qin Mu, have shared a bond that has endured through the years. "What brings you here?" "Of course, I came to see you." Brother Nan. A shiver ran down Sinan's spine, and he straightened his tongue before speaking. "I have goosebumps." Ma Yi pouted. "Do you disdain me?" "Brother Nan, you have changed." Observing the intimacy between them, Gu Weiyin felt a chill wash over her eyes darkening with unease. Who is she? It was only upon hearing the voice that Sinan noticed Gu Weiyin lurking in the shadows. When their eyes met, he felt an inexplicable shiver. "She is I am his girlfriend," Ma Yi interjected, asserting her claim. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sinan withdrew his arm from Ma Yi's grasp, pushing her aside. Yet, Ma Yi quickly clung to him again, defiantly wrapping her arm around his. "I am not speaking nonsense. My mother sent me to seduce you, to become the second young mistress of the Si family. Where did this naive girl come from?" Sinan was exasperated. "Ma Yi, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Go home and entertain yourself. I have no time for you." Frustrated, Ma Yi stamped her foot, her temper flaring. "Sinan, you scoundrel. I gave you my first kiss, and yet you refuse to take responsibility. Do you believe I want to tell Uncle Si?" At her words, Gu Weiyin felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if countless blades had pierced through her. She cared deeply for Sinan and wished for him to be hers entirely, body and soul. "When have I ever kissed you? Stop fabricating stories to tarnish my reputation. When we were 3, you said you liked me, that you would marry me when we grew up, and you even kissed me. My mother told me all about it. So don't think you can deny it." Sinan was utterly speechless. "Ma Yi, have you grown taller but not wiser in these years? Who remembers such trivialities from when we were 3? I don't care. Brother Nan, I like you, and I want to be your wife." Watching Ma Yi throw a temper tantrum, Sinan felt a wave of embarrassment. She had always been clingy, following him everywhere. And he was astonished that after 3 years apart, she had not matured in the slightest. "Let us talk when you've grown up a bit. Brother Nan." Sinan rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The next moment, he was pulled into a private room by Gu Weiyin. Bang! The door closed behind them, shutting out Ma Yi's loud protests. "Your girlfriend? That's not true." Sinan felt an inexplicable chill wash over him. "Our families are old friends. We played together as children. I've always considered her like a sister." "Sister?" The word struck Gu Weiyin like a dagger. She wanted Sinan to call her sister, but she could not tolerate him referring to another woman in the same way. "From now on, you are not to play with her anymore." With his back pressed firmly against the wall, Sinan felt the soft warmth against his chest, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. "Sister, we are too close. This is inappropriate." "Inappropriate?" Gu Weiyin reached out, gently grasping Sinan's chin, leaning in to capture his lips in a kiss. And what of now? Chapter 36. The fox spirit Sinan was utterly bewildered, staring at the enchanting visage mere inches away from him, his mind a blank slate, and his expression one of utter confusion. What was transpiring? His future sister-in-law was kissing him? Had he unwittingly adorned his elder brother with the green hat of betrayal? Was he truly so daft? Gu Weiyin gazed at the glistening sheen upon Sinan's alluring lips. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she leaned in, capturing those long-desired lips within her own. Her fingers clenched firmly around his chin, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, she launched a fervent assault. It was commanding, fierce, as if she yearned to consume him entirely. The unexpected fervor of the kiss struck Sinan like a tempest, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time clarity returned, his face had flushed a deep crimson, reaching the very tips of his ears. He attempted to push Gu Weiyin away, but she preempted him, seizing his hands and pinning them against the wall. Sinan's breath quickened, his head growing increasingly light. His heart pounded like thunder, each heavy beat a reminder of their current predicament. No, this was not permissible. They could not proceed in this manner. Just as Sinan endeavored to struggle once more, Gu Weiyin released him. He gasped for air, his face blooming like spring's most vibrant peach blossom, much to Gu Weiyin's delight. How innocent. Had he never shared a kiss with another girl? Do you realize what you are doing? I am your what exactly? Gu Weiyin savored Sinan's embarrassment with great amusement. To avoid scaring her little puppy away, she refrained from taking further action. Is it wrong to kiss the one I adore? Is it incorrect to pursue the man I fancy? Sinan gazed at Gu Weiyin in disbelief, his already frazzled mind now at a complete loss. Gu Weiyin harbored feelings for him? How could that be? What of his elder brother? He had always regarded her as a sister-in-law, yet here she was, pursuing him? Bang, bang, bang. Fox spirit, release Brother Nan. Brother Nan, do not fear. I shall rescue you. Outside, Ma Yi's raucous shouts, accompanied by a barrage of banging on the door, shattered the room's awkward tension. Smash it open, if it breaks. It is on me. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden door shuddered perilously with each impact. Sinan slightly turned his head, evading Gu Weiyin's fervent gaze. I should return home. Upon uttering this, he pressed the doorknob, and with a gentle push, the door burst open with a resounding crash. Flung wide by an external force, in tumbled two familiar figures, landing in a most undignified manner. Damn, my back. Sinan looked down at Cheng Fong and Qin Mu, frowning. What are you two doing? That girl said you were captured by a demoness and sent us to rescue you. Cheng Fong, clutching his waist, glanced around. Where's the demoness? Their eyes met, and Cheng Fong could not help but shiver. Gugu Zong, this is a misunderstanding. How could it possibly be this woman? If he had known it was Gu Weiyin, even if his brother had been thoroughly taken advantage of, he would not have dared to disturb her. Qin Mu also rose, casting a glance at Gu Weiyin. Do you know each other? Yes, we are acquainted. Cheng Fong quickly scrambled to his feet, nudging Qin Mu towards the exit. There's nothing more to see here. Let us go have a drink. Sinan. Damn, this fellow is utterly unreliable. Brother Nan. In the next moment, Cheng Fong and Qin Mu were knocked back by the sudden entrance of Ma Yi. Brother Nan, why is your face so flushed? Did this vixen strike you? All eyes turned to Sinan's face, which reddened even further. Sinan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, Ma Yi, what trouble are you stirring up? You too, take her back at once. I have matters to attend to. Brother Nan, Brother Nan. Ma Yi attempted to pursue but was blocked by Gu Weiyin. He needs some peace. Do not disturb him. Ma Yi glared at Gu Weiyin, her chest heaving dramatically. For reasons unknown, she found herself intensely displeased with this woman. She had never harbored such strong feelings of dislike towards anyone before. What have you done to Brother Nan? I warn you, he is my man, so keep your distance. Gu Weiyin regarded Ma Yi's hysterics with a rare smile, finding it amusing that such a naive girl would dare to compete with her. Did you not hear Sinan? Take her away. Do not let her harass him any further. With that, Gu Weiyin turned on her heel and exited the room, only to discover that Sinan had already vanished from the bar. Cheng Fong, do not stop me. I must find Brother Nan. Miss, please calm down. Cheng Fong advised earnestly. That woman is not someone you can provoke. Be careful she doesn't make things difficult for you. Who is she? Qin Mu glanced at Gu Weiyin's retreating figure, noting how rare it was to encounter a woman with such an imposing presence in Yun City. Somewhat not to be trifled with, Cheng Fong replied dismissively, ushering Qin Mu out of the room. Let us go, let us not play anymore. CC. It's quite safe here, you don't need to stay. You can head back for now. At the entrance of the Jinghe Bay Villa, Sinan did not allow Sushi to exit the car. His mind was in disarray. He needed to carefully sort out his relationship with Gu Weiyin. Until he reached a conclusion, he wished to avoid further entanglements with her. All right, Sushi nodded and, after Sinan stepped out, promptly called Gu Weiyin. Miss. Young Master C has returned home. Understood. Gu Weiyin anticipated that Sushi would be turned away. You may come back. Yes, miss. It was getting late. Yet the lights in the living room remained on. Jiang Qingyun, unusually awake, lifted her head from a soap opera upon hearing the door. Her gaze fell upon her tall and handsome younger son, and her eyes instantly brightened with joy. So lovely. These three children were her most perfect creations in this lifetime. Son, come here quickly, let me see you. I've been missing you terribly. Sinan forced a smile as he approached, wrapping his arms around Jiang Qingyun. Mom, why are you still awake? Staying up late will only make you age. I miss you. From the moment Sinan entered, Jiang Qingyun could distinctly sense the shift in his emotions. Her youngest son, typically carefree, rarely exhibited such a melancholy demeanor. "Son, why do you seem so down today?" Sinan found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a line from the television drama pierced the air. "You beast! She's your sister-in-law. Yet you dare to humiliate her behind my back. Are you even human? Did my brother not say it? I am a beast." Sinan, perplexed, responded, "A beast?" Watching the scene unfold on the screen, where two men were fiercely exchanging blows, Sinan felt as though he was witnessing the tumultuous entanglement between himself and Si Yin. "Son, what is truly troubling you?" Sinan slumped onto the sofa, an expression of despair etched upon his face. "Mom, I think I might be suffering from depression." Chapter 37. I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs this time. Sinan secluded himself at home for an entire week. Much like a timid turtle retreating into its shell after experiencing the harshness of the outside world. Fortunately, Si Yin had his own residence and seldom returned home, which mitigated the awkwardness between the two brothers. Although the awkwardness had diminished, the guilt within Si Yin grew with each passing day. His elder brother had entrusted him with the care of his sister-in-law, yet he had inadvertently drawn her into his embrace. Such melodramatic scenarios, often seen in television dramas. How could they possibly manifest in his life? "Son, come down for dinner. It's all your favorite dishes today." Sinan lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes lifelessly flickering. "I know, Mom. I'll be down for dinner." If he chose to remain in seclusion, his mother would undoubtedly knock on the door 108 times until he emerged. The dining table below was adorned with a multitude of delectable dishes, all crafted by the chef. This was a fortunate outcome of Si Nan's unfortunate encounter a couple of days prior, when he was compelled to eat a bowl of plain noodles made by Jiang Qingyun, which had resulted in him being sick for an entire day. It was only then that Jiang Qingyun, displaying a modicum of self-awareness, refrained from entering the kitchen again. "Son, I understand that you've been feeling down due to your friend's wedding. Rest assured, your matters are at the forefront of my mind. Over the past few days, I have sought out several prominent heiresses from Yun City, gathered their birth dates, and discovered that 3 are quite compatible with yours. After dinner today, you should meet with them. You're no longer a child. It's time for you to settle down." "Stop, Mom. My older brother and sister have yet to marry. You should encourage them instead. Even in terms of family succession, it doesn't fall to me." Sinan felt exasperated by Jiang Qingyun's incessant matchmaking, particularly given her and Si Yin's deeply entrenched beliefs regarding social status in marriage. He had no desire for an arranged union. To him, a marriage bound by such interests was akin to an invisible shackle. If he were to seek a partner, the foremost criterion would be a genuine emotional connection. Suddenly, the image of Gu Weiyin flashed through Sinan's mind. Realizing his thoughts had strayed, he swiftly shook his head, casting her from his mind. "Away with you." Jiang Qingyun sighed heavily. "If I could influence them, would I be in such a rush? Your elder brother and sister are not reliable. I can only pin my hopes on you." "Such hopes are futile," Sinan asserted resolutely, determined to quash Jiang Qingyun's aspirations for his marriage. "I plan to establish my career before settling down. Your urging will be of no use." Jiang Qingyun, exasperated, slammed her hand on the table. "Are you all trying to drive me to my grave? What sins have I committed to raise 3 ungrateful children? Who has angered you?" At that moment, the first ungrateful child made his entrance, stepping through the door. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sinan's body stiffened. The braised pork ribs he had been holding fell from his chopsticks and plopped into the soup bowl, splattering the table with thick, white broth. Si Yin, shedding his coat and handing it to a nearby servant, walked directly to the dining table. "Such a sumptuous spread. What occasion is it today?" Sinan felt uncertain about facing Si Yin, instinctively wanting to retreat into his shell. "I've had my fill. I shall return to my room," he announced. "Wait." Si Yin pressed his hand upon Sinan's shoulder, guiding him into a chair. "Have a bit more. Once you're satisfied, I have matters to discuss with you." Sinan's heart quivered. Had his affair with Gu Weiyin been discovered? Who had divulged this information? Had Gu Weiyin ended their relationship? What was he to say to Si Yin regarding this predicament? Suddenly, a line from a television drama he had heard one fateful night echoed in his mind. "You vile creature, daring to seduce your sister-in-law. I shall end you." Anxiety gripped Sinan. He was oblivious to the conversation between Si Yin and Jiang Qingyun at the dining table. He only noted Jiang Qingyun's delight, her melodious laughter reverberating through the restaurant, starkly contrasting with his inner turmoil. After the meal concluded, Sinan timidly trailed behind Si Yin to the study upstairs. Si Yin sat poised in his chair, exuding an air of cultured composure, with eyes gleaming with perceptive clarity, which only intensified Sinan's discomfort. Elder brother, what is it that you wish to discuss? Su Wanqing ventured, bracing himself for inevitable reprimand. Su Wanqing withdrew a document from the drawer and placed it on the table. The company intends to establish a design department. Our father suggests you take on the role of design director. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's tense posture visibly relaxed. Design what? Real estate? That has nothing to do with my expertise. I design urns, which is worlds apart from buildings. I refuse. Besides, I have no interest in joining the company. I do not wish to live a life confined to a 9-to-5 routine. Su Wanqing sighed. He understood Su Wanqing's temperament. He was resolutely independent, a trait that had led him to secretly pursue urn design without the family's knowledge. What do you intend to do then? At 20, will you merely linger at home, consuming resources and awaiting death? Certainly not. I have my own plans. This matter is none of your concern. And even if you were to intervene, I would not heed your advice. Su Wanqing chuckled helplessly, returning the document to the drawer. Then let your future wife manage you. Perhaps we might prolong our lives a little longer. Su Wanqing's heart sank, his body momentarily rigid. Judging by Su Wanqing's expression, he seemed unaware of the affair with Gu Weiyin. Should he alert him to prevent further complications? After a moment's deliberation, Su Wanqing steeled himself. Brother, do you have feelings for Gu Weiyin? As long as you get along, what does it matter if you like her or not? Su Wanqing replied with calm composure. Su Wanqing cleared his throat, cautiously continuing, in my observations over this period, I have found Miss Gu's personality to be rather obsessive. She may not be a suitable match. If you feel even a hint of indifference towards her, perhaps it would be wise to part ways. Su Wanqing glanced at Su Wanqing in astonishment. His initial reaction being that if they were to part ways, what justification would he have to push this young man towards Gu Weiyin? He had no desire to involve himself in the company's affairs, let alone promote a marriage alliance. Such opportunities were seldom found in this world. Su Wanqing narrowed his eyes. For though he was unaware of the precise nature of the events between Su Wanqing and Gu Weiyin, his romantic experience hinted that there must have been some issue between them. Problems necessitate resolution. If Su Wanqing were to forego marrying Gu Weiyin, how could he and Su Ran, the two diligent laborers devoted to the company, extricate themselves from the burdens of this union? Do not speak ill of Miss Gu. She possesses both talent and stature, and her beauty makes her an ideal match for our family. A few days ago, I commissioned an exquisite jewelry necklace for Miss Gu. Ensure you deliver it to her tomorrow. I shall not go. If you wish to deliver it, then do so yourself. From this moment forth, I shall not concern myself with your matters. Chapter 38. On the path of deception every day, Su Wanqing felt increasingly despondent. He never anticipated that Su Wanqing would be so infatuated with Gu Weiyin. As he lay in bed that night, his dreams were plagued by visions of himself and Su Wanqing grappling over a woman. Suddenly, the scene shifted to him and Gu Weiyin in a fierce struggle. Reminiscent of that day at Bai Shui Villa, when he fell victim to that shameless woman's schemes. Get away, you wretched woman. Su Wanqing shouted as he bolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, only to realize that it had all been a dream. The sensations felt strikingly real. In a moment of frustration, he buried himself back under the covers. How could he have dreamt such a thing? Moreover, why did he associate Gu Weiyin with that extortionist? It defied logic. Dingling. The phone on the table rang. Su Wanqing emerged from his cocoon of blankets to take a glance. It was a message from Gu Weiyin. I will be on a business trip for 2 weeks, starting tomorrow. Considering I saved you by the moat, let's meet. There are some matters I wish to discuss. Instinctively, Su Wanqing recoiled at the thought of facing Gu Weiyin again, yet he understood that evasion was not a viable solution. Certain matters needed clarification. If Gu Weiyin truly harbored no feelings for Su Wanqing, he would advise her to part ways with him. As for the debt he owed her, he would find a way to repay her in full. From that point onward, they would have no further entanglements. That evening, Su Wanqing donned a deep gray casual ensemble, topped with a light-colored trench coat, and drove to the bar specified by Gu Weiyin. At the bar, Gu Weiyin cradled a glass of pale blue cocktail. Taking delicate sips, her fair complexion slightly flushed, suggesting she was already a touch inebriated. Su Wanqing approached quietly and sat beside her, refraining from joyfully calling out sister as he had done in the past. Gu Weiyin turned to glance at him and smiled, avoiding me. Su Wanqing awkwardly averted his gaze. No. Gu Weiyin redirected her attention and tapped her fingers on the bar. Prepare a cocktail for this gentleman as well. Make it a flaming love. Su Wanqing did not refuse. After today, their paths would diverge. Once the cocktails were ready, Gu Weiyin raised her glass, gently clinking it against Su Wanqing's. A toast to you. Su Wanqing glanced down, then lifted his cocktail and took a generous sip. The mildly sweet liquid, with a hint of spice, slid down his throat and ignited a warmth within him. Gu Weiyin set her glass down, turning to see Nan with eyes brimming with affection. The veil of pretense had been torn away. She no longer felt the need to hide her feelings. From this day forth, she would make her love known. Moreover, through their time together, she had sensed that Si Nan harbored feelings for her as well. Though he hesitated to confront his heart due to Si Yan. "You've been avoiding me for several days. Have you decided how to address our relationship?" Recalling the kiss from that day, Si Nan's face flushed uncontrollably, though the dim lighting concealed this effect. "I have always regarded you as my sister-in-law, and I hold you in high esteem. I sincerely hope you will not bring harm to my elder brother. If you do not harbor feelings for him, then you should part ways." Gu Weiyin smiled, finding her little puppy amusingly innocent. And then, Si Nan's resolve was unwavering. "I shall repay every penny I owe you." Gu Weiyin's smile faltered, her gaze gradually turning frosty. "Are you attempting to sever ties with me?" Si Nan fell silent for a moment. "There is no possibility for us." Gu Weiyin scoffed inwardly. She had thought that by granting him time, he would gradually embrace their feelings, yet after waiting so long, this was the outcome she faced. Very well, then she could not be blamed for resorting to extreme measures. Gu Weiyin pushed her empty glass towards the bar, then ordered, "Do not stop. I desire a flame kiss. The stronger the better." Glass after glass of cocktails was placed upon the table, and Gu Weiyin, seemingly resigned, lifted her glass and downed its contents, subsequently reaching for another. Si Nan observed her, feeling an inexplicable sensation within. He was uncertain about the nature of his feelings for Gu Weiyin. All he knew was that she often occupied his thoughts, and he frequently dreamed of her at night. When close, his heart raced. When distant, he felt an inexplicable urge to draw nearer. "Sister, please don't do this." Gu Weiyin, her eyes hazy, tilted her head to look at him, presenting him with two choices. 1. Drink with me. 2. Vanish from my sight immediately. Even if I were to drink myself to death in this bar tonight, it would bear no consequence to you. Si Nan's lips parted slightly, still glistening with the remnants of cocktail flickering in the dim light, nearly compelling Gu Weiyin to kiss him. His lips were so soft. Si Nan, in silence, raised a glass of cocktail and emulated Gu Weiyin, downing it in one go. After all, they had met under such circumstances, and this woman had assisted him time and again. How could he stand by and watch her drown her sorrows alone? What if she got drunk and was taken advantage of? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Gu Weiyin's eyes. "This is precisely what you chose to remain for amidst the pulsating music in the bar." Si Nan had unknowingly consumed several cocktails. One more. Si Nan gazed at the cocktail Gu Weiyin offered, feeling a dilemma. He had initially intended for her to get drunk and then escort her home. However, he hadn't anticipated her formidable alcohol tolerance. While his mind felt clouded, she remained steadfast. "Afraid to drink? Then you may leave. You need not concern yourself with me. My life and death are of no relevance to you." With that, Gu Weiyin downed her drink with a bold flourish. Si Nan could no longer bear to see her self-destructing. "Sister, please stop drinking. Let me take you home." "Very well." Gu Weiyin retrieved 4 glasses from the tray before her, gently placing them in front of Si Nan. "Since our encounter, I have assisted you on 4 occasions. Now that you wish to establish a boundary between us, you must consume these 4 glasses of wine. From this moment forth, our paths diverge, and we shall have no further entanglements." Si Nan gazed at Gu Weiyin, his long lashes fluttering slightly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Yet a peculiar discomfort lingered within him. Gu Weiyin continued to provoke, teasingly asking if he dared not drink because he had developed feelings for her. Si Nan's heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze, reaching for the cocktail glass. After downing the 4 drinks, the world before him began to blur. He seldom indulged in such concoctions and was unaware that the more exquisite the drink, the more potent its after-effects. "Sister, let's go home," he implored, realizing he could drink no more. Further indulgence would lead to inebriation, and in his drunken state, he could not protect her. It was perilous for a young woman to be intoxicated. "Very well, I will heed your advice," Gu Weiyin replied, setting down her glass, her eyes gradually regaining clarity. The breeze outside the bar was cool, and as it caressed them, the effects of the alcohol surged within Si Nan. He stumbled slightly, but Gu Weiyin laughed and steadied him. Under the soft, yellow lights, her exquisite features and ethereal demeanor resembled a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Si Nan found himself captivated, exclaiming, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Gu Weiyin embraced his waist, drawing closer, so near that she could feel the steady rhythm of his heart. "Do you like it?" she asked. Si Nan chuckled. "I do." As she leaned in and softly kissed him, she inquired, "What about now? Do you still like it?" He blinked, dazed, and nodded affirmatively. I do. Gu Weiyan playfully grazed her finger along his jaw. Such a good boy. As they exited the bar, the waiting driver promptly brought the car around. Let us go home together, Gu Weiyan said, assisting Si Nin into the back seat and raising the partition. Unable to resist the allure of his striking visage before her, she surrendered to her desires and kissed him passionately. That night, Si Nan, in a hazy state, experienced a familiar sensation, warmth, kisses, and a feeling of floating. Amidst his stupor, the dawn broke, and the harsh sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, piercing his eyes. Si Nan raised his arm to shield his vision and inhaled deeply. Suddenly, he sensed movement beside him, triggering an alarm in his mind, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Then, a familiar face came into focus. Oh, taking advantage of my drunken state to sleep with me? Is this what you call respect? Sister. Si Nan sprang upright, the soft blanket sliding away, revealing marks on Gu Weiyan's body, particularly prominent on her chest. A glance at himself confirmed he was unblemished, save for a few traces on his back and buttocks. Confusion washed over him. What had he done? Had he truly slept with Gu Weiyan? Chapter 39. I am responsible for you. Si Nan was utterly bewildered. Sister. I am not. You. In a flurry, he yanked the quilt to cover himself, but as soon as he did, Gu Weiyan's figure was brazenly exposed to both of their eyes. Si Nan's cheeks flushed crimson, and he hastily threw the quilt over Gu Weiyan instead, then grabbed a pillow to shield himself. Stumbling over his thoughts, he couldn't articulate a single word. He was at a loss on how to explain this absurd situation. He truly remembered nothing. Gu Weiyan cast a glance down at herself, her gaze turning frigid. She had thought him a paragon of virtue, but it turned out he was merely a hypocrite who took advantage of others' vulnerabilities. I have preserved my purity, she remarked coldly. I didn't mean to. I have a flaw. I tend to black out when I drink. I genuinely do not know what transpired. Si Nan exclaimed anxiously. I am responsible for you. Their family upheld a strong moral code, and he would never abandon someone in such a manner. How will you take responsibility? Marry me? Gu Weiyan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Si Nan's heart jolted, and a sense of panic washed over him. How had things escalated to this point? He had merely intended to persuade her to break up with Si Yin, yet he had inexplicably ended up in bed with this woman. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his tousled hair. I'm finished. I've put a green hat on my elder brother. Our brotherhood is at an end. How am I supposed to explain this to him? If my parents find out about this outrageous act, they will surely disown me. I will have no home. As he spoke, tears brimmed in his eyes, making him appear quite pitiful. Are you crying? Gu Weiyan stifled a laugh and leaned in to tousle Si Nan's hair. Do not fear. If they cast you away, your sister will take you in. Why did you ply me with alcohol? Do you not know that men become beasts when intoxicated? Si Nan lamented. Gu Weiyan chuckled. I truly did not know. I only knew that when you drink, you turn into a cuddly little puppy, eager for affection, allowing me to indulge at my whim. The more Si Nan spoke, the more despondent he became. Aren't you quite capable? Why did you not resist? Had you given me even a couple of slaps, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Blame me. But how could I bear to strike you? Gu Weiyan cooed, her eyes unabashedly admiring Si Nan's flawless physique. His handsome face, fair skin, alluring collarbone, and well-defined abs. He resembled a delectable little cake, irresistible to the eye. Enough of this sorrow. What transpired last night was merely an accident. Your sister does not hold it against you. Rest assured, we shall face this matter together. Gu Weiyan's voice was soft and soothing, imbued with an enchanting allure that deepened Si Nan's sense of guilt. I did not bully you. Si Nan's explanations felt feeble and in his eyes. Every word seemed a mere excuse. I am sorry, sister. I truly did not mean to. I know, dear. Do not feel wronged. From now on, your sister will treat you well. Gu Weiyan lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss on Si Nan's lips, playfully coaxing him. Be good. Drink a cup of milk and take a good nap. By the time you wake up, perhaps everything will be resolved. Will it? If my brother discovers that he replied, apprehensive, he would surely kill me. After all, that's how it always unfolds in dramas. Stealing someone's wife is akin to desecrating their ancestors' graves. The consequences are invariably dire. Nonsense, trust your sister. I would never bring you harm. After being persuaded to drink a concocted cup of milk, Si Nan soon drifted into slumber. Gu Weiyan, with a tender affection, playfully tapped his nose before rising to wash herself in the bathroom. When she emerged, her fair skin was pristine, devoid of any traces of intimacy. Those marks were merely a ruse, crafted before Nan's awakening to deceive the innocent and charming little pup. When Nan awoke once more, the surroundings had transformed. An unfamiliar room with strange decor greeted him. Having lived abroad for 3 years, he immediately sensed something amiss. He jolted upright, scanning the room in bewilderment. Where was he? Had he traversed dimensions? What was his name? Was his family affluent? If he was a destitute wage slave, he might as well perish. Just as confusion enveloped him, the door swung open, and a shadowy figure darted in like a cheetah, tackling him onto the bed and showering him with fervent kisses. After the storm of affection subsided, Nan finally discerned the identity of his assailant. Sister? Weren't you supposed to be on a business trip? Indeed, Gu Weiyin replied cheerfully, ruffling his hair. I was worried you might spiral into despair. So I brought you along. What? Nan abruptly pushed Gu Weiyin away, standing barefoot by the window to gaze outside. The view revealed a tapestry of exotic foreign architecture. No, are you out of your mind? Who gave you the right to decide this without my consent? Gu Weiyin approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist and leading him back to the bed. I'm doing this for your own good. I feared you might overthink things alone back home. Once I'm done with my work, we can return together to face your family. Frustration brewed within Nan. After yesterday's incident, guilt had clouded his mind, and he had not thought much of it. However, piecing together Gu Weiyin's actions, clarity began to dawn upon him. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately got me drunk, intentionally led me to sleep with you, and made me feel guilty. All to ensure I accompanied you abroad, right? None of that matters, Gu Weiyin replied, a playful glint in her eyes as she caressed his chin. What truly matters is that you have slept with me. You are now mine. Chapter 40. The overbearing CEO's compulsory love. Realizing that everything she had endured was a deliberate act by this woman, Nan's guilt dissipated in an instant. You have gone too far. You could have resisted. Why did you allow that incident to occur? How am I to explain this to my elder brother? He adores you and has entrusted me with your care. How could you treat him this way? Gu Weiyin raised an eyebrow. You cannot place the blame on me. If anything, blame yourself for being so irresistible. Nan stiffened. When have I ever seduced you? You parade around me daily, showering me with warmth and concern. What else could it be but seduction? Gu Weiyin replied with an air of nonchalance, as if she were the most pitiful victim in the world. You ensnared me. And now you accuse me of losing control. How wicked of you. However, you have succeeded. I am utterly captivated and unable to extricate myself. Thus, you must take full responsibility for the rest of my life. Nan was at a loss for words. He had long suggested that Yin pursue his own wife. Yet he refused to listen. Now, his wife was lost, and he had been thrust into this predicament. How were they to resolve this situation? Frustrated, Nan forcefully shook off Gu Weiyin's hand, frowning as he proclaimed, I want to go back. This is something I cannot facilitate, Gu Weiyin lamented. You have no passport, so you cannot board the plane. Then how did I arrive? Nan pondered, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Why did I feel nothing upon my arrival? That is a question for you to ponder. You slept like a little pig, impervious to any attempts to wake you. I had no choice but to carry you out, and my arms are still sore. Carried? Nan's mind conjured an image of being cradled like a princess. In this vision, Gu Weiyin held him, panting and stumbling as she walked down the street. Nan couldn't help but shiver. As a grown man, being carried by a woman felt utterly mortifying. You are never to carry me again. All right. I shall heed your wishes, Gu Weiyin smiled, leaning in to cup Nan's face, speaking gently. As long as it pleases you, sister will comply with your every request. Just be good for a while. Once I finish my business, I will take you out for some fun, and when we are satisfied, we shall return home. Is that agreeable? You are insufferable. Nan frowned, pushing Gu Weiyin away in anger. My parents will discover that I am not returning home, and they will seize the opportunity to interrogate me. How am I to explain this to them? Do not worry about this matter. Your elder brother will handle the explanation. Rest assured, since I have brought you out, I will ensure that all potential issues are addressed. Again with my elder brother, Nan shot her a glance. Please refrain from involving him in such matters. I have my dignity. Whatever you say, I will follow your lead, Gu Weiyin teased, leaning in unabashedly to plant a kiss on Nan's cheek. In the past, the sight of his fair and smooth face had made her long to kiss him. Now that she could do so openly, she intended to relish every moment. With an exasperated shove, Nan remarked, You've splattered saliva on my face. As a woman, can't you exhibit a modicum of restraint? Over the past 2 days, all of Nan's perceptions of Gu Weiyin had been utterly overturned. The Gu Weiyin he once knew was beautiful, gentle, poised, and understanding. The current Gu Yin, however, resembled a lovesick fool who had never encountered a man, resorting to physical and verbal antics at the slightest provocation. With a playful affection, Gu Yin rubbed his cheek, saying, "I must attend to some work now. You behave, and I shall treat you to a delightful meal this evening." Once Gu Yin departed, Sinan reclined on his bed, meticulously reflecting on the events that had transpired between them. From the moment she rear-ended him upon his return to the country, to her intervention in dealing with that extortionist woman, and her persistent company under the pretext of gifting him precious wood, to her rescuing him by the city moat and caring for him devotedly for several days. Initially, he believed her kindness stemmed from her affection for Yin, leading her to treat him well by association. But now, he wondered if she had been interested in him from the very beginning, with Yin merely serving as an excuse for her approach. The more he pondered, the more he felt a creeping unease. If that were the case, she was indeed a formidable woman, willing to exploit the innocent to achieve her goals. Reflecting on Yin, Sinan couldn't help but sigh in frustration. His foolish elder brother, so naive and easy to manipulate, remained blissfully unaware of the exploitation he faced, which explained why, at the age of 28, he had yet to find a spouse. It seemed he was destined to remain a bachelor. Sinan propped himself up and glanced out the window. He was persistently vexed by Gu Yin's unilateral decision to take him abroad. Throughout his life, he had always detested having others dictate his path. If his parents could not interfere, then Gu Yin certainly had no right. After dressing, he ventured outside for a stroll. To his surprise, he discovered he was in a villa brimming with exotic charm, though he could not discern its architectural origin. Surrounding the villa were vibrant flowers, lush grass, and numerous trees whose names eluded him. In the distance, he noted the lack of a fence, with bushes encircling the area. To exit, he would need to use the front gate. Checking his phone, he found himself lacking a network connection. Was this a ploy to enact a domineering romance? Did they not realize who Sinan was? He could never passively allow himself to be manipulated. Stowing his phone in his pocket, he defiantly whistled at the surveillance camera atop the villa. Then, turning on his heel, he strode down the corridor and boldly exited through the grand door. Did they truly believe he could not return home without a passport? They underestimated him terribly. Outside, he found himself in a cluster of villas, their architectural styles remarkably similar, indicating a wealthy enclave. Typically, the affluent neighborhoods did not see many pedestrians. Sinan walked a considerable distance before encountering a rather distinctive foreigner. He swiftly approached, eager to inquire. "Excuse me, may I request your assistance? What is this? Why does he not comprehend a single word? Can you converse in English? Or perhaps in Chinese? Alas, it seems we are utterly unable to communicate. What on earth has that wretched woman, Gu Yin, brought him to?" Sinan sighed softly, offering a polite smile. "Thank you. You may leave now." The foreigner tilted his head to glance at Sinan, suddenly seizing his arm as if he had caught a nefarious villain. Chapter 41. Indulging him, Miss Gu Yin received news that Guanzai's flight arrived in KL at 8 in the morning, accompanied by the assistant of her second uncle. As she prepared for a meeting, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in her deep-set eyes upon hearing this news. Guanzai, her cousin and the son of her second uncle, was known for his cunning and deceitful nature, mirroring the traits of his father. Since her father's passing, the two had covertly and overtly undermined her, seeking to seize control of the Gu family's assets. Gu Yin was neither foolish nor inept. She would not passively watch as her father's lifetime of hard work fell into the hands of these two wolves. "Do not let them sway us. Our plans remain unchanged, and there is no need to conceal the details of the contract. Since they have arrived, we shall engage them in a good fight." "Yes, miss," came the calm and steady voice from the other end of the phone, imbued with evident respect for Gu Yin. "Young Master C has left the villa and is currently at the police station. Should we secure his release?" "At the police station?" Upon hearing the news about Sinan, Gu Yin's previously cold demeanor softened slightly. She had anticipated that he would not be so compliant. This boy was too rebellious and needed to be properly guided. There is no need to rush. He has been spoiled by his family and harbors too much defiance. Once he has had his fill of rebellion, we will act. With such rebellious spirits, confronting them directly yields no results. The only viable approach is to indulge him. If he wishes to soar, she would provide him with wings. And if he desires to burrow into the earth, she would dig him a pit. Only when he experiences the perils of his ambitions will he retract his sharp edges. In her quest to ensure Sinan's future compliance, Gu Yin was not hurried to impose various doctrines upon him. From now on, prioritize information regarding young Master C. There was a brief pause on the line, Yet Gu Weiyan's tone did not betray anger. Rather, it hinted at a subtle excitement. Understood, miss. After hanging up, Gu Weiyan cast an intrigued glance at her phone's screensaver, unable to suppress the smile in her eyes. The image was captured from an earlier video, showing her little puppy in a state of blissful intoxication, gazing at her with dreamy eyes. His white shirt had slipped below his collarbone, revealing a fair and alluring collarbone adorned with a kiss mark she had deliberately left behind. Against the backdrop of the kiss mark, he appeared both innocent and enticing, as if every breath silently beckoned her to bestow her affection upon him. With a playful pout, Gu Weiyan kissed the screen, whispering, "Do not fret. From now on, I shall cherish you every day for a lifetime." Just as she reveled in her thoughts, a knock echoed through her office door. Gu Weiyan's gaze turned icy, her smile vanishing in an instant, her expression becoming one of cold indifference. "Enter." Her frosty voice pierced through the door, causing Assistant Fong to shiver involuntarily. The iceberg-like beauty of the CEO is indeed not merely a name. Even her tone could freeze a bull in its tracks. "Mr. Lin's itinerary for the next 3 days has been meticulously prepared for your review, Mr. Gu," said Assistant Fong. Gu Weiyan replied coldly, glancing at the folder handed to her. "Make arrangements for 2 days from now at the golf course. I must present myself before Mr. Lin's." "Understood. I shall organize it immediately. There can be no errors regarding the contract. Rest assured, Mr. Gu." "Leave." "Yes." In the police station of K.I. Country, Sinan sat in the interrogation chair, his gaze vacant, 1,000 frustrations swirling in his mind. All he desired was to visit the Chinese embassy, yet he found himself ensnared in a police station. What infuriated him further was that he could not comprehend a single word of the language spoken there. What a desolate place this is, where even the international language fails to circulate. I can't take it anymore. Damn, could someone find an English speaker to communicate with me? Chinese? Sinan gazed skyward in exasperation, thinking, you are all utterly foolish. Observing the 2 uniformed police officers before him, Sinan sighed in resignation, bringing this nonsensical exchange to a close. His only hope now was that Gu Weiyan would find him swiftly. The 2 officers exchanged glances before one of them made a phone call, nodding and mumbling as if inquiring about something. After a brief wait, they approached Sinan, seizing his arms and escorting him into a dimly lit small room. The door slammed shut behind them. Sinan dared not resist, aware that they were armed. He was unfamiliar with the laws here. Should he be falsely accused of assaulting an officer, he would find himself in dire straits. As he adjusted to the dim light, he was startled to discover others in the room. Aside from himself, 7 or 8 foreigners of distinct appearance stood in a corner, their skin blending seamlessly into the darkness. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might have overlooked them entirely. "Hello." Sinan sighed, once again. He found himself surrounded by individuals with whom he could not communicate. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps around lunchtime, the door creaked open, and 2 officers entered, carrying a large bucket which they placed beside Sinan. He toyed with a piece of dry grass, glanced down, and then turned his head, exclaiming, "What is this?" It was viscous and bore a layer of yellowish floating debris atop it. Upon closer inspection, it emanated a foul, fishy odor. Forgive his stomach. It simply could not tolerate such a sight. It was utterly appalling. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued as Sinan turned his head, the gazes of several individuals converging upon him, their eyes seemingly tinged with a hint of ire. A wave of alarm surged through Sinan. He realized he had inadvertently offended them. It was truly unintentional. In a bid to quell their discontent, Sinan offered a swift, apologetic smile, gesturing toward his stomach. "I sincerely did not mean to offend you. It is my stomach that is acting up, a poor appetite. Can you understand what I am saying? Bed? No." "Okay." Perhaps influenced by Sinan's infectious smile, the group exchanged glances before breaking into laughter alongside him. Chapter 42. The Abundance of Imagination, Friends. There's no need for formality. Perhaps sensing that Sinan's appetite was lacking, several individuals promptly served him a meal, thoughtfully preparing a portion just for him as well. Sinan glanced at the bowl in his hands and then observed their enthusiastic enjoyment of the food. In an effort to avoid appearing overly peculiar, he stifled his disgust and took a small bite. Subsequently, tilting his head, he remarked, "I apologize, this meal is simply too delectable. I feel unworthy." "Good. Very good." He raised his thumb in approval, a gesture they understood, conveying goodwill and friendliness. After the meal, feeling a bit idle, they gathered in a corner to engage in light-hearted chatter. Sinan, sitting nearby, fully unleashed his rich imagination. "Sinan, what? You say I am dashing as a willow tree, as handsome as Pannin? Brother, You have a discerning eye. Sinan. Oh, you flatter me. Can Wu Yanzu really be compared to my charm? Sinan nodded in sudden realization. Ah, your little wife is indeed striking, with slender legs, a soft waist, and long braids. Haha, my friend, you were truly fortunate. The most loquacious among them was a middle-aged man, around 40, with an honest demeanor yet remarkably talkative. His words flowed like a continuous stream. Sinan patted his shoulder, laughing. Brother, your storytelling is truly captivating. It's like watching a grand performance. One must admit, the people here were exceedingly friendly and hospitable. Sinan managed to converse with them for a significant portion of the day, relying solely on his imagination. His philosophy was simple. As long as he felt no embarrassment, it was others who should feel awkward. His social prowess was overflowing. Eventually, as people began to leave one by one, the small room was left with only him. Sinan leaned against the wall, his solitary figure reminiscent of a neglected child in a kindergarten, left behind as others were taken home by their parents. Alone and helpless, he felt a yearning mingled with despair. The outer sky had grown quite dark, and the small room was enveloped in shadows. The minuscule window offered no remaining light. His stomach grumbled with hunger, and suddenly, Sinan recalled that Gu Weiyin had promised to take him out for a delightful meal that evening. He pondered whether she had returned home yet, or if she had noticed his absence. What if she couldn't find him? Suddenly, Sinan felt an itch on his leg, as if something were crawling upon him. Alarmed, he stomped his foot, shaking off whatever it was. Squeak, squeak. To his horror, there were indeed mice. A shiver ran down his spine. How revolting! In all his years, when had he ever been tormented by rodents? As the darkness deepened outside, Sinan leaned against the wall, utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet, he dared not lie down, nor could he risk sleeping, fearing that a mouse might nibble at him, and by morning, he could wake up as nothing more than a skeletal figure radiating an eerie aura. Gu Weiyin, this is all your fault. If you don't come soon, be careful I sever ties with you. After venting his frustration, Sinan's spirit instantly dwindled once more. Sister, please come to my rescue. He had never desired to see Gu Weiyin with such urgency, yet regrettably, she remained oblivious to his silent pleas. It was not until the break of dawn, when sunlight streamed through the small window, that Sinan stirred his stiff body, realizing the predicament he was in. Alas, his legs had gone numb. He had endured an entire night standing, fearful of rodents. In this pitch-black room, loneliness and terror enveloped him. He had thought Gu Weiyin would realize he was missing and find him promptly, but she had not. Even now, she had yet to appear. He was left in the dark, uncertain of how much longer he would have to wait. More distressing was the thought of how the authorities would handle someone of his ambiguous identity in this country. Sinan's heart brimmed with regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have recklessly wandered in this unfamiliar place. How had he fallen to such a state? Just as Sinan felt isolated, fearful, and helpless, the door to the small room creaked open once more. Instinctively, he turned his head, and against the light, he beheld the woman glowing as she approached him. Sinan. Gu Weiyin rushed to his side, her gaze softening as she noticed his reddened eyes, filled with grievance. Without uttering a single word of reproach, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Thank goodness I found you. After a day and a night, I was nearly terrified to death. What would I do if something happened to you? Sinan felt a lump in his throat. At that moment, nothing could offer him more solace than this embrace. No arrival could elate him more than that of this woman. All his anger and grievances dissipated in an instant, crystallizing into a single plea. Sister, I want to go home. All right. Gu Weiyin gently caressed his face with a look of deep concern. I will take you home. Just a moment, Sinan pouted, my legs are numb. Gu Weiyin glanced down at his legs and noted their rigidity. He must have stood for the entire night. With a sigh, she was unsure whether to be angry at his disobedience or to pity the toll it had taken on him. Do not worry, I will carry you. No way. Sinan immediately rejected her suggestion. If anyone saw a grown man being carried by a woman shorter than him, he would be utterly humiliated. I just need a moment to recover. As you wish. Gu Weiyin did not press the matter further. She simply wrapped her arm around his waist, assisting him to sit slowly. Let me help you with a massage. After paying the ransom and signing an array of documents that resembled ancient scripts, Sinan was finally permitted to leave the police station. Once seated in the luxurious car heading home, his anger flared once more. Why did they arrest me? Gu Weiyin opened a bottle of milk and handed it to him, explaining, due to your inability to ascertain your own identity, you are perceived as a dangerous smuggler to them, and being apprehended is considered a mild consequence. Sinan expressed her confusion. questioning why they could not escort her to the embassy or repatriate her to her homeland. They do not comprehend your words. How would they ascertain your nationality? She would not disclose that she had already arranged connections in advance. Upon hearing this, Sinan, incensed, pushed Gu Weiyan's hand. Gu Weiyan, caught off guard, nearly spilled the milk in the car. It is because of you. Had you not taken it upon yourself to bring me here, would I have fallen to such depths? All right. It is all the sister's fault, Gu Weiyan replied with a smile, leaning in as if to kiss him. A kiss, and you won't be angry anymore. Will you? Go away. Sinan exclaimed, her eyes reddened as she pushed her away. It's filthy. In that cramped room, it was both dirty and foul-smelling, with rats scuttling about. Even he found himself repugnant. I do not find you repugnant, Gu Weiyan insisted, forcefully grasping Sinan's chin and bestowing a fervent kiss upon his lips. No matter how you may change, sister will never find you distasteful. Chapter 43. No longer yours. Upon returning home, Sinan fervently washed himself 5 times in the bathroom before he felt somewhat cleansed. After emerging, he ceased to utter a single word to Gu Weiyan. He refused to eat, drink, or even entertain the thought of partaking in the milk offered to him. His stubbornness was unwavering, leaving the usually decisive and formidable Gu Weiyan feeling quite defeated. I merely worry about you being alone in the country. I just wanted to take you out for a breath of fresh air. Can't you see how much I care for you? Sinan retorted. It's your own arrogance that led you to wander about recklessly. I rescued you from the police station. Was I in the wrong? Sinan lay on the bed, cocooned in his blanket, facing away from Gu Weiyan, already drifting into slumber. After standing vigil all night and having endured sleepless hours, his taut nerves finally gave way, leaving him utterly exhausted. Despite Gu Weiyan's earnest explanations behind him, he remained unmoved. Without receiving a response, Gu Weiyan felt a sense of helplessness akin to that of an octogenarian who had carried 60 loads of water under the scorching sun for 30 kilometers, only to realize he had mistakenly watered his neighbor's garden. She felt an urge to unleash her frustration, but was uncertain where to direct it. Approaching the bedside, Gu Weiyan forcefully turned Sinan towards her, biting his lip to rouse him from the dream he was about to enter. Startled awake, Sinan was immediately engulfed by irritation. Are you out of your mind? Get away, he exclaimed, attempting to push Gu Weiyan away, only to find himself overpowered by her surprising strength. Goodness, has this woman been raised on iron weights? Gu Weiyan's expression darkened. Are you sulking? Where has the warmth and kindness you once showed me gone? Sinan glared at her, retorting sharply, that was in the past. I once thought you were a good woman worthy of respect, but look at you now, stringing my brother along while sharing my bed. A woman like you should be subjected to the harshest of fates. Gu Weiyan, taken aback by Sinan's venomous words, nearly laughed in disbelief. I'm promiscuous? And what about you? Don't you also have feelings for me? Don't you wish to be with me? You're talking nonsense. Sinan was thoroughly incensed. Sinan, am upright and principled. How could I ever covet my brother's woman? Unwilling to address the shortcomings in his words, Gu Weiyan recognized that her impatience had led to this turmoil. She had acted impulsively, forcing intimacy upon him before his feelings had fully blossomed, which resulted in his deep-seated anger and resentment, preventing him from confronting his true emotions. However, she was undeterred. Gu Weiyan excelled at winning hearts. Sinan watched curiously as Gu Weiyan retrieved her phone. What are you doing? He inquired. Patience, you'll soon find out. Gu Weiyan deliberately set a 30-second ringtone before placing the phone by his ear. Within these 30 seconds, I will make you prove everything. Upon finishing her words, she swiftly leaned down, pressing a light kiss upon his lips, and then continued her journey downward. In an instant, his face flushed with embarrassment. No. Moments later, Gu Weiyan glanced down and remarked with a smile, do you still dare to claim you have no feelings for me? Sinan felt the undeniable changes within his body, overwhelmed by a sense of shame and indignation. He did not wish for this, yet he could not fathom why he was so easily affected. Gu Weiyan propped herself up, teasingly tapping his lips with a smile. Do not deny it. Your body has betrayed your heart. Sinan found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation. He was unaware that the body and heart could exist separately. At his youthful age, he was utterly unprepared for such stimuli. Gu Weiyan had expertly captured his naive heart, leading him to believe that his feelings for her were the reason behind his reactions. At that moment, the ringtone of his phone broke the tension, providing a brief respite from his discomfort. Let me go. Gu Weiyan looked down meaningfully. I have received your affection, and now I must demonstrate my love for you today. Sinan, gazing at Gu Weiyan, suddenly grasped the implication of her words. No, you. This woman was audacious enough to Use her mouth. What he thought would be a resolution turned out to be a moment of tears streaming down Sinan's face, leaving Gu Weiyan momentarily flustered. How had she not noticed before that this boy was so easily brought to tears? Yet, he looked quite endearing when he cried, with his eyes reddened, nose tip flushed, and cheeks aglow. Can we not be angry anymore? His voice, tinged with a hint of sob, resembled that of a soft, plaintive puppy. Mischievously, Gu Weiyan turned his face towards her and planted a heavy kiss upon his lips. Sinan froze for a moment, then turned his head away. Watching Sinan brush and rinse his mouth repeatedly for over an hour, Gu Weiyan nearly burst with laughter. She had not even thought to criticize him. Yet he was thoroughly disgusted with himself. His severe obsession with cleanliness certainly warranted a remedy. Well, it has been settled. We are together because of mutual affection. If you continue to sulk over this, I shall call your father and inform him that you slept with me without any intention of taking responsibility. Seated at the dining table, Sinan's reddened eyes appeared both endearing and pitiful. When did I say I wouldn't take responsibility? Gu Weiyan smiled triumphantly. Are you still angry? Sinan lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment. I just feel sorry for my brother. He's already 28 and has only just found a woman he likes. And yet I have come between them. I fear that if he finds out, he might be driven to despair. Do not worry. Your brother is not as fragile as you think, Gu Weiyan reassured him with a knowing smile. Moreover, he is not as simple as you presume. The man's level of cunning is something this young fellow may never truly grasp. However, she finds herself somewhat intrigued, if, in the future, Sinan were to discover that he had been betrayed by Si Yan, only to find himself counting money for the very person who deceived him. What would his reaction be? Chapter 44. You truly are my sister's lucky star. After enjoying a meal and sipping a glass of milk, Sinan succumbed to a drowsy slumber that lasted for 2 days. These 2 days marked a pivotal moment for Gu Weiyan as she endeavored to penetrate the KI market. To ensure Sinan remained undistracted, she had secretly administered a sedative in the milk. However, Sinan remained blissfully unaware of this deception, and he would never know the truth. On the golf course, Gu Weiyan had already met with Mr. Ryan and engaged in an amiable discussion. Mr. Ryan, a foreigner of imposing stature, exuded an undeniable aura of authority with every movement. Yet, Gu Weiyan's presence was equally formidable. Standing beside him, she exhibited no trace of timidity. As Mr. Ryan skillfully sank the white ball into the hole, Gu Weiyan clapped her hands at the opportune moment. Her gesture appeared spontaneous, akin to the mutual appreciation shared among friends, devoid of any hint of flattery. Mr. Ryan passed his golf club to the caddy and took a white handkerchief to wipe his hands. Miss Gu did not seem the type to adhere to excessive politeness. With a smile, Gu Weiyan remarked that since Kea was Mr. Ryan's homeland and she was a newcomer, it was only fitting to abide by the customs of his native land. However, as Mr. Ryan had brought it up, she would graciously comply. One must admit that his command of Chinese was impeccable. Mr. Ryan acknowledged her proficiency in KI language with a chuckle, questioning the necessity of such flattery. Gu Weiyan accepted the documents handed to her by Assistant Fong and respectfully presented them to Mr. Ryan. In that case, let us embark on a fruitful collaboration, she declared with enthusiasm, to which Mr. Ryan responded, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Mr. Ryan briefly scanned the document, his seasoned experience in the business world allowing him to discern the contract's flaws with a mere glance. 15%? Gu Weiyan nodded, stating, there is an old adage in business. To gain, one must first give. I, Gu Weiyan, do not believe in emotional ties. I only believe in mutual benefit. Mr. Ryan admired her approach to business. This woman possessed both audacity and capability. Recognizing her sincerity, he instructed his assistant to revise the contract. Please reprint this document and change the 10-year term to 30 years. I intend to collaborate with Miss Gu for the long term. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Weiyan's eyes. She had not anticipated such an unexpected development. 10 minutes later, Mr. Ryan's assistant returned with the revised contract. Just as Mr. Ryan poised his pen over the paper, a voice interrupted from behind. Mr. Ryan, please hold on. The newcomer was Gu Zhe. Impeccably dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, his hair slicked back with precision, exuding an air of sophistication. Yet, the calculating glimmer in his eyes evoked a sense of discomfort in those who beheld him. Rains furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased with the uninvited guest who had come without an appointment. Gu cast a glance at Gu Weiyan, then swiftly approached Rains, extending his hand in introduction. Good day, Mr. Rains. I am Gu Ans, the Regional General Manager of Gu Corporation. I apologize for the unexpected intrusion and hope for your understanding. His assistant meticulously translated Gu An's words into Ki language for Rains. Before Rains could respond, Gu An smiled and explained in Ki, "My cousin, please excuse the awkwardness, Mr. Rains." Gu An's was taken aback, surprised that Gu Weiyan could speak Ki. Rains, grasping Gu Weiyan's intention, smiled slightly and disregarded Gu An's outstretched hand. "Ah, I see." Gu An chuckled awkwardly, then took the contract documents from his assistant and presented them to Rains. "Mr. Rains, today I come on behalf of Gu Corporation to express our sincere intent for collaboration, which I trust you are already well aware of. Therefore, after discussions with my father, we are willing to offer you a 10% profit share." After speaking, Gu An eagerly instructed his assistant, "Please translate every word for Mr. Rains." Yes. Gu An was confident in the contract he presented. He knew that Gu Weiyan had offered an 8% profit share. He had directly increased it by 2 percentage points. In the realm of business, every 2% in any cooperative project represented substantial profit. He was certain that Rains would not dismiss a 10% offer in favor of Gu Weiyan's 8%. Securing a foothold in the KI market would significantly elevate his standing within Gu Corporation, aiding in their competition against Gu Weiyan for shares. Rains patiently listened to the assistant's translation before turning to Gu Weiyan. "Miss Gu, what are your thoughts?" Gu Weiyan raised an eyebrow, remarking that it was good if Mr. Rains was pleased. Rains smiled, signing the newly drafted contract without hesitation. Gu Weiyan stood in stunned silence, unable to suppress an expletive. "Damn it, fool." The assistant hesitated, not daring to translate that remark. In the next moment, Rains set down his pen and looked at Gu Weiyan, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Miss Gu, what do you think?" Hearing Rains speak fluent Chinese sent a jolt through Gu An's. "Mr. Rains, you." Gu Weiyan interrupted him as she handed the contract to the assistant. "As I said, it is good if Mr. Rains is pleased. I am not well acquainted with him. Mr. Rains may take his time. I shall not accompany him." As she turned, Gu Weiyan cast a cold glance at Gu An's. One who brings calamity upon oneself cannot live. Without fully understanding the other party's intentions, one dares to act recklessly in another's territory. Such individuals will only find themselves hoisting a stone to crush their own feet. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out behind me, followed by a man's anguished wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A cold smile crept across Gu Weiyan's lips. "I need to contact the underground boxing arena in KI country. Tomorrow, I shall engage in a match." "Boxing?" Assistant Fong recoiled slightly, exclaiming in disbelief. "This woman is incredibly fierce." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." Upon returning home, Sinan had just awakened from his stupor. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with Gu Weiyan's bold advance, and before he could react, she enveloped him in a fervent kiss. She was elated today. The contract had been signed with remarkable ease, and a 30-year partnership was more than enough to secure her position within the Gu family. "Little one, you are truly my lucky star." Chapter 45. A kiss? Just a kiss, what? You intend to engage in a fistfight? Are you out of your mind? Although Sinan had never participated in boxing, he had certainly heard of underground fighting arenas. How perilous could mixed martial arts be, even in sanctioned competitions? There are instances of fatalities, not to mention these open matches, where wagers are placed. One could very well be risking their life. I relish all things challenging. Gu Weiyan draped a beige wool scarf around Sinan's neck, grasping his hand and intertwining their fingers. "With you by my side, I am elated and yearn for some thrilling escapades." The underground fighting scene in Country KI is situated on a private island, the events shrouded in secrecy. Partaking in them is not as simple as it seems. However, Gu Weiyan possesses her own channels, making participation in such events a matter of ease. The island at night is vibrant, adorned with a kaleidoscope of neon lights, and here one can encounter residents from myriad nations, all seemingly intrigued by the underground fighting scene. At the entrance of the island, a dedicated driveway leads downwards. As luxury vehicles glide in, Sinan's anxiety intensifies. Upon disembarking, she leads the way, and shortly thereafter, they enter a VIP box. This location offers the best vantage point in the entire audience area, featuring glass that can be raised or lowered, allowing for a comprehensive view of the arena's happenings. "Leave the information. You may step outside," Gu Weiyan commanded. Her casual glance at she exuding an undeniable aura of authority. She radiated confidence and a palpable sense of pressure. For the first time, Sinan felt overwhelmed by her presence, a stark contrast to her usual carefree and reckless demeanor. He rarely witnessed her in such earnestness. Indeed. She presented the information and respectfully exited, thoughtfully closing the box door behind him. Sinan sat beside Gu Weiyan, watching the match videos, growing increasingly apprehensive. This time, her opponent was a rising star in the underground arena, renowned for his prowess. Do you often participate in such matches? Sinan inquired. Gu Weiyan, her expression indifferent, replied that she would engage in a fight when she was feeling down or under pressure. Sinan tilted his head to look at her. Are you unhappy today? Happy, exceedingly happy. Gu Weiyan smiled mischievously, and that makes me crave even more thrilling endeavors. Sinan observed the ferocious exchanges on the screen and remarked, Are you a masochist? Do you enjoy being battered? You might as well visit a notorious underground venue and let someone whip you for a more exhilarating experience, both stimulating and cathartic. Gu Weiyan placed the documents on the table and, locking her gaze with Sinan, stated meaningfully, No, I am the sadist. I relish watching someone beneath me sob and wail. Sinan blushed, instinctively taking offense. Who was sobbing? That was excitement. Gu Weiyan laughed, wrapping her arms around Sinan's neck and planting a kiss on his lips. From now on, you must be obedient, and I shall make you even more exhilarated. Sinan blinked, his mind inexplicably drifting back to that day as events. On that day, cough, best left unmentioned. Will you lose in such a competition? The odds are stacked against you. Sinan couldn't help but be taken aback. Why would you still participate? Today, you are facing the champion. Isn't this akin to searching for a latrine while holding a lantern? Where's the latrine? Gu Weiyan mischievously slipped her hand into Sinan's waistband, reaching downward. Let me see. Goodness, how disgusting. Sinan twisted his body, evading her unwelcome advances. This woman truly could not maintain a semblance of seriousness for even a moment. After some playful banter, Gu Weiyan's expression suddenly grew solemn. Do you hope for my victory? Undoubtedly. Sinan felt an inexplicable tension. Yet he would never concede to being concerned for Gu Weiyan, maintaining a facade of indifference. After all, we are compatriots. Naturally, I wish for your success. Gu Weiyan's gaze fell, filled with melancholy. I thought you might worry for me. It seems I was mistaken. In this world, no one truly cares for my well-being. Perhaps, even if I were to perish in the arena, there would be no one willing to claim my remains. Sinan, observing Gu Weiyan's sudden sadness, found himself momentarily at a loss. Perhaps she was frightened. After all, she was but a girl. The arena was akin to a battlefield, where one might well lose their life. Sinan swallowed hard before gently reaching for Gu Weiyan's hand. Sister, perhaps we should leave. This is no place for a girl like you. Gu Weiyan looked at his outstretched hand, a faint smile playing at her lips. Leaving? That might not be so simple. There is a rule in this underground arena. Any participant who withdraws mid-match must forfeit an arm to depart. The intention is a lifetime ban. Sinan shuddered at the cruelty of it. What should we do? Gu Weiyan leaned despondently against the chair, her demeanor somewhat deflated. I need energy. Energy? Sinan suddenly understood. I'll get you a Snickers. I don't eat sweets, Gu Weiyan reminded him, exasperation in her voice. A kiss will suffice. Sinan paused for a moment, then realized, good heavens, she had been waiting for him to say that. This woman truly could not maintain seriousness for a second. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Gu Weiyan pulled him closer. Sinan exclaimed, The match is about to start. Can you please be serious? Is it so difficult to grant me a kiss? Gu Weiyan feigned distress. Perhaps I want to be able to leave the ring. Sinan felt discomfort as her grip tightened on his hand. He wanted to escape, but Gu Weiyan would not allow him to retreat. Gazing at Sinan, Gu Weiyan's eyes reflected a silent challenge. If I were to die, you would be free of any psychological burden. Would that not bring you joy? Sinan, looking into Gu Weiyan's sorrowful eyes, felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. Although he was somewhat displeased with the circumstances surrounding their relationship, he vowed he had never wished for her demise. Moreover, they had already shared intimacy, and thus, both physically and emotionally, she had become his. This has become an unalterable truth, regardless of his willingness to acknowledge it. Well, she is his own woman. A kiss is merely a fleeting gesture, nothing more than a trivial sacrifice. Having steeled his resolve, Sinan swiftly leaned in and pressed his lips against Gu Weiyan's cheek, a mere brush, before retracting just as quickly. You must win, he declared. Aha, you lost? Yet you dare not admit your affection for me? In the next moment, Gu Weiyan triumphantly smiled and swiftly flipped her body, pinning Sinan onto the sofa. You little rascal, I knew you were insincere. Sinan, rendered immobile beneath her weight, felt a surge of anger. Please, when I consider you a person, could you at least maintain the facade a bit longer? Maintain the facade? Gu Weiyan teased, grasping Sinan's chin with a knowing expression. Little brother's invitation has left this elder sister quite surprised. Come now, darling, let us engage in a pre-match display of endurance. Chapter 46, A Battle of Wits. A protracted and fervent kiss nearly drowned Sinan in Gu Weiyan's overwhelming affection. After enduring the wait, the match finally commenced. And through the glass wall, the enthusiastic cheers from the audience reverberated. Simultaneously, Gu Weiyan's unilateral passionate kiss approached its conclusion. Energized, Sinan eagerly anticipated his sister's triumphant display. Cough, cough. Reclining on the sofa, he found himself in a state of acute hypoxia. His eyes reddened and lips a vivid crimson, exuding a certain allure. As Gu Weiyan prepared to depart, Sinan swiftly grasped the hem of her garment, exclaiming his desire to descend and occupy the front row of the audience. Why? He bit his lip, for he wished to witness her confrontations up close. Gu Weiyan playfully teased him with a gentle poke at the tip of his nose. I fear I may disappoint you. She had never known defeat. Upon reaching the ground floor, the audience erupted with fervor, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. This electrifying arena of combat thrived on its exhilarating madness. Keep Sishi close. Do not wonder. I understand, he replied, his heart racing with both anxiety and anticipation. Today marked his inaugural experience witnessing an underground mixed martial arts event, and the audience's fervent reactions spoke volumes of the thrill awaiting him. Thanks to special arrangements, Sinan was swiftly ushered to the front row, positioned perilously close to the ring, allowing him to discern every detail of the contest. Yet, this proximity also amplified the harsh realities of the battlefield. As Sinan retrieved his phone, eager to capture the moment, he was halted by Sishi. This is an underground event. Photography is prohibited due to the betting involved. Moreover, there is interference. The venue has no signal. A tinge of regret washed over Sinan, though he quickly recalibrated his focus. How is Gu Weiyan performing? He inquired, turning to Sishi, who was observing the surroundings. Remarkably well, Sishi replied. She is trained in combat since childhood, her techniques and mindset unfettered. Unless her opponent resorts to underhanded tactics, few can best her. Underhanded tactics? Sinan queried, puzzled. Those who deviate from conventional methods and employ deceitful strategies. Such individuals typically emerge in high-stakes matches, where some may gamble on their victory, risking everything. Concern crept into Sinan's thoughts as he pondered the potential for such foul play in this venue. Will there be underhanded tactics here? Sishi patiently reassured him, no. The underground matches in KI are relatively humane. The participants usually do not wager substantial amounts. It is merely for sport, and no one takes the outcomes too seriously. Boom. Boom. As they conversed, a massive bell on the wall tolled twice, signaling the commencement of the match. Amidst the thunderous applause, a formidable man, his muscles rippling with strength, ascended the ring, raising his arms in greeting to the audience, exuding an air of confidence that proclaimed his supremacy. He was the newly crowned champion of this underground boxing arena, Jesse Fu, the very contender set to face Gu Weiyan. Watching Jesse's robust physique, Sinan felt a nervous sweat accumulating in his palms. Could Gu Weiyan possibly defeat such a formidable opponent? What if she were to lose? I had heard that in such arenas, fatalities could occur. Sishi patted his shoulder, urging him to have faith in the young lady. There are countless individuals in this world who, like you, will forever be unable to match her prowess and will only find themselves on the receiving end of her strength. Sinan turned his head to glance at him. Are you certain this is meant to be comforting? Sishi chuckled and raised his chin slightly. Patience, my friend. The one you're worried about has just arrived. Sinan turned to look, their eyes meeting, and Gu Weiyan's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. Suddenly, a female contestant appeared, igniting a frenzy of cheers from the audience. Gu Weiyan donned 2 black boxing gloves, her demeanor calm and aloof, yet exuding an undeniable aura of strength. She resembled a sovereign of the ages. Today marked the first time Sinan witnessed a different side of Gu Weiyan. Jesse cast a sidelong glance at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. She was the first female contender he had ever faced in the ring. Nevertheless, in the arena, there were only competitors, gender mattered not, and he would not show mercy simply because his opponent was a woman. Moreover, he was eager to observe the extent of a woman's capabilities in the boxing ring. Amidst the raucous cheers, the referee signaled the start of the match. Simultaneously, Gu Weiyan's expression hardened as she swiftly dodged Jesse's powerful punch with remarkable agility. The match was governed by a best-of-3 format, each round lasting 5 minutes, time that felt interminable for the competitors engaged in battle. Gu Weiyan exhibited incredible agility, evading Jesse's attacks while swiftly assessing his vulnerabilities. In the first round, she did not prioritize victory. Instead, understanding her opponent was her true strategy for success. However, The audience grew restless, yearning for a thrilling, visceral contest rather than this game of cat and mouse. Can she even fight? If not, she should step down. Exactly. Go away, female contestant. Sinan felt as if his ears might burst from the cacophony. What were they saying? Sishi's brow furrowed. They were calling for her to exit the ring. Sinan's anger ignited. How dare they insult his woman? Damn it. Do you think you can speak to her like that? If you're so capable, why don't you step up? If not, keep your mouth shut. What are you glaring at? Looking like a relic. Even the monkeys in the zoo aren't as thrilling as you. Threatening me? I've had rabies shots. I'm not afraid of you, you miserable wretch. On the stage, the two competitors battled fiercely, while below, a crowd of spectators, unable to understand one another's languages, clamored in a tumultuous uproar. On the arena, Gu Weiyin's expression was icy, her eyes glimmering with a sense of lethal intent. Below the stage, Sinan furrowed his brows, engaging in a verbal duel against a crowd of learned individuals, single-handedly countering their barrage of words. Ding! The 5-minute time limit had elapsed, marking the conclusion of the first match, with Jessie having secured victory, followed by a brief intermission of 90 seconds. Observing Gu Weiyin retreat to the resting area, Sinan gestured emphatically, commanding silence for a moment. A few bewildered foreigners were left in confusion, wondering about this peculiar character. Sinan swiftly approached Gu Weiyin, leaping over the railing, attending to her with a towel, offering water, and massaging her arms and legs, diligently catering to her needs. Quick, drink some water. Wipe off your sweat, and relax. Gu Weiyin, warmed by Sinan's attentive demeanor, inquired, What were you saying to those people earlier? You seemed quite agitated. With righteous indignation. Sinan replied, They insulted you, and I was merely teaching them a lesson on your behalf. As Gu Weiyin removed her boxing gloves, she playfully pinched Sinan's cheek, saying, Shouldn't I thank you for that? We are compatriots, no need for thanks, Sinan declared with a noble air, which only added to his charm. You don't need to be overly proud. As the saying goes, if you can fight, then fight. If not, retreat. It's nothing to be ashamed of. All right. I shall heed your words. Let us get some more energy, Gu Weiyin said, tugging at Sinan's collar and pulling him in for a kiss. The scent of milk was delightful, a natural stimulant. Chapter 47. The Stubborn Duck. The intermission swiftly came to an end. As the second round commenced, the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers and jeers, with the majority hurling invectives at Gu Weiyin. Although Sinan could not comprehend the words, the expressions on their faces made it evident that they were far from flattering. Upon the arena, Gu Weiyin held her chin slightly aloft, her gaze fixed coldly on Jessie Fu. The ferocity and ruthlessness emanating from her eyes sent shivers down the spine. When Jessie met her gaze, an unsettling jolt coursed through her. What a piercing look it was. Sharp, brutal, and frigid, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, with an undercurrent of lethal intent lurking deep within. Excellent. Jessie's own ferocity was ignited. To partake in such a contest, one must possess a killer instinct. Only with the resolve to vanquish one's opponent can the fervor, violence, and bloodshed of mixed martial arts be fully realized. Sinan sat in his seat, his eyes intently fixed on Gu Weiyin. Tension gripped him, and the knuckles of his fingers, clutching the armrest, turned pale. As the referee raised his hand, before it could descend, Gu Weiyin cast a glance at the nervously tense Sinan. The little one, so contradictory, professed a dislike for her, yet today, she would compel him to confront his true feelings. Ding! The bell rang. Adhering to the principle of swift resolution, Jessie sprang into action, launching a barrage of punches at Gu Weiyin with a momentum akin to a relentless force. The speed was astonishing. A smirk graced Gu Weiyin's lips. As Jessie's fist approached, she raised her hands to shield her face, successfully deflecting Jessie's strike, and swiftly retreated, colliding with the ropes at the edge of the ring. Jessie thought, is she truly that inept? Had he misjudged her prowess? Below the stage, Sinan's heart constricted in fury, his expression seething with rage at Jessie Fu. How dare he strike a woman? His own woman had not been touched by him. Yet she was being battered by this man. This was intolerable. Noticing Sinan's reaction, Gu Weiyin smiled faintly. Then, as she evaded Jessie's next assault, she pivoted swiftly and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Her fierce blow connected with Jessie's cheek. Infuriated, Jessie's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a fierce punch of his own. Gu Weiyin deftly dodged, her gloved fist striking back, targeting Jessie's face once more. Bang! Jessie's head snapped back, a wave of dizziness engulfing him, nearly causing him to collapse. Seizing the moment, Gu Weiyin pressed her advantage, her agility allowing her punches to land with increasing rapidity. She had discerned during the first round that Jesse's strength lay in his stable stance and rapid strikes. Yet, he possessed a critical weakness. His core lacked the agility required for swift turns. In contrast, her own advantage rested in her unrestricted techniques and rapid adaptability, allowing her to counter with a myriad of responses. As Gu Weiyin executed her precise and powerful strikes in the arena, Sinan's initial worry transformed into fervent enthusiasm. With each punch she landed on Jesse's face, Sinan leaped from his seat, raising his arms in exuberance, his excitement surpassing that of when he himself engaged in a fight. Good job, keep it up. Gu Weiyin, you are the best. Nearby, several foreign spectators shrank back, their earlier bravado dissipating. Although competition knows no borders, witnessing their champion being bested by a woman left them somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, they had placed their bets on the newly crowned boxing champion, Jessie Fu. In the second round, Gu Weiyin emerged victorious. As the referee raised her arm, the audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere nearly reaching a fever pitch. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. This was the essence of a contest, transcending nationality and gender. Through Gu Weiyin, they witnessed what true strength entailed, unyielding, fearless, and adept at waiting for the right moment to strike. After suffering a crushing defeat in the second round, Jessie Fu could no longer afford to be careless, unaware that exposing one's weaknesses is akin to being stripped bare, making it impossible to regain composure. In the third bout, Gu Weiyin's victory was again without doubt. The night's matches continued. In a VIP box, Sinan discreetly inspected her arm during a brief moment when Gu Weiyin wiped away sweat. That heavy punch had nearly startled him. If anything were to happen to her, it would be. Though reluctant to admit it, Sinan found himself fond of this woman. Since that day they had shared intimacy. He had unconsciously claimed her as his own, akin to a puppy marking its territory. Gu Weiyin set down her towel and took a sip of water to rehydrate. Were you scared just now? Sinan paused, immediately retorting. How could I be? Am I someone who hasn't seen the world? Gu Weiyin smiled, choosing not to expose him. Little one, let us see how long you can keep up that bravado. Noticing her arm was merely a bit red without serious injury, Sinan let out a subtle sigh of relief. You shouldn't participate in such competitions again. Gu Weiyin raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you worried about me? Sinan scoffed, adamantly refusing to concede. I just don't want to see you performing like a monkey up there. It's embarrassing. Gu Weiyin leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. Are you implying I brought shame upon you? Sinan blinked. Not necessarily. I just don't want to hear those people insult you. If you feel the urge to practice, let's see accompany you. He wouldn't dare hit you, and you can unleash your strength on him. See, standing nearby, responded. Thank you. Gu Weiyin glanced through the glass wall towards the ring, where two new competitors had already taken the stage, one of whom had fair skin. It seemed the underground arenas of Ki country were gradually becoming more internationalized. Do you wish to continue watching? Sinan grimaced. It's rather dull, too bloody. Like a fight among trapped beasts. You should refrain from participating in such events in the future. If you seek thrills, I can take you to other places for excitement. Recalling the unique images that Cheng Fong occasionally sent him from special occasions, Sinan felt a surge of anticipation within his heart. He genuinely yearned to witness such moments with his own eyes. If Gu Weiyin could indulge him in some playful engagement, it would be even more splendid. Observing Sinan lost in reverie and brimming with expectation, Gu Weiyin felt a flicker of curiosity. What place? Sinan replied with a mysterious smile. You shall find out when the time comes. Chapter 48. Who is that woman? Inside the luxurious car heading home, Sinan gazed out at the unfamiliar architecture, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He truly did not wish to travel abroad. He had grown weary of the 3 years spent away from home. When do you plan to return to the country? Gu Weiyin grasped Sinan's hand, gently stroking it. There are still many delightful places to explore here. Let us enjoy ourselves before going back. Not interested, Sinan attempted to withdraw his hand, but was unable to shake off Gu Weiyin's grip. So he eventually ceased to struggle. Do you not like it here? Gu Weiyin turned her head to look at him. Under the glow of the streetlights, Sinan's handsome face flickered between light and shadow, yet his eyes remained clear and captivating, drawing one in effortlessly. Do you not enjoy playing? I can take you to any fun place. Sinan's tone grew somewhat impatient. I have had enough of life abroad, and I cannot understand the language here. It is quite dull. I just want to go home. After a brief silence, Gu Weiyin tugged on Sinan's hand, pulling him closer and embracing him. All right. I will listen to you. As long as you behave, I will always heed your wishes. In truth, she cherished Sinan's candid nature, appreciating the need to express one's thoughts for effective communication. Sinan felt somewhat awkward in her embrace, perhaps in his heart. He still struggled with the shadow of the past. He shifted slightly away, only to be pulled back into her arms once more. If you misbehave, I shall have to punish you. Sinan frowned and pushed her away. Are you out of your mind? Even if we are together, I am not obligated to cuddle with you every day. It's utterly ridiculous. Gu Weiyin released her hold on Sinan's shoulders, opting instead to wrap her arms around his waist, leisurely admiring his tousled hair. She found his discontent amusing, relishing the irony of his disdain for her yet being unable to resist her charm. How amusing. When I kiss you, why do you not find it ridiculous? Are you not thrilled? See, she, seated in the driver's seat, silently raised the partition. Oh my, ever since Gu Weiyin met Sinan, her audacity has only grown. And so has her infatuation. Is this truly the once cold and ruthless young lady of the Gu family? If not for my keen perception, I might have thought her possessed. Sinan, feeling exasperated yet helpless, declared, I am hungry. I want something delicious. Gu Weiyin pondered for a moment. The most famous dish here is the tomahawk steak, and there's also the banana leaf chicken. What would you like to eat? Steak, Sinan replied casually. Though he had little interest in Western cuisine, the steak is indeed delectable, and the restaurant possesses a unique local charm. However, Sinan's mood remained rather dismal. It had been a week, and he truly disliked this place. Gu Weiyin speared a small piece of the sliced steak and offered it to Sinan's lips, displaying a hint of eagerness to please. Take a bite. The steak here is somewhat different from that in our country, perhaps even more authentic. Sinan opened his mouth to take a bite, chewing thoughtfully before dismissing the dish with a slight curl of his lip, remarking that it was merely mediocre and paled in comparison to the delectable braised ribs back home. Do you not enjoy Western cuisine? Gu Weiyin inquired with curiosity. What did you eat during your 3 years abroad? Naturally, I dined on Chinese food, Sinan replied, lifting a glass of milk from the table and taking a few sips to cleanse his palate from the steak's flavor. I brought the cook along with me, so I rarely indulged in anything from outside. Gu Weiyin shook her head with a smile, calling him a true pampered young master. Take another bite. There is no other food here. If you refuse, you will go hungry. Sinan glanced down at the steak she had offered him, reluctantly parting his lips. The dish was indeed exquisite, yet it failed to resonate with his heart. Just as he chewed a couple of times, his phone on the table suddenly rang. Ma Yi? Gu Weiyin noticed first, her expression darkening with a hint of jealousy. Your little lover. Sinan, oblivious to her emotional shift, simply dismissed her comment. As the video connected, Ma Yi's delicate features appeared on the screen. Due to the time difference, the sun still shone brightly where she was, with the sounds of bustling shoppers in the background. Gazing at the familiar buildings and faces on the screen intensified Sinan's longing for home. Brother Nan, where have you been? I've come to your house several times looking for you, but you were never there. Are you busy? Ma Yi pouted playfully, her tone laced with affection. I miss you. If I can't see you, how can I entice you to make me the second young mistress of the Xi family? Sinan felt a surge of frustration. Given the long-standing friendship between their families, the elders had once jokingly entertained the notion of their marriage. However, such talk was easily dismissed. Who would take it seriously? After all these years, he had regarded Ma Yi as a sister. The thought of marrying her was inconceivable. Enough. Ma Yi, if you wish to remain friends, do not bring this up again. It is simply impossible for us. Why? Ma Yi persisted, her tenacity unwavering. Brother Nan, do you have someone you fancy? Is it that vixen? At her words, Sinan instinctively glanced at Gu Weiyin before quickly averting his gaze and clearing his throat. That is none of your concern. How can it not concern me? Ma Yi stamped her foot in frustration. Aunt C has already acknowledged me as your wife. She even bestowed upon me a family heirloom. Look. With that, she raised her wrist to the camera, revealing a beautifully crafted bracelet. Sinan immediately recognized it as the one often worn by Jiang Qingyun, and he could not suppress a mutter of indignation. Truly, my own mother has meddled in matchmaking. Ma Yi, unable to hear his words clearly, playfully insisted. I don't care. Brother Nan, I am already your wife. You cannot abandon me. Wife? Gu Weiyin's expression darkened further. She had intended to give Sinan more time to accept her, yet it seemed that romantic entanglements were blossoming around him one after another. Clearly, she needed to expedite the progression of their relationship. Upon her return, she intended to make it known to all that this man belonged to her, Gu Weiyin. Gu Weiyin cast a glance at Sinan, casually spearing a piece of steak and offering it to his lips, her tone laden with significance. Take another bite. Once you are satiated, you will have the strength for the evening. Upon hearing a woman's voice emanating from the video, My Yi's tone instantly escalated. Brother Nan, is there a woman by your side? Have you been secretly dating without me? Su Nan felt somewhat speechless, on the verge of retorting that it was none of her concern. Suddenly, within the frame, a familiar visage emerged behind my Yi. Though it was merely a profile, Su Nan recognized him immediately. It was Su Yan. Moreover, he was accompanied by a woman. My Yi, quickly, adjust the camera. I need to see who is behind you. Turning around, my Yi glanced back. There are just people. What do you expect to see? Don't ask questions, just do as I say. Once the camera was repositioned to capture the bustling street, Su Nan meticulously scanned the crowd. He was certain he had not erred. The person he had just seen was indeed his elder brother. However, the identity of the woman remained a mystery. Chapter 49. Your sister-in-law will never leave me in the blink of an eye. The familiar profile vanished into the throng. The scene shifted, and Ma Yi, with her golden locks, reappeared on the screen. Brother Nan, what are you looking for? Nothing much, just browsing, Su Nan replied, taking a sip of the milk beside him before continuing. Where are you, Ma Yi? I'm at the Tai Xiang Temple. She promptly divulged her location, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Brother Nan, are you coming to find me? Su Nan teased. What business do you have at the Sun Temple? Praying for 2 more centimeters in height? Are you mocking me, Brother Nan? Ma Yi pouted, then broke into a broad smile, clearly delighted. I'm here to ask the Moon Elder to connect us. Once he hears my plea, you won't be able to escape, Brother Nan. Ma Yi, have you gained some weight recently? Su Nan interjected hastily, eager to avoid any talk of romance. He held no affection for her and had no intentions of marrying her. Really? Ma Yi touched her face thoughtfully. I've been controlling my weight, you know. If you think I'm too heavy, I can lose weight until I match your ideal. Please don't. You're perfectly fine as you are, Su Nan chuckled, adding, besides, losing weight isn't that simple. Did you Beiji lose weight after traveling thousands of miles? Ma Yi pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Oh, Brother Nan, how dare you call me a pig? I'll tell Aunt C that you're bullying me, humph. Wait. Su Nan attempted to intervene, but the video call had already been disconnected. Is she still nursing? Resorting to tattling like that? Beside him, Gu Weiyan listened to their banter, a glacial look in her eyes, reminiscent of icicles hanging from a winter eve. That childhood sweetheart of yours is quite persistent. As Su Nan hung up the phone, a sourness more potent than aged vinegar wafted through the air. Unfortunately, his romantic instincts had yet to mature, and he remained oblivious to it. Su Nan gazed skyward, his mind still mulling over the images he had just witnessed on his phone. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. No, I must call my brother. He needed to ascertain whether the person he had seen was indeed Su Yan. If it truly was Su Yan, it would mean both he and Gu Weiyan had simultaneously donned the metaphorical green hats. Thus, the guilt he felt would dissipate. When the call connected, Su Yan was seated in a CAF near the Tai Xiang Temple, sipping coffee. He was not particularly fond of crowds, but today, having some free time, he whimsically decided to visit the temple to light incense, serving as a channel for his innermost wishes. At that moment, a woman sat across from him. Appearing to be in her 20s, her long black hair neatly styled, exuding beauty and a gentle, elegant demeanor. This woman was Ming Yajun, Su Yan's girlfriend of many years. They were university classmates who later pursued their studies abroad together. Now, she is a distinguished lecturer at a renowned university in Yunqing, a woman who embodies beauty, gentleness, intellect, and talent. Elder brother, where are you now? Su Yan glanced at Ming Yajun and calmly replied, I am discussing matters outside. Is there something you need? Where are you having this discussion? Su Yan immediately pressed on. Is it near Tai Xiang Miao? Su Yan was taken aback. How could that young man know he was at Tai Xiang Miao? Had he returned? That seemed unlikely. Gu Weiyan had clearly mentioned a business trip lasting half a month. It couldn't be that quick, could it? Su Yan's mind raced, and he quickly reached a conclusion. If that young man truly saw him, he would have come running to find him rather than calling to inquire. Therefore, he must still be abroad. Leaning against the back of his chair, Su Yan's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table, his refined and elegant demeanor betraying no signs of deceit. With the company so busy, do you really think I would have time for leisure? Not you? Su Nan's doubt resurfaced as he questioned whether he had indeed been mistaken. After all, it was merely a fleeting profile. Perhaps he had simply imagined it. Su Nan's expression dimmed. He had intended to uncover evidence of Su Yan's infidelity, but ended up reaffirming his own misdeeds. Suddenly, he felt life had lost its meaning. Yet he was reluctant to embrace death. Have Mom and Dad inquired about me during my absence? No. No? Su Nan frowned, incredulous. Had they truly forgotten him so easily? TSK? Su Yan chuckled. You seem quite self-aware. Hearing the laughter, Sinan realized Si Yin was jesting, and an uneasy tension gripped his heart. So, what did you tell them? Just spoke the truth. Recently, we are collaborating on a project with the Gu Corporation, and I informed them that you volunteered to accompany the core executives of Gu Corporation on their business trip. Dad was pleased upon learning this, and Mom was delighted as well. To allow you to focus on your studies, they refrained from disturbing you. As for you, take this opportunity to accompany Miss Gu. It's not safe for a girl to be alone abroad, so protect her well. Sinan couldn't resist glancing at Gu Yin, internally scoffing. She could easily fell 8 strong men with a single punch. Did she really need his protection? Only a fool like Si Yin would see her as a delicate girl. Was this what love entailed? Si Yan's affection for Gu Yin compelled him to protect her at every turn? Sinan suddenly felt a sense of despair. Brother, have you never considered pursuing your own wife? What if she gets swept away by another man? Si Yin lifted his gaze slightly to meet Meng Yajin's eyes, his warm expression brimming with profound affection. That will never happen. Your sister-in-law will never leave me. Sinan realized with a sinking heart that his elder brother had truly fallen in love. If he were to discover that his future wife had already surrendered herself into another's embrace, and that the one who betrayed him was none other than his own brother, what would he do? Sinan set down his phone, his mind automatically conjuring a scene where Si Yin approached him wielding a knife. It was over, this time. Our brotherly bond had truly reached its end. Chapter 50. If you wish to hear it again, you must pay more in the CAF. As Meng Yajun observed Si Yin ending his phone call, she gently placed her coffee before him. Is it Xiaonan? Indeed, Si Yin replied, taking the cup and savoring a delicate sip. That fellow mentioned he saw us earlier, but was unsure, so he called to confirm. Is he in the country? Meng Yajun's brow arched, her heart racing uncontrollably. She was not one to probe excessively. Rather, it was an instinctive desire to learn about Si Yin's family. After all, they had been in a relationship for 8 years, yet Si Yin had never introduced her to his family. She understood his concerns. The disparity in their familial backgrounds weighed heavily on her mind. Thus, she yearned for the acceptance of the Si family. No, that fellow has always been rather impulsive. If he were indeed in the country, he would have come to confront us right away. Confront us? I feel as though I might be your clandestine lover. Meng Yajin's lips curled into a faint smile, transforming a bitter remark into jest. 8 years had passed, and she wished not to burden Si Yin. However, at the age of 28, with youth slipping away, she found herself uncertain of how much longer their enduring love would persist. Si Yin's expression shifted slightly. Yajun, if you could just, Xiaonan must be quite handsome now, right? Meng Yajun interjected, unwilling to let Si Yin feel cornered. I recall he visited you in college. He was quite the charming lad back then, adorably chubby, far more endearing than you, dear elder brother. A pang of guilt struck Si Yin, for thus far, Xiaonan remained the only member of the Si family Meng Yajun had met, and that encounter had occurred 8 years prior. Indeed, the boy possessed a striking appearance. Well, as the elder brother, you certainly have your work cut out for you, Meng Yajun teased, concealing her sorrow with a smile. In this day and age, a good-looking younger brother like Xiaonan is quite the catch. Being younger and somewhat naive, you must safeguard him from those with ulterior motives. Si Yin chuckled, taking another sip of coffee. He has already been taken by someone. Now, we're merely awaiting the fruition of that connection. Is it that Miss Gu? Yes. Si Yin set down his cup, nodding. Gu Jingchuan's daughter, Gu Yin. Gu Jingwan? Meng Yajun pondered, recalling the wealthiest man in Yunqing who had passed away 3 years prior. Indeed, upon seeing Si Yin affirm, Meng Yajun comprehended fully why, after 8 years, he had yet to grant her a formal recognition in their relationship. Even their romance had been shrouded in secrecy. Such is the nature of social standing, she thought, lowering her gaze to her coffee, attempting to mask the desolation lurking in her eyes. Is your father particularly adamant about social compatibility? Si Yin sighed softly. In business, it's often this way. To endure for centuries, one must bind interests together. In our family, one must be sacrificed. As he spoke, Si Yin gently grasped Meng Yajun's hand resting on the table, a smile playing on his lips. After 8 long years, this woman had devoted the best of her life to him, and he was finally prepared to offer her a definitive response. Yajun, trust me, I will soon find the time to introduce you to my family, and together, we shall seek their blessings. Tears welled slightly in Meng Yajun's eyes. I will wait for you. We return to our homeland tomorrow. Tomorrow? Sinan's excitement was palpable. Excellent. I've had enough of this wretched place. Gu Yin finished the last bite of her steak, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and spoke with a hint of coldness. Are you so elated because you'll finally return home to your little lover? Sinan was momentarily taken aback, slowly realizing something was amiss. Did I not tell you? I have always regarded her as a sister. A sister? Gu Weiyan fixed her gaze upon Si Nan, her dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, deep, frigid, and exuding an anger that seemed capable of obliterating worlds. Have you forgotten what I once said? Feeling the formidable and chilling aura emanating from Gu Weiyan, Si Nan instinctively leaned back. Which sentence? Gu Weiyan clenched her jaw, striving to suppress the fury threatening to erupt within her. In truth, her demands regarding love were quite simple. She wanted this man to harbor only her in his heart and eyes. Yet what of him? From the moment Mai had sent that video, he had disregarded her, and this had become intolerable. After a moment of calm, Gu Weiyan articulated each word deliberately. From now on, you are forbidden to associate with any woman aside from me and your family, and you shall not refer to any other woman as sister. Si Nan bristled at her words. Why should I comply? This is sheer nonsense. You are surrounded by so many men. Have I ever uttered a word? That was for work, Gu Weiyan coldly clarified. Is replacing those female secretaries with men also for work? Si Nan scoffed. You seem to want it all, keeping my brother on a string, sharing a bed with me, while secretly entertaining several imposing men and indulging in some domineering CEO power plays. What did you say? Repeat that. Gu Weiyan's eyes narrowed, a bone-chilling glare emanating from them, causing Si Nan to shiver, his back prickling with unease. Si Nan recoiled. I shall speak no more. If you wish to hear my words again, it will cost you. Gu Weiyan rose with a cold smile. Approaching Si Nan and looking down at him, there were certain matters she felt compelled to clarify. As for your brother, he will provide you with a reasonable explanation. That is a matter between you. The replacement of the female secretaries was due to their lingering glances at you in the office, which I found discomforting. As for the men around me, I can solemnly swear that, apart from you, I have never cast a lingering glance their way, neither in the past nor in the future. Si Nan lifted her gaze to meet Gu Weiyan, momentarily taken aback. Merely because she had looked at him a second longer, she had dismissed several female secretaries. This woman was nothing short of a capricious tyrant. I have elucidated the matter clearly. Now it is your turn. Si Nan, what is it that I owe you? Gu Weiyan's smile did not reach her eyes. You are now 20 years old. As an adult, you must take responsibility for your actions and words. Do you think that by casting aspersions upon me, this matter will simply be resolved? Isn't that a misunderstanding? Si Nan smiled, attempting to placate. I take it back. Gu Weiyan's lips curled slightly. You should head home now. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Si Nan. He looked up at the sky and chuckled. Tomorrow I will return to my homeland. Tonight, it would be quite delightful to admire the nightscape of Ki country. Gu Weiyan shot him a cold glance and casually took out her phone to dial a number. Shi, bring the car over. Chapter 51. This time it's serious, sister. Please do not be angry. Anger can lead to wrinkles and hasten aging. Si Nan timidly followed behind Gu Weiyan, instantly yielding. This woman had just demonstrated her formidable combat prowess by decisively defeating the newly crowned boxing champion. How could he dare provoke her? Upon entering, Gu Weiyan tossed her coat onto the sofa, her tone frigid as if she had yet to shake off her fury. There are two ways to learn a lesson, through education or through consequence. You may choose. Si Nan was reluctant to select either option. Yet under Gu Weiyan's imposing presence, he begrudgingly responded, education. Gu Weiyan turned and seated herself on the black leather sofa, slightly tilting her head. Come here. Sit. After a moment's hesitation, Si Nan reluctantly approached, aligning his legs, sitting up straight, resting his arms on his thighs, and crossing his hands, with his thumbs unconsciously tracing circles, a posture akin to a diligent student awaiting instruction. Observing his demeanor, Gu Weiyan felt a significant portion of her anger dissipate. Do you remember what I said this evening? Si Nan nodded vigorously. I remember. Repeated. I remember. A dangerous glint flickered in Gu Weiyan's eyes. I mean the words I spoke tonight. Si Nan's mind raced as he recalled everything Gu Weiyan had said. Yet, she had uttered so many phrases. Which one did she wish to hear? Ah, this was quite difficult. This woman was indeed a handful, unsure how to respond. Si Nan chose to confess his fault. Sister, I truly acknowledge my mistake. I should not have described you as a fickle woman. Nor should I have suggested that you gaze at what you cannot have while indulging in the present. I also should not have implied that you maintain a horde of strong men under the guise of unspoken rules. I apologize. After speaking, Si Nan stealthily glanced at Gu Weiyan, only to shiver uncontrollably. Why did it seem that his apology only fueled her anger further? Was his method of contrition flawed? Did he need to kneel? Kneel before durians, keyboards, instant noodles? No, A man's knees are worth gold. It is better to die standing than to live kneeling. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiyin's expression darkened further. She had not anticipated how much he cared for her. In her quest to win his favor, she would reach for the stars and the moon, with her heart and mind solely focused on him. Yet he repeatedly disregarded her words, showing no concern, which was utterly intolerable. Closing her eyes, Gu Weiyin took a deep breath. Forget it. He is still young and requires her guidance step by step. I must endure and appeal to his emotions and reason. Unless he commits a grave error, I shall not resort to extreme measures. Having calmed her thoughts, the anger in Gu Weiyin's eyes diminished. Your evaluation of me stems from a lack of understanding. I believe it is essential for us to engage in a deeper conversation tonight, allowing you to comprehend me better while enhancing your memory. With a demeanor reflecting the notion that one must bow their head beneath the eaves, Sinan weakly nodded, mentally preparing himself for an impending lecture. His father's educational monologues during his childhood often commenced at a minimum of 2 hours. Go ahead, I'm listening. Gu Weiyin crossed her arms and lifted her chin, commanding him to remove his coat. Sinan was momentarily taken aback. He had acquiesced to a reprimand, but why the need to undress? What was the purpose? Gu Weiyin's expression darkened further, asserting that without shedding his outer layer, meaningful dialogue could not ensue. After a few seconds, Sinan finally grasped her insinuation. Damn it. Here he was, lowering himself to listen, and she intended to exploit the situation. How could he tolerate this? Insanity. Sinan's countenance shifted as he abruptly stood, retreating a couple of steps from Gu Weiyin, his hands instinctively tightening around his heavy coat. You just called me promiscuous, and now you want to engage? Let me tell you, my resolve is unyielding. I will never yield to malevolent forces. If you wish to play, there are carrots in the kitchen. Gu Weiyin, realizing the implication of his words, felt her previously quelled ire surge once more. What did you just say? Sinan swiftly ascended the staircase, maintaining a safe distance from her. I said you need to seek treatment for your illness. Don't come to me. I am not a veterinarian. Goodbye. Entertain yourself. I have no time for you. Gu Weiyin gritted her teeth, her pupils constricting, but in the next moment, the corners of her lips curled slightly. I merely feel it's a bit warm in here and wanted you to take off your coat so we could have a proper conversation. Communication is key to resolving issues. Is it not? If you prefer not to be educated, I can certainly discipline you. As long as the outcome remains the same, I care not for the method. Sinan stumbled, nearly losing his balance on the stairs. So she was concerned about his comfort. Damn it. Had she been clearer, he wouldn't have assumed otherwise. Yet, upon her suggestion, he realized he was indeed beginning to perspire. Chuckling awkwardly, Sinan grasped the handrail and turned back, managing a sheepish smile. This warm breeze is rather potent, isn't it? Gu Weiyin, composed on the sofa, raised her chin. You have 3 seconds to come here and remove your coat. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Of course, if you believe yourself superior to that little pugilist, feel free to disregard my words. However, I must remind you, the entire villa belongs to me, and I possess the key to any room. Sinan silently slapped his forehead. This foolish mind, what was it preoccupied with? This could escalate dramatically. 3-2. Sister, don't act impulsively. Sinan smiled ingratiatingly, then retraced his steps to the sofa, shedding his heavy beige mink coat with care and placing it gently upon the sofa. The slight dampness on his skin was instantly invigorated by the warm air. It was all a misunderstanding. Once clarified, it would be behind them. Sister, you are magnanimous and wouldn't hold this against me, would you? Gu Weiyin chuckled, patting her thigh. Sit here. Sinan was momentarily taken aback. This is rather inappropriate. Gu Weiyin raised an eyebrow. Where did your thoughts wander off to? What I meant was, I am quite heavy. No worries, Gu Weiyin replied with a knowing look. I can bear it. Hurry up. Sinan observed her for a few moments and noted that her expression remained calm, seemingly unaffected by their previous exchange, prompting him to awkwardly approach her. He dared not entertain any other thoughts. The crux of the matter was that she had no such intentions. It was he who overthought the situation. Noticing Sinan's hesitation, Gu Weiyin reached out and pulled him over, firmly placing him on her lap. In the next instant, she grasped his chin and bit down hard on his lips. Hissing in pain, Sinan gasped. You little rascal, your audacity grows bolder. Daring to mention carrots to me. It was a misunderstanding, Sinan hastily clarified. I meant that I want to eat them. They're nutritious, full of vitamins. You want to eat? Gu Weiyin smiled mischievously. Very well. Tonight, I shall ensure you indulge to your heart's content. Chapter 52. I already have someone I like, alas. I shall never dare to speak carelessly again. For the rest of his life, he shall never consume carrots again. Gu Weiyan, her wicked sense of humor thoroughly satisfied, leaned toward Sinan with a grin and reiterated emphatically, I shall say this one last time. From now on, you are forbidden to associate with any woman other than me and your family. You must never refer to another woman as sister. Do you understand? Sinan, his eyes tinged with red, nodded earnestly, affirming his comprehension. Do not forget, otherwise, Gu Weiyan smirked mischievously. I shall ensure you take your daily vitamins. Sinan pouted, pulling the blanket over his head. Woe is me, you wretched woman. Just wait. Once I find an opportunity, I shall surely wield a little whip against you. After a brief respite, Gu Weiyan assisted Sinan in washing up, drying his body, and adorning him with a fresh outfit, topped with a long black down coat. Throughout this, they exchanged not a single word. Sinan, still irked, chose to ignore her. Stepping outside, the biting cold wind swept over them, and despite their heavy attire, it was impossible to stave off the chill. The weather in Ki country was far more frigid than back home, with winter temperatures plunging significantly lower. Had it not been for Sinan's insistence on returning, Gu Weiyan would have relished the opportunity to show him the enchanting snow scenery the following day. Along with the ice sculpture kingdom of Ki country, at that moment, Sushi was already waiting for them in the car outside. As soon as Sinan settled into the back seat, he instinctively shrank back. The chrysanthemum wilts, filled with sorrow. Upon hearing the song emanating from the car's audio system, Sinan's expression soured instantly. Turn off the music. Sushi glanced at him through the rearview mirror. But you said you liked this style of music, didn't you? I specifically selected it for you. It's utterly unbearable. Turn it off. Turn it off. Sinan retorted angrily. I want to listen to Rascal. Are you out of your mind? What are you even doing? Sushi, do they have that kind of music? Sinan pressed, his excitement causing him to tense up. From now on, all car music should be that, on a loop. Sushi, perplexed, pondered what had provoked such a reaction. Through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of Gu Weiyan, composed and unfazed in the back seat, and began to piece together the situation. It seemed as though they had engaged in some illicit activity that had ruffled Sinan's feathers. Once aboard the plane, Sinan found himself caught in a haze of anger and fatigue, gradually succumbing to sleep. Due to the time difference, by the time the plane landed at Yin City Airport, darkness had enveloped the sky. Wake up, Gu Weiyan gently pinched Sinan's face with a smile. We arrived home. Sinan, groggy and bleary-eyed, met her beaming visage with a furrowed brow and pushed her away. Get off me. You're so annoying. Gu Weiyan watched Sinan's retreating figure with amusement, thinking to herself how his little temper was rather considerable and in need of a proper reprimanding. Upon disembarking from the plane, taking advantage of Gu Weiyan's momentary distraction, Sinan swiftly made his way to a taxi. Gu Weiyan's expression darkened. The little rascal seemed to have forgotten the sting of consequence. See she follow him. Ensure he encounters no mishaps. Yes. Sinan settled into the taxi, casting a triumphant glance at Gu Weiyan, a smirk playing on his lips. Driver. To Jinghe Bay. Certainly. In the next moment, the car door opened, and she stealthily entered as well. Sinan glanced at him, questioning. What are you doing here? I am your bodyguard. If I do not accompany you, who will? I do not require a bodyguard. Return home. She remained resolute, stating, given your near brush with the river last time, Miss has grave concerns for your safety. Therefore, my position is of utmost importance to you. Rest assured, I shall see you safely home before departing. Upon hearing this, Sinan's expression softened slightly. Driver, let's go. Upon arrival at Jinghe Bay, she indeed refrained from entering the villa, opting instead to remain discreetly outside. He was a bodyguard, bound to obey his employer's commands. It was his duty. Upon returning home, Si Chun and Jiang Qingyun had yet to retire for the evening. When Sinan walked through the door, Jiang Qingyun's smile broadened, her affection unmistakable. Son, you have finally returned. Mother has nearly missed you to death. Mom, I missed you too, Sinan replied, shedding his coat and embracing Jiang Qingyun. Unlike his brother Si Yan's restraint and Si Rant's petulance, he preferred this manner of expressing his love for his parents. Si Chun, seated nearby, cleared his throat with a pronounced cough, adjusting his reading glasses slightly, his expression remaining as serious as ever. Do you only have a mother and no father? Did you spring forth from a crack in a rock? Being the one who understood Si Chun best, Jiang Qingyun instantly grasped his intent. Go on, your father is feeling jealous. Give him a hug. Obediently, Sinan approached and embraced Si Chun. Dad, I missed you too. At last, a hint of warmth graced Si Chun's stern visage. Perhaps age had mellowed him. He found himself yearning for the closeness of his children. If only there were grandchildren to cherish as well. Son, I heard it was your initiative to accompany Gu's team abroad for business negotiations. Your father has slept soundly these past few nights knowing this. When did I become more effective than sleeping pills? Sinan lamented, sinking into the sofa with a sigh. Suddenly, he realized a troubling dilemma. He had been coerced abroad by Gu Weiyan, yet his family seemed entirely oblivious. Did they truly care for him, or were they indifferent? Mom, while I was away these past few days, did you worry about me? Jiang Qingyun accepted a fruit salad from the servant, spearing a piece of carrot with her fork. You're all grown up now. What is there for me to worry about? Come, son. Eat this carrot to replenish your vitamins. Sinan gazed at the carrot before him, a wave of nausea suddenly washing over him. Mom, please throw it away. I feel like vomiting. Jiang Qingyun glanced down at him and remarked, My child, when will you ever outgrow this picky eating habit? Setting down the salad plate, she took a tissue to wipe her hands. While you were away these past 2 days, Yi came looking for you. What are your true feelings for her? With no particular thoughts in mind, Sinan felt a flicker of irritation at the memory of the bracelet on Ma Yi's wrist. Mom, I kindly ask you to refrain from playing matchmaker. I already have someone I like. Chapter 53. Let him die upon hearing that Sinan had someone he cherished. Jiang Qingyun's heart instantly felt illuminated. After long anticipation, she was finally about to welcome her future daughter-in-law. Is it true? My son, which family does she come from? What is her name? How old is she? How tall is she? Is she beautiful? What does her family do? Stop, Mom. Are you conducting a census? You would be better suited for community work. Sinan interrupted Jiang Qingyun in time. I was just casually asking. It's still too early to say if she even likes me, he added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyun was displeased. My son is so handsome. How could she possibly be picky? Sinan sighed in exasperation. Mom, what I meant was, I don't like Ma Yi. She behaves like a naive child who isn't weaned yet. Why did you give her the family heirloom bracelet without consulting me? Do you realize she flaunts it every day, claiming she is already a daughter-in-law of the Si family? Aren't you creating trouble for me? Family heirloom? Jiang Qingyun suddenly reacted. What family heirloom does our family possess? Your grandmother didn't give me one. That bracelet is merely one of the 100 bracelets Mom has. I saw she liked it that day, so I gave it to her. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Sinan understood the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that everything was merely Ma'i's imagination. That makes things easier. Jiang Qingyun insisted on probing further about Sinan's girlfriend. Son, which family does the girl you mentioned earlier belong to? I know most of the socialites in Yun City. Share a little with me, and I can help you assess her. Sinan crossed his legs and chuckled. Mom, I was just joking with you. I'm only 20. Aren't you being a bit too hasty? Is it a joke? Upon hearing this, the small flame of excitement Jiang Qingyun felt was immediately doused by a bucket of cold water. You little rascal, are you deliberately trying to tease your mother? At 20, you're still considered young? If you are unwilling to find someone yourself, I shall find one for you. I have already calculated. The girl whose destiny aligns best with yours is 3 years your senior. I have someone in mind, and that is Gu Jingchuan's daughter, Gu Weiyan. Regardless of her lineage or capabilities, she is undoubtedly a match for you. Isn't our company collaborating with the Gu family? You should visit them more often and get acquainted. Although the Gu family's young lady is exceptional, we are quite good-looking too. Sinan mused. Realizing that in his mother's eyes, it seemed that his only redeeming quality was his appearance. On the side, Si Cheng flipped through a magazine, indignantly remarking, What use is there in merely having a handsome face? Being idle and engaging in brawls, would anyone even look at him? Sinan. It was clear that where there was a wise man, there would also be a talented counterpart, delivering a dual blow. Indeed, who could one blame? Sinan casually leaned back on the sofa, having long grown accustomed to Si Cheng's jabs. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a mouse's offspring will burrow. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will follow suit. Little rascal, Si Chen's expression darkened as he hurled a magazine at Sinan. Look at your elder brother, now glance at your sister. How could our family, the Si clan, produce such a reckless wretch as you? Here we go again. Sinan thought, unfazed as he picked up the magazine and casually flipped through a couple of pages. Had you merely exercised a bit of patience back then, we wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Who's to blame? Me? Do you think I wanted to come here? You, little rascal. Si Chen's heart ceased. His fingers trembling slightly, clearly infuriated. Incompetent at everything? Champion of annoyance. Calm down, Jiang Qingyun interjected, settling beside Si Chen and gently patting his chest. I've told you before, having a son and a daughter is enough. It was your whim to desire a third child. Now what good does it do to be distressed? You can't just send him back. Humph. Si Chen removed his reading glasses and tossed them onto the table, fuming. Starting tomorrow, you will go to the company to learn management from your elder brother. I will assess you, and if you fail, don't bother returning home. From now on, I shall pretend you are not my son. Sinan rolled his eyes, truly believing he would want to return. Then give me the keys to Tianxing Tang. I'll go live there, so you don't have to be bothered by me. Dream on. Si Chen patted his chest, regaining his composure. You haven't contributed to the company at all, and yet you still expect a house. From now on, you will be responsible for your own living expenses. Sinan. This old man is quite devious. He refuses to abandon his passions. Initially, his master had always praised his talent. After spending a night at home, Sinan set off early the next morning with a suitcase in tow. This time, he was determined to show Si Chen that he could thrive on his own merits. Without entering the family business, he wanted them to recognize that he, Sinan, also possessed his own brilliance. Outside the villa, as Sinan's car pulled away, Sishi leaped down from the tree trunk and waved by the roadside. He had spent the night in the tree, and to be honest, it was quite chilly. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you I don't need a bodyguard? Sinan halted the car and lowered the window, his brow knitted in concern. To be truthful, he was not keen on having too much interaction with Gu Weiyan at the moment. Their relationship was far too awkward. He wasn't averse to taking responsibility for her. He simply wished to take a step back, at least until he could persuade his elder brother to break up with Gu Weiyan. Sishi stood beside the car, rubbing his hands together. Can I please get in? I spent the night in the tree, and if you don't come out soon, I'm going to freeze solid. If you're not going back. What are you doing up there? Sinan replied, unlocking the car for Sishi to climb in. A shared acquaintance makes them brothers. Especially since she harbored no ill intentions. I have a task to fulfill, Sishi explained. Without a summons from my employer, I cannot leave. That's the rule. Sinan did not indulge in excessive sentimentality. He understood that every industry has its own set of rules. Once these rules are violated, it is tantamount to disrupting the ecological balance. Why didn't you call me? Sishi replied with a calm smile. I am but an outsider. How could I intrude upon the life of the esteemed Master Si? Moreover, do you not wish to keep your relationship with Miss Gu from your family? Sinan fell silent for a moment before picking up his phone and dialing Gu Weiyan's number. Please send Sishi back. I truly do not require his presence here. Now, he belongs to you. If you do not need him, then let him perish. Chapter 54, Cast Out and Left to Die? Sinan was utterly bewildered by Gu Weiyan's audacious antics. By the time he regained his composure, Sishi had already opened the car door and approached the front. He then spread his arms wide and shouted, Come on, hit me. Sinan thought to himself, Damn it, how can both of these individuals be so brazen? He grumbled, Do they truly believe I lack the courage? Yet, in truth, he found himself hesitant. What chaos are you causing? Get in the car. Sinan reluctantly lowered the window and called out to Sishi. Ultimately, a life was at stake. How could he, like Gu Weiyan, regard human life as inconsequential? He could not bring himself to do that. You've won. Sinan gritted his teeth and uttered into the phone. No. I am the one who has lost. Gu Weiyan sighed softly, her lament resonating clearly in Sinan's ears. I thought you called because you missed me. Yet you seem intent on severing our ties. Your actions have truly saddened me. When did I ever say I wanted to cut ties with you? Sinan felt a pang of guilt, completely oblivious to how easily his thoughts had been unraveled by just a few words. I only wish to take some time to think. I haven't figured out how to navigate our relationship. Still undecided? Gu Weiyan pressed on relentlessly. You slept with me. Shouldn't you take responsibility and marry me? Do you intend to abandon me? I never said I wouldn't marry you. Stop jumping to conclusions. Sinan replied, increasingly flustered as he abruptly terminated the call. Enough. I'm busy. Watching Sishi get into the car, Sinan felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Are you out of your mind? Would you eat dung if she told you to? Sishi sighed, but she pays well. Fine, let's pretend I never said anything. After leaving Jinghe Bay, Sinan found himself in a predicament once more. Last night, he had meticulously assessed all his assets. Now, he was left with a mere 20,000 yuan. In this city where every inch was precious, he feared he wouldn't even be able to afford a rental. Without assistance, he would soon find himself sleeping on the streets. After sighing for nearly an hour, Sinan, regrettably, dialed his sister, Si Ran. Sister, I am in dire straits. Si Ran, engrossed in preparing the quarterly financial report, replied amidst her busy schedule. If you're short on cash, ask Dad. I have nothing. Sinan slumped over the steering wheel, a picture of despair. Dad has cast me out. I am now a homeless orphan. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the dial tone on the phone, Sinan straightened up in disbelief, glancing at the screen. What the heck? She actually hung up on me. What does that mean? In the passenger seat, Shi, engrossed in playing a mobile game, shook his head. I'm a homeless orphan. I don't understand. With gritted teeth, Sinan redialed. Sister, what do you mean? Siran closed the report, letting out a gentle sigh. After a long night of toil, I have finally unraveled all the financial matters at hand. Firstly, it is only those without parents or siblings who can be truly regarded as orphans. Thus, the individual who just called cannot possibly be my brother. Lin Yang, momentarily taken aback, remarked, Sister, given my dire circumstances, is it truly appropriate for you to quibble over such trivialities? Siren, rubbing her stiff neck, chuckled and said, Now do tell. What mischief have you gotten yourself into this time? Your words are rather unpleasant to my ears. Do you truly see me as nothing more than a troublemaker? Siren stood, stretching her sore back. If father has expelled you from our home, it must be a significant issue. Lin Yang, dejected, leaned against the driver's seat and let out a heavy sigh. Father has instructed me to go to the company and learn economic management from my elder brother. He even mentioned assessing my performance. If I fail, I shan't be allowed to return home. To make matters worse, he has not allocated me a place to live. Where am I supposed to stay? Siren casually suggested. Then you might as well come to the company. Accommodation and meals are provided without cost, and should you perform well, you could even earn a salary. Furthermore, the company is currently expanding and is in dire need of assistance as a member of the C family. Isn't it only natural for you to contribute? I refuse, Lin Yang asserted firmly, gazing at the pedestrians passing by outside. I have my own passions and dreams. I will not relinquish them. All right then, Siren conceded with a nod. What do you need from me? Lin Yang redirected his gaze, grinning sheepishly, just a little financial assistance. Very well, wait for it. Siren promptly ended the call, and within moments, Lin Yang's phone chimed with a notification. Dear sister, you truly are a good person. Lin Yang exclaimed excitedly as he opened the message, only to feel deflated moments later. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, what is this? Only 1,000 yuan. His chest heaved in frustration, and he swiftly recorded a voice message for Siren. You miser. A moment later, Siren's reply arrived. I'm cash-strapped due to being tied up in stocks. Ask eldest brother for more. Lin Yang, disheartened, set his phone down, feeling adrift. The thought of contacting Siren filled him with dread. He was uncertain how to confront him or explain the situation with Gu Weiyan. Just then, his phone buzzed again. It was Siren. Lin Yang's heart raced as he quickly composed himself. Eldest brother. On the other end, Siren's voice was measured and calm. Father has spoken to me. What are your intentions? Lin Yang declared resolutely, I refuse to work at the company. I wish to pursue my own career. Siren sighed. Knowing this rebellious spirit would not be easily swayed, he realized that forcing him would be futile. It seemed the only solution was to let his wife manage him. Here's the plan. Come to the company and put on a show for 6 months. During this time, you may pursue your dreams. However, if after 6 months your endeavors yield no progress, you will be required to assume responsibility for the company. Father, I shall provide you with cover. What do you think? Sinan pondered for a moment and deemed this approach feasible. The primary reason being that he was indeed devoid of funds, without someone supporting him from behind. Even the basic necessity of sustenance would pose a challenge. Very well, it's settled. But where shall I reside? I have another apartment in Tianyang. The passcode is excellent. While Sinan felt a surge of gratitude, a pang of guilt also struck him. At such a critical juncture, it was his elder brother who chose to stand by him. Yet, what had he accomplished in return? Brother, perhaps you should consider ending your relationship with Gu Weiyan. She truly is not suited for you. Chapter 55, The Heartless Capitalist. I shall contemplate this matter. With the new year approaching next week, I will provide you with a response during the family gathering. With that, Siyan terminated the call. The situation had lingered for far too long and needed resolution. Furthermore, observing Sinan's eager desire for him to part ways with Gu Weiyan, it was evident that their relationship was already firmly established. He had no doubts regarding Sinan's intellect, nor did he question Gu Weiyan's cunning. Everything was progressing toward a favorable outcome. Siyan glanced at the ring in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Meng Yajun had waited for him for so many years. He could finally offer her the commitment she deserved. The Tianyang apartment was a spacious riverside flat, exceeding 170 square meters, with expansive glass windows that provided an unobstructed view of the river scenery. The interior was predominantly decorated in shades of black and gray, emanating a strong sense of modernity. What a splendid residence! Upon entering, Cixi placed Sinan's luggage in the living room, his eyes instinctively surveying the apartment. In the heart of Yun City, where real estate was exceptionally precious, such a spacious abode would surely be valued at over 10 million. Truly, it was a reminder of the disparity among individuals. This single property could sustain an ordinary person's lifelong aspirations. Sinan located the remote control by the entrance and activated the ventilation system before approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows to gaze outside. It was merely a house, yet it seemed to demand a lifetime's worth of effort. Was money truly that difficult to earn nowadays? Cixi chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. Were such grandiose claims made by an ordinary individual, he would certainly perceive them as pretentious. However, for someone like Sinan, born with a silver spoon, how could he understand the struggles of the common man? Yet, the world often seems so unjust. Some toiled relentlessly throughout their lives, only to find themselves unable to reach another starting point. Curiously, as a member of the Xi family, how had he fallen to the brink of destitution? Reduced to contemplating life on the streets? Sighing deeply, Sinan gazed out at the scenery, hands on his hips, reflecting, in our family, we abide by a meritocratic system. The more one contributes to the company, the more resources one receives, leaving no room for exploitation. Such a rigorous approach? Cixi suddenly realized that being born into wealth did not necessarily equate to an easy life, and perhaps, in many respects, they led lives less free than ordinary people. Humph. Do you know who my father is? He is a heartless capitalist. Sinan felt a surge of indignation, yet a greater sense of helplessness consumed him. From the moment of our birth, he had meticulously plotted the path we were to follow. I refused to live a life dictated by others. Thus, after going abroad, I abandoned management studies and pursued sculpture design under a master. Cixi cast a sidelong glance at him. Such rebelliousness? Given your upbringing, you must have endured your fair share of beatings, right? Noticing Sinan's expression darken, Cixi quickly chuckled. No need to be alarmed. I was merely guessing. Sinan snorted softly, choosing not to engage in a quarrel. His guess was remarkably accurate, so there was no need for further speculation. Cixi, with a smile, patted Sinan on the shoulder, having grown fond of his character during their time together. He appreciated Sinan's authenticity, unpretentious, unaffected, and devoid of any haughty arrogance. Perhaps it was his youth, untouched by the harshness of society, or maybe his family had shielded him too well. In any case, he retained a childlike innocence. It was a stark contrast to Gu Weiyan's disposition, and perhaps this was a key factor in their mutual attraction. After a brief silence, Cixi suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Sinan. If you follow your father's logic, won't you end up with nothing if you don't contribute to the company? Sinan turned back, taking a few steps before reclining on the sofa, his tone devoid of any pessimism. What is the point of having so many houses? In the end, they all turn to dust and lie in an urn. Life should be lived freely and joyfully. That is the essence of existence. But your father is getting old. He needs a successor. Sinan raised an eyebrow. Aren't my older siblings around? As long as they're here, the Xi family will not fall apart, and I won't fight them for the inheritance. Cixi chuckled, recognizing that despite Xi Yichen's potential ruthlessness as a capitalist, he instilled solid values in his children. After some time, Sinan felt a pang of hunger. In his haste to avoid encountering Xi Yichen that morning, he had skipped breakfast. The refrigerator was bare, indicating that Xi Yin had yet to reside in this house. Just as he was contemplating whether to order takeout or eat out, the doorbell rang. 3 young men clad in Sanwei-Zhai uniforms stood outside, each holding a thermal food container. Good day, Mr. C. We are from Sanwei-Zhai, here to deliver your lunch and dinner. The lunch is ready to eat, while the dinner is a quick prep meal that you can heat in the microwave tonight. Upon hearing Sanwei-Zhai, Sinan immediately thought of Gu Weiyan, as it was her enterprise. Who sent you? He inquired. It was President Gu, as expected, but how did she know he was residing here? Sinan turned to Cixi. Did you tell her? Cixi shrugged. I am loyal to you. You may question my character, but not my professional integrity. I would never betray you. Sinan snorted again, deciding not to begrudge his stomach any longer. It must be said that the cuisine from Sanwei-Zhai is unparalleled in Yun City. Even Sinan, known for his discerning palate, found himself praising the food. Yes, your boss may not be the best person, but she certainly hires excellent chefs. Cixi corrected him. Now my boss is you. I can't afford to pay wages. Sinan replied, popping a piece of rib into his mouth, mumbling, I can barely take care of myself. After finishing his meal, Sinan called Si Yin, locking the limit on his black gold card at 2 million. The amount for the studio was meticulously calculated, and for Sinan's venture, the 2 million was more than sufficient. In the afternoon, Sinan, accompanied by Si Shi, secured a workspace in the commercial district. Henceforth, he would be known as a designer of urns. As he affixed his signature to the lease agreement, he casually inquired, "Auntie, is that adjacent shop also yours?" The landlady beamed broadly at the question. "Indeed. That shop has remained vacant for some time. However, just as you were about to sign the contract, someone inquired about it, and without any negotiation, they were ready to sign as well. That owner is quite straightforward." Sinan was momentarily taken aback by the coincidence. "Is that so?" The landlady, having neatly stored away the contract, handed him a bag of oranges she had just purchased. "Young man, you are truly a blessing to me. Enjoy these oranges. And should you ever require anything, feel free to call me. Do not hesitate." Chapter 56. The mother-in-law plays matchmaker once the store was selected. Sinan promptly contacted the renovation workers and handed them the design blueprint he had meticulously prepared in advance. The renovation would take approximately 3 days. During this time, Sinan visited the office each morning, merely going through the motions, and returned home for a long midday nap. Throughout this period, Gu Weiyin had not sought him out. However, the meals from Samway Zhai arrived punctually every day. With no worries about food, Sinan was quite content. "President Gu, here's today's menu from Samway Zhai." In the opulent office, Assistant Fang presented the tablet to Gu Weiyin. She set down the document she was holding and took a serious glance at the screen. "Remove the carrots and instruct them to omit carrots from all future dishes." She was concerned that if that young man saw carrots, it would remind him of that day, causing him to stress that might lead to sleepless nights. It would be counterproductive if he were to fuss about it later. "Everything else is fine. Tell them to expedite the preparation to avoid any delays." "Understood, President Gu." "What is the status of the store renovation?" Assistant Fang inquired respectfully. "It has been completed and inspected precisely as per your requirements." "Very well," Gu Weiyin replied coolly, nodding slightly. "You may leave." "Yes." After finishing her tasks, it was already noon. Gu Weiyin stood up, stretching her stiff neck, and grabbed her coat before heading downstairs. It had been 3 days since she last saw Sinan, and she missed him. Since her afternoon schedule was light, she decided to pay him a visit. Additionally, she could tease him a bit, relishing the thought of seeing his eyes redden and watching him cry beneath her. "How amusing." "Miss Gu." Just as she reached the entrance, a woman in a light blue qipao, exuding elegance, called out to her from a distance. Gu Weiyin halted and turned to look. She had never seen this woman before, but it was evident from her features that she must have been a rare beauty in her youth. "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Qingyun approached Gu Weiyin, her smile warm and graceful. "I am the wife of Si Chun, the president of the C Corporation." Sinan's mother? Gu Weiyin's heart skipped a beat. What could she want? Had Sinan disclosed their relationship to his family? A wave of anxiety swept over her, accompanied by the unmistakable feeling of a shy bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. It was somewhat amusing yet undeniably real. "Did you seek me for something?" Jiang Qingyun observed Gu Weiyin closely, growing more fond of her with each glance. "Do you enjoy coffee, Miss Gu? Perhaps we could discuss matters over a cup at the CAF?" Gu Weiyin nodded. Of course. The CAF boasted an elegant and tranquil atmosphere, perfect for a conversation. "What would you like to drink, Aunt?" "A latte will suffice." "All right." Gu Weiyin turned to the staff and instructed, "2 lattes, please." "Thank you." Jiang Qingyun gazed at Gu Weiyin, admiring her beauty and poise, her smile deepening with warmth. "Miss Gu, I apologize for the intrusion today. It's quite unseemly." "It's quite all right. Auntie, please feel free to speak your mind." Gu Weiyin, unfamiliar with Jiang Qingyun, rarely attended banquets, thus having limited encounters with the esteemed ladies of Yun City. Setting her handbag on the table, Jiang Qingyun smiled and said, "I see you're quite forthright, Miss Gu. Allow me to get straight to the point. Do you have a boyfriend?" Gu Weiyin, unable to decipher Jiang Qingyun's intentions, subtly shook her head. "Not at the moment." A thrill surged within Jiang Qingyun. The absence of a boyfriend meant her son had a chance. "Miss Gu, with your exceptional qualities, it is entirely reasonable to have high standards." She inquired tentatively, "I wonder, is it that you're not interested in dating, or simply have not found the right one?" With a smile, Gu Weiyin replied, "If you have something to say, Auntie, please do." She was intrigued to discover what her potential future mother-in-law sought from her. At that moment, a waiter placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Jiang Qingyun picked up 1 cup and took a delicate sip. "Very well, I shall be direct. I'm here today to act as a matchmaker for you." Gu Weiyin was taken aback. Her future mother-in-law intended to play matchmaker? Did this imply dissatisfaction with her relationship with Sinan? Was she attempting to introduce her to someone else? Lost in thought, Jiang Qingyun presented a photograph from her handbag and handed it to Gu Weiyan. She glanced down at it. Sinan, Jiang Qingyun wished to introduce her son to her? Raising an eyebrow, Gu Weiyan found the situation increasingly intriguing. And this is my younger son, Sinan, who just returned from abroad last month. Gu Weiyan chuckled. So, you wish to introduce your son to me as a potential boyfriend? Jiang Qingyun felt a hint of embarrassment, admitting, I have 3 children. My eldest is 28 and my daughter is 24. For some reason, none of them show any interest in marriage. I can no longer persuade the older 2. They simply do not heed my words. Now, I'm left with my youngest son, who is just 20 and still quite naive about marriage. Therefore, I thought it prudent to find him a girlfriend to settle him down. To be honest, I've had someone examine your birth charts, and they are remarkably compatible. In my excitement, I decided to take the initiative. Understanding dawned on Gu Weiyan, and she found herself delightfully amused. Jiang Qingyun seemed unexpectedly endearing. Glancing at the adorable young man in the photograph, her heart warmed further. With a composed demeanor, Gu Weiyan complimented, Your son is quite handsome. Jiang Qingyun, seizing the opportunity, eagerly continued, Not to boast, but my son's looks are certainly among the finest in Yun City. I wonder if Miss Gu might be interested in meeting my son. Gu Weiyan remained silent for a moment. Aunt, since you have found me, you must have learned something about me. To be candid, the Gu family has only one daughter. And thus, the man I seek must be willing to join our family. I understand, Jiang Qingyun promptly replied. Our family is not one steeped in decadence. We do not place excessive importance on marriage. What matters is that you share mutual affection. Gu Weiyan's fingers lightly grazed the photograph. In that case, we might as well get to know one another. That would be splendid. Jiang Qingyun's excitement was palpable. I shall call that rascal and arrange for you both to meet this afternoon. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Aunt. Chapter 57. Dear son. Hold on. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Sinan lay on his bed, drowsily yet not fully asleep, when the phone beside him began to ring. He reached for the device, opening one eye to take a glance. Mom. Son, could you drive out for a bit and help your mother with something? What is it? Ms. Gu's daughter has arrived in Yun City today. I've already arranged a mahjong gathering with my friends and have no time. Please assist your mother in hosting her. Ms. Gu? You mean Miss Gu Weiyan? Just arrived in Yun City? No, that's not right. Gu Weiyan is from Yun City. Where did this Uncle Gu come from? Have I met him? Jiang Qingyun casually remarked, He isn't here. How could you have met him? Oh, Sinan sighed in relief. If it's Gu Jingchuan, I've met him before. You startled me, suddenly mentioning an uncle. I thought you were going to stray from the path. Little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Qingyun nearly leapt from her seat in frustration, prompting Si Chan to gently press down on her shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. You birthed him. He is your own son. Just bear with it. Jiang Qingyun shot Si Chan a fierce glare, covering the phone's microphone with her left hand, murmuring under her breath. It's the father's fault for not teaching him. Just look at the son you raised. He never learned to exercise restraint. Si Chan replied, Is this something one can control? Had I known this would be such a source of distress, I would have pinned him to the wall back then. Mom, you might as well ask your eldest son to go. Have you forgotten? You and Dad have already kicked me out. Sinan had no intention of shouldering any burdens that bore no benefit to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyun's rising anger dissipated in an instant. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Her love for him only grew stronger. It's all your father's idea. Your mother still loves you. I don't believe it. Sinan retorted, digging in his ears, unless there's money involved. Si Chan, listening nearby, showed no signs of anger. Rather, a hint of amusement flickered across his face. He waved his hand dismissively, murmuring, Give it to him, give it to him. As long as we can get this matter resolved, I'd offer him a fortune. Jiang Qingyun shot him a sideways glance. You spineless old thing. If you're concerned for our son, just admit it. Would 300,000 suffice? Sinan seized the opportunity. That is hardly enough for a bracelet. Si Chan cleared his throat, silently extending a finger. Jiang Qingyun cast him a disdainful look, casually responding, 1 million. But you must ensure that Miss Gu is well entertained. We cannot let her feel that the Si family has neglected her. Deal. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyun set her phone down, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, for the sake of my children's marriages, I've truly fretted endlessly, while you, on the other hand, act as though you're the carefree master oblivious to everything. Si-chan picked up a nearby magazine, humming to himself. I'm not like you. Constantly parading my son's photograph in search of a daughter-in-law, as if our family's offspring were undesirable. Do they truly seem sought after? Jiang Qingyun felt a sense of helplessness. Her dear friend had already embraced her grandchild, yet she had yet to catch even a glimpse of a potential daughter-in-law. Spending her days with them, even the thrill of playing mahjong had diminished. After a moment of silence, a sense of worry crept into Jiang Qingyun's heart. She wondered whether Miss Gu would capture that insufferable boy's attention. Si-chan scoffed, with your son's demeanor, does he have the luxury to be picky? Instead of fretting over that insufferable brat, why not concern yourself with Miss Gu? She is so exceptional, yet you wish to burden her with such a troublesome character. Do you not feel a sense of shame and indignation? Jiang Qingyun chose to ignore him. She had long grown accustomed to Si-chan's barbs. However, when it came to Gu Weiyan, a tinge of sorrow enveloped her heart. I genuinely like that girl. How pitiful she is, having lost her mother at birth. For all these years, Gu Jingchuan raised her alone, only to depart just as she reached adulthood. Alas, seeing that child pains my heart. If she truly becomes our son's wife, I will cherish her dearly. At her words, Si-chan set aside his magazine, his gaze deepening. That child is remarkable. I had an encounter with her not long ago. She possesses a dignified demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, and holds her ground with undeniable presence. Furthermore, I can see a fierce determination in her eyes, coupled with great ambition. She is nursing a grudge. It may not be long before the Gu family is under her dominion. Gu Huaiwen, that fool, stands no chance against her. Jiang Qingyun nodded, her expression turning grave. She has been forced into this position. If she were not fierce, the Gu family would have long since lost its standing. That child is resourceful, and I have consulted a master regarding her destiny. Her birth chart aligns harmoniously with Xiaonan's. If Xiaonan truly ends up with her, perhaps she could keep him in check. Si-chan, humph, it is indeed time someone took charge of him. In Tianyang apartment, Sinan gazed at the 1 million transfer on his phone, whistling in delight, his spirits soaring. Only business, no emotions, it's simply delightful. Relishing the moment, he hummed a tune, propping himself up with one hand before leaping to the floor, swiftly making his way to the bathroom for a quick tidy-up. Let us go, Shizi. I'm taking you out for some fun. Where to? Shi, fingers dancing over his game, didn't T even glance his way. Sinan, carefree and playful, found a kindred spirit in Shi, who shared his easygoing nature. Their dynamic resembled that of brothers rather than the typical boss-employee relationship. As Sinan bounded into the living room and flopped onto the sofa, he draped an arm over Shi's shoulders. I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Are you interested? Shi chuckled. Is your mother pushing you to go on blind dates again? Indeed, Sinan is no fool. He is well aware of Jiang Qingyun's intentions. That old lady, having indulged in too much salt, spends her days attempting to introduce women into my life in various ways. Shi, why not simply stand her up? That wouldn't do. One must uphold a sense of contractual integrity. Sinan straightened his posture and presented his phone to Shi for inspection. Look, 1 million. If I were to refuse to meet that woman, my mother would undoubtedly retract the funds. Shi casually glanced at the screen, but rather than focusing on the million-yuan transfer, his attention was drawn to a familiar sequence of numbers above it. This number served as their sole line of communication with Gu Weiyan, known only to those within their base. Had it not been intentionally revealed by Gu Weiyan, no one else would have had the chance to learn of it. Shi couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that the typically aloof and noble Miss Gu would lower herself to pursue a man in such a manner. I am not worthy of such attention. You may keep it for yourself. Chapter 58. Mistaken Identity in a Serene and Elegant CAF. Gu Weiyan sat by the window, cradling a cup of coffee while her gaze remained fixated outside. She had intended to visit Sinan this afternoon, and now that an opportunity had arisen, she was eager to engage him in a playful game. To preserve an air of mystery, she had refrained from allowing Jiang Qingyun to disclose her identity beforehand. After parting ways, she returned to the office to change into an ensemble that starkly contrasted her usual style, completing her look with a round-topped hat. After waiting for several minutes, the familiar silhouette finally appeared outside the CAF. A faint smile graced Gu Weiyan's lips as she gently tugged her hat down. She felt a sense of anticipation. She longed to witness Sinan's reaction upon discovering that the girlfriend introduced by his mother was none other than her. Would he be shocked, incredulous, or overjoyed to the point of tears? Hello, are you Miss Gu? A familiar voice resonated within the CAF, causing Gu Weiyan's smile to falter. Looking up, she saw Sinan seated at a nearby table. Opposite him was a woman clad in an outfit strikingly similar to her own, a light blue long dress paired with a cream-colored long wool coat. A flash of coldness darted through Gu Weiyan's eyes, her fingers nearly crushing the coffee cup in her grasp. How could that brat even mistake people? Not far away. Nin briefly scanned the woman's face. She appeared to be in her 20s and was reasonably attractive. Yet, when compared to Gu Weiyan, she fell significantly short in both looks and demeanor. Realizing his own thoughts, Nin suddenly paused. Why had he found himself thinking of Gu Weiyan? That woman was domineering, unreasonable, and excessively intense. He had no desire to recall her. And you are? The woman regarded Nin with a hint of curiosity. A man as handsome as he was a rare find. Nin smiled and introduced himself. My surname is Si, and my name is Nin. My mother is a bit busy today, so she asked me to come and entertain you. Noticing the absence of even a single cup of coffee on the table, Nin courteously inquired, what does Miss Gu enjoy drinking? Cappuccino. At her response, Nin turned and waved to a nearby waiter. 2 cappuccinos, please. Thank you. The woman regarded Nin and smiled softly. Are you here for a blind date? No, I already have a girlfriend. Nin replied with a smile. I came to let Miss Gu know that we are not suited for each other. Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She hadn't anticipated encountering such an interesting young man on her first day back in the country. How can you be so certain we are not compatible when we haven't even gotten to know each other yet? What if I am more suitable for you than your girlfriend? Nin glanced at the woman, noting she seemed slightly older than him, and politely addressed her as sister. Sister, please don't jest. Uncle Gu and my mother are friends, and out of humanitarian concern, it is only right that I come to host you. However, I have other matters to attend to shortly, so I may not be able to accompany you. But fret not, I have summoned a friend to join you. As you are new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings, my friend can serve as your guide, accompany you for meals, play, and, Nin hastily curtailed his words, nearly letting slip an indiscretion. Gu Qinghuan chuckled, and accompany you for sleep? No, dear sister, do not misunderstand, Nin stammered. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I merely lost my train of thought. I meant no offense. As he continued speaking, Nin suddenly felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Before he could ascertain the source of this chilling sensation, a familiar yet cold voice emerged from behind him. Your sister seems to be quite numerous. Nin's body jolted, and he swiftly turned to glance behind him, nearly leaping from his chair in fright. Why you? How did you end up here? Gu Weiyan regarded Nin, her previously burgeoning anticipation now transformed into seething anger. What do you think? Nin rose to his feet, taking note of Gu Weiyan's pale blue gown and the cream-colored wool coat draped over her arms, then glanced at Gu Qinghuan's attire. His CPU nearly overheated. His mother had informed him that the young lady from the Gu family would be wearing a pale blue dress, topped with a cream wool coat. But who could explain why these two women's outfits bore such a striking resemblance? Moreover, why was Gu Weiyan dressed in such a style that was entirely different from her usual one? Suddenly struck by a thought, Nin quickly picked up his phone and dialed the unfamiliar number that Jiang Qingyan had sent him. In response, Gu Weiyan's phone began to ring from her pocket. Nin's lips twitched. This was not a good sign. She had once strictly forbidden him from associating with other women. Now that she had caught him in the act, he was surely in for it. He swiftly calculated his escape. In times of trouble, retreat was the best strategy. Sister, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. As Nin attempted to flee, Gu Weiyan immediately reached out, grabbing his collar and pulling him back. Still want to run? Sister, it's a misunderstanding. Nin never imagined that the woman his mother had arranged for him would be Gu Weiyan. I truly mistook you for someone else. Gu Weiyan pulled him closer, gripping his chin, her gaze laced with danger. Did I not instruct you to refrain from associating with other women, let alone refer to them as sisters? Nin hurriedly explained, I didn't call her that. So you opted for sister instead? Do you wish for all women to be your sisters? It is genuinely a misunderstanding. Nin grasped Gu Weiyan's hand, attempting to appease her. My mother sent me here. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he forcefully released Gu Weiyan's hand. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You knew I was here to find you. Why didn't you stop me? You wanted to see me make a mistake, and then seize the opportunity to. The words punish me had yet to escape his lips when Changfang walked in from the doorway. As he gazed upon the scene before him, Changfang was instantly overwhelmed. He had never dreamed that the Miss Gu, whom Nin had requested him to accompany, would be none other than Gu Weiyan. Who is Gu Weiyan, you may ask? She is renowned as the ice-cold Demoness, the formidable female CEO of Yun City. Even if I were granted tenfold courage, I would not dare to approach her. My friend, it is not that I refuse to assist you. Rather, it is the esteemed Miss Gu herself. I'm truly unfit to accompany her. It would be best if you attended to her yourself. Chapter 59. A comical mishap observing the innocent expression on Sinan's face. Gu Weiyin felt a mixture of irritation and amusement. She had overheard their conversation, and although she understood that it was merely a misunderstanding, hearing him address another woman as sister stirred discomfort within her. While she cherished the term, it did not imply that she could tolerate him using it for someone else. Have you lost your senses? Come home with me. The memory of the day Gu Weiyin had playfully jabbed him with a carrot made Sinan's heart tighten. It is truly my mother who sent me here. You two are colluding to toy with my tender heart. Do you not bear any responsibility in this matter? Colluding? Gu Weiyin nearly laughed at his choice of words. You mistook the person and now blame others for not correcting you? How careless and easily deceived you are. If I do not keep a close watch, would you not easily run off with another woman? Sinan huffed, offering no further rebuttal. I will not go home. I have matters to attend to. I am quite busy today. After saying this, he cast a critical glance at Gu Weiyin, sneering, that outfit is utterly hideous. Such a dreadful combination, and you dare to wear it outside? TSK, what taste? Just then, a server approached with 2 cups of cappuccino, placing them on the table to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Sinan glanced sideways at the unfamiliar woman seated nearby, inwardly scoffing, with such a creative appearance. She surely cannot be a good person. Clearly not Miss Gu, yet she refuses to acknowledge it. Does she wish to see me humiliated? While much of the blame lay with him, every snowflake that contributes to the weight on a camel's back is not innocent. Sinan's chest heaved with frustration, revealing his agitation. May I inquire your surname, Miss? Gu. Gu Qinghuan replied, a smile gracing her lips as her gaze seemingly wandered over to Gu Weiyin. Another Gu? What a coincidence. Sinan blinked, realizing that he was indeed at fault, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gu Weiyin sensed a subtle hostility from Gu Qinghuan, her eyes growing inscrutable. Her intuition suggested that the Gu spoken of by this woman shared the same character as her own. If her instincts were correct, this woman must be Gu Huaiwen's biological daughter, Gu Qinghuan, whom he had raised abroad. Yet, why had she returned suddenly? Could it be a ploy to contend for the family fortune against that illegitimate son, Gu Enze? Intriguing. It appeared that the Gu family was about to witness an entertaining spectacle. However, their conflicts were theirs to manage, should it spill over to affect her. She would not let any of them escape unscathed. As Sinan turned to leave, Gu Qinghuan suddenly laughed. Thank you for the coffee, little friend. Today is my birthday, and this cup is the finest gift I have received. Birthday gift? Sinan's eyes brightened as he turned back to face Gu Qinghuan, his smile deepening, revealing his charming little fangs in the sunlight. Miss Gu, would you care to learn about the exquisite craftsmanship and design of these urns? Gu Qinghuan's expression shifted momentarily as her gaze fell upon the intertwined hands of Sinan and Gu Weiyin. The little one exhibits quite a bit of assertiveness. Suddenly, Sinan winced in pain, turning to glare at Gu Weiyin. What are you doing? I am expanding my business. Gu Weiyin ignored him, casting a cold glance at Gu Qinghuan. No need to thank him. This cup of coffee remains unpaid. The birthday gift must be procured by oneself to truly satisfy one's desires. Upon hearing this, Sinan exclaimed, Right, I haven't settled the bill yet. Waiter. Before he could finish, he stumbled slightly, being pulled away by Gu Weiyin towards the entrance. Observing their retreating figures, Gu Qinghuan's expression was tinged with ambiguity. It seemed Gu Weiyin had indeed recognized her. This cousin of hers was astute, certainly far more so than that illegitimate child. As they approached the door, a familiar figure abruptly entered, seizing Sinan's other arm. Sinan's head spun as he faced Mai, now sporting vibrant red hair. Why are you here? I came to find you, Mai exclaimed, gripping Sinan's arm tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Nan, you went home without telling me. I've been waiting for you for so long. Sensing the menacing glare from the side, Sinan quickly extricated his arm from Mai's grasp. How did you know I was here? Cheng Fong told me. I saw him while getting my hair done. He said he was coming to the CAF to find you. So I followed. Mai pouted, her eyes suddenly widening as she seemed to notice Gu Weiyin standing beside Sinan. You again, Vixen. Brother, Nan is mine. You are not to entice him. Mai strode provocatively towards Gu Weiyin, raising her arm to display a gleaming white jade bracelet on her wrist, unmistakably expensive. Do you see this? This bracelet was gifted to me by Si's mother, a family heirloom. She has already acknowledged me as the second young mistress of the Si family. Mai, what nonsense are you spouting? Sinan furrowed his brow. When has my mother ever said that this is a family heirloom? She merely gave it to you because she saw that you liked it. Then why not give it to someone else? Is it that CS mother favors me? Ma Yi retorted, casting a challenging glance at Gu Weiyin, her eyebrows raised defiantly. Gu Weiyin dismissed her with a scornful glance, then raised Sinan's hand to her own eyes. Whether one can be the second young mistress of the Si family depends on his own feelings. She had not intended to resort to such childish tactics to assert her claim, but there was no alternative when faced with individuals who challenged her authority. Ma Yi's expression darkened, her eyes stinging at the sight of their clasped hands. Vixen, you are forbidden from holding Brother Nan's hand. Ma Yi took a step forward, seemingly intent on pulling their hands apart. Gu Weiyin's gaze turned icy as she raised her arm and swept it lightly, her strength minimal. Against such a little girl, she deemed it unnecessary to resort to force. However, unexpectedly, that gentle sweep sent Ma Yi tumbling to the ground as if she had consumed a potion of weakness, resulting in a resounding crash. The bangles on her wrist shattered into several pieces. Brother Nan, she pushed me and broke Annie's bangles. Chapter 60. I offer myself to you, how excessive. Why are you pushing so hard? Sinan forcefully shook off Gu Weiyan's hand. His eyes filled with an indescribable pain. Observing Sinan's tense demeanor, Ma Yi's gaze flickered with a hint of triumph. Her brother Nan truly loved her. As Sinan crouched down, Gu Weiyan's eyes turned as cold as icicles hanging from a roof eave. You little rascal. Unable to see through such a lowly trick as this White Lotus act, if he dared to assist her today, she would surely teach him a lesson on how to conduct himself later that night. Brother Nan, it hurts so much. Ma Yi pouted, fully prepared to be helped up by him, only to fall back into his embrace again. However, to her surprise, Sinan's hand bypassed hers and instead landed on the shattered pieces of the white jade bracelet on the ground. Such a fine bracelet, though not ancestral, was valued at over $1 million. How could it have shattered so easily? Sinan picked up several larger fragments and stood, presenting them before Gu Weiyin. What do you say? Should we settle this publicly or privately? Gu Weiyin, looking at Sinan, smiled as she wrapped her arms around his waist, playfully lifting his chin and whispering, let's settle it privately. Tonight, I will offer myself to you. Humph, Sinan scoffed, muttering to himself. I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me for free. Gu Weiyin narrowed her eyes slightly and pinched his waist gently. What did you say? Speak louder. I said. Sinan suddenly glanced at Ma Yi on the ground and exclaimed, what the heck, Ma Yi? Why are you still lying there? Didn't T uncle teach you to get up after falling? How come you still haven't learned that now that you're grown? Ma Yi pouted in grievance. Brother Nan, my leg hurts. Oh, then take a moment to rest, but don't sit for too long. The ground is cold. And with your poor stomach, be careful of an upset. With that, Sinan cradled the shattered jade pieces and walked out of the CAF, his expression reflecting his heartache. What a joke. He was no fool. If he had truly helped Ma Yi today, Gu Weiyin would certainly twist the situation to her advantage. Brother Nan. Watching him swiftly disappear, Ma Yi promptly stood up, stomping her foot in frustration. Sinan, you are too much. I will tell Aunt C that you are bullying me. Humph, childish. Hearing the mocking laughter behind her, Ma Yi turned to glance back. There stood a woman whose appearance was not particularly exquisite, yet her demeanor exuded grace. Upon seeing her, Ma Yi felt an inexplicable aversion. Are you laughing at me? Gu Qinghuan lifted her coffee cup, taking a delicate sip. Didn't you notice? Your brother, Nan, has no intention of making you the second young mistress of the Si family. What does that have to do with you? Ma Yi shot her a glance, her hostility laid bare. Nosy little wretch. Gu Qinghuan smiled slightly, the emotions in her eyes inscrutable. A person lacking in upbringing? No wonder you are despised by others. Who are you calling uncultured? Ma Yi is the little princess of her household, accustomed to being spoiled within her domain. Aside from willingly enduring Sinan's frustrations, she would never tolerate other women so brazenly insulting her. As she stormed towards Gu Qinghuan with fierce determination, Gu Qinghuan raised her hand to point at the surveillance camera in the corner. If I gather evidence, you shall be finished. Yi paused, suddenly intimidated by Gu Qinghuan's calm demeanor. Her father had once told her that the most dangerous dogs are the silent ones. Those who remain composed and unruffled are the ones to be wary of. Witnessing that Ma Yi was genuinely taken aback, Gu Qinghuan felt a surge of disdain in her heart. How foolish to challenge Gu Weiyin for a man with such a low standing. Outside the CAF. As soon as Sinan stepped out, he casually discarded the shattered pieces of a jade bracelet into the trash, ever mindful of the virtues of being a civilized citizen. After all, he was a person of quality. How could he litter? Get in my car, and I'll take you somewhere nice. After being stirred up by my Gu Weiyan's mood improved significantly. Where are we going? I still have things to do, she replied with a smile. Aren't you supposed to compensate for your mother's bracelet? If you don't come with me, how can I repay you? I was joking. It's just a worthless trinket. I simply don't want my parading around with it. Reluctantly, Sinan found himself unable to escape Gu Weiyan's persistent grasp and was unwillingly ushered into a nearby Maybach. As soon as they were in the car, Gu Weiyan pushed Sinan back onto the rear seat and unabashedly kissed him fervently. Sinan gasped for air, overwhelmed. From now on, besides me and Ran, you are not allowed to call any other woman sister. Do you understand? Gasping for breath, his eyes misted over involuntarily. If I can't call her sister or little sister, what should I call them? Aunt. Grandaunt. With a playful reminder, Gu Weiyan pinched his rear. Have you forgotten what I said last time? Sinan tightened his body. Memories of a certain carrot flashing in his mind, igniting his anger. Get away. You're so annoying. I want to get out. Seeing his flustered expression, Gu Weiyan couldn't help but plant another firm kiss on his handsome face. Didn't your mother tell you to treat me well? You're giving up so soon. At the mention of this, Sinan grew furious once more, struggling to sit up and distancing himself from Gu Weiyan. How did you end up in contact with my mother? You haven't told her about us, have you? What would I tell her? Gu Weiyan replied with a smirk. That you slept with me but don't want to take responsibility? Don't worry, I won't betray you. Today, your mother sought me out at the company, wanting to introduce you as my boyfriend. I agreed, but I never expected you to end up in another woman's arms. Now tell me, how should I punish you for this? I truly mistook the wrong person, Sinan hastily explained. My mother only provided me with a stranger's phone number and merely mentioned the attire you were wearing. With so many individuals sharing the surname Gu in this world, how could I have known it was you? Had I known it was you, I would not have come at all. So what if I had known it was you? Gu Weiyan leaned forward slightly. You would have refrained from coming, wouldn't you? Sinan blinked in surprise, thinking to himself, does this woman possess the ability to read minds? How can she guess so accurately? Feeling a pang of guilt, Sinan chuckled nervously. How could that be? Knowing it was you, I would be delighted, dear sister. Where would you like to go for fun? I shall ensure you are well entertained today. This is what you promised, Gu Weiyan remarked with a meaningful glance. Today, sister, I simply wish to revel. Chapter 61. The little one dares to run away. Sinan felt a twinge of apprehension. Gu Weiyan was thoroughly enjoying herself, teasing him relentlessly. Seated in the back of the car, he pressed tightly against the door, his mind racing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned his gaze expectantly towards Gu Weiyan. Sister, would you like to ride the Ferris wheel? I know a place where the Ferris wheel is particularly grand, offering a splendid view of the riverside. Not interested, Gu Weiyan replied, playfully toying with Sinan's hand, which was undeniably attractive. Pale, slender, with well-defined knuckles and neatly rounded, clean nails. What about the roller coaster? It's exhilarating. Haven't you always enjoyed thrilling rides? Gu Weiyan smiled knowingly. I prefer activities that are even more exhilarating than roller coasters. I'll teach you when we get home. Heh. I'm not keen on studying. Sinan chuckled awkwardly, silently rolling his eyes at her. After a moment of silence, he persisted, how about the carousel? It would be quite romantic to hold hands. If Gu Weiyan did not acquiesce, he was prepared to recite all the attractions in the amusement park, emphasizing that as long as they didn't return home, he was willing to try anything. Cunning as she was, Gu Weiyan easily discerned the thoughts swirling in Sinan's mind. Yet, she found it puzzling. Such delightful activities seemed so appealing. Why did he appear disinterested? Was it possible that she wasn't trying hard enough? Childish. I've not ridden a carousel since I was 5. Sinan sighed inwardly, feeling defeated. He discreetly took out his phone and typed a question into the browser. Does too much of that turn one into a toothpick? The responses were a bizarre assortment. Bro, even Dongfang Booby was concerned about this, but he stopped worrying eventually. Do you know why? Too much? How much is too much? Damn, bro, you're hardcore. After browsing through numerous answers, Sinan finally stumbled upon two that seemed somewhat credible. If an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle, what do you think? I don't know if it turns into a toothpick, but it will definitely let you steep goji berries in your thermos. Sinan gazed skyward in exasperation. Ah, how annoying. Why hasn't the earth exploded yet? If all else fails, let us have an accident so I can lie in the hospital for a while. Suddenly, the Maybach beneath him jolted violently, almost tossing him from his seat. Thankfully, Gu Weiyan reacted swiftly, pulling him into her embrace. What just happened? Sinan realized, elated. Oh no, did we really get into an accident? His tongue was surprisingly prophetic. Miss, it seems our car has been rear-ended. Gu Weiyin's brow furrowed, her expression darkening instantly. Who on earth is so blind? Seizing the opportunity, Sinan wriggled free from Gu Weiyin's grasp, flinging open the car door. Sister, don't worry. I'll go check it out. Bursting out of the car, Sinan could not resist inhaling a deep breath of fresh air. At that moment, not far away stood a young girl, seemingly around 20 years of age, whose appearance was unremarkable. However, her reddened eyes betrayed her evident fright. Upon noticing individuals descending from the Maybach, the girl timidly approached Sinan, repeatedly offering her apologies, her voice tinged with a sob. I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. I just received my driver's license today, and I accidentally mistook the accelerator for the brake. Whoa. Ever since she began learning to drive, her father had incessantly warned her, avoid vehicles with horses, steer clear of those with bulls, and especially do not engage with those adorned with wings, crowns, or forks. A collision could lead to financial ruin. Yet today, she had collided with a car. Sinan glanced at the dented front of the Volkswagen and sighed. He wanted to feel sympathy for the girl, but he was struggling to maintain his own stability. In this shared plight, who was truly deserving of pity? I'm not the owner of the vehicle. The owner is that lady inside. You ought to apologize to her and see if she can forgive you. At that moment, Gu Weiyin also emerged from the Maybach, her expression dark and her mood evidently foul. Her displeasure stemmed not from financial concerns, but from her aversion to others creating trouble for her, especially when she sought to take her little pet home. The young girl trembled under Gu Weiyin's icy demeanor. Still in university, surrounded by delicate flowers, she had never encountered a woman with such a formidable presence. After a few sobs, she mustered the courage to approach Gu Weiyin. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sister? Gu Weiyin's deep, cold gaze was filled with frost. In this lifetime, she would only be the sister of Sinan. I'm sorry. The girl wiped her tears and continued. I truly didn't mean it. It was my first day with the license, and I got distracted. Gu Weiyin had no interest in the girl's assorted excuses. Whether she had just received her license or what had caused her distraction was of no concern to her. She bore no obligation to pay for another's mistakes. Observing the girl's panic-stricken state, Gu Weiyin firmly reminded her, crying solves nothing. What you need to do now is to immediately notify the traffic police and the insurance company to expedite their arrival. Do not waste my time. Okay. The girl stammered as she took out her phone. I will contact them right away. Meanwhile, Sinan discreetly circled the Maybach, seemingly inspecting the luxury vehicle. The next moment, noticing that Gu Weiyin was engaged in negotiations with the owner of the damaged car and had no time for him, he quietly stepped back a few paces and swiftly turned, diving into a taxi parked by the roadside. Driver, hurry up, I want to leave this planet. The driver, a man in his 50s with a balding head, glanced at Sinan's youthful face through the rearview mirror and humorously replied, What's the matter? Is Ultraman here to pick you up? Sinan gazed through the car window at Gu Weiyin, who appeared utterly oblivious to his presence. He squinted and smiled mischievously. I'm a monster. I command you to take me to Tianyang apartment. The driver, observing the youthful exuberance of the young man, felt a sudden rejuvenation himself, as if he had shed several years. All right. In the midst of their conversation, the taxi had already departed from the scene of the incident. By the time Gu Weiyin turned around, there was no trace of Sinan beside her. You little rascal, how dare you run away? Chapter 62. How to write the word regret. Gu Weiyin retrieved her phone, intending to call Cixi and ask him to bring Sinan back. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and in a fit of anger, she put the phone away. Although Cixi was her subordinate, she had assigned him to Sinan. Their relationship was still in the phase of mutual adjustment, and trust was not firmly established. Thus, she could not have Cixi perform tasks for her at this moment. After approximately half an hour, the traffic police and insurance company representatives finally completed the assessment of the vehicle's damages. Shortly thereafter, the Bentley arrived to pick up Gu Weiyin. As she settled into the car, she watched the location on her phone grow increasingly distant from her, her temples throbbing with rage, the flames of anger nearly bursting from her chest. Miss, are you returning to the company or? Back to the company. Understood. As the luxury vehicle roared to life, Gu Weiyin maintained a stern expression and dialed Assistant Fong. Her voice was sharp, imbued with an icy edge. Notify the vice presidents, operations, design, sales, and finance departments. I require a meeting after 5 o'clock. Please organize the itinerary for the next few days, prioritizing important matters for tomorrow and postponing the less significant ones. Arrange for 3 days of rest for me as soon as possible. Certainly, President Gu. Understood. After ending the call, Gu Weiyin closed her eyes, striving to suppress the fury surging within her. You better pray for your own well-being, little one. Should I catch you, I will ensure you learn how to write the word regret. Meanwhile, Sinan, having just exited a taxi, hummed a rap tune of his own making and cheerfully entered the community. The image of Gu Weiyan, seething with fury, brought him immense joy. Ha ha ha, Gu Weiyan. I shall no longer indulge your games. In the next moment, someone suddenly tugged at Sinan's shoulder. Feeling so jubilant? Did you hit it off with Miss Gu? Sinan turned his head to see Sishi, perplexed. How did you know I was back? Coincidence. I was feeling a bit bored outside, so I drove back. I just parked and saw you. Weren't you with the employer? How did you return so quickly? Sishi spoke nonchalantly, his heart steady. He had Sinan's location on his phone. Thus, from the moment Sinan parted ways with Gu Weiyan, he had been trailing him. As they approached the apartment entrance, he accelerated, entering the community a step ahead. I stood her up, Sinan declared solemnly, then suddenly burst into laughter. You should have seen her face. She looked ready to explode. Ha ha ha. Sishi chuckled lightly, giving Sinan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Brother, let me remind you to not celebrate too soon. Sometimes, the greater the joy and laughter, the deeper the sorrow and tears to come. I know Gu Weiyan's nature all too well. That woman is vengeful, not one to be trifled with, nor one to easily endure losses. She lost her venue today, but she is determined to reclaim it another day. Upon hearing this, Sinan's smile quickly faded. Has no one ever told you that such a manner of speaking invites trouble? Sishi chuckled, then dashed away, leaving Sinan fuming behind him, gnashing his teeth and pursuing him with kicks and shoves. Damn it, you've ruined my good mood. Stop right there. Upon returning to the apartment, Sinan collapsed onto the sofa, breathing heavily. His physical stamina had diminished considerably due to a lack of exercise in recent days. Before he could catch his breath, a call from Jiang Qingyun came through. Son, have you met Miss Gu? How did your conversation go? Hearing this, Sinan felt a surge of anger. Mom, why didn't you tell me that Miss Gu is Gu Weiyan? Son, do you know her? Have you met before? Kicking off his slippers and crossing his legs on the sofa, he retorted, what kind of question is that? If I didn't know her, how would I know her name? Mom, could you please eat less salt in the future? You seem so idle. Don't you ever tire of fussing around? Oh, you ungrateful boy. I worry so much for your sake, and you're not getting any younger. Stop. Mom, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Let us discuss this next year. With that, Sinan hastily hung up the phone. He simply could not endure Jiang Qingyun's incessant matchmaking. Besides, neither his older brother nor sister seemed in a hurry, so why should he be? After a night's rest, the next day, Sinan took Sishi to the rental store. The interior design was quite similar to his blueprints, generally acceptable. The store was divided into 2 floors. The first floor served as a reception and design area, accommodating clients' requests for earned designs. The second floor was slightly smaller. Where Sinan had created a partition, the left side was a lounge, while the right side was a carving studio. This arrangement allowed him to rest on-site when fatigue set in, eliminating unnecessary back and forth and saving considerable time. However, after 2 days of waiting in the store, neither he nor she had encountered a single customer. Moreover, since the day he had stealthily left, Gu Weiyan had not shown up or even called. Along with her absence, the lunch and dinner from Sanwei Zhai had also vanished. How stingy. Sitting in the rental store, Sinan picked at the takeout in front of him with chopsticks, unable to suppress his disdain. Ever since he had grown accustomed to the dishes from Sanwei Zhai, he could no longer stomach anything else, especially this mediocre takeout that looked utterly unappetizing. Frowning, Sinan tossed the takeout container into the trash, exclaiming in frustration, I'm done eating. I'm going to take a break. Call me if a customer comes in. Sishi, savoring his own meal, mumbled, rest assured, no one will disturb you. Curse tongue. Sinan shot him a glance. Can't you at least wish for a customer to walk in? If we keep this up, we'll be reduced to drinking the northwestern winds by tomorrow. Xin Yang was in high spirits. I've tasted the northwest wind. It surpasses the southeast wind in flavor. With a huff, Sinan ascended the stairs. As he opened the door to the lounge, a sudden blur engulfed his vision, and he was abruptly thrust onto the bed by a powerful force. In astonishment, Sinan exclaimed, Gu Weiyan? How did you get in here? Chapter 63. Unfinished business between humans and spirits. What do you call me? Gu Weiyan grasped Sinan's wrist, pressing it against his ears while looking down at him. In the past few days, I've had no time to deal with you, yet you've become increasingly capable. Not only did you sneak away, but now you audaciously dare to call my name. It seems you are in need of some discipline. Sinan looked up at Gu Weiyan, momentarily taken aback. He had been sitting downstairs with Shi and had seen no one enter the establishment. How had this woman managed to come in? Could it be that she possessed the ability to vanish and reappear at will, or some clandestine sorcery? Once he regained his composure, Sinan asked in a deep voice, "Isn't a name meant to be called by others? How did you come in here?" Gu Weiyan leaned closer, gazing intently into Sinan's eyes, warning him word by word, "A name is for others to call. You may only refer to me as sister. Should you dare misname me again, I shall have no mercy." As she spoke, Gu Weiyan deliberately flashed her perfect set of teeth at him. Sinan found himself feeling quite uncomfortable under her grip. He attempted to shift his wrist, but could not free himself from her hold. It was absurd. This iron-willed man was repeatedly subdued by a woman, rendered helpless as though he were a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. However, there was no way around it. Her martial prowess was unmatched. Even the local boxing champion stood no chance against her, so how could he possibly contend with her? Glaring at Gu Weiyan, Sinan gritted his teeth and retorted, "Do you think I fear you? Let me tell you, I have been vaccinated against rabies." Gu Weiyan narrowed her eyes, her grip tightening, causing Sinan's wrist to ache. "You dare to insult me by calling me a dog?" Sinan inhaled sharply, quickly adhering to the principle of not suffering immediate losses. "With such beauty, it's a pity your hearing fails you. I clearly said you were beautiful, kind-hearted, and as lovely as a celestial being. Sister, you must have some self-awareness." Seeing the moment of defeat on Sinan's face, Gu Weiyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, then leaned down to plant a firm kiss upon his lips. With such eloquence, I could almost be tempted to bite that charming little mouth of yours. With tender affection, Gu Weiyan gazed at the man beneath her, her heart still intent on settling the score from that day. "Why did you run away that day?" Sinan blinked, stammering, "I had an upset stomach and was in a hurry to find a restroom." "Oh, so it was merely a stomachache." Gu Weiyan raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with a shrewdness as if she could see through him. "What else ails you?" Feeling somewhat guilty under her scrutinizing gaze, Sinan instinctively averted his eyes. "I also have a headache, back pain, high blood pressure, dizziness, and overall weakness." "You certainly have quite a few ailments," Gu Weiyan remarked with a knowing smile. "Would you like me to treat you?" Sinan hastily shook his head. "No need. I'm fine now. My ailments come swiftly and depart just as quickly. There is no need to trouble yourself." "Fine?" Gu Weiyan's tone suddenly turned serious. "But I am not well. I've been feeling unwell these past few days. You must help me recover." A tremor coursed through Sinan's heart as he realized his inadequacy. He was not a veterinarian. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Gu Weiyan's punishing kiss descended upon him. Sinan's breath became increasingly erratic. Before Gu Weiyan, he had always lacked initiative. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside gradually darkened. In the lounge, Sinan gazed at the ceiling, his expression one of desolation. Would he dare to run away again? With reddened eyes, he shook his head. Gu Weiyan reclined on the bed, playfully pinching his fair and pristine face. "Tell me, what should you call me from now on?" "Sister," Sinan replied, and Gu Weiyan smiled with satisfaction. "Should you forget, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Sinan pouted, his reddened eyes giving him the appearance of an innocent young man who had been thoroughly ravaged. "Ugh, you are so annoying. You're younger." Gu Weiyan looked puzzled. What do you think?" Sinan shot her an angry glare. "Haven't you heard? A steel rod can be ground down to a needle." Realization dawned on Gu Weiyan, and she burst into laughter. What on earth is this little one thinking? Suddenly, it struck her. No wonder he was so resistant to such matters. It turned out he was afraid of this. "Ha ha ha, how are you so adorable?" Gu Weiyan teased, playfully tapping the tip of Sinan's nose. "Rest assured, some things will never change." Sinan glared at her in indignation and attempted to sit up to dress, only to be pulled back onto the bed by Gu Weiyan's hand around his neck. "Are you not finished? It's already dark." What kind of woman had such formidable stamina? Gu Weiyan once again turned, positioning herself atop Sinan, tucking the stray hairs from his forehead behind his ears. "Be good, call me sister again. I wish to hear it." Sinan, assuming she was about to engage in yet another round of their playful antics, obediently called out, "Sister, please spare me." But before he could finish, Gu Weiyan's kiss landed forcefully once more. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation rendered Sinan's lips numb and his head spinning. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt a lightness wash over him, accompanied by a chill that swept past him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Furious, Sinan ripped the garment from his head and turned to search for Gu Weiyan's figure, only to find none. Where did she go? He bolted upright, scanning the room frantically. The door was firmly shut, and apart from the chaotic disarray on the bed, everything else remained unchanged. How had she vanished so suddenly? He quickly leapt from the bed, donning his slippers and scouring the corners of the room, particularly the closet. Yet, there was still no sign of her. Suddenly, a flash of terror crossed Sinan's eyes. Could it be that the place was haunted? Was Gu Weiyin not human at all? Had she come to the mortal realm merely to pursue an unfinished business of love between the living and the dead? Sinan's expression shifted, and he suddenly felt a sense of unease. Gu Weiyin had just vanished without a trace, leaving her garments behind. Sinan dared not dwell further on the thought. He hastily donned his attire and bolted downstairs. Shizi, have you seen Gu Weiyin pass by? Shizi was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. No. When did Miss Gu come by? Sinan, in a state of panic, thought to himself, this is it. I have truly encountered a ghost. Shizi, I have uncovered a staggering secret. What secret? Sinan's countenance paled as he declared, Gu Weiyin is not of this world. Chapter 64. Encountering a female ghost. How do you insult someone? Did she offend you again? For Happiness assumed the two were once again embroiled in a quarrel. Moreover, after spending so much time together, how could Gu Weiyin not be human? No, I mean, Sinan was eager to explain, yet the more he rushed, the less he knew how to articulate his thoughts. She had been here today, lingering in that lounge upstairs for the entire afternoon, and had just departed 10 minutes ago. For Happiness cast a suspicious glance at Sinan. You spent the whole afternoon together, and I had no inkling. What were you two doing upstairs? Sinan faltered momentarily. That was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question was how she had entered and exited without anyone noticing. With hands on his hips, Sinan paced the room dejectedly for a couple of steps before suddenly halting, as if struck by a revelation, and slapped his forehead. The surveillance footage. Yes, I must check the footage to see how she appeared. However, the store's cameras only captured the entrance and the living room on the first floor. There were no cameras in the lounge or the carving room on the second floor. No, she never came downstairs. Sinan, unwilling to yield, pulled up the footage from the time Gu Weiyin had been present. Still nothing. With a sharp clap, he shut his laptop, feeling increasingly frustrated. There wasn't even a single customer in sight. Lamentably, he thought, one must realize that he was a disciple of the renowned carving master, He Tang. His skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Humph. Sinan slammed the table in indignation, narrowing his eyes. Now they may look down on me, but one day, I shall make them regret it. For Happiness found Sinan's erratic thought process rather bewildering. How had the conversation shifted back to the carving master? Upon hearing this, Sinan's thoughts snapped back to the present. He tugged at his hair in irritation, utterly perplexed. Could it be that she was indeed a ghost? The very thought sent a pallor across his face. Could it be that the female ghost was here to absorb his yang energy? In an effort to unravel the mystery, he steeled himself and decided to call Gu Weiyin to inquire if she had indeed visited. After all, having spent such a considerable amount of time together, he had never observed anything unusual about her. When the call connected, Gu Weiyin's voice resonated with apparent cheer. What prompted you to suddenly call your sister? Miss me? Yes, Sinan replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Sister, where are you? On a workday, if I'm not in the office, where else could I possibly be? Gu Weiyin sat at her desk, toying with a fountain pen, her eyes glimmering with amusement. She found her little puppy utterly adorable. With just a bit of teasing, he could bring her endless joy, a joy she had never experienced in her over 20 years of life. And you, did you come to see me today? Sinan felt his throat tighten uncontrollably, dreading the answer he anticipated. Gu Weiyin smiled slightly. Do you want me to come find you? My work is nearly finished. We could dine together this evening. Had she never come before? Sinan's heart quivered, and he promptly declined. No need. I have other matters to attend to. After hanging up, Sinan slumped dejectedly in his chair, as if bereft of his guiding star. It was over. He had indeed encountered a female ghost. But how could that individual be so familiar with the affairs between him and Gu Weiyin? Moreover, her level of perversion mirrored Gu Weiyin's precisely. Sinan pondered for a moment, and the more he thought, the more he sensed something amiss. His first-hand experience assured him that this person must be Gu Weiyin. There was no mistake. Thus, she was not human. She was a devil clad in human skin. Shi, a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, took advantage of Sinan's phone call to ascend the stairs alone, heading to the lounge on the second floor. Upon pushing open the door, he was startled by the disarray of the bed. Oh, the battle had been fierce. Shi made an effort to ignore the chaotic bed, his eyes scanning the room. The space was modestly sized and simply decorated, featuring only a large bed and a wardrobe nearby. The wallpaper was a deep gray, casting a somber hue over the room that, even in daylight, remained dim, an ambience conducive to sleep. She opened the wardrobe for a quick glance, finding nothing unusual. He then approached the wall, beginning to tap gently. He had a gut feeling that if that person could vanish without a trace beneath the watchful eyes of a living soul, there must be something extraordinary about this room. Suddenly, Shi halted, his gaze fixated on the deep gray wallpaper. There was an empty section, with an exceedingly thin gap in the middle, nearly imperceptible unless observed closely. Shi's eyes narrowed, and he tentatively pushed against it. To his surprise, the gap widened before him. It turned out to be a door, leading to another room. Shi took a couple of steps inside, then halted as if immobilized by an unseen force. Miss. At that moment, Gu Weiyin sat coldly at a nearby desk. Her gaze fixed upon him. Clever little one, return. Yes, miss. With reluctance, Shi retraced his steps back to the adjacent room, casually restoring the invisible door to its original state. Ah, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. Yet, it was a burden for those of them who labor, as they must remain steadfast in their duties while feigning ignorance. So challenging. Observing the chaos in the room, Shi sighed, transforming into a maternal figure as he tidied up the space before finally closing the door and descending the stairs. Noticing Nan's distracted demeanor, Shi suddenly felt like a sinner. But he had no choice. He could not betray Gu Weiyin, for the compensation she provided was too generous. Did you discover anything? Nan inquired, watching Shi descend the stairs, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. In a composed manner, for Joy shook his head, noting that aside from the fierce battle, he discerned nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely an encounter with a malevolent spirit. Nan clenched his teeth, infuriated by the audacity to siphon his vitality, vowing to capture her. For Joy cleared his throat, attempting to mask his own unease, and inquired about Nan's intentions. Nan narrowed his eyes, declaring his intent to transform into the formidable Fa, wielding a golden bowl to personally ensnare the enchanting female demon within the exquisite pagoda. For Joy interjected, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Chapter 65. The method to deal with Gu Weiyin as dawn broke on the second day. Nan arose and tidied himself up before summoning Shi to drive him to the Taoist temple in the eastern part of the city. It was said that a priest at this temple possessed considerable expertise in exorcising demons and malevolent spirits. Nan recalled that during his high school days, he had been so frightened by a small dog that he lost his wits, only to be restored by this very priest. Now, Nan was convinced that Gu Weiyin was a devil masquerading in human form, and he felt compelled to act as the harbinger of justice to eliminate her. The temple was situated over 50 kilometers from the city center, and they spent nearly an hour on the road. During the journey, Shi hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, yet was at a loss for words. After some consideration, he reasoned that this might simply be a peculiar form of flirtation between the couple, and as an outsider, his interference was unwarranted. You mean to say you were possessed by a female ghost? In the temple, a priest clad in a yellow robe scrutinized Nan with a look of perplexity. Typically, those afflicted by malevolent entities exhibited signs such as darkened foreheads, vacant stares, or wild gesticulations accompanied by nonsensical utterances. However, the young man before him appeared vibrant and full of life, showing no indication of possession. Has she compelled you to do anything or caused you any discomfort? Upon hearing this, Nan's mind involuntarily conjured images of the wild antics he and Gu Weiyin had engaged in the previous afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, the priest's reference to possession pertained to a spirit entering a body, manipulating a living vessel to commit heinous acts, rather than an ethereal being merely resting upon him and engaging in unspeakable deeds. Yet, if one were to speak of discomfort, it was rather pleasant. Nan pondered, considering whether the ghost's slightly deranged behavior qualified as a form of discomfort. Oh, the priest's interest was piqued. This was the first time he had encountered such a description of a ghost's behavior. What do you mean by deranged? Well, that might be difficult to articulate. Nan replied, his cheeks slightly flushing. It's just that she appears and disappears without a trace. One moment she is right before me, and the next, she vanishes in an instant. Thus, I suspect this female ghost possesses the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth. Revered priest, I merely wish to consult you regarding methods of exorcism. The priest studied Nan for a moment longer, discerning no unusual traits, and began to suspect that the ghost he referred to might not be linked to any malevolent entity. It was possible that this young man had merely experienced sleep paralysis, resulting in a psychological barrier. Very well, I shall provide you with 2 talismans. Place one at the head of your bed and the other at your door. Upon seeing them, the ghost will naturally refrain from approaching you. After a prolonged silence, Sinan could no longer contain his curiosity. Is it truly that simple? Surely there must be a method to compel the ghost to reveal herself? The priest enclosed the 2 talismans within a yellow paper envelope and handed it to Sinan. Then added, if you wish to see swift results, prepare some black dog's blood to be splashed upon her when she manifests, as it can also ward off evil. Thank you, Taoist. With the specific method in hand, Sinan felt an overwhelming excitement, wishing he could immediately douse Gu Weiyin in the blood of dogs, obliterating her existence. Humans and spirits are destined to walk different paths. They belong to disparate realms. If they were to be forcibly united, would their offspring not turn into zombies? No, 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 they absolutely cannot be together. Upon leaving the temple, Sinan called Cheng Fong, requesting his assistance in procuring some dog blood. Just as they returned to the shop, Cheng Fong arrived, driving up with a large container of dog blood at the entrance. Thanks, buddy, Sinan exclaimed, patting Cheng Fong on the shoulder. He felt fortunate to have such a loyal friend, for Cheng Fong was indeed a man of integrity. Why so formal? Cheng Fong chuckled, before unloading a hefty barrel weighing over 20 pounds from his trunk. Wow, that's a lot, Sinan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How many dogs did you slaughter for this? Isn't that a sin? Isn't this what you wanted? Now you regret it, huh? Trying to play the victim after being a sinner? Cheng Fong teased. Don't worry, I got the blood from the owner of the dog meat shop down the street. That place is quite popular. I'll take you there to try it sometime. You still dare to eat dog meat? Sinan jested without restraint. Weren't you terrified by a little pug back in the day? Can we please not talk about that? Cheng Fong playfully punched Sinan in the chest. This is called using poison to counteract poison. I'm rising from where I fell. Now, I could even kiss a stray dog on the street. Brave and audacious. Sinan scoffed. Help me carry it inside. I have a use for it shortly. Consider it done. After placing the dog blood in the room, Cheng Fong descended the stairs and surveyed the lobby. You say your company is so vast, yet why do you linger here in this little shop? What profit can you possibly glean? Does your family truly need these trifling earnings? How mundane. Is money truly that vital? Sinan reclined in his chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs, exuding an air of privilege. In life, what matters most are dreams, passions, and living freely. Cheng Fong sighed with a smile, honestly admitting his envy of Sinan. With a father who had vast connections and capable siblings to support him, Sinan could easily bask in the shade of prosperity. Unlike him, who, despite appearances, was merely a struggling worker with no means to live as freely as Sinan did. All right, I've completed your request. I must return. My father has assigned me a task, and I have to head out today. All right, let us chat later. After bidding farewell to Cheng Fong, Sinan began contemplating how to deal with Gu Weiyin. Initially, he intended to wait for her to approach him, but upon reflection, he felt that was too passive. He preferred to take the initiative. Glancing at Shi, who was engrossed in a game nearby, Sinan suddenly asked, Shizi, you wouldn't betray me, would you? With a deep sigh, Cici realized that earning Sinan's unwavering trust was still a considerable journey ahead. I have stated before that while one may question my character, my professional integrity remains beyond reproach. There is no doubt in that regard. I still hold a firm belief in you. Sinan chuckled lightly before picking up his phone to call Gu Weiyin. Hello, sister, are you busy today? Do you miss me? A slight cough escaped Sinan, an inexplicable nervousness washing over him. Well, I am waiting for you at the store. I apologize for only writing one chapter today. I will continue tomorrow. Chapter 66. Reaping what one sows regarding the fact that Sinan had the audacity to call her. Gu Weiyin was not the least bit surprised. She knew him all too well. That little rascal was never one to keep his composure. Moreover, she was fully aware of where he had been that morning. The thought of the amusing events that would undoubtedly unfold next filled her with an irrepressible mirth. With such a charming and playful companion by her side, the latter half of her life would surely be devoid of solitude. Gu Weiyin glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, which she had been reluctant to remove, and chuckled softly. Come to your sister's embrace, little one. How can I possibly leave you out there all alone, so innocent and delightful? You might get deceived. After a brief tidying up, Gu Weiyin drove to the shopping district. This time, she did not enter through the hidden door but rather walked through the main entrance. Upon seeing the characters Qing Xin Gu inscribed on the sign, her eyes clouded with ambiguity. His office should not be here. It was far too distant for her liking. As Gu Weiyin stepped inside, Shi, who was engrossed in a game at the reception desk, immediately rose to his feet. Miss. Gu Weiyin surveyed the first floor and coldly inquired, Where is he? Shi simply replied, Upstairs, without elaborating. As a professional bodyguard, it was imperative to adhere to the basic tenets of discretion. What should not be seen or said must remain unobserved and unspoken. Very well. Gu Weiyin turned to Cixi and instructed, "You may leave. Return to Shan Shui Yuan and stand by." "Understood, miss," Cixi replied, turning to grab his coat, casually picking up the closed sign to hang on the door. "Unnecessary. Will anyone even come here?" Gu Weiyin's tone was somewhat frosty, and she turned on her heel. Ascending the staircase, Cixi glanced at the sign in his hand and couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, it was superfluous. Exiting the storefront, he closed the door behind him and drove to Gu Weiyin's residence at Shan Shui Yuan. If his predictions were correct, after today, he would not have to make such trips anymore. Upon reaching the upper floor, Gu Weiyin raised her gaze to the cryptic symbols affixed to the doorframe, a knowing smile playing on her lips. What a pampered little ingrate. After all the kindness I have shown him, he dares to think of taking me in. I shall see today who truly claims whom. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, causing Sinan, who had been listening intently behind the door, to shudder involuntarily. The female ghost is here. Sinan quickly retreated a couple of steps, glancing at the bucket of blood hanging ominously above the doorframe, his throat constricting involuntarily. This was the pivotal moment. Today, he was determined to unveil the true form of that female ghost. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, and Sinan steadied his racing heart, silently stepping back a few paces to grasp the activation string. The door was unlocked. "Come in." After waiting in vain for what seemed an eternity, Sinan felt a surge of secret delight. Surely, that female ghost had been subdued by the talisman outside. She found herself utterly unable to enter the room. Indeed, the grandmother was a ghostly figure, daring to siphon the vitality of the young master. Today, he would act as the harbinger of justice to vanquish her. To ensure his safety, Sinan remained rooted in place, gripping tightly onto the rope of the blood bucket mechanism, wary of Gu Weiyin's sudden intrusion. After a couple of minutes, his patience began to wane. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside. "You little rascal, come out. If you don't, I might just have to teach you a lesson." Sinan shivered. It was his elder brother. What could he be doing here? Was he perhaps inspecting his progress in life? Realizing the situation, Sinan swiftly released the rope and opened the door, only to find the outside empty, no sign of his brother, nor of Gu Weiyin. "Hey, you little rascal, are you itching for trouble again?" Another familiar voice called out. Sinan looked around, puzzled, until his gaze landed on a brand new mobile phone on the ground. Upon picking it up, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in indignation. What a scoundrel! Using a recording. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. "Oh no, I've been tricked." He hurried back to the room, but just as he stepped inside, a flash of red light engulfed him, followed by a loud splash as the bucket above him tipped, dousing him in a torrent of blood. In an instant, the once fair and pristine young man transformed into a grotesquely bloodied figure. Gagging, he barely had time to wipe the blood from his face before the overwhelming stench assaulted him. "Gu Weiyin, you have gone too far," he retched. A peal of laughter erupted from Gu Weiyin as she witnessed his disheveled state, her voice ringing clear and bright. Since the passing of her father, it was the first time she had laughed so freely, devoid of any burdens. All of this joy was brought to her by her little pet. Only in his presence could she completely let her guard down. Once she had regained her composure, Gu Weiyin turned to retrieve a white towel from the table, cautiously approaching Sinan to wipe the blood from his face. "You brought this upon yourself. With such a severe case of obsessive cleanliness, why would you engage in such filthy activities? Look at you now. Do you still think you can escape this?" Sinan fumbled for the towel, hastily rubbing his face. Water. Water, I need a shower." "There's no shower here. Just bear with it," Gu Weiyin said, yanking off the blood-stained hoodie from his body without a hint of disgust. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sinan quickly turned to the side, gagging again. Gu Weiyin tossed the hoodie aside and seized his waistband, pushing him onto the bed while simultaneously pulling down his colorful boxer shorts. "You must endure. You reap what you sow. This is the consequence of your own misdeeds. Do you understand?" Today, she merely sought to teach this arrogant little brat a lesson, to instill in him the understanding of the consequences of his own actions. Now that her objective has been accomplished, she must swiftly deal with the remaining mess. Otherwise, given his pampered upbringing and his unblemished, sheltered demeanor, he might very well perish in this predicament. A chill coursed through Sinan's body, and his mind regained clarity. He promptly turned to the side and quickly wrapped himself in the blanket. This marked the second time Gu Weiyin had appeared before him without a trace. If the first instance was mere coincidence, what could be said of this one? How could it be explained? Sinan lifted his gaze to meet Gu Weiyan's, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. How on earth did you get in here? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Are you even human? Chapter 67. The fairy above the 9 heavens. Gu Weiyan intended to use a towel to wipe the blood from Sinan's hair. Yet she found him cowering deeper into the bed, resembling a small white rabbit cornered by a menacing wolf. You. Don't come any closer, sister. We belong to different species. Forcibly uniting will invite divine retribution. Gu Weiyan was bewildered. What do you mean by different species? What nonsense is that? What is this little creature thinking all day long? Her expression darkened as she questioned, after all this time together, can you not tell whether or not I am human? Sinan swallowed nervously and retorted, I couldn't tell before, but now it's even more unclear. Do you dare to say I am not human? I didn't say that. Sinan protested, feeling both fearful and wronged. I just can't distinguish. Mainly you. Don't act like a human. Gu Weiyan nearly laughed in exasperation. This boy was refreshingly candid, both infuriating and endearing. However, it was precisely this honesty that allowed her to grasp his thoughts more clearly. You saying that truly saddens me, she lamented. Sister has treated you so well. Does your heart not feel even a hint of gratitude? I dare not move. I truly dare not. Sinan curled deeper under the blanket, pleading, Sister, please torment someone else. Spare this weak and helpless little creature. The monk on the mountain said my yang energy is insufficient and my body is depleted. I truly cannot fulfill your needs. His assertions grew increasingly outrageous. Gu Weiyan sighed in resignation, unwilling to continue this pointless argument that only fueled her anger. Enough of this nonsense. You reek. I'm taking you to bathe. I want to go, you female demon. Don't come any closer. As Gu Weiyan climbed onto the bed, Sinan quickly pulled the blanket over his head. Heavenly spirits. Divine entities, please show your power. Gu Weiyan leaped onto the bed, forcibly wrapping Sinan tightly in the blanket. Finding him too noisy, she snatched a clean towel from the table, folded it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Stop crying, she commanded, hoisting Sinan onto her shoulder and delivering a firm smack to his backside. The force was so great that even through the blanket, Sinan felt a sharp sting. Outside, upon seeing Gu Weiyan exit the shop, the driver swiftly brought the car to the entrance and respectfully opened the door. Miss, return to Shanshui Garden at once. Yes. The luxury vehicle roared to life, and Sinan watched the rapidly retreating buildings outside, tempted to open the door and flee. Yet Gu Weiyan held him tightly, leaving him utterly immobile. Ugh. Gu Weiyan glanced down at the once handsome young man, now a disheveled sight that barely resembled his former self. Displeased, she leaned her head back, yet her grip remained unyielding. Do you wish to run naked? If you're not embarrassed, I want to let you down. For your body is for my eyes, my touch, my kiss alone. Do you understand? With a silent expression, Sinan shot her a significant eye roll. The female specter was utterly shameless. In Shanshui Garden, Butler Liu, having received the news, had early on commanded the preparation of a bath. Upon witnessing Gu Weiyan enter, carrying a bloodied figure, Liu paused momentarily, quickly deducing that it must be that mischievous little master of the Sea family at work again. Once inside the bedroom, Gu Weiyan shook the quilt and unceremoniously tossed Sinan into the filled bathtub. Ugh, this female ghost. Does she not understand gentleness? Sinan inwardly grumbled as he scrambled out of the tub, using both hands and feet, hastily yanking off the white towel from his mouth. He then swiftly covered himself in an attempt to shield what should remain unseen. Cover what? Gu Weiyan cast a glance downward, seemingly unimpressed. As if I have never seen, touched, or kissed before. How pretentious. I'll wash myself, Sinan declared angrily, his face still dripping with blood. You shall not siphon my vital energy any longer. Gu Weiyan frowned slightly. She realized that continuing to engage with this boy would surely drive her to exasperation. Hurry up and wash. We will settle accounts later. As she exited the bathroom, Sinan let out a sigh of relief, only to be immediately nauseated by the foul stench emanating from his own body. Thank goodness he hadn't eaten breakfast. Otherwise, he would have surely vomited. After spending a full 2 hours in the bathroom, Sinan finally emerged, sluggishly drying himself. The absence of Gu Weiyan's presence outside prompted him to swiftly stride to the wardrobe, efficiently pulling out a set of clothes to don. His next step was to leave this place as quickly as possible and seek out a more powerful Taoist priest to exorcise this female ghost. Rubbing his chin, Sinan paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. Exiting through the front door was out of the question. Gu Weiyan would undoubtedly be in the living room. The only option was to jump out of the window, and yes, That was the plan. Approaching the window, he peered down. Fortunately, Gu Weiyin's room was on the second floor, a mere 4 meters from the ground. To prevent her from unexpectedly returning, Sinan hurried to the door and locked it. He then tore 3 bed sheets, tying them together, and secured one end around a heavy chair leg before opening the window and descending with the makeshift rope. With a swift release, he landed gracefully on the ground. In the next moment, a maid spotted him and gasped in horror. "Quick, someone! Young Master C has jumped." Sinan muttered under his breath, "For goodness sake. Must you be so diligent? Can't you just turn a blind eye?" Minutes later, amidst his feelings of reluctance and indignation, he found himself escorted back to the living room, surrounded by others. Gazing at Gu Weiyin's sullen expression, Sinan let out a strained chuckle. A misunderstanding. I merely wanted to stretch my legs." Gu Weiyin, lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, tilted her head slightly, beckoning, "Come sit." Sinan hesitated for a couple of seconds, then stepped forward, though he maintained a respectful distance from her. "Are you afraid of me?" Gu Weiyin inquired, her gaze piercing, emotions swirling within her eyes. "It is solely because I appeared before you so stealthily that you have concluded I am a ghostly woman? Had I not personally experienced it, I would have been oblivious to the impression I leave upon your heart." Observing Sinan's silence, Gu Weiyin inched closer to him. And just as he attempted to withdraw, she seized his hand with determination. "To be candid, I must confess that I am not of this world. I am a celestial being from the heavens above, capable of traversing the universe at will." "A celestial being?" Sinan blinked in disbelief, and in the next moment, he turned his head. "No, I apologize. That melodramatic twist was too overwhelming for me, and I could not resist." Chapter 68. Unlike a goddess. More like a madwoman, everyone, out. "Yes." Mississippi Sinan silently rose to his feet, but just as he took a step, he was yanked back with great force. "Sit down." Out of the corner of his eye, Sinan caught a glimpse of Gu Weiyin and subtly shifted his bottom backward. Gu Weiyin seized Sinan's hand, intertwining their fingers gently. Sinan's fingers trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to pull away, but after a moment's reflection, he suddenly lowered his guard. This woman showed no fear of talismans or melodrama. Evidently, she was not a ghost, and since she was not a ghost, he had nothing to fear. Seeing that he had calmed down, Gu Weiyin's lips curled into a slight smile. "What do you intend to do today? Are you wishing for my demise? Do you harbor such hatred for me?" Sinan was taken aback. What did this have to do with hatred? This was about upholding justice, an obligation for all. Gu Weiyin regarded Sinan with a detached tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. "So, after I exhibited some extraordinary capabilities, your first reaction was to perceive me as a female ghost rather than a goddess?" "A goddess?" Sinan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. "There is something I'm unsure whether to say." "Then do not speak it. But if I don't voice it, I shall feel uneasy." Gu Weiyin's expression darkened, her intuition suggesting that it was likely not a compliment. However, she permitted Sinan to express himself. "Speak." Sinan paused for 2 seconds before earnestly declaring, "You do not resemble a goddess. You appear more like a madwoman." Upon hearing this, Gu Weiyin abruptly pulled Sinan into her embrace and playfully bit his lips. Such a sharp tongue deserves to be silenced. Sinan inhaled sharply. "You prompted me to say it. Truth often stings, yet I speak only the truth. Have you grown a brain?" Gu Weiyin flicked Sinan's forehead, torn between annoyance at his bluntness and admiration for his sincerity. Yet, upon reflection, what attracted her was indeed his pure and unblemished nature. Of course, appearances were paramount. Her little puppy was the most exquisite individual in the world. Gazing at Sinan's clean and handsome visage, Gu Weiyin playfully pressed him onto the sofa and showered him with random kisses. "Do you still think I am a ghost?" Sinan's breath became somewhat erratic. In truth, the moment Gu Weiyin displayed fearlessness towards talismans and melodrama, he had already dismissed the notion of her being a ghost. However, her inexplicable ability to appear and disappear raised questions. Could it be that she truly was a celestial being from the heavens? As Sinan looked up at Gu Weiyin, the more he examined her, the less she resembled one. Do celestial beings possess such eccentricities? Sister, can you truly traverse heaven and earth? Seeing is believing. Have you not witnessed it already? Gu Weiyin chuckled softly. This little one was indeed easy to deceive. Yet, she wondered if he would retain such innocence as he matured. Sinan sat up, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. Can you take me to a place? Gu Weiyin cast a doubtful glance at him, pondering what schemes this lad was concocting. Where to? Sinan replied with a mysterious smile. In my father's chamber, there lies a jade ring, said to have been worn by an emperor centuries ago. I have seen it once. It is exceptionally beautiful. Take me to his room, and we shall stealthily retrieve it. Gu Weiyin was taken aback. This boy. No wonder he often finds himself in trouble. This is theft. Is this how your father has raised you? Of course, I understand it's wrong. Sinan straightened his posture. That is precisely why I want you to go and get it. What sort of reasoning is this? Gu Weiyin took a deep breath, calming the urge to deliver a sound thrashing. That is not possible. Though I may be a fairy, you are merely a mortal. You cannot pass through walls or vanish into thin air. How can I assist you? Sinan pondered for a moment, suggesting, then you should go alone. Search carefully. It must be in his room. Gu Weiyin squinted and pinched Sinan's chin. As your future daughter-in-law, do you think it appropriate for me to venture alone into my father-in-law's chamber? This matter is out of the question. If you desire a jade ring, I will find a way to procure a finer one for you. Sinan pouted, treating the matter lightly. In truth, he had merely had a fleeting whim. Recalling the jade ring from 3 years prior, which he and Si Yin had acquired at an auction for over 5 million. He cherished it dearly, only for his father to take it away under the pretext that a child should not handle valuable antiques. Over time, he had forgotten about it. I heard your father has cast you out. Why is that? Sinan sighed. He wishes for me to work at the company. When I went abroad, he had already mapped out my future, assigning me a path in management, finance, and similar fields. I detest it, so I secretly altered my course. As a result, those 3 years abroad yielded little learning, and in a fit of anger, he insisted I study under my elder brother, even claiming he would assess my performance, barring my return home should I fail. As if I wished to return. I refused to let him dictate my life. Gu Weiyin listened quietly, feeling a twinge of delight. If that is the case, then you should move in with me. From now on, this shall be your home. No, Sinan replied earnestly. My father has said that as a man, one must never cohabit before marriage, nor should one take advantage of a woman. These are the ironclad rules of our family, which I cannot violate. Gu Weiyin raised an eyebrow, her expression laden with meaning. It seems you have already breached the rules. Sinan blinked, his expression visibly falling. The drunken night spent with Gu Weiyin was the gravest error of his life. I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. Gu Weiyin reached out to pinch his cheek. As long as you take responsibility, that suffices. From now on, what is mine is yours, feel free to move in. As for your father, I will help you explain. Sinan blinked, suddenly sensing that the momentum of events was amiss. Why did it seem to him that his father had cast him out of the house, and yet Gu Weiyin appeared even more jubilant? After lunch, Sinan intended to drive to the store, but Gu Weiyin insisted he stay home. Don't go. I have a couple of days off. So you should keep me company. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Sinan frowned. I too need to earn a living, otherwise. Shall I subsist on nothing but the wind from the northwest? Such words, emanating from your pampered young master, carried little credibility. Gu Weiyin assertively wrapped her arms around Sinan's waist, holding him tightly. Tomorrow marks the new year. The company will host a ball, and you must accompany me. New Year? Sinan suddenly recalled something. No, I have to return home tomorrow. My father has long decreed that on this day, everyone must gather for the New Year's celebration. It is a family feast, and absence is not permitted. Chapter 69. Making your mother wait a moment, then I shall accompany you back. As your girlfriend, shall I? Upon hearing this, Sinan's instinctive reaction was to refuse. Tomorrow. His family would be present, and how could he possibly explain his relationship with Gu Weiyin? He had taken his elder brother's woman. How could he justify this to Si Yin? No, absolutely not. His elder brother had not yet proposed a separation. If he were to discover that Sinan had taken his beloved, it would surely break his heart. The smooth beginning of the new year symbolized the fortune for the entire year, and he did not wish to bring him distress. Gu Weiyin felt a twinge of disappointment. She was well aware that Sinan would decline, yet hearing him articulate it stirred an unsettling feeling within her. After a moment of silence, Gu Weiyin suddenly smiled. Very well, I shall present you with 2 choices. First, take me home tomorrow. Second, from this moment forth, remain at Shanshui Yuan and live with me. Choose wisely. Sinan found himself in a predicament. Yet he could only opt for the lesser of 2 evils and acquiesce to Gu Weiyin's request to stay. I shall go to work first. Will it be acceptable for me to return in the evening to keep you company? Is there anyone at your shop? Gu Weiyin grasped Sinan's hand and led him into the study, pressing him down onto the chair before the desk. Moreover, your lounge is quite unseemly. Do you not find it distasteful? I have already called someone to assist you in redecorating, so no one can stay there for the next couple of days. Sinan had indeed contemplated this, but Gu Weiyin had anticipated him. He decided to abandon his concerns on the matter. Thank you. but you must not belittle my profession. No one is merely temporary. I shall become the finest urn sculptor in Yun City. I do not doubt your abilities. Gu Weiyin replied as she approached the desk, retrieving a document from the drawer and laying it before Sinan. Your skills are indisputable. You simply lack an opportunity for exposure. The chairman of Huaxi Technology's father has reached the venerable age of 90, and his time is drawing near. He seeks a fitting urn for his father. You might consider this chance. I will present your design to the chairman of Huaxi Technology. If selected, your urn will be showcased at his father's funeral, granting you visibility among the elite of high society. They place great importance on appearances, and this could serve as an exceptional opportunity for your career advancement. What you must do is showcase your finest self to everyone. You should pursue a high-end, exquisite path rather than create commonplace items. I believe, with your talent, you can certainly achieve this. Sinan's heart raced with excitement. If chosen, this urn would mark a milestone in his career. Will you assist me? Sinan looked up at Gu Weiyin, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. My parents, as well as my elder brother and sister, all deem my profession too ominous. Do you truly not mind? Gu Weiyin smiled gently. In my heart, everything about you is of the utmost value. Under the gaze of Gu Weiyin, filled with profound affection, Sinan's heart inexplicably quickened, as if it were about to leap from his throat. He quickly lowered his head, glanced at the document, and concealed his embarrassment. The requirements mentioned in the document were quite simple. It was merely a demand for excellence in all aspects. For him, this was not a daunting task. The only challenge lay in the design blueprint. A few minutes later, Sinan closed the document and cleared his throat. I must step out for a moment. What for? Sinan replied candidly. I need to gather some information about that old gentleman. To create a captivating design, it must resonate with his essence. Gu Weiyin chuckled. So profound? Of course, these are the teachings of my master, Sinan said, his heart swelling with pride at the mention of his mentor. My master always said that one must approach their work with intention. If one acts haphazardly, they might as well beg on the streets. Gu Weiyin understood that Sinan was remarkably diligent and focused when at work, a stark contrast to his usually playful demeanor. His dedication and perseverance were indeed commendable. She believed that, given time, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional sculptor. Gu Weiyin then turned and retrieved another document from the drawer, placing it before Sinan. I have already investigated everything you might wish to know. Sinan glanced at it in confusion. The information was comprehensive, detailing the old gentleman's birth date, interests, and life experiences, all meticulously documented. How did you know I needed this? It's a coincidence, Gu Weiyin explained. The Gu family collaborates with Huaxi Technology, so I typically conduct thorough research on our partners. Knowing you might require this, I prepared the materials in advance to save you the trouble of seeking them out. Sinan felt a surge of joy. Gu Weiyin was like a worm in his stomach, accurately anticipating his desires and intentions. Could this be what they refer to as a deep connection of minds? Sinan's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Gu Weiyin. Gu Weiyin leaned in, her eyes piercing into his with an assertiveness that brooked no refusal. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you moved? Sinan swallowed hard. I just wanted to say, thank you. That lacks sincerity, Gu Weiyin teased, pointing to her lips. Give me a kiss. Sinan, his face flushed, glanced at Gu Weiyin's lips. They were quite alluring, neither too thin nor too full, a lovely shade of pink. His own lips trembled involuntarily, and he quickly stood up, eager to flee. I'm thirsty. I need to get some water. Returning, Gu Weiyin swiftly stepped forward, tugging at his shirt to pull him back. After all I've done for you, is it so difficult to give me a kiss? Sinan knew he could not escape today, so he steeled himself and quickly pressed his lips against hers. Progress, Gu Weiyin exclaimed with a smile. Encircling Sinan in the chair, straddling his lap, her right hand pinching his cheek, compelling him to stay put. But your technique is rather unrefined. Allow me to teach you. Pay attention. Before Sinan could protest, she assertively kissed him. Feeling the fervent warmth of Gu Weiyin, Sinan's breath became increasingly erratic, a profound sense of suffocation causing his eyes to swiftly cloud with moisture. He attempted to push her away, yet she once again seized his hands, exerting control over him. At that moment, Gu Weiyin's phone, resting on the table, began to ring. Unfazed, Gu Weiyin continued her whispers, her right hand reaching for the phone, glancing at it briefly before deepening the kiss. Sinan, catching sight of the familiar number on the screen, was seized by panic, summoning all his strength to shove Gu Weiyin away. Stop kissing me, it's my mother. Gu Weiyin cradled Sinan's face, leaning in to kiss him once more. Let your mother wait a moment. Chapter 70. The joy of cotton spinning at 6 o'clock in the evening. Meng Yajun concluded her class and had just stepped outside the gates of Yun City University when she suddenly heard someone call her name from behind. Recognizing the familiar voice, she halted in disbelief and slowly turned around. Not far away stood the man she had loved for 8 years. Xian observed that Meng Yajun was dressed somewhat lightly. He quickly approached her and draped his coat gently over her shoulders. Meng Yajun, as if awakening from a dream, regained her composure. "Ah Yin, what brings you here?" Xian smiled. "The company wasn't too busy today, so I thought to come and pick you up after work." "Are you displeased to see me?" Meng Yajun gazed at Xian, her dignified and gentle features illuminated with a hint of excitement. Just as she was about to respond, she caught sight of several familiar students passing by. "Ms. Meng, is this your boyfriend?" Meng Yajun opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Xian interjected, "Yes, indeed. Hello. Hello. You look like a social elite, perfectly suited for our Ms. Meng." "Thank you. Goodbye, Ms. Meng." Meng Yajun smiled and nodded. "Goodbye. Take care on your way." As she watched the students walk away, Meng Yajun turned her gaze back to Xian. "We've been back for 4 years. And this is your first time picking me up from work. So they always thought I was single." A pang of guilt stirred in Xian's heart. After all, he felt he had let this woman down. It was his fear of familial pressure that had prevented him from publicly acknowledging his love for her. "I'm sorry. As your partner, I have not been worthy." "You have not wronged me," Meng Yajun replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "This is the path I chose, and you are the person I chose. Regardless of your circumstances, I will accept you unconditionally." "Thank you," Xian said, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind Meng Yajun's ear, before wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Let us go. I shall treat you to steak. The French restaurant in the city center has invited violinist Qin Lang. Have you not always wanted to attend his concert? Today, you shall indulge your ears." Meng Yajun glanced at the bony hand resting on her shoulder, her mind still in a daze. 8 years since their acquaintance. This was the first time Xian had shown such intimacy in public. In the past, he had always been the epitome of a gentleman, maintaining a respectful distance. Returning her gaze, Meng Yajun felt an overwhelming sense of happiness swelling within her. How could Qin Lang possibly come to Yun City? As Xian led Meng Yajun to the car, he opened the passenger door and gentlemanly held it aside. Perhaps he was captivated by the moonlight of Yun City. Meng Yajun settled into the passenger seat, allowing Xian to fasten her seatbelt. Inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, she summoned her courage and planted a kiss on his cheek. Though Xian did not speak of why Qin Lang was in Yun City, she could surmise the reason. "Ah Yin, thank you." Xian was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling somewhat ridiculous. He had spent 8 years with Meng Yajun, yet he had never once kissed her. The reason was simple. Strict upbringing had instilled in him a desire not to take advantage of her before marriage. But does this truly align with the values of today's youth? Do you think I am a rather dull person? Not at all. As she recalled his bold actions moments ago, Meng Yajun's cheeks flushed slightly. "You simply have a tendency to suppress your feelings, in my heart. You are the most gentlemanly man in the world." In contrast to Xian's adherence to propriety, Xian was not as liberated either. Had it not been for Gu Weiyin's domineering encouragement to express his sentiments, he would not have been capable of embracing her in public so freely. At that moment, within a French restaurant, the soothing strains of a piano echoed through the hall, akin to a gentle breeze wafting through the air, captivating all who listened, except for one. Xian had just been forcefully compelled by Gu Weiyin to indulge in a passionate kiss in the car, and his lips were still slightly swollen and red. Sitting opposite her, he observed her delicately offering a piece of escargot with her fork, unable to suppress a disdainful grimace. What is so delightful about these foreign delicacies? Gu Weiyin, leisurely chewing her morsel, replied calmly, "The true delight lies not in the cuisine, but in the ambience. Do you not find this environment utterly romantic?" Xian poked at the French foie gras with his fork, retorting, "I only see the romance, not the grandeur." Gu Weiyin lifted her glass of red wine to her lips, her gaze drifting towards a young man playing the piano nearby. He was strikingly handsome, his profile elegantly sculpted, and his long fingers danced gracefully across the black and white keys, performing a melody of wedding in a dream that left Gu Weiyin entranced. She wondered when she might hold a grand wedding with her beloved puppy. "Listen to how beautifully the piano plays. Do you not appreciate it?" Noticing Gu Weiyin's attention directed towards another man, Xian felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. "I do not appreciate it. I only enjoy playing with cotton. Can we focus on our meal without distractions?" Gu Weiyin turned her gaze back to Xian, suddenly realizing the source of his impatience. This little creature is feeling jealous. Setting down her wine glass, she looked once more at the man nearby, smiling. Do you not find that man quite handsome? And he plays beautifully as well. Sinan forcefully jabbed his fork into the foie gras, the clash of metal against porcelain ringing out sharply. What is he playing? It sounds dreadful. Is he more handsome than me? Let me tell you, my talent surpasses by leaps and bounds. Oh really? Gu Weiyin was amused by Sinan's adorably jealous expression, her lips curving into a smile. What talents do you possess? Sinan clenched his jaw, retorting. I can play with cotton. Would you like to hear? Gu Weiyin leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with mirth. As long as it is you playing. I would delight in the sound of cotton being played. Does that satisfy you? Seeing Sinan's disdain, Gu Weiyin chuckled softly. All right. I shall not tease you any longer. The reason I brought you here today is for a violin performance. I have heard that the renowned violinist Qin Lang will be playing. You have always enjoyed the sound of the violin, haven't you? Today, you shall indulge in a feast for your ears. Upon finishing her sentence, Gu Weiyin glanced at her expensive wristwatch, noting that there were only 10 minutes left. The mention of the violin eased Sinan's expression somewhat. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Before he could complete his thought, a familiar figure appeared at the staircase on the second floor. Sinan's heart skipped a beat, and in a swift motion, he dove under the table. Oh no! My brother is here. Chapter 71. Someone should keep an eye on him. Upon seeing Sinan, Yin was genuinely taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Since he had resolved to let his family know about Meng Yajun's existence, there was no longer any need for secrecy. This foolish boy would inevitably learn the truth. Let us go. Let us take a look together. Meng Yajun trailed behind Yin, observing him approach a woman with chestnut-long curls, her heart filled with confusion. As they ascended the stairs, she did not notice Sinan. In truth, even if she had, she would not have recognized him. Thus far, she was unfamiliar with any member of Siyan's family, which was both amusing and pitiful. Miss Gu. Gu Weiyin glanced at Yin and then cast her eyes toward the woman beside him. Graceful and poised, with an air of gentle sophistication. She must be Yan's girlfriend. The thought of them soon becoming family brought a subtle smile to Gu Weiyin's lips, and she took the initiative to greet Meng Yajun. Hello. Meng Yajun smiled back, her demeanor both proper and gracious. Hello. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin tapped his fingers on the table. Come out. What are you hiding for? In the next moment, the draping tablecloth stirred, and a clean-cut, handsome man stood up, holding a fork in his hand. Sinan forced a sheepish smile. Realizing he had been caught red-handed, his secret of having betrayed his older brother could no longer be concealed. I dropped my fork. Brother, what are you doing here? Yin, uncharacteristically, made a jest, came here to sleep. Huh? Sinan was momentarily stunned. Sleeping in a French restaurant? Brother, have you lost your mind? At his words, Meng Yajun couldn't help but raise her hand to her mouth, stifling a laugh. If she guessed correctly, this must be Sinan. She recalled meeting him 8 years prior when he was still a tender child. After years apart, he had grown into a charming and amusing young man. Sinan set down his fork and cast a glance at Meng Yajun, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And who might this be? Just as Yin was about to introduce her as his future sister-in-law, Meng Yajun hurriedly interjected, colleague, before confirming whether Yin intended to affirm her identity. She was reluctant to hastily acknowledge herself as his girlfriend. The disparity in their social standings was vast. Marrying Yin would mean entering a world of affluence. In truth, her parents were opposed to their relationship. They believed that a child from an ordinary family marrying into a wealthy household would struggle to maintain their individuality. Although she was exceptional, she might not be deemed suitable in the eyes of a distinguished mother-in-law. Haha, a colleague. Sinan chuckled to ease the awkwardness. He stepped aside, pulling out a chair. Brother, you sit and have a good chat with Miss Gu. I'll take this sister to sit over there for a while. I promise not to disturb you. Miss Gu? Sister? Gu Weiyin's expression shifted, her gaze towards Sinan brimming with indignation. Stay there, do not move. Sinan paused, contemplating signaling her to cease her antics. When he felt a hand on his shoulder, it was Yin. You may accompany Miss Gu. I have urgent matters to attend to, he declared, before leading Meng Yajun to a more distant corner. Your brother seems somewhat intimidated by that Miss Gu. Yin remarked, beckoning to a nearby waiter with a smile. That lad has been unruly at home. It is about time someone kept him in check. Meng Yajun cast a glance towards Sinan and Gu Weiyin, their eyes inadvertently meeting, prompting her to swiftly avert her gaze. Confronting Yan's family unexpectedly left her unprepared, a whirlwind of emotions brewing within her. Are you aware your brother and Miss Gu are here? My sudden appearance, Will it cause you any trouble? If your parents find out, will they apply pressure on you? Observing Meng Yajun's anxious demeanor, Si Yin felt a pang of sympathy. We must meet eventually. A day earlier or later makes little difference. After placing their orders, Si Yin glanced at his watch. It seems your idol is running late for our 8 o'clock appointment. No sooner had he spoken than the melodious strains of a violin floated down from the staircase. Turning his head, he beheld a strikingly handsome man, elegantly clad in a tailored black suit with a bow tie, gracefully ascending to the central hall while playing the violin. The notes were clear and bright, reminiscent of a gentle stream meandering through lush green algae, both exquisite and enchanting. Meng Yajun gazed at Qin Lang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As a musician, he certainly values punctuality. Si Yin poured a glass of red wine for Meng Yajun, teasingly quipping, "If you keep staring at that man, I might just feel a twinge of jealousy, Mrs. C." The title caused Meng Yajun's eyelashes to flutter, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. She redirected her gaze to Si Yin, momentarily lost in the enchanting music, thinking she might have misheard. It was only when Si Yin raised his glass and lightly clinked it against hers, producing a bright chime, that she regained her composure. "Mrs. C, we must not squander this beautiful moment. I toast to you." Meanwhile, Gu Wei Yin, noticing Si Nan's lingering gaze on his prospective sister-in-law, furrowed her brow and rapped her fingers on the table. "Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned?" Si Nan halted, quickly averting his eyes. "What? I was merely curious about the nature of that woman's relationship with my brother." After a moment of contemplation, he leaned forward slightly and whispered, "Do you think my brother dislikes you, hence seeking companionship elsewhere?" Gu Wei Yin nodded. "Yes, that seems quite plausible." "How outrageous!" Si Nan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "Isn't that tantamount to putting a green hat on you? Wait for me. I shall confront him. In the matter concerning my elder brother and sister-in-law, he must undoubtedly defend her dignity. As a man of the Si family, how could he abandon her in her time of need? What grounds do you have to seek him out?" Gu Weiyan insinuated. "Are you not perpetually fearful of him uncovering the nature of our relationship?" Upon hearing this, Si Nan's previously indignant expression crumbled in an instant. "Oh, then it is of no consequence. Have you finished your meal? Once you have, let us hasten away from this place of turmoil. Why the urgency? The violin performance has yet to be savored." Gu Weiyan lifted her glass of red wine, leisurely taking a sip. "Since your elder brother has also sought the company of another woman, it proves you have not wronged him. So why do you still harbor fear?" Si Nan pondered for a moment, and suddenly found her words to be profoundly insightful. "Indeed, he has his own troubles, and I have mine, with burdens shared. Neither of us bears guilt. Why should I then fear his discovery?" Chapter 72. Love grows over time. The melodious strains of music wove through every corner of the restaurant, bestowing an additional layer of soothing tenderness upon the already romantic ambience of the French eatery. Si Yin delicately sliced his steak into small pieces before graciously pushing the plate towards Meng Yajun. "Thank you," Meng Yajun exclaimed as she picked up her fork, spearing a small piece of steak and savoring its flavor. It seems this is the only restaurant in Yun City that truly captures the essence of authentic French cuisine." As time drifted slowly by, the two shared exquisite dishes amidst the enchanting melodies. Suddenly, Si Yin raised his wine glass once more, clinking it against the red wine glass beside Meng Yajun. "Tomorrow marks the new year, Yajun. At this moment, I sincerely invite you to visit my home." Meng Yajun momentarily froze, scarcely believing her ears. "You mean?" "Yes," Si Yin nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "I wish for you to attend our family gathering as my girlfriend." Tears welled in Meng Yajun's eyes, and her lips quivered, yet she found herself speechless. She lifted her wine glass, taking a delicate sip to mask her emotional turmoil. For years, she had dreamed of Si Yin bringing her home. Yet now that the moment had arrived, her heart was filled with uncertainty. Since their university days, she had deeply adored this remarkable man. She loved him, yet feared the possibility of being abandoned. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Si Yin set down his glass and retrieved a delicate red velvet box from his pocket, gently revealing it before Meng Yajun. Over the years, he had devoted 90 of his thoughts to the operations of his company, leaving little room for such romantic moments with Meng Yajun. This proposal, he believed, was the best way he could express his feelings. Looking into Meng Yajun's eyes, his gaze brimmed with sincerity. "Yajun, thank you for understanding and waiting for me all these years. Today, I wish to earnestly ask you, will you marry me?" As she gazed at the magnificent diamond ring before her, tears streamed uncontrollably down Meng Yajun's face. After a moment of silence, and under Si Yan's eager gaze, she gently nodded. "I will." Si Yan smiled, rising slowly to her side, and carefully slipped the ring onto her finger. I may not be a man of romance, but I assure you, I shall never let you down in this lifetime. Touched, Meng Yajun felt a warmth in her heart. Si Yin was not one to utter sweet nothings, yet his promises held the weight of truth. She understood him and trusted him. Me too, she replied. Looking up at Si Yin, a smile gracing her lips. A Yin, in this lifetime, I wish to grow old with you, hand in hand, never to part. Thank you. Their angles were somewhat askew. Si Nan could only see Si Yin handing Meng Yajun something, but he was oblivious to the true nature of the object. The relationship between these two individuals is undoubtedly abnormal. I never expected my elder brother, who appears so respectable, to indulge in the undercurrents of workplace impropriety. A scoundrel, hypocritical. A beast in human clothing. Gu Weiyan observed Si Nan's expression, brimming with righteous indignation, and found him increasingly endearing. Is this how your teacher instructed you to utilize idioms? Moreover, do you truly believe it appropriate to describe your brother in such a manner? Such words are often hard to hear. Si Nan redirected his gaze towards Gu Weiyan, speaking earnestly. The truth is seldom pleasant. I merely wish to prevent him from straying onto a misguided path. Though my brother manages his company exceptionally well, he is utterly clueless when it comes to matters of the heart. I even have to worry about him finding a wife. Gu Weiyan raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking. So you took it upon yourself to introduce me to your brother, only to snatch me away from him? Upon hearing this, an inexplicable anger surged within Si Nan. You bear a significant portion of the responsibility for this situation. Are you not aware that a man and a woman, when intoxicated, can easily find themselves in trouble? Furthermore, given your formidable skills, why did you not resist? Now, I seriously suspect that you did this on purpose. You have developed feelings for me over time, haven't you? Feelings over time are hardly applicable, Gu Weiyan replied with a smile, shaking her head. Her affection for him was instantaneous, perhaps drawn in by his clean, handsome, and uncomplicated demeanor. Perhaps this is what literature often refers to as being smitten by appearance. Alas, she was simply captivated by his looks. In her heart, her little puppy was the most visually appealing person in the world. As the last notes of the melodious violin faded, Qin Lang quietly exited the dining hall. Si Yin and Meng Yajun finished their meal first, and as they were leaving, they approached Si Nan, patting him on the shoulder as a reminder. Don't forget to return home for the new year tomorrow. I want to forget. Aware that their relationship was anything but ordinary, Si Nan felt his brother's towering image crumble in his mind. Gu Weiyan inadvertently glanced at the ring in Meng Yajun's hand and understood. It seemed that the family gathering tomorrow would be quite lively. After Si Yin and Meng Yajun departed, Si Nan also stood up. Enough eating. It has been 2 hours. If you eat too much, you'll need to diet tomorrow. It's getting late. I'll take you home now. Gu Weiyan looked up at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Are you not going home? I need to return to Jinghebei today. Didn't your parents drive you out? You don't understand. Si Nan replied solemnly. No parent is without fault. They may not acknowledge me as their son, but I cannot deny them. As the ancients said, filial piety is paramount among virtues. How can I neglect my filial duties simply because they made erroneous decisions? Gu Weiyan raised an eyebrow, teasingly commenting, from what I know. When you were at home, your father's blood pressure soared to 180, and your mother's heart rate exceeded normal levels. During your absence, all their health indicators returned to normal. Who told you that? This is absolute slander, Si Nan retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Is his existence solely to incite frustration? Gu Weiyan rose to her feet and approached Si Nan, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Pray tell, why have you chosen to return home? Do not claim it is out of longing for them. You have only been apart for 5 days. Your reflexes cannot be so swift. Having his innermost thoughts unveiled, Si Nan narrowed his eyes and chuckled. I wish to return home to share with my elder sister the news regarding my brother. You see, that woman has an insatiable appetite for gossip. Return home? Gu Weiyan grasped Si Nan's hand firmly, her grip both assertive and commanding. Wherever I may be, that is your home. Henceforth, do not venture back to your maternal abode for such trivial matters. Chapter 73. This is your sister-in-law, father. Mother, I have returned. After being detained by Gu Weiyan for an entire night and indulging in a rather undignified slumber, Si Nan was finally granted permission to visit his family the following morning. The mere mention of family ignited a profound resentment within him. As the second young master of the Si family, the notion of marrying into another family was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Qingyan descended the staircase, her light blue chi-pao accentuating her graceful demeanor and regal elegance. Upon noticing Si Nan alone in the living room, with no sign of Gu Weiyan, she could not help but inquire, My son, Why are you here by yourself? Sinan was unaware that Jiang Qingyun had also invited Gu Wei in. He assumed she was referring to his siblings, Si Yin and Si Ran. They have legs. Do they not? Can they not find their way home? My dear child, Jiang Qingyun approached Sinan and lightly tapped his forehead. You ought to pay more attention to others. Sinan turned and seated himself on the sofa, crossing his legs and scoffing. I am but a homeless waif now. Whom should I concern myself with? Your father only wishes what is best for you, Jiang Qingyun replied, promptly sitting beside him and speaking earnestly. He is growing older, and his greatest hope is for all of you to be independent. He worries not for your elder siblings but for you. As you have always been a source of concern since childhood, he is anxious for your future. How am I a cause for concern? Sinan furrowed his brow, unable to refrain from retorting. You urged me to study abroad, and I did. Now you want me back, and here I am. Where can you find a son as obedient as I? Obedient? Jiang Qingyun shot him a sidelong glance. Then why did you not inform your mother about your acquaintance with Miss Gu? Now that you are grown, have you grown distant from your mother? If my elder brother had not told you, your husband and I would still be in the dark, she added. My elder brother informed you? Sinan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his brother had already uncovered the affair between him and Gu Weiyin? Oh no. The impending drama of brotherly conflict was about to unfold. As he felt a wave of panic, his thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous night, when Si Yin had met with a female subordinate. In light of this, Sinan's guilt dissipated like mist. After all, it's a fair exchange. No one can lay claim to moral superiority. What exactly did my elder brother disclose to you? Your elder brother mentioned that during the last business trip to Ki country, you were there with Miss Gu, Jiang Qingyun said, suddenly eyeing Sinan with suspicion. As a lone man and woman, you did not take advantage of her, did you? Son, you must not commit heinous acts. Take advantage of her? Sinan's eyes widened, and his voice escalated several octaves. Mother, do you harbor any misconceptions about your son? That woman is domineering and unreasonable. Do you truly believe she is someone easily bullied? Jiang Qingyun found this remark somewhat displeasing, as in her heart, the status of a daughter-in-law far outweighed that of a son. How can you speak so of a young lady? Miss Gu appears to be quite remarkable, graceful, dignified, and courteous. Last time. All right, enough of that, mother. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us not mention her, shall we? Sinan felt a twinge of impatience within him. I'm annoyed. You, my child, are becoming more unreasonable as you grow older. Sinan pouted, then seized a carton of milk from the table, uncapped it, and took a swig. Noticing someone entering at the door, he turned his head and nearly choked in surprise. Goodness, has his elder brother lost his mind? They had only been together for a few days, and he already dared to bring her home? Mother, we're back. At the entrance, Si Yin entered with Meng Yajun, holding her hand and radiating joy. Meng Yajun gazed at Jiang Qingyun, who was elegantly dressed and exuded the poise of a true lady of high society. Despite Si Yin having assured her that his mother was gentle and amiable, she could not shake off an inexplicable nervousness. Auntie, Jiang Qingyun rose to greet her, warmly clasping Meng Yajun's hand and appraising her with a friendly gaze. One must admit, her son's taste was indeed commendable. Although this girl did not hail from a prestigious family, her gentle demeanor clearly indicated excellent upbringing. You must be Yajun. I heard Yin mention you a few days ago. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Meng Yajun felt a wave of warmth as she observed Jiang Qingyun's kind and familiar gestures, her wildly racing heart gradually settling. Yin showed me your photo a few days ago. I must say, you are even more beautiful in person. Oh dear, I'm past my prime. Why speak of beauty? Jiang Qingyun chuckled as she pulled Meng Yajun down to sit beside her on the sofa. Relax, this will be your home from now on. We are all family here. No need for formality. Thank you, Auntie. While the two conversed, Sinan quickly stood up and tugged at Si Yin's sleeve, leading him away a bit. He whispered, Big brother, why did you bring her here? You've only been together for a few days. How could you dare to bring her home? If father finds out about you bending the rules with a female subordinate, it would be disastrous. Enough with the her and her. How impolite. Si Yin turned with a smile to introduce Meng Yajun. This is your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Sinan gasped, his mouth slightly agape. His elder brother was progressing far too swiftly without a hint of awareness. At that moment, two servants entered, carrying various bags and placing them on the table before the sofa. Meng Yajun promptly stood, picked up a beautifully wrapped box, and presented it to Jiang Qingyun. Auntie, this is a gift for you. I heard from Yin that you were focused on health. I happened upon a secret remedy for strengthening the spleen and dispelling cold. So I had some herbal packages prepared for you at the pharmacy. They are excellent for foot soaks in the evening to ward off chill. Jiang Qingyun accepted the gift box with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. How thoughtful. One must admit, this gift from her daughter-in-law truly endeared her. Upon witnessing Jiang Qingyun's fondness, Meng Yajun felt a heavy stone lift from her heart. You must be Sinan. She suddenly directed her gaze toward Sinan and said with a smile, You may not recall me, but I encountered you during your childhood. Sinan coughed lightly. Inwardly lamenting the predicament he found himself in. He had been overly careless, never having mentioned the relationship between Sinan and Gu Weiyan to Meng Yajun. However, it was too late to intervene now. You saw me? When was that? Sinan wondered. Yet he could not shake off a peculiar sense of familiarity as he gazed at Meng Yajun. With a cheerful reminder, she continued, 8 years ago, when your elder brother had just begun his sophomore year, I was the one who guided you while you delivered something to him. Sinan pondered this for a moment and realized there was indeed some truth to her words. Suddenly, he sensed a hint of something amiss. 8 years ago? Are you implying that you have been in a relationship for 8 years? Chapter 74, Sister-in-law, Brother-in-law, all done. Indeed. Meng Yajun once again picked up an exquisite gift box and presented it to Sinan. I heard from your elder brother that you have a penchant for carving. This is a handcrafted carving tool I had specially brought back from abroad. I hope it delights you. In truth, she had been preparing these gifts for quite some time and was pleasantly surprised that they finally found their purpose today. Thank you. Sinan accepted it in a daze. Still grappling with his thoughts. They had been together for 8 years. Why then was his elder brother pursuing Gu Weiyan? Meanwhile, Siyan felt an unusual guilt. Hesitating to face Sinan. Mom, isn't Dad in the study? I need to discuss some matters with him. Noticing Siyan's attempt to escape, Sinan promptly followed him, intercepting him at the corner of the second floor, furrowing his brow as he questioned, Elder brother, aren't you going to explain anything to me? Siyan feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. Explain what? Explain your relationship with Gu Weiyan, since you already have a girlfriend. Why did you agree to let me help you pursue Gu Weiyan? Clearing his throat, Siyan regained his usual calm demeanor as he turned to Sinan. I have not pursued Gu Weiyan. This is all in your imagination. Have I ever mentioned that she is your sister-in-law? It took a moment for Sinan to process this. You haven't pursued her? Then why did you ask me to deliver flowers and supervise her? With an unflinching gaze, Siyan replied, ISNT at you who wanted to be near her? If you were unwilling, who could possibly force you? I refuse to take the blame for this. Fuming, Sinan pointed an accusing finger at him, his hand trembling slightly. You really are something else. I held you in such high regard, even hoping to introduce good women to you as potential wives, only for you to. Chuckling, Siyan pressed Sinan's hand down. Why would you introduce her to me? ISNT at your desire to facilitate a union with the Gu family for your own leisure? You little rascal. Before you entertain any dubious thoughts, consider your capabilities. We are equally matched, so let us not hold grudges against each other. Sinan squinted, silently grinding his teeth. Ultimately, he knew he was also at fault. And now facing his elder brother's clever retorts, he felt powerless to argue. What about Gu Weiyan? Was this a scheme you both concocted to toy with me? With a sigh, Siyan replied earnestly, in matters of the heart, no one plays with anyone. We are all sincere. If you do not fancy her, simply break it off. Break it off? Sinan's voice rose defiantly. I am already ensnared by her. Can I truly dictate the terms of a breakup? Siyan nodded knowingly. Oh, so you've been intimate? If you cannot control yourself, who can you blame? Sinan was rendered speechless. I have matters to discuss with Dad. Let us address our issues later. No way, Sinan stepped forward, resolutely blocking Siyan's path, determined to settle the score. You have dug such a deep pit for me. How do you intend to compensate? Siyan pondered for a moment and said, The spacious flat at Tianyang apartment is yours. Sinan snorted. When will the transfer take place? No need for a transfer. The property was originally registered in your name when I acquired it. Sinan reflected. So, it is indeed my house. Why do I need your gift? This matter cannot simply be settled. Siyan scoffed. What more do you desire? Sinan raised the stakes, producing a black gold card. I demand the full amount, 50 million. No problem, Siyan replied readily. I have no objections, for that card belongs to Gu Weiyan. Thus, everything you have consumed and utilized during this time has been at her expense. With that, Siyan brushed past Sinan and entered Siyichen's study. Sinan stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly realized, You scoundrel. You expect me to leap into such a deep pit without spending a dime? I assure you, this is not over. Downstairs, Jiang Qingyun and Meng Yajun were engaged in warm conversation, completely oblivious to the hushed dialogue above. Once downstairs, Sinan promptly concealed his simmering resentment and approached the sofa to greet Meng Yajun crisply. "Greetings, sister-in-law." "Hello." Meng Yajun smiled, touched by the kindness and warmth of the Si family, as it differed significantly from her initial expectations. She had assumed they would look down upon her due to their affluent background, but it turned out her worries were unfounded. Sinan took a sip of milk from the table and casually inquired, "Sister-in-law, after so many years with my elder brother, do you know him well?" Meng Yajun, slightly puzzled by his question, nodded nonetheless. "Your elder brother is exceptionally talented, humble, and courteous, a truly charismatic man." Sinan nodded in agreement. "Your assessment is quite accurate. However, your judgment seems lacking. How could you have fallen for him? Let me tell you, sister-in-law, do not be deceived by my brother's exterior. Though he appears refined and gentlemanly, he harbors a cunning nature." "What is that term?" "Ah, yes, he is quite scheming. You must tread carefully, you little rascal." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Qingyan interjected, increasingly uneasy as she playfully swatted Sinan. "Is this how you speak of your brother?" Her eldest son had finally brought home a daughter-in-law, and she could not allow this boy to undermine her efforts. Social status and family background no longer mattered to her. Securing a union among the Si family was sufficient to solidify their position in Yunqing. "Yajun, do not heed his folly. This boy has been spoiled by his father and myself. He is invariably out of line. Is it so wrong to speak the truth?" Sinan pouted. Meng Yajun found Sinan to be refreshingly genuine, even more so than Jiang Qingyun, making him quite agreeable to be around. "It is nothing. No one is perfect. And everyone possesses their own minor flaws. I understand Si Yan. He is truly a wonderful person." As we spoke, another figure appeared at the door. No, two figures. "Mom, we're back," Siren exclaimed joyfully as he entered, accompanied by a tall, mature man. Before Jiang Qingyun could utter a word, Sinan abruptly sprang to his feet from the sofa. "Do not tell me this is your boyfriend?" Siran interlaced his fingers with the man's hand and cheerfully introduced, "Little brother, address him as brother-in-law." Chapter 75. What is this woman here for? "Mother, he is Qiao Han." "Greetings, Aunt." Jiang Qingyun observed Qiao Han, who was handsome and composed, exuding an air of maturity and respectfulness. In contrast, her daughter appeared cultured and strikingly beautiful. Witnessing such a perfect match, Jiang Qingyun's heart brimmed with joy. "Please, take a seat. We are family now, no need for formality." Qiao Han nodded. "Thank you, Aunt." As he noticed the gift boxes carried by the servant, he deftly accepted one and presented an antiquated box to Jiang Qingyun. "Aunt, this is a beauty bomb for you. Each ingredient is carefully proportioned according to ancestral recipes, and its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary cosmetics available on the market." "Thank you." "How thoughtful of you," Jiang Qingyun said, accepting the gift with immense satisfaction over the two presents received that day. "I heard your family has a long-standing tradition in medicine?" "Indeed," Qiao Han replied with a humble smile, maintaining a balanced demeanor without a trace of the subservience or timidity often displayed in the presence of affluent families. "My ancestors served as court physicians, and their medical skills were quite commendable. However, I must admit, the younger generation, myself included, falls short of their remarkable expertise." Jiang Qingyun placed the gift box on the table before her, gazing at Qiao Han with a smile that echoed the age-old adage, "The more a mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, the more she appreciates him." It's commendable for the youth to be modest, yet one should not underestimate oneself. It is essential to showcase one's talents in this era, which is vastly different from the past. Without genuine skills, one cannot stand firm. "I have heard that your family's clinic wields considerable influence in Yun City." Qiao Han allowed Si Ran to lead him to the sofa, responding simply, "Influence is an overstatement. It is merely the commendation of the common folk." Si Ran chimed in. "The praise of the people is the best endorsement." Qiao Han cast a loving glance at Si Ran. Meanwhile, Sinan sat alone on the sofa, wearing a stern expression as he observed Jiang Qingyun's beaming smile, which seemed to stretch from ear to ear, feeling as though he had received 1,000 blows to his heart. Wasn't it said that business should be conducted in a fitting manner? Why, in this instance, were all the rules cast aside? When it came to her eldest son and daughter, why was there such a lack of principles? Noticing Si Nan's displeased expression, Si Ran tossed a soft pillow at him. "What is that expression about?" Si Nan grabbed the pillow and tossed it aside, shooting her a glare. "And how long have you two been together?" Observing their familiar interactions, he found it hard to believe that they had only just begun dating. Siren chuckled lightly. "Not long, just 2 years." Sinan took a deep breath, his expression one of resigned understanding. Qiao Han glanced at Sinan, puzzled by the source of his evident ire. To ease the subtle tension in the living room, Xiao Han casually pushed a modest black gift box towards Sinan. Hearing from your sister that you have a penchant for carving, I recently came across a piece of exquisite agarwood. You could transform it into a pendant or a bracelet. An adornment of sorts, which possesses the virtues of humility and the ability to ward off malevolence. Thank you. Sinan suppressed his discontent, picking up the agarwood for a glance. Before he could utter a word, Siran reached out and seized the carving knife beside the wood. Oh, this knife is quite remarkable, German-made. A gift from my sister-in-law, I presume? Now that you have both the knife and the agarwood, you can truly showcase your carving prowess. What more could you possibly find fault with? Sinan huffed, snatching the knife away. No matter how fine the gift, it cannot mend the wounds inflicted upon my spirit. You have all gone too far. As the rightful heir of the Xi family, while you engage in clandestine romances, I am left in the dark. Why must I be the fool, fretting over your affairs? Do you think this is just? Siran cast him a sidelong glance, chuckling. How have I wronged you? Are you not also courting Miss Gu? Are our parents aware of this? Was I ever given a choice in the matter? Sinan's expression darkened, suddenly sensing an unsettling discrepancy. How did you come to know about this? Oh, I see. You and my elder brother have conspired together to toy with me. Haven't you? Now, let us apply some logic, Siran countered. You were the first to meet Miss Gu, the one who sought to bring her home. And now you claim it has nothing to do with you? Were you a master chef in a past life, so adept at shifting blame? Sinan was momentarily speechless, struck by a sudden realization. You truly are aware of this matter, mother, do you see? Your eldest son and daughter have united to bully me. Jiang Qingyun sighed, recognizing that only Si Yin exhibited maturity and composure. Siran, though a girl prone to occasional fits, was fundamentally reasonable. It was her youngest son who had become insufferable, indulged beyond measure after a harrowing incident that had spared his life, leading her and Si Yin to be somewhat reluctant to discipline him. What are you fussing about, child? Have you forgotten the occasion? Sinan felt isolated, frustration causing him to grit his teeth. I see it clearly now. In this family, I am but a superfluous presence. Merely a bonus with no regard for my feelings. Humph. This meal is beyond salvaging. I shall run away from home, and from henceforth, Sinan shall no longer exist in the Xi family. With that, Sinan stood up, ready to storm out, but paused after a few steps, turning back to grasp the carving knife and agarwood from the table. These are the tokens of love from my sister-in-law and brother-in-law, and I shall take them with me. This. Xiao Han and Siran exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered by the antics of their brother-in-law. Siran smiled and squeezed Xiao Han's hand. Don't mind him. This is just his nature. You'll grow accustomed to it in time. Meanwhile, Ming Yajun looked at Jiang Qingyun, equally perplexed. Xiaonan. Jiang Qingyun gazed at Sinan's retreating figure, shaking her head in helplessness. This child, spoiled by both his father and me, must be a source of amusement for you all. Alas, as he grows older, his father and I find ourselves unable to manage him. We might as well let him run wild. Siran, seated nearby, suddenly linked his arm with Jiang Qingyun's, offering words of comfort. It's all right, Mom. His wife will keep him in check. Indeed, just as Sinan, clutching his newly acquired treasures, reached the threshold of the living room, he spotted Gu Weiyin striding confidently towards him, flanked by two servants carrying various items. An abrupt jolt surged through Sinan, compelling him to halt in his tracks. What on earth is this woman here for? Chapter 76. Calculations from the very beginning, haha. I was merely jesting with you all. Today is the day for our reunion dinner. How could I possibly be absent? Mother, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, please continue your conversation. I shall return to my room for a moment. Observing Sinan retreating upstairs as if fleeing from a plague, the others in the living room exchanged glances, quickly coming to understand the peculiar nature of his behavior. At that moment, Gu Weiyin entered with a smile, adorned in a tailored black ensemble that exuded elegance. Her chestnut curls cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her refined features radiated a commanding presence. Yin Yin, how delightful that you are here. Jiang Qingyun exclaimed, rising from the sofa to warmly grasp Gu Weiyin's hand. Now our family is complete. Gu Weiyin cast a sweeping glance around the living room, her brow slightly raised. Where is Sinan? Did my driver not bring him back? Jiang Qingyun, still holding Gu Weiyin's hand, led her to the sofa, explaining with a smile, he is upstairs. His sister-in-law and brother-in-law brought him gifts, but he was concerned about others taking them, so he hid away in his room. Gu Weiyin chuckled softly, pondering if he was indeed hiding from her. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyun seemed to recall something. Your driver took him back? So he must be. Gu Weiyin nodded, feigning nonchalance. A few days ago, I heard he was cast out of his home, so I invited him to stay with me. He has been residing with me these past few days." Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Weiyin paused, casting an apologetic glance at Jiang Qingyun. "My apologies, Aunt. I recall seeing and mentioning that the Si family has strict rules against cohabitation before marriage. This situation is my fault. I insisted he come." Jiang Qingyun, being a woman of experience, understood Gu Weiyin's subtle maneuvering. However, she bore no ill will. In the world of the affluent, one must possess a certain cunning to stand firm. Whether concerning her husband or in the realm of business competition, naivety is no longer tolerated. Such notions are antiquated. In their youth, their father educated them sternly, fearing they might lose control and mistreat young women. Nevertheless, should one encounter a compatible partner, early cohabitation poses no issue. On this matter, both she and his father are rather open-minded. Gu Weiyin smiled, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier display of subtlety. In the realm of high society, ensuring that one's husband remains devoted for a lifetime is no simple feat in truth. She was still far from matching her mother-in-law's prowess. Fortunately, Jiang Qingyun comprehended the tenacity of women's aspirations and chose not to take offense. As long as Gu Weiyin did not harm Sinan, this mother-in-law would turn a blind eye. Gu Weiyin reached for a gift box placed on the table by a servant, presenting it to Jiang Qingyun. "Aunt, this is the newly developed blue love sapphire pendant from our company. Each pendant bears its own unique number, and this one is numbered 01, signifying it as the first finished piece. I sincerely hope you will adore it." She pondered over this gift for quite some time. With Meng Yajun and Xiao Han present today, their social standing was not on the same level. Thus, if her gift were to be overly extravagant, it might appear rather ostentatious. Jiang Qingyun opened the gift box and was immediately captivated. It was stunning. Gu Weiyin smiled and said, "I'm delighted you like it. Moreover, I believe the blue complements your aura beautifully. You are very thoughtful, dear aunt. I shall gladly accept it." Gu Weiyin nodded with a smile and then handed another gift box to Meng Yajun. Knowing that Si Yin had already proposed to Meng Yajun, she felt no difficulty in addressing her. "Sister-in-law, this agate pendant is for you. It is not excessively valuable. I hope you do not mind." Meng Yajun was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to receive a gift as well. However, she was unaware that Gu Weiyin would be present, so she hadn't prepared anything. Upon opening it, she smiled and exclaimed, "It's beautiful. I truly appreciate it, Miss Gu." Gu Weiyin casually replied, "From now on, we are family. You may call me Yin Yin." After that, Gu Weiyin took another gift box and presented it to Si Ran. "Elder sister, this agate pendant is for you as well. Identical in style to the one for sister-in-law. Only 10 of these have circulated in the market, and there are no plans for further production. Although it may not be exceedingly valuable, it is undoubtedly a rare piece, and I hope you will cherish it. I not only admire the necklace, but also you as a person," Si Ran said with a smile as he accepted it, turning to Gu Weiyin. "You are the only one capable of managing that troublesome lad. Yin Yin, on behalf of our entire family, I thank you." Gu Weiyin genuinely appreciated the warm atmosphere of the Si family. Here, she felt no trace of the arrogance and prejudice often associated with the affluent. Instead, she experienced an abundance of respect and equality. It felt more like a humble household, filled with laughter and joy, allowing her to relax inexplicably. Furthermore, from Jiang Qingyun, she sensed a maternal affection and tenderness. Having lost her mother shortly after her birth, she had only known the image of a woman labeled mother in photographs, never truly understanding what it felt like to have a mother. Thus, she envied Sinan for having such a wonderful maternal figure. "Aunt, I wish to go upstairs to find Sinan and have a chat with him." "Go ahead." Jiang Qingyun stood up as well, pointing upstairs. "The third door on the left of the second floor is his room. I also need to go up and fetch your uncle. With so many guests today, he feels quite shy. When he comes down, please do not expose him." The others exchanged amused glances, finding the 50-year-old woman before them, still possessing remarkable charm, particularly endearing. Inside the room, Sinan lay on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, gazing at the ceiling as he reflected on everything that had transpired during this period. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. From the moment Gu Weiyin collided with his car, to her assistance in resolving the extortion incident, and later gifting him the precious gold and silk Nanmu, seeking him by the moat, and caring for him without respite initially. He believed her kindness stemmed from her affection for Si Yin, thus extending her goodwill towards him. Yet now, upon deeper contemplation, a chilling realization emerged. That woman had set her sights on him the moment he returned to the country. She had meticulously ensnared him in her web, leaving him with no means of escape. As he began to piece together the unsettling truth, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Sinan, momentarily assuming it was the servant calling him to dinner, opened the door only to find Gu Weiyin standing there. With a composed demeanor, he swiftly pulled her inside. Gu Weiyin, he demanded, speak to me honestly. Have you been scheming against me from the very beginning? Chapter 77. Unforgiving fool. Your sister is pursuing you. Gu Weiyin playfully extended her finger to tease the tip of Sinan's nose. She had long anticipated that her little puppy would eventually come to understand these matters. His emotional intelligence may have developed a bit later than others, yet it did not imply foolishness. Are you implying that this was all premeditated from the very start? Sinan gazed at Gu Weiyin, his expression filled with confusion. When did you first set your sights on me? Please don't tell me it was love at first sight. I find that notion hard to believe. I only trust in love that blossoms over time. Indeed. Gu Weiyin replied with a smile, assertively encircling Sinan's waist, drawing them closely together. With time, love can certainly flourish. However, this all began with a mere encounter. If you refuse to believe in love at first sight, it could also be seen as a case of lust at first glance. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I wanted to kiss you, to touch you, to possess you. You. Sinan's cheeks flushed slightly. Was it that day you crashed into me? Incorrect, Gu Weiyin clarified. It was 3 years ago at the auction. I was smitten with you then. But you weren't of age, so I refrained from pursuing you and endured the pain of waiting for 3 long years. 3 years ago? With Gu Weiyin's revelation, Sinan quickly pieced together the events of recent times. Are you saying that the incident when you hit me was intentional? Very clever, Gu Weiyin chuckled, playfully tapping the tip of his nose. As she withdrew her hand, Sinan seized the moment to step back, creating a slight distance between them. It dawned upon him that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. She had never entertained Si Yan's advances. Everything she had done was to lure him to her side, to secure him. So, the night we ended up in bed together was also your doing, wasn't it? You deliberately got me drunk, and then... Sinan suddenly realized something. The night he had returned home, was that her doing? He had believed that he had not wronged anyone except Jiang Wenming. Yet Jiang Wenming had no knowledge of his return, so the blackmailing woman must have had no connection to him. If it wasn't he, Jiang Wenming, could it be? Sinan looked incredulously at Gu Weiyin, demanding answers. Was that woman in the hotel on the day I returned home you? Indeed, Gu Weiyin replied nonchalantly. Her honesty disarming. Given the situation had escalated to this point, there was no need for further concealment. That day was my first time, just as it was yours, correct? It truly was her. Sinan seethed with anger, a strong urge to confront Gu Weiyin rising within him. He had been troubled by that incident for so long, and throughout that time, he had never ceased searching for her, only to discover that she had been right before him all along. Frustration surged within Sinan, his temples throbbing, fury igniting in his eyes like an unstoppable force. Moments later, he could no longer contain himself and unleashed a roar. You are exceedingly despicable. How could you be so shameless? Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Weiyin swiftly stepped forward, covering his mouth with her hand, and then, with a forceful grip around his waist, she pressed him down onto the bed. I can assure you with utmost certainty that the origin of this incident does not lie with me. It was you who clung to me, praising my beauty as akin to that of a celestial fairy, and even tore my clothing. Sinan forcefully removed Gu Weiyin's hand, retorting angrily. You're talking nonsense. I have never engaged in such acts in my entire life. How dare you insult me? It's a mere insult. I am tempted to strike you. Sinan, filled with resentment, shoved Gu Weiyin away with all his might and spat. Get away from me, you shameless woman. Gu Weiyin's expression darkened. She quickly seized Sinan's neck and pushed him back onto the bed. As a mixed martial artist, she was well aware of how to employ techniques that would neither harm him nor hinder her ability to control him effortlessly. Sinan's brute strength was utterly ineffective against her. If you don't believe me, I can provide evidence. Saying this, Gu Weiyin used her free hand to retrieve her phone, activating a recording and holding it to Sinan's ear. Immediately, a heavily intoxicated voice emerged from the device. You are so beautiful, like a fairy from the heavens. Do you like it? Yes. Call me sister. Sister. Good boy. Let go. You're holding me so tightly, I can hardly breathe. I want to let go. The next moment, a woman's laughter, accompanied by rustling sounds, echoed from the phone. By now, Sinan had experienced enough to know precisely what the two individuals on the recording were engaged in without needing to think. Do you enjoy it when sister kisses you? Yes. Gu Weiyin turned off the phone and raised an eyebrow at Sinan, asking, Did you hear that clearly? You were the one who ignited the flames. I simply didn't know where you lived, so I took you to a hotel. Yet, you clung to me and wouldn't let me leave. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. Can you honestly claim this matter has nothing to do with you? Sinan glared at Gu Weiyan, momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, he had no recollection of what transpired that night. My friends were at the bar. Why did you take me to the hotel? Do you dare say you didn't have ulterior motives? Gu Weiyan chuckled, stating, I believed that a handsome young man like you would be unsafe outside. I was merely protecting you. So you ended up protecting me in bed? Sinan gritted his teeth and scoffed. Do you think I would believe your excuses? I warn you, leave my house immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. Understanding that Sinan was too agitated to accept the situation, Gu Weiyan chose not to react to his demeanor. This poses a bit of a dilemma. I was invited by your mother, and unless she speaks, no one has the right to send me away. Furthermore, even if I were to leave, I would take you with me. Nonsense, you wish. Gu Weiyan narrowed her eyes and continued. So, you've slept with me and do not intend to take responsibility? Sinan bitterly clenched his molars in frustration. Damn it. This humiliation was too unbearable. He would never easily forgive this woman. I did not say I would not take responsibility for you. I assure you, 50 years hence, if I remain unmarried and you two remain unwed, I shall undoubtedly take you as my bride. Does that satisfy you? Chapter 78. Was it really his initiative? Miss Gu. Second young master, dinner is ready. Understood. Gu Weiyan responded cheerfully, then affectionately ruffled Sinan's hair, soothing him like a little puppy with frizzy fur. Be good. Don't be angry anymore. Let us not let our matters affect everyone's mood. After dinner, come with me, and we shall find a quiet place to discuss whose fault it truly is. Sinan shot her an exasperated glance. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere. Gu Weiyan sat up, a playful smile gracing her lips. What about the video from that night? You don't want to see it anymore? Video? Sinan, recalling how Gu Weiyan had once used that very video to extort him, sat up in fury, glaring at her. You haven't deleted that video? Why would I? Gu Weiyan raised an eyebrow. That video serves as evidence of you seducing me. It is a memento of our first encounter. I kept it to prevent you from shirking responsibility, just as you are doing now, sleeping with me and refusing to take accountability. Without evidence, who would I turn to for justice? When have I ever said I wouldn't take responsibility for you? Sinan gritted his teeth. I see Xiaoya. Am upright and steadfast. I will not renege on my actions. However, your scheming against me cannot simply be overlooked. Fine, you may calculate as you wish. As long as you behave, I shall accompany you to the end. Upon descending the stairs, the family was already gathered around the dining table, enjoying a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Sinan, not wishing to disrupt the collective joy due to his own feelings, steeled himself and sat beside Gu Weiyan. Seeing her 3 children paired off brought immense joy to Jiang Qingyun's heart. Just days ago, she had fretted over their marital prospects, and now, all 3 of her wishes had been fulfilled at once. If all went well, she would soon be cradling a grandchild. After the meal, due to a dance event at Gu Weiyan's company, she regrettably had to leave the Si family early. Sinan had intended to feign deafness and muteness, but he could not resist Jiang Qingyun's insistence that he accompany Gu Weiyan. His demeanor mirrored the concern he once felt that Gu Weiyan might overlook Si Yin and become someone else's bride. Quite amusing, indeed. All right, Mom, I understand. Why can't you ever settle down during this menopausal phase? Sinan acquiesced verbally, but as soon as he stepped outside, his expression shifted. Stop the car. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, unsure whether to comply since Gu Weiyan had not spoken. However, he instinctively slowed down. Gu Weiyan shot the driver a frosty glance. Do not stop. Raise the partition. Yes, miss. The driver responded and promptly accelerated again. Your mother wants you to accompany me, and this is how you heed her wishes? Sinan tilted his head, a cold smirk curling his lips. I have no obligation to do so. Gu Weiyan discerned that Sinan felt he had been manipulated, which left him rather uncomfortable, thus she had no intention of holding it against him. Where do you wish to go? No comment, Sinan replied, taking a deep breath and avoiding any further glance in Gu Weiyan's direction. Stop the car. If you don't, I shall leap out. Gu Weiyan crossed her arms and lifted her chin towards the window. Go ahead. If you break your leg, I shall gladly take you home. Afterward, whenever you wish to return to your family, I shall have the final say. The mention of her family ignited a furious spark within Sinan. He pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Weiyan, his brow furrowing in defiance. I warn you, do not ever mention the word family again. I, Si Xiaoyi, would rather perish than be a son-in-law. If you wish for me to take responsibility, then marry into the Si family. Otherwise, it is a moot point. Gu Weiyan smiled lightly, leaning back against the rear seat. Noticing her prolonged silence, Sinan's fists tightened in frustration. He detested it when others treated his concerns with an air of indifference. Gu Weiyan, did you hear what I said? Gu Weiyan's expression darkened, her tone becoming frosty. What did you call me? Are you being disobedient? What of it if I call you by your name? Sinan retorted, narrowing his eyes. Or do you find those 3 words to be shameful? Humph. You shirk your own responsibilities and blame it on your name. Were you a master chef in your past life, so adept at shifting blame? Are you not finished yet? Gu Weiyan had not intended to engage in a dispute. Yet Sinan's persistent defiance was infuriating. Is it not true that you are angry because I employed unconventional methods to pursue you? I believe I am in the right. I, Gu Weiyan, only regard the outcome, not the process. Sinan scoffed. Is that what you call pursuing? That is manipulation. You even resorted to video blackmail. It is utterly despicable. Gu Weiyan smiled, then turned to face Sinan, locking her gaze onto his eyes. Very well. Let me ask you this. If that day I had not left, but rather sat face to face with you, how would you have handled it? Would you have called the police to arrest me, or would you have dragged me into a secluded corner to deal with me? Sinan was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Gu Weiyan's inquiry. However, he soon found his answer. I would, indeed, eliminate you. So heartless. Gu Weiyan observed Sinan's flustered demeanor with a peculiar delight. She swiftly tugged at his collar, pulling him close, and planted a quick kiss upon his lips. Before he could react in anger, she continued, What if you had slept with me? That is inconceivable. Even having heard the recording, Sinan still could not believe he would commit such heinous acts while intoxicated. Recordings can be fabricated. Gu Weiyan's character had lost all credibility in his eyes. But the possibility is not solely yours to determine, she replied, releasing him and casually opening her laptop, placing it before him. Take a look for yourself. The video is right here. From this moment on, do not claim that I have wronged you. Sinan gazed at the screen, her heart involuntarily tightening. This woman must be quite disturbed to record such an event. What is her intention? Does she aspire to be the leading lady in an adult film? Has she considered the potential repercussions if this were to be leaked? Little one, let go. It's time for your sister to leave. Don't go. I feel so awful. Stay with me. Desiring her sister's company comes at a cost. It is not too late to reconsider. Sinan stared in disbelief at the video, where he, inebriated, sat on the bed, his arms tightly wrapped around Gu Weiyan's waist, his head nuzzling against her. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she could only feel shock. Could it truly be that he was the one who initiated this? I'm stuck in a creative block. It's so frustrating. I've been pondering all day and have no idea what to write. Oh, heavens, I beseech you. Grant me some inspiration. Chapter 79, strict family oversight as he gazed at the explosive scenes in the video, accompanied by the blushing sounds. Sinan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his ears burning as if they might bleed, though he had seen adult films before. Witnessing the protagonist's actions reflected upon himself ignited a fierce indignation within him. This woman had the audacity to bind him. His temples throbbed as his first instinct was to delete the video. However, just as his hand moved, Gu Weiyan swiftly closed the laptop with a decisive clap, reclaiming it from his grasp. Attempting to erase the evidence and subsequently deny it? Absolutely not. Sinan clenched his jaw in frustration. Humph. Did she think him a fool? Had it not been for her leading him to the hotel, would he have been intoxicated enough to cling to her? The audacity to record such an event and extort him? This matter could not be let go so easily. Above all, he despised being manipulated. With a heavy huff, Sinan concluded that the video could only prove that he bore a mere zero. One of the responsibility in this affair, nevertheless. It could never negate the fact that she had schemed against him. Gu Weiyan, putting away the laptop, smiled coyly. How can this be considered manipulation? It is merely pursuit, akin to your childhood's sweetheart's desperate desire to become the second mistress of the C family. Each individual has their own method of pursuing their goals. I simply possess a bit more acumen than your childhood companion, understanding how to address the situation effectively. The current outcome is proof enough that my approach is correct. Suddenly, Gu Weiyan reached out, wrapping her arms around Sinan's neck and pulling him closer. You are mine, and there is no escaping this in this lifetime. Sinan, gazing at Gu Weiyan, felt a tumult of emotions. He admitted that throughout their relationship, he had experienced a modicum of affection, and he would not deny the fact that they had shared a bed. Yet, the realization that Gu Weiyan had been calculating from the very beginning left a bitter taste in his mouth. As he watched her teasingly approach, Sinan pursed his lips and spat at her. Please keep your distance. I am allergic to those who look human but behave otherwise. Gu Weiyan looked down at Sinan's alluring lips parting, and closing as he uttered such scathing words, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. With such a sharp tongue, it deserves to be bitten. Sinan retorted, only mad dogs bite. Are you a dog? Hey, are you not finished yet? Gu Weiyan sighed, gazing into Sinan's eyes. The company will arrive soon. Just behave and accompany me to the banquet. Later, my sister will let you have your way. Allowing you to vent your frustrations, is that not acceptable? Let him have his way, allowing him to vent? Sinan regarded Gu Weiyan with skepticism, his mind racing through the implications. Their relationship had solidified into one of mutual obligation, and despite his aversion to commercial unions, he had no choice but to remain with her. This was an unalterable fact. However, if he were to have an opportunity for revenge, it would be foolish not to seize it. Yet, he pondered deeply on how best to handle this woman and alleviate his grievances. The New Year's gala of the Gu family was elegantly hosted within the confines of a luxurious exhibition hall. This expansive venue, previously a stage for international luxury goods design and exchange, as well as Fashion Week runway shows, served as a vibrant hub for young talents, socialites, and star models to mingle. The decor of the hall was opulent, featuring exquisite dining tables on marble floors, while uniformed waitstaff glided gracefully through the banquet, serving guests amidst the soothing strains of music. Today, the attendees extended beyond Gu family employees to include various business partners entwined with the Gu enterprise, and a few aspiring figures from the entertainment industry seeking to elevate their status by associating with the Gu family. It is noteworthy that Gu Weiyan, a formidable player in the Yunqian asset market, held significant stakes in several publicly traded companies. Thus, in terms of power, status, and capability, she undoubtedly ranked as the foremost figure in Yunqing. Establishing a connection with Gu Weiyan could lead to a transformative leap in resources and social standing for those in the entertainment sphere. Gu Weiyan arrived somewhat later than the others, and by the time she entered the banquet hall, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Sinan, harboring a sense of irritation, preferred to keep his distance from Gu Weiyan and was disinclined to engage with the seasoned business veterans present. Upon entering, he surveyed the hall and subsequently chose a discreet corner to settle in. Hello, President Gu, greeted the attendees as Gu Weiyan passed by, nodding in acknowledgement with a cold demeanor. However, when she turned, she realized Sinan had vanished from sight. A chill crossed Gu Weiyan's gaze as she swiftly scanned the hall, ultimately spotting the familiar figure in a dimly lit corner. At that moment, a young man clad in a luxuriously floral shirt approached her. Though lacking in virility, he possessed a handsome visage, embodying the archetype of a charming youth. This individual was Yuan Yi, an artist under the Gu family's Phoenix Media. Gu Weiyan glanced at him, her brow slightly furrowed. Is there something you need? Yuan Yi, taken aback by Gu Weiyan's icy demeanor, instinctively tightened his grip on the wine glass, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Having only seen her photograph on the company's website, he had long heard tales of the president's aloofness. Encountering her in person, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her formidable presence. Nevertheless, mustering his courage for the sake of his future, he managed to smile. Good day, President Gu. I am Yuan Yi, an artist with Phoenix Media, and I play the role of the third male lead in your invested drama, Republic of Love. Gu Weiyan cast a cold glance at Yuan Yi. She was aware that the matters concerning the media company were overseen by the vice president, and she had no interest in the specifics of productions or casting decisions. Observing her silence, Yuan Yi felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, amplifying his unease. I wish to express my gratitude to you, General Gu, for granting me this opportunity. Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost effort to perform splendidly in this production. Gu Weiyan's gaze was piercing, emanating the pressure that befits one in power, causing Yuan Yi to feel a shiver run down his spine. As for the matters concerning the media company, they do not concern me. If you harbor other intentions, then you have mistaken the individual. General Gu, you have misunderstood. I merely... Yuan Yi steeled his resolve and extended one of the wine glasses in his hand towards Gu Weiyan. I simply wish to propose a toast to you. Gu Weiyan glanced at the glass of red wine before her, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. My family is quite strict about alcohol consumption. I apologize. Chapter 80. The fear of domesticity. Yuan Yi momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind Gu Weiyan's words, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a man seated in a wheelchair not far away. Gu Weiyan had clearly informed him that Gu Weiyan was single. In a flustered state, Gu Weiyan had already lifted her leg and walked away. Surrounded by the curious and scrutinizing glances of those nearby, Yuan Yi stood frozen, feeling somewhat awkward. However, He soon discerned a troubling truth. Gu Weiyan seemed not only to have rejected him, but everyone else as well. Amidst the melodious strains of music, Gu Weiyan's indifferent voice occasionally pierced through, stating, "Family is not permitted. I apologize." Even prominent figures from the underworld attempted to jest with her. "Gu, we have collaborated for so long. At least show us some courtesy." Gu Weiyan replied coldly, "Mutual benefit is more important than friendship, and besides, I fear domesticity. My family does not permit drinking. I apologize." Before long, the attendees in the banquet hall began to speculate about the identity of the family member Gu Weiyan referred to. It was well known that Gu Weiyan, renowned as the cold-faced demoness of Yun City's business realm, possessed discerning tastes. Who could possibly capture her interest? Are you suggesting that Gu Weiyan is involved with someone? Nearby, Gu Ans, seated in his wheelchair, accepted a glass of red wine from Xie Jingyun and downed it in one gulp. As he turned his gaze towards Gu Weiyan's retreating figure, his eyes brimmed with resentment. His legs had been shattered by a bullet from that scoundrel, Lin Yang, during a business negotiation in Ki country. The mastermind behind his plight was none other than Gu Weiyan herself. At that time, she had deceived him by presenting an 8% profit, urging him to take another contract to Lin Yang for signing. He later discovered that the profit she had offered Lin Yang was a staggering 15%, nearly double that of the initial contract. Had she not orchestrated this scheme against him, he would not have suffered a broken leg, destined to spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. "Who is she with?" Xie Jingjin remarked, raising his wine glass and nodding towards a corner booth. "It's that young son of Si Chen. The last time I visited Gu Corporation at Uncle Gu's request, I witnessed that boy in the same office as Gu Weiyan. Their relationship rather ambiguous." Si Chen? Gu Wen's expression turned inscrutable. How could that old fox involve himself in the internal strife of the Gu family? Was he attempting to assist Gu Weiyan in seizing power? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Xie Jingyun took a sip of his wine, his gaze towards Gu Weiyan imbued with admiration and fervor. Everyone knew that the Gu family was a substantial prize. To claim a larger share, one had to monopolize power. Si Chen, having navigated the world for many years, understood this principle better than anyone. After a moment of silence, Gu Ens coldly remarked, "If Gu Weiyan were to marry into the Si family, she would become even more formidable. No, we must absolutely prevent her from using Si Chen as a support. Gu Jingchuan has held dominion over the Gu family for years. Upon his death, the Gu family should be relinquished. Gu Weiyan's ambition to monopolize power is utterly untenable." Xie Jingjun cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do you have a plan?" Gu Ens cast a glance in the direction of Sinan and chuckled disdainfully, remarking that he was merely a brash young lad, nowhere near the caliber of a business elite like you. "If Gu Weiyan is to be wed to the Si family, then we shall ensure that union never materializes." Xie Jingyun narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malice glinting within them. "Are you suggesting we take action against this youth? But do not forget, he is the son of Si Chen. With the cunning Si Yin lurking behind him, those two are formidable adversaries. While others may be oblivious, he knows all too well. Not long ago, he witnessed firsthand how the Jiang family was dismantled overnight, all due to Jiang Wenming's interference with the Si family's young heir. The father-son duo behind that scheme are as shrewd as they come, adept at employing both ruthless and subtle tactics, excelling in striking from the shadows. To incur their wrath is to invite disaster. What is there to fear? I am not suggesting you confront him directly." Gu Ans withdrew his gaze and gestured towards Yuan Yi, who was not far off. "Do you see that individual? He is an artist under the Gu banner. While he lacks substantial talent, his restless ambition drives him to seek the favor of the powerful. We can provide him with information about the Si family's young scion and let him handle the situation, allowing us to reap the rewards from the sidelines." Xie Jingyun followed Gu Ans's line of sight, feeling a sense of disdain. This one pales in comparison to the Si family's heir. Does he truly believe he can entice Gu Weiyan to ascend? I find that rather implausible. Gu Ans shot Xie Jingyun a look of annoyance. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? What we desire is merely someone to sow discord between the two families, thwarting any potential alliance. Whether he can rise to prominence is not our concern. After a moment of silence, Xie Jingjun nodded. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Ans smirked coldly. How many in the entertainment industry are truly untainted? With a mere suggestion, they will act in ways that exceed our expectations. With that, Gu Ans retrieved his phone from his pocket, typed out a message, and sent it. Simultaneously, Yuan Ye's phone chimed. He glanced at the screen before his gaze shifted back to the corner where Sinan sat. The distance and dim lighting obscured his features. Yet it did nothing to diminish the wave of jealousy swelling within him. In that corner, Sinan lounged casually, a leg crossed over the other, seated on a sofa. While engrossed in a game, his innate air of refinement remained unblemished. Unbeknownst to him, as a relative of Gu Weiyan, he had become the focal point of the gathering. Just as the match began, Sinan was fully engaged in a game of Honor of Kings when a man's voice interrupted his concentration. "Excuse me, may I sit here for a moment?" Sinan, fixated on his phone screen, thought to himself, "Is this person out of their mind? In such a spacious venue, why ask for permission?" As he drew closer, Yuan Yi finally discerned Sinan's features. "It must be said that the young gentleman before me possesses an undeniable charm, even surpassing the leading man in a grand theatrical production. It is indeed a pity that he does not pursue a career in the entertainment industry." Noticing Sinan's silence, Yuan Yi placed the 2 glasses of red wine on the table, casting a cryptic glance at one of the glasses before sitting down. "Are you a relative of Mr. Gu?" he inquired. "Relative?" Sinan retorted with a frown amidst his busy schedule. "I am not her relative. I am her creditor. Once the banquet concludes, he intends to reclaim the grievances he has endured from Gu Weiyan." Chapter 81. A tiger at home, capable of biting. Sinan's attire has always been casual, characterized primarily by simplicity and comfort. Today, he sports a modest thin velvet t-shirt, paired with tailored leisure trousers, and on his feet, he wears a comfortable pair of white and blue sneakers. Yuan Yi observed him closely for a moment, noting that while Sinan possessed an appealing appearance, his clothing bore no discernible brand and was rather unremarkable. In stark contrast to his own high-end ensemble, Sinan's outfit seemed to reside in a different realm entirely. Furthermore, his manners were rather lacking. He had been seated for several minutes without sparing Yuan Yi a glance, engrossed in his game, appearing utterly out of place amidst the gathering. Yuan Yi felt a twinge of irritation at Sinan's disregard. He had encountered many individuals like him before, those who, having latched onto wealthy women, strutted about with an air of superiority, oblivious to the fact that genuine affection from such affluent ladies was a rarity. They were merely a fleeting amusement. And when their novelty wore off, it would be a new generation that laughed at the old. After all, in this world, attractive individuals abound, especially within the entertainment industry. After calming his somewhat envious sentiments, Yuan Yi forced a smile and broke the silence. "You must have a rather good relationship with President Gu, as I see her glancing this way quite often." "Not at all," Sinan replied dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Yi. "However, if you intend to pursue her, it may prove challenging. She has a penchant for men with 8-pack abs. Your physique might not suffice to meet her expectations." Caught off guard by the revelation of his intentions, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Yuan Yi's eyes. "You've misunderstood. I simply noticed you here alone and thought to make a friend." He understood that this man was favored by Gu Weiyan, and by getting closer to him, he was inching closer to her as well. "Please, spare me," Sinan scoffed, his gaze still fixated on the screen of his phone. "People aspire to those above them, and there is no shame in pursuing someone of higher caliber. I'm merely cautioning you that Gu Weiyan's tastes are rather peculiar. She doesn't favor someone like you. Moreover, I, Si Xiaoye, have no need for friends." Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a brazen and nonchalant rejection from Sinan. "I apologize for my presumption," he said, raising his glass and taking a delicate sip to mask the darkness in his gaze. Even though Sinan had declined his overture, he had no intention of departing. As long as he remained, Gu Weiyan would glance in their direction, providing him with an additional opportunity to present himself before her. However, instead of Gu Weiyan, he was met with an unexpected guest. "Hello there, young man. We meet again." With the dim lighting casting a soft glow, Gu Qinghuan approached with a smile, settling into the sofa beside Sinan. Today, her makeup was exquisite. She wore a white, finely woven vintage-style top, adorned at the cuffs with delicate floral embroidery and golden thread, paired with fashionable, deep brown wide-legged trousers. In stark contrast to Gu Weiyan's icy elegance, Gu Qinghuan, though not strikingly beautiful, possesses a fashion sense that renders her alluring and radiant. Upon hearing the sound, Sinan turned his head slightly, his gaze momentarily startled. After a few seconds, he recalled that this woman was the one who had mistaken him in the CAF. What brought her here? As Sinan regained his composure and glanced at his phone again, a jolt of disbelief coursed through him, prompting an exclamation of astonishment. "Damn, I'm done for." Who did this? Nearby, Yuan Yi felt a twinge of delight, recognizing that the woman was indeed looking for Sinan. How brazen to flirt with another woman in front of his benefactor, completely oblivious to the consequences of such actions. Yuan Yi had initially contemplated creating some misunderstandings between this pretty boy and Gu Weiyin, hoping it would lead to her breaking up with him. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as this fool had already dug his own grave. What a game! Gu Qinghuan leaned in slightly, her eyes briefly scanning Si Nan's phone before noticing him frowning and slamming it down on the table. The game was nearing its climax, and he was poised to win. Yet, a momentary distraction had led to his downfall. However, accepting defeat was not something Si Nan would dwell upon. He turned to Gu Qinghuan, shifting a bit further away from her. Soon, he would be a man with a family of his own. His father had often drilled into him during high school the importance of maintaining integrity, advising against associating with dubious characters and engaging in flirtatious behavior. As a man, it was his duty to uphold his virtue and stay clear of temptresses, for that was the best way to honor his partner. Is there something you need? Gu Qinghuan cast a meaningful glance at Yuan Yi before retracting her gaze to Si Nan, smiling as she spoke. Has Miss Gu not taught you the importance of refraining from casually engaging strangers? She has, Si Nan replied earnestly. But why are you here? Are we that familiar? Gu Qinghuan was not taken aback by his forthrightness. Following their last encounter, she had hired a private investigator to look into the Si family. Thus, as a privileged young master with familial protection, Si Nan indeed had little reason to feign politeness with those around him. Last time was rushed, and there was a slight misunderstanding, so I hadn't formally introduced myself. With that, Gu Qinghuan extended her right hand towards Si Nan with a smile. Hello. I am Gu Weiyin's cousin, Gu Qinghuan. That day in the CAF, I had just returned from abroad. Cousin? Si Nan felt a flicker of confusion. He had never heard Gu Weiyin mention a cousin before. Did this mean Gu Qinghuan was the daughter of Gu Huaiwen? However, he was aware that Gu Huaiwen had only one son, named Gu Zhe. When had a daughter suddenly appeared? Perhaps she was an illegitimate child? After all, in affluent families, it was not uncommon for secret affairs and illegitimate offspring to exist. Such circumstances had become a norm, leaving little room for surprise. Si Nan glanced at Gu Qinghuan's hand, then at his own, and chuckled. My hands are dirty. I apologize, Sister Huan. Gu Qinghuan retracted her hand, feeling no particular embarrassment. Why aren't you calling me sister anymore? I prefer it when you do. Si Nan let out a light laugh, with a fierce mother tiger at home. One must tread carefully. Just as his words settled in the air, a sudden chill swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Shortly thereafter, a familiar and icy voice echoed from behind him. Little one, your audacity grows. How dare you call me a mother tiger? Chapter 82. Offending the patron. Upon seeing Gu Weiyin approach, Yuan Yi immediately feigned shock and rose from the sofa. He had but one objective for being here: to forge a connection with Gu Weiyin and seize the finest resources in the entertainment industry, thereby soaring to new heights. Thus, he had already taken note of her approach. Witnessing Si Nan's brazen disrespect towards Gu Weiyin, Yuan Yi felt a twinge of schadenfreude. A pretty boy ought to adhere to certain conventions. Had he been in Si Nan's position, he would never have been foolish enough to offend his benefactor. However, as Gu Weiyin neared, she did not cast a glance in his direction, leaving him with a slight sense of disappointment. Gu Weiyin walked directly to Si Nan, placing the tray laden with cold dishes and desserts onto the table. The only individuals she would willingly serve in such a manner were her father and the young man before her. Little did she realize, in his eyes, she was merely a fierce tigress. Truly, a thankless little wolf, whom one treats well, yet insults behind their back. Si Nan reclined on the sofa, allowing Gu Weiyin to sit beside him, and with utmost seriousness remarked, Sister, does your conscience not ache with such a judgment of me? As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. I merely wish to convey that you hold a singular place in my heart, in the presence of outsiders. Particularly with someone harboring ulterior motives, he was unperturbed by displaying a degree of intimacy with Gu Weiyin. Since they had shared a bed, he had already regarded her as his own. How he interacted with her was his affair, yet should anyone covet his woman, he would not turn a blind eye. Gu Weiyin was thoroughly charmed by Si Nan's words. Really? Si Nan feigned a wounded expression. You doubt me? I, Si Nan, a man of integrity, abhorred duplicity. Gu Weiyin smiled affectionately, playfully squeezing Si Nan's chin, her eyes brimming with tenderness. I believe you. I believe you. Are you hungry? I brought you some cold dishes. As she spoke, Gu Weiyin picked up a fork, skewering a small piece of smoked beef, and offered it to Si Nan's lips. Give it a try. Si Nan glanced at the morsel, finding it somewhat appetizing before chewing on it. Not bad. Though it pales in comparison to the creations of the cold dish master at San Wise High, it resembles the work of his apprentice. You guessed correctly. Gu Weiyan replied with a smile. The chef of today's cold dishes is indeed a pupil of San Wei's High. As Gu Weiyan busied herself, those observing her began to take notice. Particularly, some female employees from the company, upon seeing the man beside Gu Weiyan, began to cluster together, engaging in animated gossip. Look, it's Yuan Yi, the star recently promoted by Phoenix Media. He has appeared in several popular dramas lately. Wow, I didn't expect him to be here today. I would love to get his autograph. He is quite handsome, but look at the man next to him in the t-shirt. He's even more striking. Wow, indeed. An exquisite handsome man. Look at our general manager Gu, personally feeding him. This must be the family member she mentioned. He appears remarkably youthful, seemingly even younger than our general manager Gu. The dynamic of a powerful woman and a charming young man is quite captivating. I wish to have a charming young man as well. What should I do? As for that charming young man, you should not harbor such thoughts. You are more suited for a fierce wolf. Humph, how annoying. Not far away, Gu Weiyan observed the scene in the corner with a cold smirk. It seems that Gu Weiyan is quite attentive to that young man from the Xi family. Xie Jingjun wore a somewhat sullen expression, huffing. That inexperienced boy may not be suitable for her. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiyan lowered his eyes and fiddled with the antique walnut in his hand. With him around, you will have no chance, yet you cannot do anything to him. That is his greatest strength. Is that so? Xie Jingjun took a sip of the red wine. That may not necessarily be the case. Gu Weiyan scoffed. Then let us wait and see. Rest assured, my father and I will assist you. Then let us cooperate harmoniously. In stark contrast to the surrounding gossip and ease, Yuan Yi stood awkwardly aside, torn between leaving and staying. He gazed at Gu Weiyan's gentle expression, almost doubting his own eyes. When she had looked at him moments ago, her gaze had been indifferent. Yet now, her eyes were filled with affection and warmth. Although it was not directed at him, this solidified his determination to replace Si Nan and win Gu Weiyan's favor. I've had enough. Si Nan declared after being served a few cold dishes, a couple of desserts, and finishing a glass of champagne. He picked up a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth. Are you done? When are we going home? My phone is about to die. And I can't play games anymore. It's rather dull. Aware of Si Nan's disinterest in such gatherings, Gu Weiyan had no intention of lingering. She brought him here solely to make it clear that she already had someone by her side, to deter any audacious individuals from approaching her. After a moment, Gu Weiyan raised her hand to signal a nearby waiter to clear the plates. Your second uncle has yet to arrive. We should at least greet him before leaving. Si Nan glanced at his watch with growing impatience. When is your second uncle coming? He probably won't be coming, Gu Qinghuan replied, observing Gu Weiyan with a smile. Yan, it has been many years. I hope you have been well. Gu Weiyan turned her head towards Gu Qinghuan, raising an eyebrow. And you are? Gu Qinghuan. Gu Weiyan fell silent for a couple of seconds before breaking into a smile. Oh, it's Sister Huan. After more than a decade. You've changed so much that I hardly recognized you. Haven't you been abroad all this time? Why have you suddenly returned? How is Annie these days? Gu Qinghuan did not take offense at Gu Weiyan's probing expression. Their families had always been superficially amicable yet distant. Her caution was warranted. Gu Qinghuan's gaze turned cold before she raised her head to look at Yuan Yu standing nearby. We are discussing family matters. Do you wish to listen? Yuan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. I apologize. I merely noticed this gentleman sitting alone and, feeling a bit bored, thought to approach him for companionship. I acted rashly. I shall take my leave. After Yuan Yu walked away, Gu Qinghuan withdrew her gaze to look at Gu Weiyan, her eyes now betraying an even more pronounced chill. She is dead. Gu Weiyan was somewhat taken aback. She recalled that Gu Huaiwen's legitimate wife was only around 50 years of age, which, by all accounts, was not particularly old. Indeed, she was even younger than the mother of Gu An's, that illegitimate child. I am sorry for your loss. May you find solace in your grief. Has the second uncle been informed? Gu Qinghuan scoffed. I brought back her ashes specifically so that he may repent. Chapter 83. The perils of displaying affection reflecting upon her departure from the country at the tender age of 10. And the subsequent 18 years devoid of her biological father's presence, she felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Her mother, until her last breath, awaited the companionship of her husband, only to be replaced by a mistress who brazenly occupied her mother's south rightful place and monopolized her father's affections. Gu Qinghuan's heart was consumed by resentment towards the injustice of the world and the callousness of Gu Huaiwen. Her return was driven by a singular purpose, to reclaim all that was rightfully hers. Now that you have arrived, I can finally breathe easy. I merely wish to caution you regarding your young acquaintance. Be wary of those who may seek to exploit him, she remarked. Sinan paused, scoffing. I am not naive. I can discern the intentions of that obscure figure with a mere glance. Should he dare to manipulate me, Sinan, I shall ensure his downfall. Gu Weiyin turned her head to observe Sinan's defiant demeanor and couldn't suppress a smile. Look at you, so confident. Haven't you often been sold out only to assist those who betrayed you? At the mention of this, Sinan's anger flared. Each individual surrounding him was complicit in the trials he faced, particularly his older siblings. Most infuriating of all was Gu Weiyin. 3 cunning foxes against him alone. It was a wonder he had managed to withstand their schemes. The realization of being unwittingly ensnared in their machinations filled Sinan with regret and fury. This matter shall not rest. Those who dare to scheme against me shall face dire consequences. Unfazed by his outburst, Gu Weiyin regarded him as nothing more than a small, excitable puppy. No matter how much he bristled, he was still within her grasp. As long as you behave, you may dictate the terms of this situation. Sinan shot her a dismissive glance, retorting, I will not be compliant in the slightest. Gu Weiyin chuckled, turning her attention back to Gu Qinghuan, readily accepting her overtures of goodwill. Indeed, anyone opposing Gu Huaiwen and Gu En's was her ally. Thank you, Sister Huan, for your warning. I shall remain vigilant henceforth. Gu Qinghuan's gaze drifted to Gu En's in the distance, her eyes darkening with animosity. You may depart if you wish. Gu Huaiwen will not be coming. Since Gu En's has volunteered to seize power, let us afford him this opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Only those who stand tall can endure a mighty fall. With that, Gu Qinghuan rose decisively and strode towards Gu En's, her hatred swiftly transforming into a facade of gentle smiles. Little brother. Gu En's dismissed her with a derisive snort, his expression laden with scorn. What of the legitimate daughter? She has merely been forgotten by our father for 18 years, left in a foreign land without a care. Even upon her return, what does it matter? Without true power, she is but a mere insect, incapable of stirring significant waves. How curious that my elder sister has grown so close to Gu Weiyin. After 18 years apart, they are as sisters. Indeed, blood runs thicker than water. Gu Qinghuan glanced back towards Gu Weiyin, smiling as she mused. I merely find the young master of the Xi family intriguing. His thoughts are rather simplistic. To be associated with Gu Weiyin is a pity for him. Gu Weiyin scrutinized Gu Qinghuan, remaining silent for several moments. So, she had been probing into the Xi family's young scion's true nature. So, my elder sister has taken a liking to him. Gu Qinghuan chuckled, expressing that the desire for beauty is a universal trait, and she had seldom encountered someone as striking as him. Moreover, she had heard that the Xi family held considerable influence in Yun City, with many distinguished young ladies eager to forge a union with them for mutual glory. Such a significant opportunity, akin to a sumptuous feast, would tempt anyone with a modicum of sense. Gu Weiyin scrutinized Gu Qinghuan, attempting to discern any subtle shifts in her demeanor. He found it difficult to believe that she bore no resentment towards him and their mother. Regrettably, her expression remained as impassive as ever, yielding no insights. Perhaps his perceptive skills were lacking, or perhaps Gu Qinghuan's facade was impeccably executed, until he unraveled her true intentions. He dared not lower his guard. If my sister is interested, my father and I could certainly assist you. After all, our Gu family is quite esteemed in Yun City. With my father's backing, I believe Si Chen would be compelled to acknowledge this favor, he remarked. Gu Qinghuan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and arched an eyebrow. Gu Weiyin is no easy adversary. Do you have a plan to deal with her? Gu Wen's gaze darkened as he regarded Gu Weiyin in the distance, a profound hatred simmering beneath the surface. She is merely a woman. She is far too green to challenge my father and me. One day, I shall compel Gu Weiyin to kneel before me and atone for the leg she caused me to lose. Let us observe, Gu Qinghuan replied with a knowing smile. It is getting late. I must return to converse with father. After 18 years apart, I have much to share with him. With you here, both father and I feel at ease. With that, she departed the banquet hall without a backward glance. Gu En's watched her retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. Had she not returned so unexpectedly, he might have forgotten he had a half-sister. Yet, what was her purpose in coming back? To claim the family fortune? To exact revenge on him and their mother? However, her calm demeanor suggested she was not particularly ambitious. What could her true intentions be? Xie Jingyun, perplexed, inquired. I was unaware you had a sister. Gu En's, merely a half-sister. He clarified. A half-sister? Xie Jingyun pondered before a sudden realization struck him. So, Gu En's was an illegitimate child of dubious legitimacy. Meanwhile, after leaving the banquet hall, Sinan seized the car keys, insisting on driving himself. As for their destination, he declared, I am returning to Tianyang apartment. It is my home, where I can rest easy. Gu Weiyan frowned slightly, reminding him, I recall stating that wherever I am. That is your home. We are returning to Shanshui Garden. Seen and detested Gu Weiyan's domineering nature, and her words ignited his rebellious spirit. When did it become your prerogative to dictate our course? It's a matter of following the lead of the one who holds the reins. As they spoke, the luxury vehicle sped toward Tianyang apartment. He was confident that Gu Weiyan would not dare to seize control of the steering wheel. Wait, is that not? Suddenly, Sinan appeared to spot something, exclaiming in astonishment before uncertainly reducing the speed to take a closer look. In the distance, two familiar figures emerged from the entrance of the shopping mall. One was Si Ran, and the other, naturally, was her clandestine lover, Qiao Han, with whom she had shared a secret romance for 2 years. Observing the couple, entwined in their affection and blissful demeanor, Sinan felt a surge of vexation. Their happiness was built upon his sacrifice, and despite his lingering resentment, they brazenly paraded their love in public. Such audacity was intolerable. He could no longer bear it. Displaying affection? Humph. Today he would teach them the true meaning of love's exhibition, swift demise. If he did not stir up some chaos for them today, he might as well write his name backward. Chapter 84. Mischief. 1. Today, I find myself filled with joy. After 2 long years, you have finally agreed to introduce me to your family. At the entrance of an exquisite European-style villa, Qiao Han stands before a woman of intellect and elegance, unable to restrain himself as he opens his arms to embrace her gently. Si Ran, in turn, leans her head softly against Qiao Han's shoulder, enveloped by the security emanating from his tall frame and steady heartbeat. I am equally delighted, Qiao Han. Thank you for your patience. At last, we can be together openly. Indeed, Qiao Han replies, glancing at the villa not far away. It's getting late. We should rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will come to pick you up. My parents have been eagerly awaiting the chance to meet you. Si Ran wraps her arms around Qiao Han's waist, gazing up at him. After a brief silence, she suddenly makes a resolute suggestion. Perhaps tonight, you could stay over. Such a blatant invitation could not escape Qiao Han's understanding. Silly girl, he murmurs, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with affection. He is acutely aware that Si Ran is a conservative girl. How could he bear to hurt her without a promise? I wish to enter that door as your husband, rather than as your boyfriend. Si Ran smiles, then rises on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Qiao Han. Your respect and understanding provide me with immense confidence, giving me the courage to risk bringing you before my parents. I hope that day arrives soon. Certainly. It's cold outside. You should head in. I'll take my leave now. All right, Si Ran nods. Be safe on the road. Watching Qiao Han's car fade from view, Si Ran finally turns to enter the villa. This residence was a gift for her 18th birthday, a cherished possession of hers. Valuing her private space, she often resides here. The hour is late. Si Ran quickly showers and sits at her vanity for her nightly skincare routine. Influenced by Jiang Qingyun, she has cultivated the steadfast habit of never neglecting her self-care. A girl must begin her skincare early to preserve her youth. As she gazes into the mirror at her flawless, porcelain-like skin, a sense of satisfaction fills her heart. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. Her daily dedication to skincare has not been in vain. As she retrieves a sheet mask, she is interrupted by the sudden ringing of her phone on the table. Qiao Han? Back home so soon? That is unexpected. Si Ran picks up the phone and glances at the screen. Sinan? Why is he calling me at this hour? Sis, hurry and save me. I suddenly can't catch my breath. My chest feels tight, and I'm utterly weak. Si Ran sets down the mask, her tone indifferent. Is your period here? Your period can't just come to me. Sinan retorts, his voice rising in frustration at Si Ran's nonchalant demeanor. What is wrong with you then? Upon hearing this, Sinan's tone visibly weakened. I might be depressed, on the verge of death. Si Ran chuckled lightly and replied bluntly. If you were truly depressed, the psychiatric ward would be empty. In Tianyang apartment, Sinan, who had been reclining on the sofa, abruptly sat up. Could you take this seriously? I'm genuinely on the brink of death. Hurry and summon my future brother-in-law to check on me. If he arrives late, be prepared to collect my remains. Si Ran stood up and walked to the living room, pouring herself a cup of hot water. Weren't you with your girlfriend? Doesn't she have a private doctor? I don't trust her, Sinan replied, sinking back onto the sofa and weakly gasping for breath. I've been like this ever since I returned from her place. I suspect she poisoned me. Noticing Gu Weiyan's grim expression beside her, Sinan quickly covered the microphone and whispered, The plot demands it. Please understand. After lowering her hand, she continued speaking into the phone. Sister, there are bad people among the crowd. Some troublesome folks are always trying to harm me. At this moment, I can only rely on my brother-in-law. Oh dear. I can't take it anymore. My head is pounding. Am I about to lose my memory? Siren let out a soft sigh. Stop pretending. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing? How can you say that about me? Sinan, oblivious to his lack of acting skills, felt angry that Siran was not biting. Have you fallen out of love? As expected, girls become outgoing and forget they have a brother once they have a boyfriend. Right? Have you forgotten how I supported your idle pursuits with my New Year's money when we were younger? Have you forgotten how you caused trouble and made Uncle Lou's son bleed from his nose, and I took the blame for you? All right. Siren interrupted him with a hint of exasperation. That was ages ago. Remembering it so vividly indicates there's nothing wrong with your mind. Sinan felt momentarily stumped. I'm dizzy, nauseous, utterly weak, and I desperately crave something sour. When you come over, please bring me a couple of bags of preserved plums from the mall. I'll give you an hour. If you can't make it, just call the funeral home. Siran set down her cup and glanced at the clock in the living room. She understood that Sinan was deliberately acting this way, and she was aware of the resentment he harbored. After all, it was partly her responsibility to have him enter into a business alliance with the Gu family. Give me the address. Tianyok apartment, 18th floor, unit 18. What unit number? One household per staircase. What unit number do you need? After hanging up the phone, Sinan tossed it onto the sofa, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. I was once kind-hearted, yet the world has betrayed me. Thus, I taught myself the ways of the world, which is simply an eye for an eye. Huh. How delightful. Thinking of Siran and Xiaohan hurrying through the night towards her, Sinan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Her delicate brows and eyes gently arched. The fair and handsome face illuminated by the incandescent light resembled a sun brimming with radiance. This sight stirred an undeniable excitement within Gu Wen, prompting her to lean in and plant a kiss upon his cheek. It's so late already. Why must you make them run another errand? Is it truly so enjoyable to toy with them? Indeed, it is quite enjoyable, Sinan replied, reclining with his hands clasped behind his head, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Wen with a slightly raised brow. However, my intentions are not so superficial. I act merely as a voice of experience. Wishing to dissuade my sister, cohabitation prior to marriage can lead to unfortunate consequences. Voice of experience? Gu Wen inquired, grasping Sinan's chin and narrowing her eyes. Are you suggesting that being with me is a disadvantage for you? Sinan's expression darkened as he forcefully removed Gu Wen's hand. Whether it is a disadvantage or not, do you not possess the insight to discern? Chapter 85, Mischief 2. An hour later, Siran and Xiaohan arrived punctually at Tianyang apartment. The door was opened by Gu Wen, and Siran was not at all surprised. She had long noted the telltale mark on Sinan's neck. She understood her brother well. Though he often acted recklessly, his upbringing ensured he would not stray too far. He was not a fool, and his willingness to take responsibility for Gu Wen indicated that she had already ensnared him. Furthermore, although Siran had never met Gu Wen, she had gleaned enough from the whispers of society. As a savvy business elite, Gu Wen was shrewd, calculating, and strategic. Had Sinan not expressed a desire to introduce her to the family and shown no aversion towards her, Siran might have opposed their union. What mischief was that boy up to late at night? Gu Wen chuckled. You should ask him yourself. Slipping on her slippers and entering the room, Siran observed Sinan sprawled on the sofa, his eyes vacant, a half-dried towel draped over his forehead, putting on an impressive fade that made her chuckle. Oh. It seems rather severe. Do you need me to check your pulse? Of course not. Sinan retorted, his ire rising as he watched the couple together. A painful reminder of his own entrapment in a commercial marriage. Do you think you both came here just for tea? Xiaohan chuckled, finding Sinan's straightforward nature refreshing. Nevertheless, he could easily discern that Sinan was indeed unwell. However, since he was already there, he had no choice but to indulge his brother-in-law's childish antics. After all, the bond between him and Siran was not constrained by societal expectations, largely thanks to Sinan. Had it not been for his connection with Miss Gu, Siran might still be languishing under the curse of an arranged marriage. All right, let me take a look. Your health is a matter of utmost importance to the family. Xiaohan rolled up his sleeves and nodded at Siran. Please hand me that cushion. Sinan lay on the sofa, watching as Xiaohan solemnly pretended to take his pulse, glancing at Siran, who was fixated on Xiaohan. He cleared his throat with a heavy sound. How had he never realized how unambitious Siran was, acting like a lovesick fool? Whatever happened to the fierce lioness he once knew? Now, be honest. Are you two planning to cohabit tonight? Siran was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Is that so? Then how did you arrive so swiftly? Sinan scoffed. He had proposed an hour's time to see if they could appear together within such a short span. The evidence was clear. They were indeed together. With a mix of disappointment and exasperation, Sinan gazed at Siran as if he were a worried mother. What has father taught you? You are not supposed to cohabit before marriage. Have his words fallen on deaf ears? Furthermore, should you dare to bully my sister? Sinan made a slitting gesture across his throat with the hand that was unrestrained, threateningly declaring, I shall end you. Xiao Han chuckled softly, comprehending the entire situation. It became clear that he had summoned them in the dead of night out of fear for his sister's well-being. Indeed, his fiery temperament needed tempering. Observing Sinan's fierce demeanor, Siran felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Her brother had truly grown, now understanding the importance of protecting her. You still have the audacity to speak of others? Are you not also cohabiting? Sinan retorted through gritted teeth, yanking the towel from his forehead and tossing it to the ground with a resounding thud. Can we be compared? I am a man, and you are a woman. In this regard, women invariably suffer. Siran scoffed. So, you benefit from this arrangement? At that moment, Xiao Han tactfully withdrew his hand and interjected with a smile. Indeed. There are benefits, a joyful pulse. Siran burst into laughter. No wonder you have a penchant for sour things. Although I could not procure the preserved plums, I did bring 2 jars of vinegar from home. It should suffice. Observing the playful banter between them, Sinan could no longer feign indifference and abruptly sat upright from the sofa. Xiao Han chuckled and reassured, Rest assured, I respect your sister. I shall not mistreat her before marriage. Even more so after marriage. Should you dare to bully her, my fists will not remain idle, Sinan proclaimed, brandishing his fists in a mock display of ferocity, resembling a small, agitated puppy with no real threat. Siran stepped forward, pressing his hand down. Calm yourself. Your brother-in-law is mature and composed. How could he possibly mistreat me? Do not overthink it. As for you, after all the trouble you've caused, are you feeling satisfied? If necessary, shall I have your brother-in-law check your pulse daily? Having had his thoughts accurately discerned, Sinan felt no embarrassment and instead articulated his reasoning with grandiosity. I am merely looking out for your well-being. As the saying goes, speak plainly before resorting to force. It is essential to lay the groundwork to avoid unpleasantness later. Yes, I appreciate your concern, Siran replied with a playful ruffle of his hair. My brother has grown. This brings me joy. Sinan crossed his arms, casting her a haughty glance. Spare me the gratitude unless it comes with money. You are out of pocket again? Siran inquired. What do you mean again? Upon hearing this, Sinan became irritated. When have I ever had any? Father neglects me, and my elder brother is heartless, eager to exploit me without recompense. I am currently broke. It leaves me at a loss for words. Oh, Siran nodded, then turned to Gu Weiyin, who sat nearby. What shall we do if he has no allowance? Gu Weiyin smiled. Fear not, for his needs in food, clothing, and other essentials will be met. He will have the finest. With a driver and bodyguard at his disposal, my establishments, bars, hotels, and restaurants are spread across the nation. As long as he does not venture abroad, he shall never go hungry. Moreover, as mother has stated, a man with wealth can become wicked. To capture a man's heart, one must seize control of his finances. Siran, upon hearing this, shrugged at Sinan. Did you hear that? It appears you truly do not require money. As Sinan and Xiao Han prepared to leave, Sinan stood in stunned silence. Hey, are you both going to disregard me? Upon stepping outside, Xiao Han glanced back at his brother-in-law with a sympathetic expression. Letting out a sigh? If you have issues, reach out to me. Otherwise, try not to contact me, for I am at a loss to assist. With a resounding thud, the door swung shut. Feeling the piercing gaze of Gu Weiyin, which resembled that of a predator, Sinan's heart suddenly jolted, and his feet instinctively shifted a few steps back. No, I cannot allow myself to be at ease. I must witness their parting with my own eyes. I cannot permit that man to bully my sister. Stop right there, Gu Weiyin commanded, rising to her feet and wrapping her arms around Sinan's waist in a firm embrace. Let's first tally the times you've wronged me. Chapter 86. Be honest. Please let me go, having endured a shameless ordeal for the better part of the night. Sinan found himself at his wit's end. While the sensations were undeniably pleasurable, the woman's eccentricities were overwhelming. Novel antics emerged incessantly, and the crux of the matter was that he could not resist. The more he fought back, the more exhilarated she became, intensifying her relentless torment. as if possessed by some madness. Please, no. Gu Weiyan, still yearning for more, ensnared Sinan's neck and pulled him back onto the bed. For her, a connoisseur of sweet scents, the fragrance emanating from Sinan was an irresistible aphrodisiac. Coupled with his striking visage, his fair skin, bright eyes, noble nose, and rosy lips, even the tiniest strands of hair seemed to beckon her. She craved proximity, to possess him, to tease him, even to ravage him. She longed to witness the manifestation of desire in his eyes, to see them redden in passion, and to behold his vulnerable pleas for mercy after their fervent encounters. I am not yet satisfied. Sinan closed his eyes briefly, quietly extracting 2 joker cards from beneath his pillow and slapping them onto the bed with a resounding thud. A royal flush. I win. You. Retreat, retreat, retreat. As he spoke, Sinan extended his hand to gently push Gu Weiyan aside. Gu Weiyan paused for a moment, momentarily perplexed by his words. His thought process was often unconventional, and at times, she truly could not grasp his reasoning. Was it possible that she had grown old? The 3-year age gap between them seemed to manifest as an insurmountable chasm. What do you mean? Sinan shot her a glance, unceremoniously stating, when other women say no, they are merely being coy. When you say no, it feels as if we are playing a game of cards. You have already lost, so get up. I am exhausted and wish to sleep. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiyan rolled over onto Sinan, narrowing her eyes as she lifted his chin. She knew all too well that this young man had no sweet words to offer. You little rascal, how bold you are. While I am attempting to express my affection, you choose to play cards with me. Tell me, shouldn't there be a punishment for this? Here we go again. Sinan turned his face slightly to avoid her descending lips. It is the middle of the night, and I have work tomorrow. Gu Weiyan forcibly turned Sinan's face towards her and planted a firm kiss on his lips. This is the last time. Any dissent is futile. Sinan, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please come forth and take this woman away. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Sinan finally stirred from his slumber. He had a notorious penchant for lingering in bed, and after being tormented throughout the night, it was a feat to even rise. After a quick tidying up, he stepped outside and immediately spotted Cixi, who was admiring the riverside scenery from the window. Why are you back again? Cixi sighed. My duty is to ensure your safety, so naturally, wherever you go, I must follow. When Gu Weiyan was present, there was no need for concern. However, in his absence, one had to muster every ounce of energy to ensure Sinan's safety. Approaching the window, Sinan noticed that Cixi's gaze was fixed intently on a particular spot. Stirring his curiosity, was the scenery outside truly that captivating? A fleeting smile crossed Cixi's face, momentarily eclipsed by a shadow of melancholy. He extended his hand, pointing towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gesturing towards the riverbank. It was there that he first encountered Mr. Gu, who took him in. Although much time had passed, the memory remained vivid. He could not recall his parents, nor his own name, yet the river was etched in his mind. He remembered that winter when he nearly succumbed to the cold. It was Mr. Gu who had offered him hope and a sanctuary from the storm. His loyalty to the Gu family was unwavering and could be attested by heaven and earth. As the youngest child of the Xi family, Sinan had been cherished and sheltered since childhood. Thus, he could only feel sympathy for the orphans devoid of parental love, unable to empathize with their plight. After a moment of silence, Sinan exclaimed, "You're not some young master abandoned by a wealthy family, are you? That is how they portray it on television." Cixi scoffed, turning to sit on the sofa. "Do you think everyone is as fortunate as you, born into a prestigious family? Moreover, there are only a few affluent families in Yun City. Which wealthy family would be so careless as to lose their own child? At this point, I have relinquished any hopes of finding my biological parents. Rather than wasting time on such elusive pursuits, it is wiser to live in the present and save for my future." Unsure of how to console him, Sinan simply placed a reassuring hand on Cixi's shoulder. "Rest assured, you are not alone. You have brothers and friends. From now on, I, Cixia, will look out for you." Cixi smiled, inexplicably touched by his words. For this sentiment alone, he felt a sense of commitment to Sinan, independent of any tasks or monetary concerns. "With your skills, you'd struggle to climb a tree. Allow me to protect you," Sinan retorted, feeling somewhat indignant. "You think I can't hold my own? Though I may not match you in strength. I was once an undefeated champion in my school days. If it comes to a fight, I am no pushover." Cixi chuckled, remarking, "Bravery without reckoning the odds is the most perilous. When it comes to fighting, one must weigh the strengths of both parties. I understand. If I can win, I will fight. Otherwise, I will flee. Surrender is not an option," Sinan proclaimed, pointing to his face with a proud smile. I, Xia, am a steadfast practitioner of this principle. Just as they were conversing, a knock echoed from the door. It was staff from Sanway restaurant. Sinan had barely eaten the night before, and hunger gnawed at him. It must be said that the timely arrival of Sanway's meal was fortuitous, consisting of his favorite dishes. After a satisfying meal, Sinan descended the stairs with Shi, intending to visit his rented shop to conceptualize designs for the urn. This marks his inaugural transaction since embarking on his journey. He must approach it with utmost diligence and unwavering focus. Below, Xi approached a black SUV, devoid of any discernible insignia, and opened the passenger door for Sinan. From this moment forth, this vehicle shall be your exclusive chariot. Sinan, puzzled, inquired about his own car. It remains in the garage, gathering dust, Xi remarked, patting the hood of the new vehicle. This car has been meticulously customized for you by Miss Gu. Engineered to military-grade specifications, bomb-proof, bulletproof, waterproof, and fireproof, ensuring your safety from every conceivable angle. Is such an extravagance truly necessary? Sinan couldn't help but circle the vehicle. He had to admit, its design resonated with his taste, and in terms of performance, it surpassed his previous car by several magnitudes. A sense of eagerness welled up within him. Hand me the keys. I shall take the wheel. Chapter 87, Coincidence After 3 Bustling Days. Sinan finally completed the design draft for the urn. During this time, Gu Weiyan only appeared in his lounge when he was napping, stealthily embracing him for a fleeting kiss, but she never disturbed him while he was working. Once the design draft was finished, Sinan eagerly presented it to Gu Weiyan. Within a mere day, he received the thrilling news that the chairman of Huaxi Technology had taken a liking to his design and decided to entrust him with the exclusive production of the urn, with a deadline of 10 days. Naturally, the materials were to be of the highest quality, and a 50 deposit had already been paid. Sinan calculated that after deducting the cost of the precious gold and silk Nanma wood, he would earn a staggering 100,000 yuan. This filled him with immense joy. It was the first money he had earned in his career, a triumph surpassing even winning 5 million in the lottery. However, he had no intention of expressing gratitude to Gu Weiyan. He could not swallow the resentment he felt towards her for her manipulations. He resolved that once he earned his first paycheck, he would leave the country, returning in 10 years to see her become an old maid, thus alleviating his heart's grievance. Let us go, Shizi. We're off to the lumber market to purchase wood. Shizi remained engrossed in his mobile game, his head not lifting even once. Ever since he learned to play Honor of Kings from Sinan, he seemed to have developed an addiction to gaming. This was not a favorable sign. With a flurry of taps on his phone, Shizi decisively slammed it down on the table. I'm done. There is no need to go to the lumber market. The shop next door sells wood, and they can find whatever you desire, honestly and fairly. Selling wood? Sinan placed his hands on his hips and glanced towards the neighboring shop. Just a few days ago, it had not opened, and now it was selling lumber? What a coincidence. Here he was, selling urns while they sold wood. Was this some kind of bundled sale? No, he needed to meet that owner. It was too uncanny. Shizi shook his head in resignation. Where in this world do such coincidences abound? Clearly, someone is eager to bring them to you. Can't you see that? He sighed, unsure whether to deem Sinan innocent or simply naive. Ah, esteemed guest, welcome, welcome. As Sinan stepped into the neighboring store, a balding middle-aged man emerged from the display area on the first floor. He was somewhat portly, and his demeanor exuded in obsequiousness, as if he were eager to curry favor with Sinan. Sinan surveyed the simple decor of the shop, noting that it resembled his own in layout, comprising 2 levels. The first floor displayed a few scattered wood samples, with a staircase leading to the second floor. Why is there no commotion for your grand opening? Not even a couple of firecrackers? The middle-aged man chuckled nervously, his attitude exceedingly ingratiating. Isn't the regulation strict these days? Firecrackers are prohibited in the city. Sinan turned and examined the wood samples scattered around. Camphor wood, rosewood, pine, cypress, elm, and several other types of wood with somewhat unstable characteristics. Yet, it is evident that these would share a common trait. They are all suitable for crafting urns. Sinan harbored a flicker of doubt, suspecting that this lumber store was merely an extension of his urn shop. He turned to glance at the middle-aged man behind him and inquired, Are you the owner? Oh, indeed. The man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded vigorously. Our store offers a diverse variety of wood. Whatever type you require, I can procure it for you. And I only charge a modest transportation fee of 5,000. A transportation fee of 5,000? That seems reasonable. Moreover, he would not need to scour for wood himself. Do you have gold and silk, Namu? I need darkwood. Certainly. How much do you need, and when do you require it? Sinan initially contemplated requesting around 10 kilograms, but suddenly recalled his father's previous wish for him to create an identical urn for his mother. Around 25 kilograms. And the sooner, the better. Understood, the middle-aged man replied cheerfully. We have it in the warehouse. I can have it delivered this afternoon. That would be ideal. Sinan waited in vain for further details and could not help but glance at the middle-aged man. Do I not need to pay a deposit? And you haven't even asked for my address or phone number. How will you know where to deliver it? Oh, we're neighbors. There's no need for such formalities like deposits. Sinan felt perplexed. How do you know I'm next door? He believed that since the store opened, he had spent very little time there, almost following a 3 days on, 2 days off routine. He had only learned about his own shop's opening from Shi after it had occurred. The middle-aged man, sensing he had revealed too much, hurriedly laughed it off. I saw you once while the store was being renovated a couple of days ago. You sell urns, I sell wood. What a fateful connection. Naturally, I remembered your face. I hope to benefit from your fortune in the future. Sinan squinted and chuckled inwardly, thinking, prosper? Just surviving would be a blessing. Agreed. We'll earn money together. I'll leave the matter of the golden silk Nanmu in your capable hands, and I'll await your news. Absolutely. Take care. Once outside the shop, Sinan's mind was increasingly troubled by the peculiarities of this establishment. He had no clientele, yet Gu Weiyin brought him business. Upon acquiring business, what was delivered to him? Wasn't this akin to being served food when hungry, or water when thirsty? Why do I feel that the shop is somehow amiss? What a coincidence! Shi, maintaining an impassive smile, remarked. Perhaps your store is so desolate that even the heavens cannot bear to see it. Sinan halted, grinding his molars in frustration. If you cannot offer comfort, it would be wise to remain silent. Patience, my friend, Shi grinned, playfully draping an arm over Sinan's shoulder. What I mean is that the heavens are aiding you. This is a fortuitous sign. Young man, your future is boundless. Continue your efforts, and in due time, the skies will bestow upon you all the urns you desire. Sinan shot him a sidelong glance. Those that can soar are but ashes. Moreover, your boastful claims seem rather exaggerated and quite challenging to realize. Whether it pertains to gray or bovine matters not. Ultimately, it is merely a fabrication of human imagination. Forjoy glanced at his phone, noting the time, 11:30. What shall we have for lunch today? You decide, as Sinan felt somewhat distressed. After 2 consecutive days of takeout, he was nearly on the verge of nausea. Upon returning to the store, as he stepped through the door, Sinan was taken aback by the sight of a woman with vibrant green hair, standing with her back to the entrance in the reception area. He was astonished. No longer donning a green hat, she had opted for green hair instead. What an immense shock she must have endured. Hello, are you here to order a casket? Upon hearing his voice, the woman with the green hair swiftly turned around and dashed over, seizing Sinan's arm. Brother Nan, my mother has invited you to our home for dinner. Chapter 88. The nose is all crumpled with tears. Sinan withdrew his arm and playfully tugged at a strand of green hair atop Ma Yi's head. With such a penchant for green, are you a chameleon? In just over a month since my return, you've transformed your hair 3 times. Perhaps we should rename you Ma Long instead of Ma Yi. Ma Yi had never perceived any wrongdoing in dyeing her hair. It was her own, and she delighted in choosing whatever color she fancied. When she felt joyous, she opted for red. When disheartened, she turned to green, a reminder to herself that Sinan had metaphorically adorned her with a green hat. I like it, and I think green is beautiful. Is that so wrong? Ma Yi pouted and glared at Sinan, her heart brimming with resentment. Having harbored affections for him since childhood, she had always believed she would become the second mistress of the Si family. You've committed a transgression, yet you dare to dictate my hair color? Sinan was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? What wrong have I done? As he entered the reception room, Ma Yi trailed closely behind, unleashing a torrent of complaints like a machine gun. Last time, you didn't even help me when I fell. That woman broke Annie's bracelet. And you didn't seek justice for me. You even flirted with her in front of me. I was furious. However, my mother has stated that this is a man's inherent flaw. Every man is like this, so I forgive you. With that, she raised an eyebrow at Sinan, attempting to project an air of magnanimity. Sinan, seated in a chair, regarded Ma Yi as if she were a fool, furrowing his brow. What does my interactions with other women have to do with you? And don't use your father's affair to cast judgment on others. There are plenty of good men in the world. Ma Yi chuckled, consciously disregarding her father's infidelity, fixating instead on his final statement. She swiftly navigated around the table, positioning herself before Nan. Brother Nan, I knew you were different from other men, just as I am not like other women. If I commit to a man, I shall remain steadfast. Look at us, Brother Nan. We are simply a match made in heaven. Nan was rendered speechless by Ma Yi's words. Previously, she had only clung to him, but after his 3-year absence abroad, she had become increasingly obstinate. Had her mind been struck by a donkey? Who had instilled such unfounded confidence within her? She lacked any perceptiveness. Sighing, Nan reflected on their years of companionship, feeling reluctant to be overly harsh. Ma Yi, for all these years, I have regarded you as a sister, never contemplating any other relationship. Moreover, I already have a girlfriend. Please do not seek me out again. Ma Yi gazed at Nan's sun-kissed handsomeness, feeling a pang of disappointment at his indifference. Since the age of 3, she had played with him, and from the onset of her romantic feelings, she had been deeply enamored with him. During his 3 years abroad, thoughts of him consumed her daily, and she even needed to clutch his photograph at night to find solace in sleep. He had long since become her one and only. Unexpectedly, her momentary lapse allowed him to be ensnared by another temptress. However, as long as he remained unmarried, she still held a glimmer of hope. What merits did that woman possess? Was it merely her familial wealth? Brother Nan, do you not detest the notion of a marriage of convenience? Your family is not limited to you alone. Why must you compromise yourself? Am I not, in essence, a marriage of convenience for you as well? Nan scoffed, daring to assert that Uncle Ma sought your union with the Si family not for its prestige and power? Absolutely not, Ma Yi hastily denied, claiming it was her affection for him that inspired her desire to marry him. Nan understood Ma Yi's sentiments. Yet he harbored no feelings for her and wished to instill no false hopes. How then could you be certain that Gu Weiyan's affections for me were not genuine? As the saying goes, one must strive for higher aspirations. With the Gu family's influence and stature in Yunqing, even a fool could discern the prudent choice. Ma Yi's eyes reddened. Indeed, in terms of wealth and status, she could not possibly compare to Gu Weiyan. They belonged to entirely different realms. Thus, when considering social standing, it was undoubtedly Gu Weiyan who was more suited to be the matriarch of the Si family. Yet, she could not acquiesce to this reality. So, what you admire is merely the wealth of the Gu family. Incorrect, Nan corrected her, for I am captivated by her superior beauty. Upon hearing this, Ma Yi burst into tears, large drops cascading down her cheeks, instantly ruining her meticulously applied makeup. Her long false eyelashes precariously clung to her eyelids, appearing pitifully close to falling. Brother Nan, you have changed. You once praised my beauty, yet now you are bewitched by a temptress, rendering you blind to the truth. Ma Yi's sobs grew louder, her wretched wails echoing through the disheartened funeral design studio, causing Nan to shudder involuntarily. He raised his hand, wishing to halt Ma Yi, yet was at a loss for how to proceed. Stop, please cease your weeping. Those unaware might think I have wronged you. Ma Yi sniffled and whimpered, followed by another anguished cry. Brother Nan, you are scolding me. Nan felt somewhat flustered, as he lacked experience in soothing a distressed girl. Enough. Stop. Goodness, you weep more than Ming Jiang knew. Might you consider weeping elsewhere? Nan, somewhat exasperated, remarked. You are beautiful. You are the most beautiful. Is that not sufficient? You surpass even the spouse of Zhu Beiji. 5 minutes later, Nan, covering his ears, gazed at the ceiling in despair. Do cease your crying. Your nose is becoming crooked. Sobbing. The cries abruptly ceased. Ma Yi choked back a few sobs, reaching to touch her nose, and then hastily retrieved a small mirror from her handbag, tearfully inspecting her reflection. This perfectly shaped and elevated nose was her pride and joy, crafted abroad at great expense. Brother Nan, you have deceived me. Nan could only remain speechless, realizing that if she continued to cry, her nose would indeed become crooked. Outside the glass door, Sushi noticed that the atmosphere in the reception room had softened somewhat, prompting her to step inside and casually place the milk she held onto the table, hoping to ease the tension. Young master, it's time to drink your milk, she declared. Ma Yi, with tears welling in her eyes, cast a glance at the milk on the table and suddenly recalled that her mother had sent her to fetch Sinan for dinner, and that her mother had also prepared plenty of this brand of milk. Sniffling, Ma Yi implored, Brother Nan, please come home with me. My mother has milk too.